the same biases that they do not even think about. You know, it's unbelievable. I think the difference in encouraging people to go on a guest who has said controversial things in the past and actively campaigning with them is an important distinction. It's not. Some may infer the latter as an endorsement of their views, which no matter what you think of Hassan, you have to admit that some of what he has said could be hurtful to some Jews at a time when many are deeply concerned for the safety of them and their children. Ridiculous. Okay? I will stand on that one more time. Ridiculous. Yeah, if you only read Jewish Insider articles and you place a lot of emphasis in the big 2026 on what the ADL is saying about me, sure, you can whip yourself up in a panic, but it's not true. So why should I do that? Why should you do that? Why should you lean into it? Especially when it has been shown time and time again that institutions that masquerade as Jewish advocacy institutions, when in fact all they do is defend Israel and at times actually harm American Jews, will cynically weaponize false smears of anti-Semitism against anti-Zionists. The Jewish kids are probably fans of yours, by the way. Yeah, of course, of course. For those who think McMorrow is bought and paid for by AIPAC, I would like to remind them that they're expressly backing Stevens in this race and that McMorrow has stressed that she has not and will not take money from AIPAC. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. She gave privately policy papers to AIPAC, and then also on top of that is very clearly positioning herself to at least get some of the AIPAC heat off of herself right now. Anyway, I'm willing to bet it's not a strategic move. It's a line in the sand for her. Yeah, it's a dumb line in the sand. If you disagree with what she said, that's fine. Your voice will be louder than those that appreciate what she's doing because that's what algorithms do, promote conflict. Important to remember that Twitter's not real life. I like Abdul and I totally get why people are voting for him, but let's not jump to the worst conclusions about other candidates just because tensions are high. This is an unbelievably racist thing to say. The only reason why I'm bringing this up, because you guys know I hate bringing up Islamophobia because everybody goes, here we go again, shut the f***, right? It's really a horrible way to campaign in general, right? But I'm sorry, there is no other way to read this. Like you're tying me to a synagogue? What an unbelievably racist thing to do. It's insane. And no one, like everyone reads that and goes, well, this is good analysis. No, it's not. We have to be a little bit more thoughtful with the way that we talk about these sorts of things, because I do genuinely think that if we don't push back on this stuff at all, people just get more comfortable thinking that they're actually, you know, what? Donnie wrote a piece about you in the New York Times? No, this is not. This is written by Tim Balk, man. We read this article already. Having this endless, I'm sorry that you've also had so much Islamophobic comments thrown at, especially in the past 2 to 3 years, has grown exponentially. Yes. As someone who absolutely fears the left's growing power, I think the smart place for moderate Dems to go on Piker's show and agree with them that Israel is bad and then stick to their guns on other moderate stuff. Ha! See, even Matt Iglesias is literally waving the white flag on Israel. Okay? That's it. He's not wrong, right? He's waving the white flag on that. So he's like, dude, just go on and like gain the legitimacy on the Israel issue. Please, you guys are going to this up. That's what he's saying. Yeah, see? Look. And anti-Israel is one of the only non-toxic progressive views. If you're going to give the left something, that's what it should be. Then be pro-growth, tough on crime, etc. And yes, he's right. It's so unbelievably bad for Democrats to consistently posture against someone like myself because of very clearly the values that I represent on this issue. That is a 90-10 issue on our side. It's the Democrats not exactly really taking a consistent moral stance against problematic podcasters or whatever, because they've all said they would go on Joe Rogan. He said, you know, he's clearly right-wing, MAGA booster. It's ridiculous. It actually has everything to do with them not wanting to give ground on the Israel issue and not wanting to even appear anywhere near this issue. I don't know how Adam doesn't see it here when he saw it with Zoran. The Jewish fear smear was used endlessly with Zoran. It was stupid and racist then. It's stupid and racist now. Yeah, the only difference is he likes Zoran. He's probably met Zoran. He doesn't know me, and he doesn't like me. That's it. This is my first time watching one of your streams before. I would consider myself a democratic socialist from all I've seen and read about. Not much right now as a 19-year-old university student, full-time worker. That label and associated policy sits best with me. Can you recommend any theory I should learn more? All I've seen is entry-level commentary, some debates, interviews. Thanks. Thanks if you see this. What's a good starting point to read for this chatter? For the Zoloft addict 19-year-old chatters? What do we think? Okay, everyone is saying Marx and Lenin. I mean, I agree, but there's probably a better entry point than Lenin. Lenin can be a little dense. Parenti, Michael Parenti, even then, that's like black shirts and reds. Mark Graeber, he's easy to get into. That's true. Lenin is not dense. Marx is. I mean, even Lenin is dense. But Marx is even denser. Is David Graeber? Mark Fisher. Oh, I think that chatter mixed up. Is it Mark Graeber? It's David Graeber and Mark Fisher. All right. It's crazy because like we have no plan. Our plans are just a hope and a dream. You can apply for conscientious objector status, okay? You can do that even if you're being deployed.
So the Pentagon reportedly weighing in sending more than 10,000 additional troops to the Middle East as President Trump extends his pause on striking Iranian energy plants by 10 days. Retired four-star General, Fox News senior strategic analyst, chairman of the Institute of the Study of War, General Jack Keane joins us now. General, we're 28 days in. How many more weeks do you think we need to finish the job, and what does finishing the job look like?
Yeah, certainly. Well, we got a little less than 3 more weeks in the minds of our commanders to complete this operation. Given it's taken a little over 3 weeks to get where we are, you can ascertain then that we have a lot of work still in front of us. And what does that really mean? Well, for a fact, we're going to accomplish all of the assigned objectives that President Trump has given the CENTCOM commander. And in talking to the IDF, they fully intend to accomplish all the objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu has given to them. And the general time frame is as described, around 3 weeks. If it happens sooner, fine. If they have to take a little longer, we've said from the beginning that this is conditions-based. The enemy has a vote. And what is the enemy trying to do right now? Number one, they're trying to personally survive and keep the regime somewhat intact. And believe me, that is an enormous problem that they have. And you can see that you're reporting on it every single day here in what is happening to the leadership. And the paranoia that exists inside of that leadership is real. And the chaotic decision-making process in there is real. So we're fragmenting that leadership for sure, and we have weeks to go to do more of that. The second thing they're doing, in addition to trying to survive individually and as a regime, is they're trying to protect their assets.
I love this guy. Mark is becoming more bullish. Markets are finally starting to price out chaotic White House statements. It took far too long, in my opinion, but now that it's happened, people will increasingly drown out the president. Credibility matters. If you keep making statements that fall apart in days, it disappears. Yeah, I still don't believe that. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe that at all. And the reason for why I don't believe that, I mean, it'll still swing. It'll still swing. It's nowhere near close to what it would be if it actually cared about the solid fundamentals and like ready availability of barrel of oil, right? The reason why I say it's also cope is because Elon Musk exists, right? Like the non-fundamental, inconsistent markets that simply rely on confidence, a dream, and the collective understanding that like things have to be good all the time has existed for long before Donald Trump came out and started doing this crazy, long before then. So I just don't believe it. I think like it might soften Trump's impact a little bit, but that impact will still remain. Especially because the market is so consolidated in the hands of a tiny sliver of the population. The top 10% of wealth own 90% of the stonks, all the wealth in general. That I think that they can move in whichever direction they see fit. And they're moving in that direction. They let Trump molest the money, and then they let Trump unmolest the money, even though the money molestation continues. And they're incentivized to believe Donald Trump when he says, oh, things are going to go good. It don't really matter is what I mean.
President Trump is weighing several options that could result in heavy U.S. casualties. It's a heavy sentence to say, but that's the reality. And according to Axios, on top of invading Clark Island, a move that Trump, of course, we've pointed out, has talked about since 1988, the Pentagon is also drawing up scenarios that involve military action on several other Iranian islands. Those islands key to Iran's oil production, as well as control over the Strait of Hormuz itself. Axios is now reporting specifically on some other possible invasions, and I know Seth had spent time talking about 2 other islands closer to the Strait of Hormuz, and also seizing the Iranian ships that are carrying Iranian.
But yeah, we've gone from destroying 90% of Iran's missiles to 75% to 70%, now 30%. Do I hear 20%? You in the back, 15%? Yeah, this is the scoop from Phil Stewart, chief national security reporter for Reuters. The United States can only determine with certainty that it has destroyed about 1/3 of Iran's vast missile arsenal. The status of around another 1/3 is less clear, but bombings likely damaged, destroyed, or buried those missiles in underground tunnels and bunkers, according to U.S. intelligence, our sources say.
Iran to sell that oil, but being contradictory doesn't stop them. Does it sound to you that we're on the verge of a potentially dramatic escalation?
It does, Aaron. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but the likelihood has increased that it will happen. And what we're looking at is the increase in the force posture by the U.S. forces. The fact that not only do we have about 50,000 troops in the region right now, but we are also getting more. We're getting more airplanes, more Air Force squadrons are coming in, fighter squadrons are coming in. We have, of course, the 2 MEUs that are, one is basically there already and the other one is approaching. And then you also have, of course, the 82nd Airborne. So all of those elements are critical elements for America's firepower in general, and they don't make deployments like this just to have an exercise. This is a demonstration of force that could easily be used for actual combat operations.
And every time so far that Trump has done that in this.
So weird the dog isn't on cam anymore. Brother, I'm in New York City.
In this situation, frankly, even with Venezuela, he's used it. I mean, that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that's the trend. Seth, when we talk about Abu Musa and 2 other smaller islands, you had talked about those. Axios is now reporting that he is indeed looking at those, and you had already said that was possibly a very likely option because they're in the strait as opposed to hundreds of miles north of the strait, which is where Kharg Island lies. So if Abu Musa is the target, then what does that look like?
Well, I think, Aaron, we've already seen partially what it looks like because what we've seen is U.S. aircraft striking a range of different targets on Abu Musa and several of those islands there. What that means is they're trying to target any air defense systems on there, stockpiles of weapons, any bunkers, communications centers, where if they do end up landing forces there, they're trying to limit the resistance that is faced. One thing that we have not seen a lot of is the bombing of those of airstrips in case they wanted to land aircraft
like those runways,
C-130 or C-17. So that all suggests the possibility of amphibious landings to seize those islands, which could be used both for defensive purposes if there were incoming strikes to target the any transits of the Strait of Hormuz, and offensive operations.
It's crazy because, like, we have no plan. Our plans are just a hope and a dream, right? Our plans all sound like don't siege Leningrad, take it immediately. Like, that's what it sounds like. Every time I hear, like, which island we are going to take militarily, I am reminded of that famous tweet from that one famous Nazi being like, don't siege Leningrad, take it immediately. It's like, how? How do you hold it? How do you take it? How do you hold it? Like, notoriously, amphibious landings are some of the most notoriously deadly battles that America and every other country has ever had in their history. I mean, I'm Turkish. I'm reminded of Gallipoli, okay? Gallipoli was a spectacular failure for the invading forces, okay? I mean, think about D-Day. It is an unbelievably difficult thing to do. And you're basically throwing piles of bodies into the grinder. And especially in this circumstance, there's not even, you do realize there are 1,000 people doing plans. It's just a question if the leadership's going to use them. Yeah, I know. I just don't think that, I don't, first of all, we don't have months of preparation. This is like kind of escalating beyond our control. And we just keep taking the most unhinged route over and over again. One of the craziest aspects of this, of course, is that, yeah, Yoav Gallant wrote about how this is a good plan. An indicted war criminal wrote this article. TLDR is what? Former Israeli Defense Minister, war criminal Yoav Gallant, in an article for Barry Weiss's Free Press, says the U.S. should seize Kharg Island. Yes, there are risks, Gallant acknowledges. Any operation to seize Karg would require thousands of troops, sustained air and naval support, and detailed intelligence, and it would carry a real and expected cost in human life. Nonetheless, it's a risk he's willing to take with American soldiers' lives. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, Yoav Golan hit the "some of you may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take" about American soldiers, by the way.
Into Iran itself for strikes.
And I know that, Colonel Layton, you said that the amount of warning time that troops on those islands would have from a missile from Iran could be as little as 10 seconds.
That's right,
So,
depending on where the missile is and what type of missile.
which fits with what we're hearing the Pentagon is saying, that the scenarios they're looking at involve a very high level of potential casualties. A sobering moment, especially given some of the childish rhetoric that gets thrown around, right? We're talking about human lives. Trump reportedly considering an invasion of Larak Island, which lies in the narrowest part of the Strait of Hormuz and is key to Iran's control of the strait, part of the area that's now called Tehran's toll booth. The island is 49 square miles, very small, but it does host bunkers, attack craft that can blow up cargo ships, and radar technology that tracks activity in the strait. All of this Iranian military. Colonel Cedric Layton is back with us at the Magic Wall. So, Colonel Layton, you know, we've talked a lot about Karg. You know, I know Seth's talked about Abu Musa, but Larak is also important. We've got it highlighted here. What would an invasion of Larak look like, especially in the context of what you know is already in the region and what Trump has coming in?
Yeah, absolutely, Aaron. So just to orient people right here, this is where Larak is, right here at the mouth, basically, of the Strait of Hormuz if you're coming out this way. Abu Musa is here, and Karg Island is right up here in the northern part of the Gulf. So when you look at Larak specifically, it is right in this area right here where
Larak Hussein Obama.
The area right here where you could really cut off anything that's going through the strait. So this is a critical military target, or at least potentially a critical military target.
Where my sub at? Listen, first of all, you're already subscribed. And secondly, if you haven't been able to catch a gifted when they're peppering the chat, rabbit fingers, thank you for the 10, then you got to do it on your own, big dog. Every suggestion of how they might invade is dumber than the last. I know. And none of them factor in how they would be able to hold it. Let's say you actually invade, okay? You defeat the conventional forces on the ground. How the do you hold it? Kawoki, thank you for the 25. How do you hold it? And then there's also reports, John Brown, there's also reports about, you know, America depleting its offensive Tomahawk missiles. Like they're just burning through the stockpile here. They're burning through the midnight oil like there's no tomorrow. They're behaving like there's not ever going to be, there's never going to, like new events are not going to unfold. They're behaving like they won't need any missiles and that they'll be able to, you know, adequately rebuild their stockpiles.
Target. And one of the key things is how would you actually go about doing this? Well, you would bring in the Marine Expeditionary Units. This is the kind of thing that they do. They can invade using their Marine infantry to go across the beach. They have armor that they probably wouldn't use, but they might use helicopters to fast rope into an area. And they would also be able to use some of their other things, such as the...
No one understands what you stand for. I don't know what that's about.
Ospreys, for example, that it can be both helicopter-like, as in this phase, or airplane-like. So it's a very versatile platform. And then, of course, you have combat vehicles that they can actually send in. These are amphibious vehicles that can actually hit the beaches and disgorge Marines. So that becomes a critical thing, because when you look at Larak...
Here we go, back to QVC. Back to QVC. This is our favorite. American news broadcast is doing QVC for like all the coolest gear. The coolest gear that will be exploded by like $10,000 lawnmowers, dude. They got, dude, they have like tens of thousands of things, dude. It's crazy. You can talk about your amphibious all day, every day. But once you establish a fixed position, a forward operating base, it's over.
It is a basic rock in the middle of the desert, and it does the kinds of things that you would be able to see in these areas. This area here would be the defended area that you spoke about. Yeah. That has all the radar installations. It's also very mountainous. This might be an area that they could consider for invasion, but there are roads and other things here. So there are several different targets that could potentially...
Oh shit, Mike Prisoner. Breaking, U.S. Marines and sailors are actively revolting. Troops in the 31st MEU and on warships headed to the Middle East are filing emergency conscientious objector claims to stop their deployment. The Pentagon is terrified as the ranks refuse to fight Trump's war. Yeah. You can too, by the way. I'm going to keep posting the phone number and keep showing it to you. You can apply for conscientious objector status, okay? You can do that, even if you're being deployed.
Oh, absolutely. We have more than one client in the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, others who are out of Pendleton, that other Marine force that's being sent over. We have a client who's on a ship headed to the Middle East right now to be presumably part of an invasion force. So yes, I mean, just this weekend, I mean, we were dealing with at least 4 kind of rapid turnaround, like people who contacted us saying, I got 1 day, I just found out I'm deploying in a day or 2 days, and working with those people to file expedited claims so we can demand that their command do what's right and keep them home. And so absolutely, and I think the important thing is some people would think that, oh, you can't just at the last minute say you're a CO and not be deployed. You absolutely can. You know, you are.
No way. Is there a second source on this? He is the source, bro. Is Mike Prisner. He runs a he runs like a philanthropic organization that offers legal counsel to troops that want to apply for conscientious objector status. Yes, he's an Iraq War veteran. He's a PSL guy, Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Entitled, service members have the right to submit a CO application.
Yeah, CCW4COs.
At any time, right before a deployment, while they're on a deployment, people can file CO applications and have. This happened during the Iraq War. Infantry soldiers filing a CO when they are frontline combatants. And so, again, it's a right that people have that they don't know they have. And our job is to make sure people know that they have those rights and provide them the support.
Yeah.
Be beachheads, but it is a difficult place to invade at this point.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously that is where some of those casualties come in.
Yes.
I mean, the potential casualties, the risk here when you talk about.
My 78-year-old mother just bought my 42-year-old ass some new merch as a gift. She sometimes finds her words a bit harsh, but still supports you. Thank you from both of us. Hell yeah.
The mountainous area and
Ideology.shop. American made, union made.
Small, but there's a lot there.
Absolutely. There's a lot there. And of course, if they hold the high ground until it's bombed, that could give them a field of fire that could control approaches like at this beach right here or even in the southern areas. So it's a very critical element here that has to be decided. And there has to be a lot of fusion of different forces, air power along with infantry, along with other elements of power.
So Iran has been threatening now new threats against U.S. troops who are not staying on U.S. bases, okay? And that might seem a bit confusing, but there's a reason for that. Some of it is, as CNN's reported, some of those troops were moved off the bases before the war even began. But the New York Times is reporting that even more troops were moved off the bases because the bases have been hit. Yeah. And there has been meaningful damage. How much damage is Iran causing to the U.S. bases in the region?
So this is pretty significant. These are the bases as we know them right now, and these are the bases that were actually struck by the Iranians. So that includes everything from Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE, Al Udeid in Qatar, Prince Sultan Air Base, where we did have a casualty, a death near Riyadh, and I've been stationed there. And then, of course, at Port Shuaiba, where we had the mass casualty event with the Army National Guard soldiers. So this is a critical element right here. And of course, they also ended up attacking the area in Bahrain. So this is the Port Shuaiba strike. And what that really shows is that when you look at this area, this shows the vulnerability of each one of these. This is the Bahrain strike where they knocked out a communications element here. And so these bases are particularly vulnerable because each of them have a unique mission set. And what they ended up doing was move a lot of personnel into office buildings, into other areas, even into hotels. And now what they're doing is they're actually telling people in Iran and in this region right here, they're actually telling them to target Americans in those hotels, in those office spaces. So it's become dangerous in that way as well.
Right.
I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Sayed Abbas Araghchi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. Iran stands today amid the throes of an illegal war imposed by two bullying nuclear-armed regimes, the United States and Israel. This war of aggression is blatantly unjustified and brutal. They initiated this aggression on 28 February, while Iran and the United States were engaged in a diplomatic process to resolve Americans' alleged concerns over Iran's nuclear program. They betrayed diplomacy for a second time in the course of 9 months by torpedoing the negotiating table.
Iran agrees to facilitate passage of humanitarian shipments through Hormuz Strait at UN's request 5 minutes ago. See, look, this is what I mean. They are still playing by the old rules, no matter how much America and Israel does not. And I don't know. I don't think it's a weakness necessarily, but I think it's just like what the Chinese were doing initially, which is, look, in spite of all of the things that are happening to us, like, we are still willing to show stability. We're still willing to, play by the old rules. I find that a strange choice, but who knows? The United Nations has no capabilities, right? Not sure if you mentioned it, but for military members to successfully grant CO status, they must state their outlook changed after joining the military. Well, the fucking legal counsel probably will tell you exactly what you can and can't say. Don't try to apply for conscientious objector on your own. That's why there are, there's legal aid that you can get. Galabaf is looking at the markets. They've spammed so much fake news by trying to push energy prices down that the market's just numb now. Keep going. Nobody's buying it anymore. The real prices will show up anyway. Powerful, maybe, but smart, not even close. Burned that fake news card way too early. They're just shit posting. It's incompetent appeasement at this point. No, the thing that led this war to them in the first place. Yeah. Global opinion matters. The rest of the world sympathizes with Iran. It makes it very hard for EU to justly join the fight. I don't think you understand how depraved the European counterparts are here, okay? They do not operate like that. I don't think they operate like that, but we'll see.
The most harrowing manifestations of this aggression was the calculated, phased assault on Shajara Tayyib Elementary School in the city of Minab, south of Iran, where more than 175 students and teachers.
You guys want to know why I think it's a foolhardy endeavor? Because Israel did a genocide for the past 2.5 years, and they received such little state pushback. They received basically no state pushback. Yes, broad awareness initiatives and steady protests were launched, and the consciousness, the collective consciousness shifted in the direction of truth and justice. Overwhelming majorities in the Western world now are they've arrived at the same conclusion that developing nations already knew a very long time ago. Having said that, liberal capitalist nations do not have real democracy, especially when it comes to foreign policy. European nations are vassal states, and therefore they cannot betray American interests. Okay? The most successful decoupling initiative that Iran can engage in is actually forcing European capital owners to realize that they must tell their elected representatives to decouple from the United States of America. Because if you understand that European representatives don't abide by the wishes of the majority in the same way that American representatives don't abide by the wishes of the majorities, and simply respond to economic pressures when the real bosses, capital owners, make those phone calls, okay? Only then will Europe move in a different direction than the United States of America. So far, they have abided by, they haven't abided by the wishes of Iran or anything, but so far they've demonstrated restraint when Donald Trump is clearly demanding that they join. Okay? Donald Trump wants NATO to come in, all the NATO countries to come in, all the European countries to come in, not necessarily for additional military, additional units and additional assets and firepower, but more so for the diplomatic pressure that it will create for Iran, because Iran is responsive to that sort of thing. They have not done so thus far, but I don't think it's because there is this mutual agreement on maintaining stability or abiding by international rules, international standards. I think it's more so because they're worried about the impact. They're worried about the damage that this may cause to their assets.
Were slaughtered in cold blood. This barbaric attack is but the visible tip of a far bigger iceberg. one that conceals beneath its surface far graver catastrophes, namely the normalization of the most abhorrent violations of human rights and humanitarian law, and the audacity to commit atrocity crimes with impunity. Mr. President, at a time when the American-Israeli aggressors, in their own assertions, possess the most advanced technologies and the highest precision military and data systems, no one can believe that the attack on the school was anything other than deliberate and intentional. Targeting Shajar Tayyib School was a war crime and a crime against humanity, one that demands unequivocal condemnation by all and unambiguous.
The actions of the European states should not be assumed to be popular or even substantially unpopular. No, the European populations, just like the United States of America, don't want this. Okay? But Europe has two different pressure points. One, European leadership, European countries have to abide by, one, their own capital masters, their own capital owners, and two, they have to abide by whatever America's interests are. So far, they haven't fully committed to whatever America's trying to do, because even for them, it's a bridge too far. It kind of reminds me of like Donald Trump saying, we're just going to forcibly take over Greenland, right? That's what it reminds me of when they were like, okay, that's too much. Like, you're embarrassing us. This goes far beyond, previous incursions. Like, you're violating the principle in NATO, right? Our populace has way more power to actually protest because they aren't nearly as car-centric.
Accountability for the culprits. This atrocity cannot be justified, cannot be concealed, and must not be met with silence and indifference. The attack on Shajar Tayyib School in Minab was not a mere incident nor a miscalculation. The United States' contradictory remarks aimed at justifying their crime could not, in any manner, elude their responsibility. To denounce such a merciless assault on a place inherently civilian, a place where the most innocents reside and pursue knowledge, is not merely a legal obligation under human rights frameworks. It is a moral and human imperative. Our conscience will judge us more profoundly than any tribunal ever could. Distinguished delegates, Shajar Tayyib Elementary School has not been the only casualty of American-Israeli atrocity crimes during the past 27 days of their illegal war. Human rights and international humanitarian law have been massively and systematically violated by the invaders in an unprecedentedly brutal manner. They are targeting civilians and civilian infrastructures with no regard for laws of war and basic principles of humanity and civility. More than 600 schools have been demolished or damaged across Iran, and more than 1,000 students and teachers martyred or wounded as the result. The aggressors, who are arrogantly shouting, "No mercy, no quarters," and threatening to strike Iran's vital infrastructure, have been attacking hospitals, ambulances, health workers, Red Crescent rescuers, refineries, water sources, and residential areas. War crime and crime against humanity are not sufficiently describing the gravity of the atrocities they are committing. The aggressors' targeting pattern, accompanied by their rhetoric, leave little doubt as to their clear intent to commit genocide. Distinguished colleagues,
the Houthi
this
statement
unjust
was
war
fake.
of whims by the United States and Israel against the noble nation of Iran is the direct result of silence in the face of earlier manifestations of lawlessness and atrocity in occupied Palestine, Lebanon, and elsewhere. Indifference and silence in the face of injustices would bring no security and peace. It would invite more insecurity and right violations. The United Nations and the core values it embodies, as well as the overall human rights framework, are at serious stake. You all need to call out the aggressors and let them know that the community of states, the human collective conscience, hold them accountable for the abhorrent crimes they are committing against Iranians. Iran has never sought war. Iranians are a peaceful, noble nation inheriting one of the richest civilizations on earth. Yet, they have demonstrated absolute resolve and determination to defend themselves against the brutal aggressors who know no boundary in perpetrating all sorts of crimes, a defense that shall persist as long as needed.
Protesters taken to the streets in the Philippines over Iran war emergency. And then we'll talk about the RGC revelations in a second. I gotta pee.
Are angry. They're angry about the soaring cost of fuel, the fact they can't afford it. They're angry that they feel their government isn't doing enough. And it says something so stark about the impacts of Donald Trump's war in Iran and how it's spreading all the way here to this continent, some 4,000 or 5,000 miles away. Now, the people here are marching towards the presidential palace. There's a good couple of hundred of them. I just want to show you around. There are students, there are people who drive taxis, there are agricultural workers, there are fishermen, and they are really, really angry. The cost of fuel in the Philippines has more than doubled since the start of the war in Iran back in the end of February. And the Philippines is the first country in the world to have declared a state of energy emergency, essentially, according to the government, that they are at imminent risk of running out of fuel. And the government has said just this week that they only have about 45 days of fuel left. Think of that, 45 days. And there has been real demonstrations here of who they direct that anger at. A lot of anti-American statements, a lot of anti-war statements. Let's take a step back and just remind ourselves why this is such a problem for the Philippines. The Philippines buys 98% of its fuel from the Middle East and from the Gulf states, places like the UAE, Saudi Arabia and others. And the vast majority of that has to travel through that crucial Strait of Hormuz, but the Strait of Hormuz, of course, controlled by Iran and has been largely closed for these past weeks. And that means places like the Philippines are in real crisis. I mean, speaking to people here, fishermen and farmers and taxi drivers saying they are currently running on losses if they even go to work because the cost of fuel is so high and that they are just not able to afford those sort of prices. Remember, of course, the Philippines is far from alone in this region. Asia is by far the most exposed continent to the Strait of Hormuz. 84% of all the oil and liquefied natural gas that goes through that strait is bound for Asia. And so there are many economies in this region who are suffering terribly. Places like Vietnam has ordered people to work from home. Schools in Pakistan have been closed. Schools in Laos have reduced the number of days the students can go to school. It is having a sustained and deep impact across economies that frankly are developing, that do not have the stockpiles, do not have the reserves, and have a lot of people either living in poverty or closer to the poverty line who are less able to absorb.
Good job, America. Good job, Israel. Fantastic stuff. You did it. Protesters also blamed
Strangers
U.S.
to pressure. Students, no strangers to protest.
Yeah, they're also straight up blaming. They just released an updated version of this. Protesters blame U.S. imperialism for the crisis.
98% of this country's oil comes from Middle Eastern routes that are blocked. A dependency now the cause of genuine crisis. Supplies could be all but gone in just over 40 days' time. The president here is a man under pressure.
Straight up a cancer on the entire world, dude. We are
continuing to look for additional supply. We will also continue supporting our commuters so the impact of the conflict in the Middle East can be lessened.
But there is a real tension here too, and a sense that things could well boil over. Government subsidies and scrambling may not be enough.
The problem here, and the reason these people are so worried, is that there doesn't seem to be an end in sight to all this. And energy shocks, by their very nature, take a while to bite and longer to work their way through. And it's hitting a region where the economies just don't have the broad shoulders or the reserves to handle it.
Indeed, across Asia, there is barely a country untouched. Vietnam has ruled working from home. Bangladesh has rationed fuel and closed universities. Back in Manila, they're not shy with their sense of what or who is responsible.
Who do you blame for the fact that the fuel prices are so high? Whose fault is it?
Number one, the U.S. imperialists.
The US imperialists? I mean, because the Philippines is a long-standing ally of the US. Is that something that you would like to see change?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. It's because all this ally thing, them helping us, it's just a front of their bigger agenda to exploit not only the Philippines, but the so-called third world countries.
Expensive fuel will mean expensive food. The price of rice here has doubled already. And in a region where millions already live in or close to poverty, we may yet only have a glimpse.
Will the United States of America admit defeat and concede and meet the demands of Iran, or will they only escalate and completely destroy the world? This is the reason why Iran has tremendous leverage. Examples of the cult. Oh, I love this. Iran is begging for a deal. You know why? Because they got the beat out of them. Trump, we don't deserve him. They hate anything to do with Trump, and instead see the people of Iran begging for us to bomb the regime. They just see their hate in Trump derangement syndrome and couldn't care less about Iranians. Do you care about Iranians? I mean, you're talking about, you know, continuously bombing them and killing them. Doesn't seem to be you care about them at all. New angle for why Israel and America aren't winning this war. The Iranians simply don't understand just how severe the damage to them is, and that's why they keep going. Oh my God. Oh my God. Brigadier General Oren Solomon, the Iranians are taking very hard blows from Israel and the US on the military front, and in my estimation, they don't understand how severe the damage to them is, and that's why they keep going. Wow. That's crazy. I mean, one could say this is projection. You might think it's hubris. I say projection. I say Israel, as a matter of fact, doesn't understand what is unfolding. And that's precisely the reason why they're continuously sending armored vehicles without infantry cover into mountainous territory in Lebanon and getting their $6 million tanks turned into, you know, tin cans where people catch on fire inside of them when they incur ambushes. So, yeah, and that's all while, you know, the Israeli defenses have been depleted and Iranian missiles keep striking targets. Because what's going to end up happening is, right now, the cluster munitions open up at higher altitude, which is imprecise, right? It's just to take pot shots and, like, frustrate the civilians, right? Because, like, those sub-munitions can't actually penetrate shelters or anything like that, right? But eventually, even if they're lobbing those cluster munitions, they're going to start opening the sub-munitions up in lower altitude. And when that happens, they can be significantly more precise with their targeting. When that happens, you're busted. You're cooked. That's when you'll know the Israeli defenses have been spectacularly diminished, okay? And it's already happening. It's already happening right now, where Israel is making hard choices, hard calculations as to which areas that they can defend with their diminishing capabilities. And that's precisely the reason why you're seeing more and more Iranian ballistic munitions penetrate the aero systems and actually strike targets inside of Israel. Amit Segal agrees with you. Of course he agrees with me, because he's reporting on the reality on the ground. Israel has become convinced that Trump may try to end the war soon and therefore shifted most of its airstrikes from targeting the destabilization of the Iranian regime to inflicting severe damage on its military. The shift indicates that Israel has given up. This is Cope, by the way. The shift indicates that Israel has given up on the dream of toppling the regime through air power. This is Cope. This is face saving. Why wouldn't you have destroyed their military capabilities ahead of time if you had the capacity to do so? It's so stupid. It's a lie. They've literally flexed and said they've bombed Iran 5,000 times. Okay. Oh, really? You were just bombing the same, regime targets 5,000 times? No, you were bombing their military targets as well. How much success you have had in terms of deteriorating their strike capabilities, well, that remains to be seen. As a matter of fact, pretty obvious that it hasn't been that successful, considering that Iran has received more success. Iran has actually experienced more success in striking Israeli soil. Wait, whoa, this is good. Breaking Trump officially tacos out again. Trump has extended the deadline for the second time. Oh my God. As per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent that I'm pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th, 2026 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media and others, they are going very well. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Oh my God. Oh my God. April 6th, Invasion Day. Maybe it's because they haven't been able to amass enough troop presence in the region. I mean, I still think I think tomorrow is the day after market close, but who knows? I still think this is a fake. This is a fake out, but who knows? He said this because of today's market close. Yeah, what is it like? 12 points. A tornado is hitting the Gulf tomorrow. They can't do it. Let's see what Chuck Schumer has to say about that. Let's take a look.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And
Barrow, thank you for the 5
now,
gifted.
All of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous. We need to make that side deal public. Any side deal should be before Congress
Decoy,
and most
thank you for the 10
importantly, the
gifted.
American people. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. I mean, that's an old one, by the way. Obviously, for those of you who don't know, that's like a old but gold from Chucky. Okay? If you want to know where his opinion is. Yes, it's an old video. I'm using it as a meme. I'm using it as a placeholder to show you what his actual perspective is on this stuff. But, you know, knowing the religious freaks in our military, they're probably going to do it close to Easter Sunday. No, that kind of stuff doesn't matter when it's tactics. Can of Salamanders, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah, Trump said this prior to extending the deadline. The Iranian negotiators are very different and strange. They are begging us to make a deal, which they should be doing since they have been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback. And yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. Wrong. They better get serious soon before it's too late, because once that happens, there's no turning back and it won't be pretty. Every time he says stuff like this, the market suffers. And then he has to go back and be like, no, just kidding. We're actually doing great. We're doing great. Here's how it works and how it's worked so far. Donald Trump comes out, does something spectacularly stupid. Iran retaliates. Market responds a deep red. Okay. Then Donald Trump tries to correct it by turning around and saying, oh, they're begging for a deal with us. They really want a deal to happen. And we're very favorable. We're looking at this deal very favorably. Then the market corrects itself because they're just like leaning into any positive message they can. Okay. Then the Iranian government comes out and says, that's not true. We're not dealing with you guys at all. F you. Here's a couple missiles in the direction of Israel and in the direction of your military bases in the region. Okay. Then the market plummets again. And then when Donald Trump sees that market plummeting again, even after the tough talk and the niceties, he turns around and does more tough talk, only to then pace it with positive messages once again. And it's just so unbelievably stupid. NASDAQ in correction, down 10%. Tech Bros made a call. NASDAQ closes in correction. Gold and bond slump as Iran war jolts markets. What are the markets even for if it's not based on anything happening in reality? Just for like the wealthiest Americans to keep making money and also to do insider trading, I think, at that point. White House envoy Steve Witkoff, this according to Barack Unit 8200 Ravid. Once again, wee woo. Barack Unit 8200 Ravid says White House envoy Steve Witkoff says the U.S. has strong signs that Iran can be convinced that it has no better alternative but to accept the U.S. terms for ending the war. They're looking for an off-ramp, Witkoff said. We told Iran they should not miscalculate again. This is going to be increasingly more difficult to sell to Americans. That's the other side of the story. I know that Israeli media is excited at the possibility of extending the war or extending the pause.
6th, in the middle of the night, or it's early actually Tuesday morning in the Middle East, but in terms of America, Monday night. It comes right after the Easter holiday. It comes in the middle of the Passover holiday.
Emily Giselle, thank you for the 5 gifted.
10 days. It's only tolling the period for
57 Cal, thank you for the 10.
Donald Trump taught.
Can of Salamanders, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Going back to his initial threat to hit Iranian energy installations, Nicole, if Iran didn't abide by the deadline. The upshot is that it looks as if the war again, with all of the usual caveats with Donald Trump, the war will continue until then. And that we in Israel will be fighting in Iran as we sit down to our Passover Seders next week. And that this gives potentially more breathing room in a kind of opposite way for the Israeli military, again, with all of the usual caveats. And also just a comment about the tweet. Trump seemed to be saying in the tweet or in the post that the media had been talking about how the talks had been going poorly. His complaint earlier today was talking about how the media had been talking about how the talks were going well. So again, Trump attacking the media from different directions here. It's a part of his messaging that hasn't been too consistent as he tries to decide.
Yeah, go ahead. Sell that. Sell that as a positive. Come on. Do it. I told you these religious psychos care about doing war on their holidays. Nah, Israel probably a little bit more than America. The American religion is capitalism, okay? It's not Christian nationalism. That's not real. Yeah, some of the generals might be true believers. They think that they're bringing about the rapture, but like the reality is when it comes to American military strategy, this is not something that they give a shit about. Israel might, but
where to put the pendulum and how to telegraph, on the one hand, talking to Americans and reassuring them that this is an excursion, this is going to end, and gas prices will go down. And on the other hand, trying to show determination at reaching an objective and getting a good result.
Yeah, a lot of mixed messaging that has been coming out, it seems, every hour from the White House.
Yeah, this was crazy.
If there is now at least 10 more days, of course, once again, this could change from another tweet in the next coming hours. But let's say 10 more days for Israel to continue its strikes inside Iran. What does this mean for the course of the war? Because there had been reports that strike hard for the next 48 hours in case the White House pulls the plug. Is that not the case anymore?
No, I think if there are 10 days, there will be 10 days of this. The Israeli Air Force and the U.S. would continue to try to diminish capacities and capabilities of the Iranian regime, industry complexes, of course, to try to handle missile launchers and so on. So this would continue, and for the Israelis, it would mean that also those missiles through the holidays from Iran would continue.
That's also true.
And also it's true about the Lebanon, the Hezbollah front. Yeah. So it means that there's a prolonging of the war for 10 days, not to stopping for the war and waiting to see what's happened. Maybe those 10 days would enable to, to destroy some key pillars in the Iranian system. I'm not sure.
So are they actually negotiating, or is he straight up lying? I mean, a negotiations process could be conducted through direct diplomacy, through shuttle diplomacy by way of mediators. And as it stands currently, it's more so closed presence. Never mind, I spoke too soon. He's back. Open presence is the one that left. Closed presence with 100 gifted. God damn. As it stands, we have invented, instead of shuttle diplomacy by way of mediators or direct diplomacy in a bilateral, sit-down meeting where our envoys are talking to their envoys, right? Instead of those two normal ways of conducting a negotiations process, we have developed a secret third thing where Donald Trump just lies about the negotiations taking place. And then the Iranian side says, no, they're not taking place. And then Donald Trump says, okay, well, here are our demands and here are our concessions. And then Iran says they didn't even send these demands or concessions to us directly. So that's also made up. But now that you've actually put it out there, here's what I think we would be willing to take on. Right? Hold on. So this is a secret third thing where we're like doing negotiations in broad daylight, which is a very strange way to do it. But it's, the diplomatic process has now been relegated to tweets. There's also the other. Do you really think Iran doesn't lie? You did a few weeks ago. Now you seem to believe everything they say about the negotiations. No, there's a difference. I said that every government is going to greatly embellish certain facts about like how many casualties they've been able to deliver to the other side, right? But there's a difference in this circumstance. You have to look at like what's actually happening on the ground. You have to look at who actually has the leverage. Right now, Iran has the leverage. Also, Iran has never lied about the diplomatic process at all. I look to the country's past performance to see to assess the veracity of their current statements, right? For example, Israel lies about pretty much everything except for when they have successfully conducted a high-profile assassination. That's why in the early stages of the revelation that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had been assassinated, Israel said that had happened. Iran said that had not happened. And I leaned on the side of Israel on this because of their past performance. right? And the same thing goes for the Iranian side's past performance, like Hezbollah, Iran, for a multitude of different reasons, or whether because they're like weighing their options, will oftentimes not reveal if a high-profile figure has been assassinated. Okay? I'll give you another example. When that school, Minab, the school in Minab was bombed, and Iran very quickly came out and said this was an American missile strike or an Israeli missile strike, and Israel said this is not us, and America said this is not us. It must have been an Iranian missile that exploded. Judging by past performance, that was impossible to believe, literally impossible to believe, because Israel has lied over and over again about bombing schools and bombing mosques. Acknowledge the argument the chatter made challenge impossible. Okay, what is the difference? Wait, I have acknowledged the argument that the chatter has made. It's not even an argument. He's just asking a sincere question. Not everything is supposed to be contentious. And I'm giving you my thought process on trying to figure out who is the more honest actor here. I'm giving you context to how I interpret certain statements coming from the Iranian side and certain statements coming from the American side. I mean, why am I even spending any time talking about how Donald Trump contradicts himself with regular frequency, sometimes in the same sentence, if your takeaway from that isn't, yeah, Donald Trump actually is not a reliable narrator of events.
Thank you. You've been really honest about how disappointed you are in Sir Keir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be. And also, were you surprised by...
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yes. Yeah. And are you surprised by how weak...
I think he's a lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man. But I think he did something that was shocking. He didn't want to help us. And maybe in particular that country, you know, we were the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia, too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. You know, we spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. This was look, we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days, it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate it. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there. And that's not fair. And we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us for small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
But can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why he what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me, no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I would have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. But they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I tell you, a lot of people were big NATO people. I was never big. I was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. You know, I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, oh, that was great, great. Oh, only.
I mean, they're losing The Economist, right? The Economist is not the Financial Times, right? The Financial Times is probably the highest, it has like the highest degree of accuracy in their commentary, in their reporting. There has to be at least one paper that does this, right? Out of the major mainstream outlets. The Economist is not one of those outlets. The Economist is in line with the interests of Western capitalists. The Economist is reflective of its output is going to reflect a Western chauvinist output, right? So when you lose the Economist, I mean, the next step in that equation is like losing the Wall Street Journal, right? A month of bombing Iran has achieved nothing. Will Donald Trump escalate or talk? For now, at least, the advantage lies with the Islamic Republic. This is not leftist media, right? We're not talking. This is not Novara. This is not the Hasanabi broadcast. This is Economist. It's not the Financial Times either. So that doesn't spell a clear success for the American and the Israeli side. U.S. President Donald J. Trump from OSINT Defender, Israel's favorite OSINT account. Well, not maybe it's one of Israel's favorite OSINT accounts. U.S. President Donald J. Trump appears to be leaning towards ordering a major ground operation in Iran involving the seizure of Iran's Karg Island and northern Persian Gulf, with Washington convinced Tehran will buckle under such military pressure. An official from one of the countries mediating between the U.S. and Iran tells the Times of Israel. This is being reported on in the Times of Israel, so I don't know how real it is, but,
Trump could do it, but the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead. Do you have any questions?
Yes. Mr. President, are you going to go in for the uranium? Like, how do you secure Iran and...
Let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish
what kind of a question? Am I going to go in for the... Oh, yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow at 3 o'clock. How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know. But I don't know. I think you're a friendly person, too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Mr. President, yesterday I actually just looked up the company that owns Sharpie, and they stock turned positive after you mentioned it.
By the way, they deserve it.
Yeah,
it's a good product.
So you gave a 5-day deadline. With oil tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz, is that a condition to move that 5-day deadline?
Well, we don't want anything impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them. They're going to have to take them out on a rowboat or something. I don't know how the hell they get out there, but we don't really know. You might speak to it. We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. You know, if you have $1 billion ship and you get hit by a mine, it's not the greatest thing in the world. So if you think the problem with that, that's not like you've decimated a military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought, and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited. And we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together. But with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this. We've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy, very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, you know, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
So are you thinking of taking control, given that there are some talks now? Do you have a new deadline before taking?
No, I'll announce it. I mean, right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than we've done. We'll see. Look, we have very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people. You know, I told you about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present?
You can do anything you want to show.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news and they said, a very good anchor, actually. Happened to be Fox. But I watched it, and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right, I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
There's some reports that Gulf allies are concerned about winding down the war too soon and potentially leaving Iran.
Well, they'd probably like us to stay, but
the concern,
if we don't stay, look, it's a beautiful thing about airplanes that go 2,000 miles an hour. You can get back there very quickly. If we don't stay, we're going to be protecting them. We know, they've been very good. Hey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in particular, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the 3 of them, Kuwait, Bahrain, they've been 100%. Now, in all fairness, they could have gone the other way. They were surprisingly missiled. They were shot at. Nobody ever thought they'd be shot at. UAE had 1,400 missiles aimed at them. Fortunately, they had the greatest anti-missile weapon in history called the Patriot. Almost every single missile was shot down. We had an incident recently where 101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own. It's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the ocean. It's amazing technology. There's nobody has equipment like we have.
Iran still has that enriched
Tell us where it is. Tell us the coordinates.
Is it even possible?
Well, you're going to have to see.
I feel like this is low key something that you could get him to reveal, like totally classified information in a moment where he's trying to flex. You'd be like, yeah, the coordinates are clear. It's in Kuwait. We got a super secret weapon there. They've been trying to blow it up, but they can't get it. Here are the weapon systems that we have that are taking those, that are putting up a strong defense.
But, I think we're in just very good shape. We're roaming. You know what we're doing? You know the word roaming free? We're over their skies with the most beautiful planes you've ever seen. Roaming free, there's not a damn thing they can do about it. And it would be nice if, like the fake news New York Times, which writes so fake, and the Wall Street Journal is terrible, terrible. I mean, I read a story today that I'm desperate to make a deal. If I was desperate, he'd be the first to know. Pete, let's get the hell out of there. I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care. I want to know. In fact, we have other targets we want to hit before we leave. We're hitting them on a daily basis. No, I don't talk about you. I can't talk about specifics. A lot of people say that wouldn't matter. Maybe it does matter.
Well, I mean, he did reveal some specifics earlier. So if he's not revealing any specifics, that means that there is nothing good there. Sorry.
Who knows? but I wouldn't talk. It's like the question this young lady asked. Sorry about I embarrassed her. I don't want to embarrass you because I think I think she's a friendly reporter, so I'm sorry. But you know, I can't say what we're going to do.
It's always good when the president, the commander-in-chief, is saying, "I'm not desperate. Please write in the newspaper. Please put it in the newspaper that I'm not desperate."
Because if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here for long. They'd probably, what is it called, the 25th Amendment? They'd institute the 25th Amendment, which they didn't do with Biden.
Another thing that I probably would shy away from mentioning openly, especially at a moment like this, you know?
Which is shocking.
Is the Friday deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, or and if not?
I don't know yet. I don't know.
God, he's so cozy with this stuff because he just knows that as long as he maintains the cult, he's all right because there is no real opposition, you know?
Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along. And if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament leave the region because Steve said that they've got enough uranium to make 11 bombs. That's a very scary thing. So,
well, it's again, I can't talk to you about that. You're asking me a question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something?
Oh yeah, we'll talk about the UK terror attack that took place and the suspicious details that have been revealed or perhaps not revealed by the British government, which I think is very interesting.
You're looking at a coalition of ships to help, warships to help protect tankers. How close are you to getting that coalition?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And you know, they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
Yeah, that's correct. Our total oil production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. So we're the largest.
Pretty good.
Pretty
you know
nuts.
You know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill.
Yes.
Mr. President,
anything else you want to say?
Well, it's same thing for natural gas. We went, before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. I mean, we're the largest importer. Now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online. New production's ramping up.
We're doing an amazing job. We're getting a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly and very environmental. He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection.
Who cares that we're producing more because oil prices fixed worldwide, morons? Yeah, it doesn't matter because like even though the oil prices fixed, they're like they're still engaging in some financial engineering, right? They're still engaging in some financial engineering in an effort to keep the prices almost completely decoupled from like the hard barrels of oil that are being shipped or currently not being shipped. So I don't know where this goes. I don't know how you make up for just like this hard commodity not existing, right? Obviously, all these other countries have already tapped into their strategic reserves and they're burning through them. But eventually, there's going to come a point where the fake futures reality that they are constantly dealing with and the reality on the ground is going to meet. I don't think you can pretend that the problem doesn't exist for the short term. You can pretend that the problem doesn't exist in the short term, right? You can just like engage in some kind of manipulation and people will lean into whatever you're saying, any hope that you offer them. But there's going to come a point where people just don't have oil. What are you going to do then? Right? Like what happens then? Do we just like try to engineer an alternative reality where we like shut off information sharing so that people don't see that there is just no more oil? Because like people are talking about Thailand. I believe Thailand has 100 days of strategic reserves at the current rate of consumption, right? What happens when we reach 50 days? What happens when we reach 10 days remaining? And there are other countries that have a shorter lifespan. Countries like the Philippines have already reduced and offered travel restrictions, from what I understand, because they know that they have less breathing room. What do we do then? Like, what happens to the no longer, what happens to the markets when people start recognizing that the market fundamentals are non-existent and that the futures are not dependent on, the futures prices are not actually dependent on how many future barrels of oil are being distributed around the world? What is this gas expensive fuck from 120 to 170 is a hell of a jump for me? No. Those jumps that you are currently experiencing are not telling the reality, okay? 20% restrictions, like 20% of all energy stopping almost entirely is not going to lead to the gas prices going up 50 cents, okay? And I don't even know where in the United States of America or where in the world is 120 to 170. I don't know. Or maybe you're talking per liter. But do you see what I mean? Countries that are exporters will have more breathing room to change their prices if they can get their oil and gas industry to shut off exports. But that only accelerates the problem elsewhere. Right? That only accelerates the problem elsewhere. And we're already seeing the beginnings of that. Countries are already tapping into their strategic reserves, for example, to make up for the diminishing supply. But that only works if you take an off-ramp. If this continues for months, right? If this continues for another month, there's going to come a point where people are like, okay, the markets seem to be doing all right, but the reality on the ground is totally removed from the way that people have deluded themselves into thinking that things are doing all right in comparison to how not all right things are. So what do we do? What do we do then? Yeah, in Southeast Asia, Thailand are switching back to coal due to gas shortages. In the United States, gasoline prices have risen more than 30% in some states, while Europe faces additional pressure on top of the energy crisis caused by the war in Ukraine. Governments are trying to contain the crisis. The U.S., Japan, South Korea, and others launched the largest ever coordinated release of strategic oil reserves. But these reserves can only cover part of the supply loss if the disruption continues. You can't, we know what it looks like when there's energy shortages. I just saw it with my own two eyes in Cuba. That's a man-made disaster, a man-made crisis. Well, I guess this is as well. But it's not something you can hide, okay? Because at a certain point, people are going to see it. When there's simply no oil at the gas pump and the grid is starting to suffer. Now, Thailand going back to the Thailand switching back to coal-powered power plants is a way to try and avoid that, right? But that's on the LNG side. There's also additional problems. Fertilizer. Without fertilizer, there's no agricultural output. Without no agricultural output, there's not enough food. There's no crops and therefore no food. Certain types of crops, and there's no plastic either, certain types of food get significantly more expensive when you stop seeing certain vegetables at the market. All of a sudden, not a reality you can hide anymore. We have designed this incredibly complex international system. And for years and years, America has gotten to bully everyone else, and no one has ever actually retaliated. No one had the capabilities of retaliating. But now that there is a country that has the capability of retaliating, we must recognize how this complex system of international trade, where every country is linked together in very meaningful ways, is actually a very fragile system. People might have recognized that it was a fragile system in the past, but now we're seeing it. We saw it with the Suez Canal. We saw a brief moment of that. We saw it with COVID, right? And there were efforts made to stabilize. In this circumstance, the effort that you need to put in to stabilize requires America to do something that it's never done before. Stand down against a regional sovereign actor. A regional sovereign actor that it has tried to destroy for 47 years. Will the United States of America admit defeat and concede and meet the demands of Iran, or will they only escalate and completely destroy the world. This is the reason why Iran has tremendous leverage, okay? Because if America keeps going up the escalation ladder and decides to engage in boots on the ground military incursion, a military invasion of Iran, not only will this be unimaginably devastating for the American forces that will die on the mountainside, considering the Iranian defenses and how they have, designed their defenses against such realities, but it will also further this collapse that's already beginning, one that they are trying to hide to the best of their ability, at least in the markets, because that's the only thing Donald Trump seemingly gives about. So we're about to see how insane Trump actually is. More insane than anything he's ever done before, and perhaps his last moment of insanity.
Mr. President, Kayleigh McEnany here. I do want to ask you about the breaking news. You just put out on Truth Social that you will be pausing energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th at 8 p.m. Eastern time because the negotiations are going very well. I would never ask you to reveal to the public specifics, but could you broadly characterize where we are at?
Well, the Iranians asked me to do that, and I was not happy with them because I made a statement that we're having productive negotiations. I don't know that they get there. Maybe they do. Maybe they won't. I mean, look, in a certain sense, we've already won because we've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force, completely knocked out their Air Force, just about completely knocked out. We knocked out 154 ships, and pretty good ships. In fact, I said...
It's so funny that the numbers keep changing, too. Sometimes it's 84, sometimes 154. It's awesome.
Why didn't we just take them instead of sinking them? We could have used them ourselves, right? But they like showing how tough they are. They like them at the bottom of the sea probably a little bit better. But think of it. We knocked out their Navy. We knocked out their Air Force. We knocked out most of their missiles. They're down to about 9%. We knocked out their missile launchers, which is a big deal because without the missile launchers, the missiles don't do very well. You can't.
Again, this only works if you don't pay attention to what's going on in the real world. This only works if you have no idea what's happening in Israel. This only works if you have no idea what's going on in the Gulf bases, right? It just doesn't make any sense. They're like, oh, we've destroyed their capabilities of striking, and yet we're seeing more and more successful strikes in Israel. We're seeing, the impact sites on the American bases. We're seeing American troops. We're seeing news coverage in the Western world of American troops retreating from those bases and a recognition that those bases are no longer habitable, okay? It's the same principle in oil futures. You can yap and try to instill confidence, and maybe people will react to it positively. The markets certainly seem to react to it in the way that Trump wants the markets to react. But eventually it's going to get to a point where people are going to notice. You can say we have destroyed Iran's strike capabilities, but Iran keeps striking. You can say we're winning, but the strait is still closed. Or at least the only boats that are passing through the strait are ones that are paying a toll to the Iranian Navy. This undermines the major point that Trump is making about destroying the Iranian Navy. Iranian boats within the IRGC's Navy are actually towing oil tankers to an Iranian island. So after intermediaries communicate with the Iranian government to offer safe passage, to get safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is currently controlling the Strait of Hormuz. If Donald Trump's only reaction to that is to just basically take ownership over this thing and to falsely claim that that the Iranian government gave this as a gift because they're so scared, well, yeah, that might work for your base. But it's not going to work for other normal individuals with a working brain cell. And I suspect that no matter how vassalized the European leadership actually is, they're still semi-competent. They know what's going on.
Do you have anything to say?
Well, back on Venezuela, where Chris and I have both had a chance to be there.
Mr. President, please just tell us what to expect. We want some clarity here. How much oil will we be losing?
None. Everything is fine. Isn't Iran blocking passage through the Strait of Hormuz? We just kind of stopped using it, actually.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. It's a much more scenic detour to go all the way around Africa. Also, aren't you woke Wall Street types?
Woke Wall Street
Don't you all
type?
hate the straits anyways? We're looking for a non-heteronormative straight, a bisexual, if you will. How long is this war lasting? We're basically done.
Really? That's great news.
Yes. Okay, that's market close. Shit's fucked, man.
Why did you? What was the point of that?
Everything is fine. War's done. Iran is toast, but we keep letting them shoot our stuff and allies because we think it's funny. People are dying.
Mission accomplished. Times 10, times infinity.
Okay, I mean, it sounds like we're going to be done. So this is good. This is great.
Market's closed?
Yeah. Why?
I'm so fucking scared.
Okay. So I was talking to AIBB. He says he'll let us retreat. I mean, win any day now. You keep saying
war is done. War never started. Nothing is happening. And if it did, I wouldn't tell you. Good enough for us.
At this point, you just have to blame yourselves, right? Market closed?
Yeah.
Oil fields are being hit. Oil's going to be $250 a barrel. Come on. Why do you... Even during a war?
What?
Even during a war, you're manipulating the markets. I mean...
well, I am a piece of shit.
And we respect that.
Check the quotes. It's all him. You're going to meet the woke chud on Saturday. Oh, Graham Plattner. Galabaf's response to Trump's cabinet meeting. Hexed on Iran. For years, they told the world their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise, yet again, Iran lied.
1,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from.
I mean, this is incredible stuff happening. Is Hegseth give every soldier a sniper rifle guy, or is he a give everyone a machine gun guy? Give everyone a machine gun guy for sure. Pete Hegseth is such an idiot, dude. 2 kilometers. What the hell are you talking about? 2 kilometers. I don't think there's any missile that you can consider a ballistic missile that can only go the range of 2 kilometers. Like Iran told the world that their missiles can't even escape the Iranian airspace. I assume he meant to say 2,000 kilometers because 2 kilometers would be ridiculous. Markets are finally catching up. This little drop bounced right back. Warships will escort. Boom. Warships will escort. Boom. Up, down, up, down. Remove Russian sanctions. Boom. Remove Iranian sanctions. Burp. We are in talks. No attack on infrastructure for 5 days. DOD, war is won. Everything else fake news. 1 month ceasefire, 15-point plan. Delay until April 6th. Trump calling into the 5, rambling like a drunk unk on Iran delay. Oh, that's awesome. For the longest time, we just thought Iran had trebuchets.
Asked me if they would, Kaylee, importantly, they said to me, very nicely, through my people, could we have more time? Because we're talking about tomorrow night, which is pretty quick. And if they don't do what they have to do, I will knock out their power plants. So he said, does that include nuclear? Because they have nuclear, plenty of money. They have a lot of money, and they built nuclear and they built regular power plants, but they're massive and very expensive, billions of dollars. And so I gave them a 10-day period. They asked for 7. You're going to say, oh, Trump's a terrible negotiator. They asked for 7, and I said, I'm going to give you 10 because they gave me ships. We talked about the 8 ships, the president that I talked about the other day. But they asked for 7, and I gave them 10. You got 10 days, and they were very thankful about that. Now, they may say, oh, we're not speaking. I don't like that because that wasn't true the last time, as you found out. But we are speaking, and it's going fairly well, and so I gave them 10 days.
Well, that was nice of you. Very generous. Mr. President, it's Kennedy.
I am.
Yeah.
Watch him on television, total loser. And they use this, I watch poor Chuck. I mean, Chuck Schumer is a great Palestinian, represents the Palestinian nation right now. He's no longer Jewish, I guess.
I mean, what do you say to that, dude? That is so crazy. He just treats Palestinian as a slur.
What he's done to the Jewish people is incredible. They hate him. But remember this. Watch him on television, total loser.
Chuck Schumer, he's a great Palestinian, I guess. He's no longer Jewish. Isn't that incredibly anti-Semitic as well? He's denying his Jewishness. I think we've moved past that point, don't you think? I personally have given up on the idea that you can convince anyone who sees themselves as a gatekeeper of what is and isn't anti-Semitism that Donald Trump is ever capable of saying or doing anti-Semitic things or saying anti-Semitic things. It's just not going to happen. Donald Trump could literally say the K slur against Jewish people, and all of these institutions that are supposed to represent the safety and security of Jewish people would be like, yeah, he gets to say it. You know what I mean? Straight up. All right, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say about my girl, Jessica Tarkov.
Mr. President, the next time you do this on the 5, can we have you on set because we really want you to sit next to Jessica. I think you'd be a good influence on her. Can you do that?
Well, I think I watch Jessica, and I'm not a fan. And she uses fake numbers. She'll give, well, he's only polling 42%. That's not right. Polling very high, actually. Polls are just like, I hate people that use fake polls, because polls are just like bad journalists. Bad journalists, they write fake stories. Well, fake polls do damage also. But that's the thing. I'm sure I'd like her. I'm sure she's a lovely person.
Yeah, she's a lovely person. She really misses the fact that she's not here. I get it.
Yeah.
We're working on her. Don't worry.
Now tell me, did she not want to do it, or did you kick her off the show?
We didn't kick her off. She had a previous schedule that she couldn't change. But let me ask you about Iran. You kind of suggested that we'd knocked out Ayatollah Jr. Have we? And did the CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr. is gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people.
He's still on the phone.
That, which puts him off to a bad start in that particular country. I sort of tell you, he's a very handsome guy. He was a handsome guy. You don't get
the Ayatollah Jr.
He was
no,
going
he's not.
To run
this
for
is a
politics.
different.
He was
This is a
gonna
different
run for the
combo.
Senate. He told me, and nobody would have beaten him, and he probably would have ended up being president, because he had a lot of good things. He was sort of a great guy. I knew them both pretty well. I knew him much better. They would go down to Mar-a-Lago together, and they had a very interesting relationship. They would bicker. I want to be nice. They would bicker together. They would, in other words, have little fights, and then they'd make up and start kissing wildly. So it was one of those relationships, and you never know how those relationships are going to turn out. Frankly, I've seen them go on for years, and I've seen them go on for about 2 days before they broke up. But they would bicker like few people I've ever seen. But the bottom line is, and every woman loved him. He was a truly good-looking guy that was a nice guy, and I think he would have been the senator easily. I mean, easily. And he's going to run for the Senate in New York. And I think he would have gone on perhaps to be the president.
Well, someone who's a little less charming than JFK Jr., God rest his soul, Jimmy Kimmel, one of those lackluster late-night hosts, took aim at your new DHS chief. Let's hear what he had to say last night about Mark-Wayne Mullen.
Trump's got a whole new generation of thinkers lined up, including his newly confirmed Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark-Wayne, Chuck Mike, Bruce Dave Mullen. Maybe Mellon's better. He is the now former senator of Oklahoma. Before he was elected to the Senate, Mark-Wayne Mullen was a low-level MMA fighter and a plumber. That's right. We have a plumber protecting us from terrorism now.
What do you think about those comments?
God, liberals.
Well, I've watched this guy.
If he's a business owner, first of all, he's a small business tyrant. There's no problem with like a regular ass plumber getting to sitting in a position of power after becoming a politician. Mark-Wayne Mullen presents himself as a plumber. He's not. I just, God, this stuff is, just don't like it. Classic liberals. Anyway, a source with knowledge of the not only is the plumber thing silly, but then also on top of that, what's up? Sources with knowledge on the mediation effort said, despite public statement rejecting the U.S. proposal, Iranian officials have made it clear they are interested in negotiations. At the same time, the Iranian officials still haven't given a final response to the proposal to hold a high-level meeting with the U.S. in the coming days. The source said the mediators are pressing Tehran to agree to a meeting, but the Iranian officials claim in talks with the mediators that the country's top leadership, Mojtaba, has yet to make a decision. The key issue for the mediators is to make the meeting happen. But the main problem has been mistrust and the Iranian suspicion that the U.S. is tricking them again, the source said. Yeah, no shit. No shit. What is this? How can you read this as anything but an act of desperation from a country that previously was thought to be the most competent superpower on the planet? We are trying to take the L's that Iran is delivering to us as W's. Is unbelievable. So Iran is laying traps at Karg Island. This is new reports from CNN. I will say, I still don't think it's going to be Karg Island because they've been signaling that it's going to be Karg Island, and I feel like Trump loves doing like a pump fake, okay? Iran has been laying traps and moving additional military personnel and air defense to Karg Island in recent weeks in preparation for a possible U.S. operation to take control over the island, according to multiple people familiar with U.S. intelligence reporting on the issue. Gulf allies are warning of significant U.S. casualties if U.S. moves forward with an operation there and advising against it. I am not committed to the Karg Island thing. I don't think that they would be. I think they love saying like that. It might be a different island. I just don't know if they can. I don't know the islands on the coastline of Iran that well, obviously. Karg Island already has an air base, like an airfield, on it, which would be really important to hold for the American troops if they tried to establish a forward operating base there. Not certain as to how they would do that, especially because they'll get tremendous fire on any troop that lands on the island, especially if they try to hold Karg Island. They would also need to take over the coastline as well. They would also need to dismantle the weapons on the mountainside. Very, very difficult task ahead. Not going to happen. Karg Island also has nothing to do with the strait. It's very far away from the strait, but it does have an airfield on it. So if they were to establish a forward operating base, if they were to control that area, they could technically use it as a launching pad for other additional operations. I just don't think that they have this capability. And it's of course north of the Hormuz Strait, so getting in there is already very difficult. So Sinatusi says, I suspect this is happening across all potential U.S. invasion zones: Karg, Keshem, the 3 Persian Gulf islands, Abu Musa, Greater and Lesser Tums, as well as coastal regions inside the Persian Gulf and beyond the strait, especially Chabahar, but along the Indian Ocean coast. So the Iranians are hardening their positions surrounding the coastline, I suspect, and we have mounted enough troops by Friday to potentially try this. As you know, Donald Trump loves doing this after market close on Friday, right? But at the end of the day, the arguments for why they would take Karg Island, regardless of the limitations, regardless of how difficult it will be and how deadly it will be for the American troops, the arguments is always, we'll apply pressure, we'll have leverage, we'll have strategic leverage over the Iranian government, and will force the Iranians to open up the Strait of Hormuz. The irony, of course, is that for the Iranian government, in the buildup to this potential escalation, and I think this is the reason why they have said the Hormuz is open for business as long as you come and communicate with the IRGC naval forces and pay in Chinese yuan a $2 million toll. You can pass through, and some tankers have started passing through. I suspect that the reason why they want to, say that they're controlling the Strait of Hormuz, but they want commerce to continue flowing, is because of what might happen if America invades. I believe that they will probably they will mine it. Sorry, not dam. Mine the Strait of Hormuz if America tries to do boots on the ground. That way, they show that they're willing to be the stable partner, and they show to all of the other regional actors, once again, that America and Israel are the ones who are unstable and willing to throw bodies on the pile, willing to continue collapsing the global energy markets. I find it very interesting. I find it very strange, very interesting.
My friends,
that I don't even know anymore. I don't know what we're doing, but it's probably going to happen on Friday, so we'll see. We'll obviously keep an eye out for events that will hold the events that will take place after market close on Friday. Do you think the troop movements are a bluff? Kind of my hope. No, troop positioning is not a bluff. It's a tremendous logistical hurdle. It's expensive. It's costly. You don't bring your naval assets around Iran if you're not going to use them, as we saw in the beginning of the now 26 days of the 26th day of Operation Epic Fortnite Fail. They are not just going to move troops and not use them. I would go so far as to say that the pump fake here is the mediation from the American side. Like Americans are saying, oh, we're going to negotiate, but Iran doesn't feel as though they've punished America enough, because their goal here is to maximize the military deterrence, to show that they have the capabilities of making not only America, but global capital scream because of their control over this choke point. For that reason, I think the conversations around the back and forth, the conversations around like wanting to deal with Iran as even partners, as equal partners, and leaving Iran alone is totally bullshit. It's still important to analyze the assurances that America is willing to commit to. That's huge, because it shows that they also recognize like what the starting position looks like. Okay, the very fact that they're calling for negotiations on the American side, as the Iranian side keeps saying, no, we're not going to do it, this is bullshit, shows vulnerability. That shows a recognition, at least on the American side, that they are not winning this, right? Because no one who's winning ever comes to the bargaining table, unless you're Ukraine, at which point, Boris Johnson will come in, claim that the war efforts will continue, and you end up saying, you know what, yeah, maybe the war efforts will continue, and you lose the maximum leverage that you had. And then when an American political commentator brings up that reality, everyone calls him a Vladimir Putin apologist and a defender of Russian imperialism. It's just a random story there. It has nothing to do with me, obviously. I'm just bringing that up totally randomly. My brother-in-law is in the 82nd unit that is deploying right now. They're definitely sending troops, not just specialist forces, actual ground troops. I'm pretty worried for him, but he isn't able to tell anybody when they're deploying or where they're deploying, though they just know they're for sure going. I told you, you can tell your brother-in-law to apply for conscientious objector status. Okay? You can do that when you still have the opportunity to do so. Don't let him eat that steak and lobster dinner. This admin doesn't give. Yeah, we know they don't care. I mean, this is something that I say all the time. America has no issue sending its sons and daughters that die. Okay? No issue at all. Sydney Sweeney just shared that her brother is deployed. She had a message for all the service members overseas. Receiving calls from my bro always makes me happy when he's deployed. Thinking of all of our boys and girls overseas, sending my love. Thank you for your service. Oh, brother. I mean, you're about to... This is what I mean, though. Because, like, when it's all of a sudden one minus Sweeney out there, I don't think Sydney's going to be happy about that, right? If that happens, that is that is going to be yet another instance of, like, a high-profile American citizen freaking out, understandably. Why did this happen? Should this have happened? Like, right now, you might be shutted out and assuming that, things are going to go well, but all signs point to things not going well, okay? It's unbelievable, these people, the hubris, the imperial hubris that the average American hog has is unbelievable. They're like, oh, yeah, it's going to be fun. It's just like Afghanistan, right? Yeah, you don't want to see your brother in an FPV drone compilation, okay? You don't want to see his last moments like that, posterized. And let me tell you, I've seen photos of the Iranian forces already setting up FPVs on Karg Island, okay? These guys learned no lessons from the Ukraine-Russian conflict. They just have not at all. Partially because it happened over there. No American troops were killed in the process, so they don't give a shit. That'll do a lot to the war effort, okay? The propaganda apparatus. You'll see the American government stamping out Reddit accounts that are posting these FPV compilations. They'll be like, this is terrorism. You're aiding and abetting the Iranian government. No more free speech for you, sir. Wrong. Yanks died in Ukraine. Yes, Yanks died in Ukraine, but no active duty service member has died in Ukraine. FPV is a first person view. Senior Iranian official Mohsen Rezai, when they haven't gotten any results from their Air Force, which is their strong point, what do they expect from ground action? Do American soldiers want to die for Israel? We are waiting. Yeah, I mean, they keep saying it over and over again. They're like, yep, pull up, talk your king, pull up. Who knows? Who knows how that might go? But like, land invasions are so difficult. Amphibious invasions are damn near impossible. Okay? And on top of that, you're landing in a kill zone against a heavily armed country that is designed its defenses specifically against this exact thing happening and has effectively destroyed whatever supply chain you could have created. A lot of people don't understand. They think it's like a video game maybe, and they don't get it. Like, they don't understand that this is not a video game. You don't just like click on troops and then they just like teleport into existence. Okay? You have to establish logistical supply chains. As a matter of fact, even the aerial bombardment campaign, which is America's strong suit, has been severely diminished as a consequence of all of the regional bases being blown to bits, or at least being within striking distance. That's the reason why they have to utilize a chain of strato tankers where flight missions are taking place far away from Iranian missile strike territory. Do you understand? You don't get to respawn. You die. That's it. And you don't get to do an amphibious invasion without having a logistical supply chain that is constantly feeding the forward operating base and the front of the line for the troops up there. How are they going to get food? They need food. They need bullets. They need ammunition. They need resupplies. And the guys that they're fighting against are very experienced. These are not random like goat herders that picked up arms to fight back against the American invaders. These are who have been doing this, who've been training for this moment, who have a much better understanding of the lay of the land. They live there. And on top of that, they've already engaged in combat. They've done counterinsurgency in the region for years, okay? There's already an automatic advantage for the population that is being invaded because they have no other option but to fight, okay? They want it much more than the Americans do. The Americans are thousands of miles away from home, barely have a moment off, constantly thinking about their wives getting back home by Jody, eating dog MREs, thinking, why the f am I going to die for Israel? Dog sucks. Low morale already. And then they're going up against dudes who are experienced in combat and understand that there's no other option but to fight out of this. 200 gifted subs. Anilla O2, thank you for the 200 big bones. Are you worried that a lot of soldiers getting killed could fuel support for a wider war? No, that's not how that works. It's the exact opposite. Casualty numbers increasing have a negative impact on the war propaganda. It's literally the exact opposite. Once troops come back home in flag-draped coffins, Americans are like, I don't want this. The hell is this? That's precisely the reason why in Afghanistan they stopped showing it. They already stopped showing it in Iran, by the way. I don't know if you knew that or not. When Donald Trump goes to honor like the slain troops, the fallen troops, they showed it the first day. They stopped showing it after the first day. I don't think Iranians are bluffing when they say we are begging for you to invade, okay? Because from their perspective, they've been punishing their neighbors and trying to punish global capital, but now they can punish America directly, okay? It's much more difficult to try to hit American airplanes than it is to literally blow up American troop positions as they make the foolish decision to go and try and invade Iranian soil. You're just flat out wrong. You're wrong, Hasanabi. Things are fine. I made it up in my head. True. What can I say? What can I say to the greatest counter argument of all time, which is nuh-uh. Also, Iran is a country with 6 or 7 different biomes and all kinds of different landscapes. Lamau, the incompetency is actually insane. I mean, ultimately, there's no way to reasonably design. Like, look, you can have the best plans, okay? You can have the best plans. You can have the best idea of how you can accomplish this goal, okay? Your military goals. That's not how war works, okay? Things are dynamic. Things are going to change in real time, okay? There are always going to be externalities that you did not factor and you know, environmental concerns, things like that like change the dynamic dramatically. It happens. But in this circumstance, there is no best laid plan opportunity anyway. Yeah, no plan survives contact with the enemy, right? That's why there's like a million different plans that are established. And you know, they try to pick the most likely outcome. It's been proven over and over again. It's been proven in Korea. It's been proven in Vietnam. It's been proven in Iraq. It's been proven in Afghanistan. And in those circumstances, at least there was like a established supply chain. They went in ahead of time, bribed generals to stand down in Iraq, especially. They did shock and awe from all the bases in the region where they could fly into Iraq. There was very little resistance overall. This is not the same dynamic at all. You're no longer having a Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington, what is it? The Washington Generals? What is it? Harlem Globetrotters versus Washington, whatever. Why is everybody jiggling? Is it Washington Generals? Yeah. You're no longer fighting a Harlem Globetrotters versus Washington Generals battle. You're fighting against like an actual enemy, an actual country that has designed its entire defenses against this exact thing happening for the past 50 years, okay? And even with Iraq, after shock and awe, after the power vacuum, Americans still took 12 years to finalize its dominance over the land. It's unbelievable. You still got dudes coming back home because IEDs were exploding under their Humvees. And we're out here talking about how this is going to be all right. It's a profound indictment of American society that there is no anti-war movements in this moment, if not now, when. I think the anti-war movements of the past, Vietnam, Iraq, were robust because they were minority movements at first. People wanted to demonstrate they weren't alone and they weren't crazy as society mobilized for an unjust war. That's not necessary right now. No one supports this war. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. I mean, with Vietnam, it was the draft. It universalized the experience. So there were a lot of people who actually had something to lose, their lives, right? With Iraq, however, there were anti-war protests. There are still currently anti-war protests. They're just so marginal that they're not getting a lot of coverage right now. But it is different than Iraq, which would be a perfect analog in this circumstance, right? So I think Americans are just on autopilot. They have given up. I think it's not a damning indictment of the American population necessarily, but I think it's because Americans are just like, all of our protests amount to nothing. Like, the American government has successfully eroded the confidence that people have in themselves, right? They have protest fatigue. They have outrage fatigue. They've already done this in Minneapolis, which actually led to tremendous success. Let's be real, right? But that's on the domestic agenda. For them, it's like, ugh, what else is new? I just got to go to work. Because every day, Donald Trump does something even more insane than the last. How do you pay attention to it? Payments as much as $2 million per voyage are being sought on an ad hoc basis. By the way, this is what they're doing with the Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, effectively creating an informal toll on the waterway, according to people familiar with the matter who requested anonymity to discuss sensitive dealings. I know exactly how this works, by the way. Through intermediaries, tankers that are flagged tankers with a destination that's like a nation that has better relations with Iran, or tankers that are flagged as like non-hostile nations, can communicate with the IRGC Navy through intermediaries. The IRGC Navy will then tow them to a port in one of the nearby islands, and they get paid in Chinese currency to the tune of $2 million. It's $1 per barrel, or 1% of the cargo value in general. And then they're allowed safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? So this is the process that they have. And I think the reason why they're doing this is obviously to create an additional source of revenue, but to also show the rest of the world that if you play ball with us, if you treat us with dignity, if you treat us with honesty, we'll allow you to pass through. We'll allow you safe passage. And it's a way to also undermine. It's also a way to undermine the petrodollar. It's a way to undermine American military dominance, American force projection capabilities, right? So, like, this is a multifaceted approach. Let's take a look at what the Foreign Minister Abbas Sayed Araghchi has said so far. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says there are no negotiations taking place, directly contradicting what the American information is that's being disseminated in mainstream news here in the Western world. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, in an interview with the state TV, said the following: there are no negotiations. The fact that they are now talking about negotiations is an admission of defeat. Didn't they say unconditional surrender? So why are they now mobilizing their highest officials to negotiate? Can't argue with that. For countries we have identified as friends, we have allowed them to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. These include China, Russia, India, Iraq, and Pakistan. There is no reason to allow our enemy to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The enemy must learn a lesson, never to dare attack again, and the damages of the Iranian people must be compensated. They've been very steadfast on this point from the beginning, that they demand reparations. International guarantees are not 100% guarantees. The intrinsic guarantee we have created ourselves means no one dares to go to war with the Iranian people anymore. So far, no negotiations have taken place, and a ceasefire without guarantees is a vicious cycle that repeats the war. Many foreign ministers in the region have contacted Tehran, and Iran's stance has been principled and firm. This war clarified many facts. One is that U.S. bases not only failed to ensure the security of the host countries, but themselves became a source of insecurity for those countries. If these countries suffer blows, it is because of the presence of these bases. Currently, our policy is continuation of resistance. This is, once again, an incredible blow to American force projection capabilities. The very fact that they are directly countering America's information war here is pretty significant. They are, in Zoomer speak, dabbing on us, okay? They're dabbing on us. Well, I don't even want to say us. I want to say they're dabbing on the American government for making a spectacular mistake, one that many Americans are not in favor of, as a matter of fact. This was the gift to Trump. Trump's gift from Iran was limited tanker passage of non-U.S. Oh my God, I called this. Oh my God. Remember I said this? I said yesterday, if you go back to the footage from yesterday, I literally said, I'm willing to bet that they are looking at what Iran did as far as safe passage to non-hostile nations, and they're treating it as though this was an assurance that they secured from Iran. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're so stupid. This is why you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. For tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Quite literally, yesterday's news today. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service to hear the voice of the unheard and also to hear the latest and greatest analysis. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. We have the dopest government ever. Iran did something yesterday that was amazing. They gave us a present worth a tremendous amount of money. It arrived today, President Trump said at the Oval Office on Tuesday. According to a U.S. official and a senior Arab diplomat cited by the Times of Israel, he was referring to Tehran allowing a limited number of non-U.S., non-Israeli fuel tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. What is this? How can you read this as anything but an act of desperation from a country that previously was thought to be the most competent superpower on the planet that can dominate any country as long as they choose to dominate them, a country that is refusing to recognize the realities on the ground, a country that is actually coping. That's what is going on right now. We're not only failing to dominate Iran militarily, we are trying to take the L's that Iran is delivering to us, to the American government, as W's. This was not a gift that was given to the United States of America. Okay? If anything, this actually further exposes that America is a paper tiger. This means Iran is setting the terms. And the very fact that Donald Trump would try to stupidly, in the dumbest ways possible, claim this is a massive victory for himself is unbelievable. Yesterday, when I said this, I was like, that would be the stupidest version of events. And it turns out with Donald Trump, the stupidest version of events is oftentimes the real version of events. It's unbelievable. The move came after Washington, via intermediary countries, reportedly asked Iran for a goodwill gesture to test it was speaking to actors in a position of power as it claims it seeks a diplomatic off-ramp to the unprovoked war it launched in late February. Analysts cited by TOI said the gift had only a modest impact on global oil markets, if that, and does not amount to a major concession. Yeah, my wife's not cheating on me with a tennis instructor. I let her bang him, the Sneeko technique. Reeks of desperation, folks. Very, very difficult to see this as anything but desperation. Incredible. Haven't they allowed friendly ships for weeks now? Yes. And they also signaled that they were going to open up the Strait of Hormuz to non-hostile entities as long as they pay for safe passage, pay a toll for safe passage weeks prior to the revelation. So it's this is not, in my opinion, this is nothing to do with Donald Trump securing any sort of like concessions from the Iranian side at all. This is so stupid. They let through, what, 5 or 6 tankers and made them pay to do it in an agreement that had nothing to do with the U.S. It sounds like Trump's people told him an unrelated Iranian act was a gesture of goodwill. Iranian action was a gesture of goodwill to manipulate him into taking an off-ramp. And if that's the case, they should do it, for the record. But the problem in that situation is that Iran still holds all the cards. And therefore, if Donald Trump thinks that there's de-escalation that could take place when Iran, doesn't back away from the fight, what is he supposed to do? The U.S. official tells Times of Israel that when Washington began passing on messages to Iran over mediators over the weekend in order to test whether a diplomatic off-ramp to the war was possible, it asked Tehran to make a gesture of goodwill. In response, Iran agreed to allow a number of fuel tankers that weren't tied to the U.S. or Israel through the Strait of Hormuz in order to help calm global markets, the Arab official says. The Arab official acknowledged that the safe passage of a small number of tankers is not likely to have a significant or long-term impact on global oil prices, a concession that Iran is not yet prepared to offer while U.S. and Israeli strikes continue. The limited impact of the present allows why Trump avoided specifying exactly what it was, an Arab official says. The White House does not immediately respond to a request for comment. Do you get all your news from Twitter? Or do you do actual research? This is a Times of Israel journalist breaking a story. Do you understand that there's a difference between like looking at random accounts on Twitter talking and imagining realities that did not happen and AI videos and Nazi-ass statements versus like a guy who is breaking his own story from Times of Israel reporting? Can you comprehend that there's a difference between these two things? Or do you personally just look at, or do you want to just like make a more favorable argument to your position that I'm a deeply unserious person? What kind of research could I do? Would it be better if I just went directly to the Times of Israel website, tried to bypass the paywall, which I do with regular frequency as well? But like, do you feel like that would be better? I sure can. That's why it's so funny. Haha, 80 tabs on Twitter. Okay. This is the Supreme Leader's representative of the Supreme National Security Council's Twitter account. This is a direct official communique coming from the Iranian government. This is irrelevant, but it's Jason Palladino, who's another reporter who I work with from time to time, quote retweeting some new reporting coming from my friend, former colleague, Ken Klippenstein, investigative reporter, identifying or breaking a story. Once again, U.S. military document leaked to me shows how Pentagon is working with private companies to manipulate the information you see about the Iran war. Okay. This is Clash Report breaking a story on Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, which we already saw. This is an Al Jazeera link. Again, breaking story from CNN's Natasha Bertrand about the Iranians hardening their defenses, getting ready for an American invasion on one of their islands or the entire coastal territory. This is Barak Ravid's reporting, being highlighted by FITUK News. Barak Ravid is, a Unit 8200 Israeli agent who oftentimes gives us better insight into what the Israeli government and the American government are thinking and doing, because they're not necessarily, he's not necessarily like reliable as far as the veracity of it all, but he is reliable as far as like understanding what the American government is trying to say, or what the American government wants out there. You're arguing with a guy who left already? I don't know. Did he? Maybe he actually developed a totally separate opinion now. Maybe he realized that this line of this response in and of itself was kind of idiotic. Plus, he's not the only one, right? I mean, this is a very common thing that people say. My haters say it all the time, and it's important to address it, because even if that person doesn't understand that, maybe there are some people who tuned in and were like, you know what? Actually, I kind of understand what he's doing here. Mahdi Mohammed, an Iranian national security analyst, says, "We are counting the minutes until we meet the Americans of the Persian Gulf for the sake of our master's fallen body, for the mutilated bodies of the dear girls and boys of Minop School, and for the revenge that since that cursed night of the 1398, we have awakened every morning. Our thoughts come sooner, you bastards." I mean, the attitude from the Iranian side has been pretty close to that. Someone else in the class had the same question. Yeah, that's why I do it. Saeed Jalili, the Supreme Leader's representative to the Supreme National Security Council Secretariat, says the people of Iran know full well that one cannot trust an enemy. The experiences of recent years are clear testimony to this reality. For America, negotiations has been, above all else, a tool for deception. And this is something that is also highlighted by Arakshi as well, this attitude that Iran is not going to stop until they have established complete military deterrence, until they have found the damage that they've done to be sufficient enough for America to concede to their very understandable demands, the demands that they have identified, the demands that they've communicated over and over again. And every, let's just say every plane that gets shot down, like every time there's more damage incurred by the American force or the Israeli forces is an instance where they're moving towards that military deterrence. Iran threatens to attack on regional country if Iranian island is occupied. Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf said on Wednesday that intelligence suggests enemies are planning to occupy an Iranian island with support from regional country, which he did not name. Iranian forces are monitoring enemy movements, and if they take any step, we will attack vital infrastructure in the regional country in continuous and relentless attacks. This, once again, shows, at least it gives a little bit of insight into what kind of initiatives they might take in response. And I think from the American side, we're not really seeing anything good, right? We're not seeing a sign of progress. If progress in this circumstance means de-escalation from the American side, we're not seeing that at all. Representative Nancy Mace says, just walked out of a House Armed Services briefing on Iran. Let me repeat, I will not support troops on the ground in Iran, even more so after this briefing. This is dangerous. Prem Tucker says, we may be on the brink of severe escalation in Iran. If you work in any level of government or the military and have any info to share or are simply exposed to anything relevant at all, please text on Signal at Prem Tucker .35. Your anonymity will be protected. Take care. Just so you know. You got some info. He's trustworthy. He's a great journalist.
This morning, the Pentagon is preparing to deploy up to 1,500 paratroopers to the Middle East as the president weighs diplomacy. Sources tell ABC News the Trump administration sent a 15-point plan to Iran to end the war. And this morning, Pakistan says they have delivered the proposal. President Trump alluding to the plan just days ago, claiming Iran had already signed on.
Can you give us a
Many, like 15 points. 15 points.
Iran has said yes.
Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number one. That's number 1, 2, and 3. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
They said yes to that?
They've agreed to that.
Iran still insists negotiations are not taking place and claims Trump's statements saying otherwise are parts of efforts to reduce energy prices and buy time for the implementation of his military plans. Still, the president is...
Yeah, no, that's great. It's great that the leader of the most powerful nation on the planet is out here saying, we gave options for de-escalation to Iran, and we're having talks, and Iran is like, no, we're not having talks. Fuck you. That's awesome.
Adamant negotiations are underway, though he won't say who the U.S. is speaking to. He cryptically told reporters he knows Iran is going to make a deal because they gave the U.S. what he called a very big present, without saying what it is.
I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize, and they gave it to us.
We're also learning more this morning about the toll that this war has taken. Already 13 U.S. service members have been killed during this conflict, and a U.S. official tells us more than 290 have been wounded, Robin.
And we think of all of those families that are impacted by that. And Rachel,
Breaking U.S. housing market, home sellers now outnumber buyers by 630,000, the largest gap ever recorded. Holy, oh my God.
Holy Toledo. Economic fallout of the war has Washington on edge as well.
Yes, Robin, we know that oil prices have skyrocketed during this conflict. And this morning, the CEO of United Airlines tells us they will now be forced to raise airfare by 20% to cover the rising cost of jet fuel. Jet fuel has gone up about 70% during this conflict. So we know so many Americans already seeing those long lines at airports due to the partial government shutdown. Well, now they may be paying more for airfare too, Robin, due to this war.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel.
Media has now posted an interview with an Iranian official detailing 5 conditions under which the regime there says it would agree to end the war. I want to walk through the 5 conditions here and then discuss why this is probably a non-starter here.
I mean, a little bit of a housing market bubble pop isn't necessarily, I mean, it'll have a ginormous impact on the American economy, considering that many American homeowners see their houses as their nest egg. So it's going to hurt a lot. But I think sometimes things need to get worse until they get better, if you know what I mean. I just don't have any faith that this will be a necessary market correction at all. And I think the American government will do whatever the can to ensure that, renters eat dirt. I don't have any faith in this goddamn government. I'm sorry, guys. It's just...
for the U.S. side, but the Iranian official telling Iranian state media that they would agree to end the war if there is a complete halt to aggression and assassinations by the enemy, the establishment of concrete mechanisms to ensure that war is not reimposed on the Islamic Republic, guaranteed and clearly defined payment of war damages and reparations, the conclusion of the war across all fronts and for all resistance groups involved throughout the region, and then finally, Iran's exercise of sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz is and will remain Iran's natural and legal right and constitutes a guarantee for the implementation of the other party's commitments and must be recognized. So Iran here, at least according to this official speaking to Iranian state TV, is saying two conditions here that I think are, will be obviously non-starters for the Trump administration. The first is...
I know you aren't in it for the value, but in your market, wouldn't your house value plummet in value too? Or does Cali real estate stay strong? Yeah, I don't give a yeah, it would. But I'm not the average person, am I? Right? I have a stance that homes are to live in, not for accumulation of capital, right? Yeah, houses are to live in, not to be traded as a speculative asset. So I don't give a shit. For a lot of people, they do actually treat it as their nest egg, as their overall wealth, right? For many people, they have mortgages. They sometimes take out secondary mortgages. They use their homes as leverage. The price of your house only really matters if you're planning to sell or using it as financial leverage. If you're just living in it, who cares? Exactly. Bandar Abbas coast at midnight, March 26th. The lights visible offshore are reportedly not from the city, but from ships waiting near the Strait of Hormuz after being unable to obtain clearance to transit the waterway. Jesus Christ.
Payment of war damages and reparations. I mean, just can't see a world in which the Trump administration would agree to that. And then also sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz indefinitely, right? They want to control that strait and then presumably be able to charge for safe passage through that strait. Those things seem like they would be very difficult for the Trump administration to agree to, but we'll ask the White House and see what their response is. If nothing else, this at least indicates that some terms are being exchanged between the two sides. We know that the U.S. side has sent over some terms of its own, and then we'll wait and see whether these negotiations take shape and actually happen in a physical way, or if this all kind of exists through media posts and through intermediaries and the like.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده.
The strategic power, this guy is so funny. The Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Ibrahim Zolfagari, the strategic power you used to talk about has turned into a strategic failure. The one claiming to be a global superpower would have already gotten out of this mess if it could. Don't dress up your defeat as an agreement. Your era of empty promises has come to an end. Your internal conflicts reach the point where you are negotiating with yourselves. We state this clearly. Until it is our will, nothing will go back to the way it was. That will only come about when the very thought of acting against the Iranian nation is completely wiped from your corrupt minds. Our first and last word has been the same from day one. And it will stay that way. Someone like us will never come to terms with someone like you. Not now, not ever.
Well, for more, we can cross now to our correspondent in Tehran, Reza Sayeh. Reza, tell us more about Iran.
What? Why does this guy mog so hard? He looks Mexican on us. Dude, have you never met an Iranian from Iran? This is literally, I mean, maybe the reason why I'm not surprised by this is because of my fascination for many, many years alongside all the Chapo boys as well, of Iranian bodybuilders and and their saga and their their day-to-day existence. But like Iranians from Iran, yes, as opposed to Iranians that live in the Western world, diaspora Iranians. Have you guys never seen the Iranian bodybuilders? Huge bodybuilding culture in Iran. They're calling him the Tehran Tom, the new Baghdad Bob, for your information. Yeah, that doesn't actually work though, because here's why it doesn't actually work. You can't call someone the Baghdad Bob equivalent if Baghdad is actually winning current iteration of the conflict. You can only do that if you're dominating. If anything, we are currently the Baghdad Bob. Donald Trump is the Tehran Tom in this equation, constantly saying, oh, we're winning, it's going to be so good. We're winning so well. Okay, maybe we're not winning, but we have it.
Response to the US's 15-point ceasefire proposal.
Yeah, they've rejected it, for now. But these are remarkable developments here in Tehran on this 26th day of this war. Developments that on the surface suggest that Iran views itself as being in the driver's seat in this conflict and views the United States, Washington, as being on its back foot. We report these with caution, and we say seemingly because this has been a war that has been accompanied with a lot of deception, psychological warfare, and what has been an information war that has happened in parallel with a military war. But consider what happened a few hours ago here in Tehran. Iranian state media confirming that the United States, the country that Tehran views that has used deception for the second time in 9 months, to attack Iran in the middle of negotiations, has reached out with a 15-point proposal to Iran to end this conflict. And Tehran's response, no thank you. We're going to end this war on our terms. Again, this is a development that seems to suggest that Iran is emboldened, that it believes that it has leverage and it can dictate the terms moving forward. What are Iran's terms? What are Iran's 5 points for ending this war? Among them, a guarantee for all aggressions and assassinations by the enemy to end, the establishment of a mechanism to make sure that another war doesn't happen, a guarantee and clearly defined payment for the damages of this war, reparations, the conclusion of wars across all fronts against resistance groups, a reference to groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis in Yemen. And finally, international recognition and guarantees regarding Iran's sovereign rights to exercise authority over the Strait of Hormuz. So what's clear is that there's been indirect talks between Washington and Tehran. And again, it's Tehran's position that we're going to dictate the terms, and the terms set over by Washington are unreasonable. Now, happening concurrently with these confirmed indirect talks are developments that suggest this conflict could be escalating. Reports out of Washington that the U.S. is deploying 2 Marine expeditionary units and 2,000 soldiers. Where to go? Is there a possibility for a negotiated end to this conflict, or is there going to be escalation? We're going to have to wait to see what develops in the coming days.
And Reza, I'd like to just go a little bit deeper into those 5 points of the Iranian proposal. Is this a plan offered up in good faith, or should we see this counter-proposal as something more like a provocation?
It's hard to say. I think when you look at one of the terms, for example, complete authority over the Strait of Hormuz, this is a wish, a desire, a demand that I think many Gulf states, and of course Washington, is going to be hard pressed to accept. But what this proposal, what this counter proposal by Iran does indicate is that Iran believes that it has taken, withstood, and survived the biggest hits from Washington and Israel. This is day 26 of this war, a war that started by the United States.
The American proposal sucks. There's no incentive for Iran to take it all. No. I think the American proposal, ironically, is literally pre-12-day war. Actually, the American proposal is like quite similar to JCPOA, and it even goes beyond the JCPOA standards. But what's interesting about it is that it's a far better proposal for Iran than the one that they were floating around in the 12-day war, perfidy, and the one they were floating around 26 days ago, okay? Which, again, was perfidy number 2. But while that is, I think, an accurate reflection of how the conditions have changed and who holds the leverage, it should not be trusted, especially given that troops are moving into the region. That's number 1. So they're very clearly, I think, bluffing to hope that they can like strike Iran by surprise again, do perfidy number 3 to lower the Iranian guards. And I think the other reason why the other takeaway here is that even though there is a recognition that Iran is doing far better than they expected Iran to, it's not up to the United States of America to define the conditions. It's up to Iran. And that's something that's going to be a very hard pill to swallow for many American writers, many American chauvinists. In the American mind, we have dominated any country that we wanted to for as long as people can remember. We're not very good at taking the L. Actually, Trump is halfway decent at taking L's. I mean, he did it with the Ansar Allah, right? That was a different story. That was like a side mission, right? Operation Prosperity Siege Guardian or whatever it's called. Operation Protect Amazon Deliveries. The scale was far smaller. This is a totally different set of circumstances where the entire world is drawn into this. Like, they are all experiencing negative consequences from this. So they have to pay attention to what's going on. So the Iranian conditions that the American government is considered to be maximalist, by the way, which I do not consider to be maximalist at all, were as such. I'm going to show you right now. Hold on. This is from OSINT Defender, but it's from Wall Street Journal. Per report from Wall Street Journal, Iran has responded to the Trump administration's proposal for a ceasefire with demands that far surpass the characterization of maximalist. Now, obviously, I don't think these are characterizations that far surpass maximalist, right? I think it's ridiculous, especially because that's what's going on right now. They've been able to achieve some of these goals militarily. So who the cares that Americans think it's maximalist? Iran has demanded the closure of all U.S. bases in the Gulf region, something that they've demanded since day one, something that you might even assume has been achieved militarily because they've been bombing them into dust. A new Strait of Hormuz framework that would allow Iran to charge fees for vessels that transit. Again, not maximalist. It's what's currently happening. Okay? The end of all sanctions on Iran, the end to Israeli operations against Lebanese Hezbollah, and no discussions on Iranian ballistic missile programs. Again, not maximalist. These were the base demands that they made. The only one that's like new, I would say, is the end of Israeli operations against Lebanese Hezbollah. Such demands have been called ridiculous and unrealistic by U.S. officials. I added a couple onto the pile, knowing that the Iranians are paying attention to Twitter. Maybe they'll see it. They should demand Israel denuclearize, withdraw to the Green Line borders, and pay reparations to the Lebanese and Palestinians. Also, they should make Israel agents register under FARA. Just as a contingency, long-term contingency plan. Since they have the leverage, might as well use it, These would be just demands. Now, that's a maximalist demand, by the way. They should demand Israel denuclearize. Now, that right there, that's a maximalist demand. I'll show you what a maximalist demand is. That right there is it. Okay? Don't know if your comments are sarcastic or not, but no way Israel would agree to that amount. I know, I'm joking, okay? It's a joke. Yes, this comes from the desk of Dr. Jihad. Let Iran lead investigations at nuclear capabilities so they know where they are for reasons. Yeah. Demand Israel's full dissolution. The full dissolution of the Zionist entity. That would be maximalist. Reuters, one of the regional sources told Reuters that Hezbollah had received Iranian guarantees on its inclusion in any wider deal. Iran is prioritizing Lebanon. It will not accept Israeli violations in Lebanon like what happened after the 2024 ceasefire, the source said, referring to Israel's continued strikes on Lebanon despite a 2024 truce that ended the last Hezbollah-Israel war. What's interesting about this is that there's not really any mention for the Palestinians, which I think is kind of lame from the Iranian side, but it also shows that they are obviously in it for selfish reasons. Because, like, even if they wanted to win favor with the rest of the world, they would bring up the Palestinian plight here. Like, their actions, although self-interested, are still going to end up most likely benefiting the Palestinians regardless. But let's be real, there's still time. Mohsen Rezai, senior military advisor to the new supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei. If their air power, which is their main force, has not yielded results, what are they expecting from a ground operation? Are American soldiers really ready to die for Israel? I guess we'll see.
Attacking Iran in the middle of negotiations, taking out the supreme leader.
Do I think I can get Morandi on stream? I think so.
Out a number of senior political and
he goes on everybody's stream.
Leaders. Washington confidently saying that this war is going to be over soon. 26 days into the war, it is not over. And as the days turn into weeks and the weeks are about to turn into a month, you clearly get the sense here in Tehran that the leadership, the political leadership, the military leadership is being emboldened. They're gaining confidence that they have the upper hand, that they are exacting a cost against Israel and the United States, and they believe that they can dictate the terms. Is that the case? Can they dictate the terms? Are they overplaying their hands? What's Washington's response going to be to Iran's counteroffer? We'll wait and see.
Reza Sayed reporting live there from Tehran. Thank you.
Once again, U.S. media is casually reporting the Pentagon's use of human shields. Here, the New York Times details how U.S. troops are hiding in civilian office spaces, hotels, because they don't want to be vulnerable or too close to the current front lines. Yeah. Remember the first day I told you that an enemy state, a foreign adversary that is that doesn't have the same like awesome offensive capabilities that the United States has, is going to make every target worthwhile. Right? Iran has bombed U.S. bases across the Middle East in retaliation for the U.S.-Israeli war, forcing many American troops to relocate to hotels and office spaces throughout the region, according to military personnel and American officials. Look at that. Told you. General Kane said that layered defense throughout the region were allowing the United States to protect troops and interests, but that the Pentagon was trying to bolster defenses in the region. Part of the problem for the Pentagon is that 2 decades of war in Iraq and Afghanistan, war zones where the United States quickly established air superiority, left the military with facilities and headquarters close to the current front lines. Oh no. While Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan and the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, for example, were often targeted in suicide bombings and other attacks, neither the Taliban nor Iraqi militias possess the kind of ballistic missile capability that Iran has. Every single story that features sober analysis on how the war efforts are going basically is an admission that, oh shit, Iran has hands. That's all they keep writing over and over again. They keep putting it in the newspaper that, oh shit, Iran's got hands. Bruh. If I were to say something as vile, I would be on national news. I would be on every single news station in this country. It's insane to me how much breathing room we give to the right. It's crazy. What is this?
Bro, I don't know how this keeps happening.
Asmongold somehow keeps getting worse. Oh my God, Kyle's cooking Asmongold. Okay, please watch this video.
And I don't know why I'm still talking about him, but here we are. Maybe this is what he wants. Maybe he wants me to do stuff like this. Who knows? But like a bug to a light, I can't help myself, and here I am. So Asmongold, also known as Asmeinkampf, he somehow is getting worse. He is getting worse on a daily basis, and it is genuinely and sincerely hard to watch. So here, he does a little goose stepping, does a little zig heiling when it comes to dealing with immigrant families. Listen to this. Here we go.
All of this is by design. I say this over and over, and I will continue saying it. They are doing this on purpose. They are doing it so they can continue to fund these parasite migrants. And
who's they? What are you talking about? Who's they? What does they mean? And who's funding immigrant communities? They take the least amount from the government. They end up net taxpayers. Immigrants to this country end up paying in a lot and getting almost nothing back. That's just a fact. That's not even like just an opinion.
And that's the reason why. And by the way, for you guys that are in Europe that are watching this, the same thing's happening over there. The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem.
Listen to the language. Parasites, infection. This is why I say goose stepping and zig heiling, because this is exactly what the Nazis did. That's the way they talked about Jews. Rodents, parasites. It's an infection. Poisoning the blood of our country, as Trump said, which he took. That was a Nazi thing from back in the day. You care to, like, I don't know, make it any more, can you make it a little more subtle? Give yourself a little bit of plausible deniability? So when I come out here and say you sound like a Nazi and you go, no, I don't, like, at least there's a chance some people might believe you? No? You don't want to do that? You just want to let it all hang out? Okay.
There is clearly a problem, there is clearly an affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop. Like, if I knew that I could get these people deported and sent back to Guatemala or Somalia or wherever the they came from, if I knew I could do that, I would take a break from my stream.
It is just incredible to me that the immigrants that he's going after almost certainly are a much bigger benefit to society than his sloppy ass. And he's just totally unaware of that. You sit in an air-conditioned room and for a living, son. That's what you do. You ramble into a microphone, incoherent, contradictory, dumbass thoughts on a daily basis. With you out of the scene, nothing would change. Nothing. And by the way, it's not just you. Me too. I'm just a guy who talks into a microphone in an air-conditioned studio, okay? I'm very lucky to be here. You're very lucky to be there. Let's not pretend like what we do is somehow better for society than some immigrant who busts his ass in the scorching heat doing construction and building houses, some immigrant who's a plumber, some immigrant who lays carpet, some immigrant who's an electrician. Like, these are real jobs that actually tangibly add something to society. I babble, you babble. And here he is acting like, they're evil, they're terrible, they're wrong. Motherfuckers, they shower. At least they don't use dead rats as alarm clocks like some people. At least there's not a cockroach crawling across their shirt as they're doing their job, unlike some people.
I'll be packing these guys up every day. Oh no, I'd show up at their house with the ICE agents. I'd show up like Ash Ketchum. I say, guess what? Guess what? Get your shit.
What is with the fake laugh? Like, why are you forcing a laugh about this? It's so embarrassing.
Up like Ash Ketchum. I say, guess what? Guess what?
Look at that fake laugh. This is so hard.
Yeah, this part is also very cringy. I hate that, like, the fake like I'm having a great time with this bullshit that he does. It's so nasty.
So put on. By the way, the most ironic thing of all this is Asmongold has always looked like the traditional depiction of Jesus Christ. Right? Like the way white people think Jesus looks with, you know, he's very white, but he's got like the hippie hair, the hippie beard. He looks like Jesus, but he literally sounds like Adolf Hitler. like it's so bizarre.
Get your Nah, bring your family too. Let's go, boys. Come on. Get in the van.
You ain't doing. He said he talks a big game. If he was in front of immigrants, he wouldn't say anything. He would just keep it moving.
Get in the red and blue van. Gotta catch them all. That's right. I would do this, and honestly, I'd make videos about them. Like other, you know, like, and I'm gonna be real. Like, I would be so brutal to these people. People would say it's too much. I would be filming them crying, walking out, getting dragged out. I'd put like Pokemon theme music over it. I'd do the whole thing. I hate them. I hate them.
Hate all these people you don't know. Who's this for? Just out of curiosity, like, who the f watching this going, love this, bro. This is right on, bro. Like, I genuinely don't understand who would watch this and get enjoyment out of it. But honestly, I'd like to thank Asmongold because at the very least, he did rip the mask off of the veneer of fake intellectualism that the likes of the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro gave to the right. Like, the whole project of the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro is to put this highfalutin veneer over what their actual worldview is and make it seem like, oh, it's actually intellectual and high IQ to be on the right. And let me talk really fast to try.
It's pretty crazy that Twitch, like, if I were to say anything like half as violent, it's ironic that, I mean, Twitch would cook my ass, right? And in spite of the fact that I don't say shit like that, Asmongold and all these other, like, drama lovers consistently make it seem like I'm saying it's, like, as violent or as vile as Asmongold. As a matter of fact, if I were to say something as vile about, like, even Israel, right? I would be on national news. I would be on every single news station in this country. It's insane to me how much breathing room we give to the right. It's crazy. Every institution is constantly babying these animals, dude. Nasty.
To make you think I'm saying something intelligent. Whereas Asmongold, who now, by the way, has all of, like, the former Ben Shapiro viewers, nobody's watching Ben Shapiro anymore. At least he's just, like, letting it all hang out. Just like, hey, no, this is actually what our worldview is. We are hateful little devils. That's what we are. We are spiteful, hateful, greedy, sadistic assholes. That's what we are. So I at least want to give him points for the honesty because I genuinely, like, thank you for leaving no plausible deniability anymore. Like, I was naive when I was younger and I thought, like, there's no Nazis anymore. Like, of course there's none anymore. No, it turns out that there's a lot of Nazis and they're just Republicans. Like, they're just a lot of MAGA. They just are Nazis. And he's a great example of this. We're not done yet, though. Now we got some stuff on Iran, I guess.
And you've got to keep in mind, too, that they're bombing these people in their houses, too. So it's probably killing their family as well. So that means that it's not only are they killing the guy, but they're also killing the whole family of the guy, too. And
he directly broke TOS here, same who said, you talked about a protected status veteran. We're silent about this. Asmongold singles out Somali Americans and calls them all burdens of society and criminals. When you look at the way people from Somalia have integrated, you will see one common variable. These people are total drains on society. They steal things. They do not integrate. They are negative for the societies that they come to. Over 83% of Somali Americans are citizens, and in Minnesota alone, they contribute over $8 billion to the economy. Again, Twitch doesn't apply the same standards. This is, of course, it's bannable.
if you look at the way that people from Somalia have integrated into British culture, how they've integrated into American culture, how they've come from, let's say, Japan, you will see one common variable every single time. It's that these people are total drains on the society. They are massively problematic. They're scamming. They steal things. They do not integrate. And at the end of the day, they are a negative for the societies that they come to. So why would you bring in all of these people that have such a high rate of there being a negative outcome? Why would you ever do that? It's stupid.
Any other content creator, a content creator smaller than Asmongold that doesn't have a direct through line, a direct line of communication with like JD Vance or whatever, would get ethered off this platform. Okay? Absolutely. By the way, this is not even the worst thing he said about Somalis in general. It just doesn't matter, right? Bringing awareness to this or exposing the hypocrisies don't matter, because the reality is a lot of what Twitch responds to is public pressure. And unfortunately, Twitter as an ecosystem is very far right, okay? It's an unbelievably far right ecosystem. And things that I say or do in the process of like delivering humanitarian aid to a country that's like suffering under an unjustifiable blockade, for example, will run and dominate the website for days on end. But shit like this will not, because most people agree with it on Twitch. Hassan is more popular than Asmongold. That's why. I mean, I think it's fair to say that he has a lot of European fans in general. I mean, the majority of his fans are European. And it's fair to assume that like he doesn't have as much real world motion, I guess, for his ideology, for the things that he says. I mean, his numbers look great on YouTube. That's undeniable. But I don't think he has any real world motion whatsoever. That's probably part of the reason why the stuff that he says doesn't get like that level of that level of attention. Yeah, Hassan got banned for saying Zionist animal or criticizing people cheering on the public execution of protesters by ICE. Why do you keep saying majority of his fans are Europeans? Did he do a poll or something? Yes. And not only did he do a poll personally, but also on top of that, anytime there is a fan of his in my chat, we look at their chat logs, and they're almost always either from Canada or from Europe. They are European right wingers LARPing as MAGA. Very interesting. Sounds a very scientific poll. Is that the level of intensity? The level of authority you place on like my own demographic polls that I run? Yeah, I mean, it's self-selected. Here you go. This is one of them. We caught one. You also have EU fans. American politics affects the world. Yeah, but the overwhelming majority of my fans are American. The majority of his fans are European. Yeah, the somewhat normies 22 to 35-year-olds who come to my bar have mentioned you or have heard of you, but I never in my life ever heard someone name check Asmongold. Isn't Asmon viewers split by country the same as yours? No. I do think the drama is contained to X. I haven't seen anything against the Cuba trip on TikTok, IG, or YouTube. There's some, but it's not even that. It's also on mainstream media. You know, Daily Mail wrote something. Look, this guy... Again, telltale sign of an Asmongold fan talking about me or my dog in the Asmongold chat. Unbelievable. How did you know you caught one? Immediately went, oh, is that a scientific study? Look, he's really obsessed with you. He wouldn't be if you didn't have much higher views. He's so insecure. Are you going to vote for Trump a third term now? Smile. He's just talking about me in that chat and then coming in here to watch me. And then he has the audacity to say, I'm the obsessed one. It's very strange the way that these guys behave. Like anytime there's an Asmongold viewer in my community, We check their chat logs in Asmongold's chat, okay? And they're always talking about me in that community. It's so strange. People of the UK would thank you, one of his chats. Turks aren't Arabs, man. I think he might be Turkish. Can I not love you both? No, man, no hate. Just saying that everyone says something on the internet. Hard to believe things easily anymore. Why are you backing down? Does this come, does your chat logs make it seem like you have, equal appreciation for both myself and the exact inverse? She should come to Europe, haha. There it is. Hit dogs holler. That's the scientific study. No wonder Hassan left. He's while regular Turks are based. No one who isn't Turkish doesn't correct. No one who isn't Turkish will take the time out to correct someone and say Turks aren't Arabs, man. I think his fans' thing is if they keep claiming you're obsessed with Asman or even sexually harass you over it, that they'll feel emasculated, insecure, or embarrassed and stop calling him out. They're from the Gamergate group of haters. Funniest vindication ever. Yeah, we wouldn't know about all this if he didn't use the chirp when I was literally bringing him up. Now, I don't think he's European because he's Turkish, right? He's Turkish. Funniest Hassan Abi hater, please unban. Kaya Patriot 1776. Wait, that's awesome. That's a amazing PFP. Kaya is a patriot. Belki Edirne taraflarındadır. EU sayılır. Yok öyle olmuyor. Yok öyle olmuyor. Nah, he's probably a Turk living in Germany or some shit. But it doesn't really matter. My point has been proven, I think. Right? That's why I always say hogs come in all shapes and sizes. Feel me? There's hogs in Turkey. There's hogs in Japan. There's hogs in China. They exist all around. I need you guys to understand something, okay? Like, these are not our best and brightest. But I do need you to understand something. They are unbelievably oblivious. And that is the normie. That is the average American. Do you understand? Yeah, the U.S. is so powerful that it could destroy the entire Middle East and it would barely register for most Americans. Yet if you listen to geopolitics pilled people, is constantly threatened by enemies so fearsome they will somehow destroy the American way of life unless the U.S. wreaks havoc halfway around the world in a place they've never even heard of. True. I forgot to mention this. I watched this last night. I think I watched this like around 3 a.m. And this is a nightmare, okay? The average American. Now, obviously, these aren't like the smartest Americans. Let's be real. Unbelievable, this video. We'll get to it in a second. Here's the Jesse Waters broadcast. I really, really wanted to show you this. They went and interviewed a bunch of spring breakers.
What college you guys go to?
UTC. FAU.
Sacred Heart University.
Ohio State.
Spring break 2026. What is the game plan?
Drinking, blackout with my rack out.
If my mom is watching, I'm sorry, Mom, but I've been getting pretty drunk almost every day.
Hook up with some girls, get with as many girls as we can, and not come back with an STD.
Wake out with one person each night, that's it.
So how many guys have you made out with this week?
I've been here for about 10 days. So 10.
What were their names?
I don't remember.
Name one.
Name me one. Name me one.
What is the craziest thing you've seen at spring break?
Not that crazy. I've seen people do like cocaine off of boobs. I saw a girl like black out on the street. That was pretty exciting. Sunday mimosa drag races.
You see that guy take his pants off in the middle of the club?
There's a lot of famous people down here.
Have you seen Johnny Belisario?
What?
Never mind.
Okay.
What is the wildest thing you've done down here?
Got with somebody the first night that I came down here.
Told it.
None of this stuff is worrisome, by the way. I don't really give a shit about this. They're young. They're 18, 20, whatever. They're having a good time. I've certainly been in this situation. Once you'll understand why the questions take a different turn when they start asking them about like political questions.
Listen, 2 days ago.
Stripping naked, getting into the water. You gotta say, what'd you do? You went something crazy.
On the strip.
Honestly. All right, on the strip.
No, when you had this.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay, that's.
You'll see why we care about this in a second.
America is the most important to you.
What bikini I'm gonna wear next? Obesity is terrible.
Ice. Not personal.
My goat. King.
Is terrible.
Ice. Not personally. I'm legal.
Getting a tan on the beach. That's the most important thing in my life right now.
I'm thinking about Starbucks, to be honest. I'm thinking about Starbucks, what I'm gonna get for today.
The elevators don't work. You got 43 floors. The elevators don't work.
I could take this little glass of water, drop it in the magnets. That's the end of the elevator.
What have you heard that Donald Trump has been doing recently?
Gulf of America. That's the last thing I kept up with.
We're going to war with Iraq. That's been crazy.
What do
Ooh, might have said that too quickly. She said we're going to war with Iraq. I mean, she ain't wrong. Like, she's not wrong. She's just wrong. She's right on accident. Like, technically, she's not wrong because the Iraqi militias have literally been forcing the American forces out of Iraqi soil. So I know she doesn't understand the difference between Iran and Iraq. Maybe she's super ahead of the curve. Yeah, what does she know? She's a foreign policy wonk.
you do in Colombia? You got Maduro out? Oh, with Trump.
Colombia, we got Maduro
War
out.
with Iraq. That's been crazy.
What do you do in Colombia? You got Maduro out? Oh, with Trump, but that is done.
He's like trying to sue those people for making jokes about him.
600 times! You must be happy.
I'm very happy.
The Ayatollah's dead.
I'm so. What? Who? What? What is that?
Who the is Ayatollah?
I have never heard that word in my life.
Lewis, what's Ayatollah?
I haven't heard. I found out about Chuck Norris yesterday. That was more devastating to me.
He was the supreme leader of Iran.
He's dead?
I need you guys to understand something, okay? Like, these are not our best and brightest, okay? If you haven't noticed, these are not exactly our best and brightest. Many of them are sloshed. But I do need you to understand something, okay? That Newsmax hit that you watched, or any number of different, like, Hassan is a hypocrite hit pieces that you see on your timeline, these people don't even consume that, okay? They are unbelievably oblivious. And that is the normie. That is the average American. Do you understand? That is the average American. Many of you are still in college. You know that these are the motherfuckers that are going to school with you. It's not necessarily the case that, like, the younger generation has nothing in their heads, right? Like, I'm not gonna do the, like, old man thing, okay? Every generation has these, empty brained people. But I do think a big chunk of Americans are like this because they get to be like this because they don't have to think about anything. Because American foreign policy is on autopilot. American domestic policy is pretty much on autopilot. American domestic policy is pretty much on autopilot. This is why I always say, and many others do as well, that even if you quote unquote don't do politics, politics will still do you. And maybe you might even recognize politics doing you when you get back to the Orlando airport or the Miami-Dade airport and the line is like 3 hours long and you're like, oh, this happened. That's funny. He overestimated them. Interviewing 5 people, you're eating the ganda? No, man. I already understand that this is not like how every single person is.
We killed him.
You did? You killed him?
Johnny. Whoa. If you were in charge, how would you take on Iran?
Yeah, all my girls and we would all start putting belts on them.
We get a bunch of girls in bikinis, we make them run across the battlefield. All the guys are distracted, we all run in.
Look at him in his eyes, I guess. Flirt with him?
I'd blow him up.
I don't know enough about it, but I would probably wipe it out.
Drop a bomb, baby. Bomb the out of him.
I would bomb the out of him.
What have you heard?
Yeah, this also unironically is not a cool thing for the president. That the president has the same mental faculties of a blackout drunk 18-year-old who doesn't know what an Ayatollah is not exactly a funny moment, especially if you're at Fox News. Like, this is the regime propaganda network, and you're over here literally saying, yeah, the goddamn president is this stupid.
I would bomb the out of him.
What have you heard about Venezuela?
Venezuela? Nothing.
I'm not sure.
I barely know what'll be going on in like Tennessee where I'm from.
That they beat us in the World Baseball Classic?
Have you heard anything else?
No.
Nothing. I haven't heard.
Like, this is like the reason why I was saying this is blackpilling is for not because like I'm silly and I think every American is like this. I don't believe that at all. But like, think about this. Think about how impactful these incidents are for the country of Venezuela. Think about how impactful this decision was that was, taken alongside Israel to like the Ayatollah and decapitate the leadership of Iran. Like how impactful it's been for Iran, and it's ongoing. We're bombing their schools, we're bombing their hospitals right now. But from the American perspective, it's like nothing at all. We are so incredibly isolated from the consequences of our actions, right? That's how America gets to be this war machine. Because for most people, they're like, they only feel the pain when they're actually filling up for gas and they go, whoa, why is it like $9 a gallon? How the hell did this happen? America gets to be a undemocratic nation for this reason. That's why I was saying, like, oh, if they were to create a draft, oh my God, a lot of these guys would learn very quickly.
Nothing about Venezuela.
You know, honestly, I don't know and I don't care.
Where is Venezuela?
I don't know. I'm drunk. I don't know. Venezuela? Isn't that in Spain?
No.
Go easy on the tequila.
What do you want to tell Jesse Waters? You're on his show.
That's the guy who was eating the steak, remember? Is like in front of the vegan guy?
Oh, Jesse Waters. You know who I am?
I do not.
Here's Johnny.
Hi, Johnny.
Ugh, gross. Living in the heart of empire is part of it, but we're also stupid as a dual problem. Yes. These people are in college, by the way. So they're already more... I need you to understand, these people are in college. They're on spring break, which means automatically, many of them, large majorities of them, are going to be Democratic Party voters and are infinitely better educated than the overwhelming majority of Americans. You understand that, right? Like, think about that. Think about how disastrous that is. You're saying educated in air quotes, but like, yeah, literally educated. They're getting a higher degree. Higher education. This is it. Like, it's unbelievable. And that's how the American government gets to kill whoever they want to kill, do whatever the they want to do. And there's not a thought between the ears of either of these individuals. And these are some of the better educated individuals in the United States of America. This is also part of the reason why I always say, like, look, China is going to eat our lunch money, steal our lunch money. They're going to, there's no competition there. This is what happens when you don't care about education, when you don't give a about educating your population, because they're malleable. They're easier to dominate this way. So remember, like, we are in the margins here, right? We are in the margins. We do not represent the majority at all in the United States of America, still, even at this day.
And my car.
What is this? What the hell are they out there spraying? These people used to not vote and our democracy survived on that basis?
Okay, so explain this. I wake up this morning and my car is completely covered in mud, like it rained mud or something. And I was thinking, oh, well, maybe someone peeled out next to my car or something like that. And look, I'm at the vape shop and her car's covered in it too. And she says she talked to all these people and everyone in my area woke up this morning and their cars were just covered in this.
Of course he was at the vape shop.
Whatever this is. It looks like mud, but whatever it rained last night is just mud rain or something. What are they putting in the clouds? What are they seeding the clouds with to make this? And it's on every vehicle around this whole area that I'm at.
Yes, he's never seen pollen residue. Yes.
What in the world is this?
Unbelievable. The point I'm trying to make is there's varying degrees of idiocy in this country. And even like the people who fancy themselves to be educated, even the ones that fancy themselves to be educated are still very stupid. They've gotten the wrong kind of education or propaganda that caused them to believe certain things like, oh my God, Cuba is a dangerous torture regime or something, right? Like, it's stuff like that. That was nasty, dude. Okay, calm down. Yeah, I burped. I engaged in a mouth fart. Okay. Regarding earlier, what the with this American attitude? Every foreign government is a brutal dictatorship regime who must be dealt with. Cuban voters passed a constitutional referendum that's far more liberalizing than what we have in the American government currently. Iran is a fully practicing and flourishing Jewish community and culture. These propagandists don't want people to actually look closely into these matters. Yeah, of course. Like, there's varying degrees of propaganda. Like, there are counters to everything that you just mentioned, right? But at the end of the day, the truth is very simple. Why do we with these countries? We shouldn't. We should not, right? They're not a threat to us. We literally cause them to make threats against us. And in Cuba's case, that's not even ever been a reality, right? And even in Iran's case, that's never really been a reality. Like, we constantly destabilize these other countries. We constantly with their shit. But like, why are we doing that? Who is this for? What's the purpose? That's precisely the reason why I think when Donald Trump was saying, like, I'm an isolationist, like, why should we be doing any of this stuff? It's not good for anybody. That was a salient message that a lot of Americans identified with. Dude, this is so desperate. Dude, this is so desperate. Oh my Lord. This is literally reminding me of Xi. Call me Xi. Oh my God, this is awesome.
War with Iran, there are signs that President Trump may be seeking a deal to end the fighting. A senior foreign ministry official in Iran tells CBS News it is reviewing points received from U.S. negotiators. Iran also launched more missile strikes at Israel and other U.S. allies overnight. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House for us this morning. Ed, good morning. Good to see you.
A new Gallup poll shows how American sympathies have shifted in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Another one, dude. Unbelievably bad. Unbelievably bad.
Vlad, good to see you. President Trump said from the beginning that the war would last about 4 weeks, and we're now in that 4th week. And with markets uneasy and the cost of gas climbing, the president appears to be trying to find a way out.
They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal, too.
Touting the promise of a peace deal with Iran.
Major points of agreement, I would say almost all points of agreement.
President Trump insisted the U.S. is talking to what he called a, quote, top person.
We're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader.
A senior Iranian foreign ministry official says Iran is reviewing points sent by the U.S. through a mediator, but no formal talks are underway. The president says the U.S. had in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations with Iran, so he's postponed strikes on Iranian power plants for 5 days, after earlier threatening an attack on Monday if it didn't fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon.
The president said both sides have 15 points of agreement. Iran hasn't committed to any deal publicly. But stocks surged on word of the talks, and oil prices fell 10%. And with the Strait of Hormuz still effectively closed, the president suggested a unique partnership to keep oil shipments safe.
Me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah, look, and there'll also be a form of
It's going to be a collaborative effort. Me and the Ayatollah, we're besties. I've long said that I embody the spirit of Ali. Ya Ali, I say, over and over again as I thump my chest.
Now, despite the president's attempts to start talks with Iran, more than 2,000 Marines and 3 more warships are headed to the region. And CBS News has learned this morning Pakistan and Turkey are among the countries trying to get the U.S. and Iran to keep.
Wallahi, they love me and the Ayatollah.
Day 25 of the war has brought both relief and confusion.
Trump got a gift? Yeah, it's a gifted sub. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today.
Relief that President Trump has not carried out his threat to hit all the power stations in Iran, and the Iranians, therefore, have not carried out their threat to reciprocate in kind. That would have taken the war to a whole new level. But it's brought some confusion because President Trump said that I'm suspending the threat for 5 days because I think I've got a deal. The Iranians have agreed to pretty well everything that I wanted. Well, most of the world is pretty skeptical about that because if you look at the sort of things that divide the United States and Iran, they're pretty big things. We can look at just 4 of them. First of all, the ballistic missile threat. The Iranians have got a lot of ballistic missiles. The Americans say they can't have any of them. Secondly, what is going to happen to the Strait of Hormuz? What will happen to it after some sort of peace deal? Everything's different there now. Thirdly, what about Iran's existing nuclear stocks? They're believed to have 400 kilos of highly enriched uranium somewhere. And fourthly, the broader issues around the region, which the Israelis are pushing, which will be very difficult to resolve, certainly within 4 or 5 days. Let's just look at them in a little bit more detail. So if we think, first of all, about the ballistic missile issue, the Iranians have always tested their missiles at 2,000 kilometers. And they did that so as to include Israel, but not really many other countries. But last weekend, they apparently threw 2 missiles towards Diego Garcia. Now, I'm skeptical as to whether they could have done that. One of them fell short. One was shot down en route. We don't know where it was shot down. I'm not certain that they've actually been able to extend their range from 2,000 to 4,000 kilometres. I remain to be convinced. The one missile that might have done that would be the Gado 110, which is a 2-stage rocket. Maybe they managed to make one stage, the solid fuel stage, go a bit further with a very light warhead. I'm not sure about that. But Iranian ballistic missile capability is certainly quite impressive, and it will remain impressive unless they agree to get rid of all of it. They're very unlikely to do that. The second issue is the question of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Iranians have demonstrated, both to themselves and to the world, that they can restrict ships going through the straits. They haven't blocked them, but they've made them dangerous. And at the moment, what the Iranians are saying is that if you're a friendly country, your ships can go through. If you're a neutral country, they can go through if they pay us $2 million each time. And if you're a hostile country, they can't go through at all. So the Iranians have discovered that they can be toll keepers in the Strait of Hormuz. And that's an advantage which they will not give up easily in any negotiations. This is probably a pointer to the future. And the third issue, of course, is their nuclear capabilities. They demand the ability to be a civil nuclear power. But what does that mean in terms of creating a weapon? We don't know. That remains on the table. And fourthly, the issue of regional stability. The Israelis are determined to keep on taking on Hezbollah, to destroy them. They're determined to deal with Hamas. They're determined to deal with the militias, the pro-Iranian militias in Iraq. And they're determined to neutralize, if necessary, the pro-Iranian Houthis in Yemen. So the broader regional context will remain a big, big problem. And that certainly won't be solved in 5 days of even intensive negotiations. And if all this comes to nothing by the weekend, then the Americans have got another military trick up their sleeve. The arrival of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit from Okinawa, joined by 2,500 troops from San Diego. So they'll have 5,000 or more Marines available to storm ashore somewhere within the whole Gulf region. They may or may not choose to use it. But the fact is that if this week's diplomacy doesn't really get anywhere, the Americans have another military trick up their sleeve. So as of now, we don't know whether this war will take a turn towards peace or a turn towards a new military campaign. But we will know.
Philippines Margo says Mideast war may spur energy talks with China in disputed sea. What I tell you? What I tell you? What did I tell you? That's right, baby. American force projection capabilities are in the which is causing regional allies with security partnerships with the United States of America to reconsider dealing with the regional superpower, China. Okay? I told you. Now, who knows? I mean, look, I think the independence of the Philippines is, overstated. Didn't you call this literally yesterday? I've been calling this since day 3. When I saw American radar installations get blown to bits and Dubai get peppered with Shahed drones, that's when I said American security partnerships do not protect these countries at all, and every other country that is in the periphery of China is going to reconsider their position. No one wants to be a bullet sponge, okay? Especially when America is moving in this unpredictable, chaotic way that causes other large countries to take military action, potentially. Once America is so overextended that it reveals itself to be a paper tiger, a lot of these other countries that have American bases are going to reconsider what those bases mean for them up until this Iranian retaliation. An American base meant protection, right? They were wrong about it, but it doesn't matter. There was still this idea that you were going to be protected by the United States of America. You wouldn't be sovereign. You'd still be a dog to empire, but at the end of the day, you could do your own corrupt little thing, and have a nice life, have a decent, comfortable puppet life. Now the calculation is very different. As America hurries the THAAD interceptors away from South Korea, after causing so much instability for South Korea and a loss of billions of dollars of Chinese investment in South Korea, because in 2016 they put those THAAD interceptors there and China obviously retaliated. All of a sudden, those deals are meant for nothing at all. Those deals don't have any meaning whatsoever. So why did South Korea lose billions of dollars of Chinese investment? For no reason. Now that you've took those THAAD missiles, THAAD interceptors away, is totally ridiculous. That's why I said that no matter what happens, America has lost this battle. And even if it ends up winning the war somehow, I think the age of American empire is coming to a close, right? There's no guarantee that America will win the war, but I will say that America's lost a much larger war of being able to force project around the world in the ways that it did for decades. The end of history period of time is coming to a close.
Can you give us any more sense of who exactly in Iran it is, either Witkoff and Kushner and others are speaking with?
Yeah, we had, I hate to say this in front of these young people, they're not children.
Not like Vietnam or Iraq. The financial repercussions of Vietnam and Iraq were nowhere near as consequential as like shutting off the Strait of Hormuz, okay? The Iranian capabilities are specifically tailor-made for this incident. The backlash from Vietnam and Iraq were contained. They were regional, right? You had Laos, Cambodia, but that was contained. With Iraq, you had the MENA region and the instability that came after that. But again, that was somewhat contained. This war of choice against Iran has made this a global issue. A global issue.
Spoke to most of them, they sound like adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that...
Yeah, Vietnam and surrounding countries weren't producing 20% of the world's oil and 35% of the world's fertilizer inputs when the U.S. attacked them. Exactly. It was a very different time. And even with like Iraq, you could say that Iraq was a major oil producer, but like the energy ministry was kept intact for this specific purpose. So like they could very quickly continue the extractive process with foreign capital. So they just like took over the state run refineries and exchanged ownership and gave it to foreign hands while they kept fighting against all of the ascetic bands of militancies that grew out of the power vacuum that they caused, that the American government caused. Very different set of circumstances. Very different set of circumstances in Iraq versus Iran.
We started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I mean,
are the negotiations real or just market manipulation? Yes, it's market manipulation. The negotiations, as far as we understand, are not real at all. The Iranian side has kept repeatedly saying that the negotiations are fake. We're not negotiating with the Americans, and they're actually doing it for market manipulation. So Donald Trump is molesting the money, but also doing it a controlled station, right? Or at least trying to control the money to the best of his ability.
That's only because I know you. But if I didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone.
Why bother?
Why do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them.
Then why bother talking to them?
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you know, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone.
The only thing I can point to with this statement is the Financial Times reporting that came out, right? That stated that Iran says non-hostile ships can transit the Strait of Hormuz. So I guess that could be what they are referencing here, right? Like that could possibly be what the Iranians were willing to concede on, and that might have actually been something that Iran released on its own, and then Trump is actually personally taking credit for it, as though Iran did it for the United States of America. This could also be read as Iran repeatedly saying that as long as you trade on the Chinese yuan and pay a toll, then you could pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Like, that might be just a reiteration of that. This might be a popular mindset in the Trump circle. I don't know if America will just pull out without taking control over the control of Hormuz. Yeah, General Mattis, Iran right now, if we declared victory, they would now say they own the strait. You'd see a tax for every ship that goes through. We're in a tough spot, ladies and gentlemen. I can't identify a lot of options. Oh, my Lord. We're winning, baby. We're winning.
Khomeini, all gone. As the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum, racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone. But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out. And the present, the gift they made to us was very significant. And they said they were going to do it, and it happened. And they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait, yeah, it was.
Are you negotiating on who's going to control the strait from now on?
No, we'll have control of anything we want. Look, if we can...
Israeli diplomat believes Trump is not talking to someone different. High-level commander of the IRGC, Ambassador Michael Oren, tells Fox News he believes the U.S. is not talking to either Ghalibaf or Arakchi, that the administration is talking to someone high up in the IRGC command structure. Doubtful, but we'll see.
And this, without more lives being down, without knocking out $10 billion electric plants that are brand new and the apple of their eye. I'd like to be able to do that, you know. But they can't have certain things. I mean, you know the things. I don't have to go over the list, but again, it starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've agreed to that. There won't be any nuclear weapons. They're not going to have, and they're not going to have enrichment, any of those things. But look, I hate to say that we're in a very good bargaining position.
Are you going to send Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to do direct negotiations with the Iranians?
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their communications are gone. That's the biggest problem. It's very hard to communicate them between themselves. All of the anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. They're pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? You know, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran. The city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we were going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. And one shot to the right location ends the plant, it collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating. Yeah.
What do you think was the turning point to make you want to pursue a ceasefire? A few days ago, you said you wanted to continue bombing Iran. Now you want to pursue peace talks. Was there something that happened?
The fact that they're talking to us and they're talking sense. And remember, it all starts with they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
Are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but more NATO. I think our Gulf allies have been pretty good, to be honest with you. UAE's been hit so hard. He got hit by 1,400 rockets, shot them all out of the air with our great Patriot missiles. Think of it, they shot 100 missiles at one of our aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, one of the biggest ships in the world, actually. And out of 101 missiles shot, Every single one of them was knocked down in the sea. Think of that. Think of what that means. 101 missiles, highly sophisticated, very fast missiles shot. Out of 101, all 101 were shot down, and now, for the most part, lie at the bottom of the sea. It's pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing. Our military is amazing, Pete. You know the attack I'm talking.
Yeah, a lot of random accidents happening in the region. It's just so unfortunate that so many random, purely happenstance accidents keep materializing over and over again. And I just can't seem to place my finger on it. You know, we've lost like, what, 15 to 20 planes at this point. Many also need repairs now, shadow tankers that need repairs. USS Gerald Ford, now decommissioned, like out of business for what, 14 months. It's the salty air of the sea. Yeah, it's a real suspicious moment. F-15s getting taken out by friendly fire incidents. F-35, an F-35, a pretty significant blow to American air superiority in its next-gen fighters. Running out of Iraq to Kurdish areas, yeah, that's not good either. Not gonna lie, if you think the Gerald R. Ford was hit, you're really dumb as I'm sorry. I don't know if the Gerald R. Ford was hit. I don't have enough evidence to suggest that, but according to the new reports that are coming out, the issues on Gerald R. Ford are far more consequential than what we previously thought they were, considering that it's going to be decommissioned for like, what, 14 months. Whether it's sabotage or, whether it's internal sabotage, mutiny, or direct hits from some kind of Iranian boat. I mean, both are still... Both are still pretty bad incidents for, again, American military superiority.
Recently, 101 shot. I said, wow. I saw that. You can see we have sort of pretty good equipment that we see. It's called the red line. Those red lines were thick, right? I said, that's a lot. And then we saw them one by one just get shot. And these guys that do the shooting are the coolest cucumbers ever. Most people, you don't have a lot of time. When a missile's going at 2,500 miles an hour, I don't care how far away it is. You don't have a lot of time. But I watch them sit down and think. Great students, MITs, a lot of MITs, a lot of guys like this are not as much into the muscle as they are this one right here. And amazing to watch them perform under great pressure, because they have a matter of seconds to do it. If they don't do it properly, it's a big problem, because these were powerful. These were very powerful missiles coming. And so a lot of people choke. They don't choke. These guys don't choke. They're the best in the world. We have the best in the world.
How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out, like as a human,
On what?
On a human level, not as the President of the United States? How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it. It's like, take me. That's all they can do. And yet, if you read the New York Times or if you watch ABC fake news or NBC fake news, you'd say it's a close battle. It's not a close battle. They're totally defeated.
You said there's a bunch of people from the administration who are negotiating with Iran. There's been reports that the vice president is leading those negotiations. Is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved. And I'm involved. I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm the president of the United States, Tom. And I'm not going to talk about it. It's beneath me to talk about saving millions of lives, because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about saving millions of lives. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. And if I didn't end the horrible Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal in my first administration, they would have had a nuclear weapon 3 or 4 years ago. They would have used it. I would have never gotten the chance probably to be president. Who knows if what it would have been so devastating. And if we didn't send those beautiful B-2 bombers, they took them off my desk. They were right there. I don't know why. But if we didn't have those beautiful, the B-2 hit, which was so, we obliterated, despite CNN. CNN said, well, maybe the word obliteration said, no, we obliterated it. Just obliterated their nuclear potential. You would have had them having 2 weeks after that attack, had we not made the attack, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have absolutely used it. And they would have used it on the entire Middle East, including it.
It's kind of strange to me that, like, we just carry this conversation over and over again, and everybody knows it's a lie. I guess with the exception of, like, some of the diehard Republican loyalists, like the cultists, most people know that this is bullshit, right? Especially because, like, Trump himself in the past, after the 12-day war, was like giving assurances that the nuclear weapon conversation was done, right? It's just, it's so strange that they're just constantly going back and forth on this bullshit. Everybody knows it's not the goal here at all. Like, who is this for? His base already believes them. Just come on, just stop repeating it, you know?
Israel. And you know why you see that? Because unexpectedly, when this war broke out, unexpectedly, they started sending missiles to UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait.
Unexpectedly, they started bombing our bases when we were bombing them. So unexpected. Why would they do such a thing? Don't you know it's illegal? The one who once spoke of regime change and the fragmentation of Iran now hopes that someone in Iran will engage in dialogue with him, though this, too, is merely an attempt at deception. Israel's Channel 12 has now leaked what it claims is a U.S. 15-point document to end the war with Iran. Okay? We're getting back to situation monitoring. The reported mechanism is a 1-month ceasefire during which there will be negotiations over these terms. That alone is likely a non-starter for Tehran. Iran has been clear that it does not want another temporary pause that allows the U.S. and Israel to rearm. We'll look at the details in a second. Rebuild and return to the fight, as has already happened before. Iran has been clear that it does not want another temporary pause that allows the U.S. and Israel to rearm, rebuild, and return to the fight, as has already happened before. It is seeking a permanent settlement that allows it come out of economic isolation. Then there are the terms themselves. Much of this reads like a familiar maximalist wish list. No enrichment on Iranian soil, dismantling core nuclear infrastructure, abandoning regional alliance network. In other words, demands that Iran has consistently rejected before the war, and likely even more so now, given the leverage it believes it has gained. At the same time, there is a notable U.S. offer, the reported offer of full sanctions relief, including the removal of snapback threats. That suggests Washington may be signaling openness to a broader strategic trade-off. Oh my God. So there may be an outline of something workable here, but as an opening bid, much of this still looks fundamentally misaligned with what Iran would accept, and therefore unlikely to get serious traction in Tehran without significant revision. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, if this isn't simply holding space and time as America, draws up what remains of its sources, what remains of its forces, and continues to build up military troop presence so they can try and idiotically invade Iranian soil with no real logistical plan to do so, mind you. This is literally a bigger relief for the Iranian economy than what the Obama deal could have ever accomplished. This would mean that we treat Iran as a sovereign nation state, as an equal partner in the global oil trade. I mean, that's crazy. Biggest fell-off award for the anti-IR diaspora. Islamic Republic stays in place, led by the RGC, and the sanctions are taken away, but they'll still love Trump law. I mean, this is unironically something that is necessary. And Iran sacrificed a great deal to accomplish this, but they accomplished it through war. A war that they did not choose to have, but a war that they seemingly will end. I just don't think that Israel would ever allow this to happen. Removal of all sanctions on Iran, U.S. assistance in advancing and developing a civilian nuclear project, energy generation, removal of the threat of sanctions being reimposed. Iran's nuclear program is frozen under a defined framework, enriched uranium to remain, but under supervision and agreed limits. Missile program to be addressed at a later stage with limits. See, like this is, oh my God, they're doing the, oh my God, this is literally, this is a white flag, dude. You know how Iran has the red flag, the death flag that they used to wave? And then they would do like a very restrained retaliatory strike that they agreed to ahead of time. This is literally Zelensky saying we'll have a referendum on Crimea 15 years down the line. Oh my God. Use of nuclear programs restricted to civilian defensive purposes only. Development of existing nuclear capabilities halted. No further expansion of enrichment capabilities. No production of weapons-grade nuclear material on Iranian soil. All enriched material to be handed over to the International Atomic Energy Agency within an agreed timeline. Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow to be taken out of use, destroyed. International monitoring and verification mechanisms enforced. Gradual implementation tied to compliance. Additional regional security understandings between the parties. Are you implying Trump broke something and is going to put back together in a worse way and will inevitably say, look, I solved another war? From an American chauvinist perspective, yes. But from a global perspective, this is a tremendous thing. Okay? I've been very clear on this. I have said this over and over again. Okay? Sanctions relief was a must. How close to JCPOA is this? This is literally worse than the JCPOA for American. From the, I mean, if this happens at all, and if this isn't just like a silly little fake out, and Israel will never allow this to happen regardless, but this is literally worse than the JCPOA. This is, from the American perspective, JCPOA did not offer this much. I guess one of the major differences here would be, this is a better deal than what Iran was offered pre-war, which did not include sanctions relief. The Iranians are still going to say no. They would accept dismantling of their nuclear program for sanctions relief, but not an end to support the proxies or the missiles program, which is precisely the reason why even the missiles program, for the record, that was a key part of this, is not even being discussed now. They're just saying we'll do a framework for a deal in the future. Like, if we were to take this sincerely, okay, if we were to look at this as like a sincere, if this was like America genuinely saying, here, let's do this, please. This is nothing short of America coming on its hands and knees. Donald Trump literally getting on his hands and knees and begging Iran. Holy, I mean, are you kidding me? I don't really see how Iran can win this war if it doesn't get sanctions relief, and I don't really see how it can get sanctions relief if it doesn't concede on at least 2 or 3 nuclear proxies missiles. There's obviously the whole, if they survive, they win thing. But like, of course, some people will call this copium or whatever. We can quibble about definitions, but I'm not sure how Saddam 91 was considered a win for Saddam. Iranian people's quality of life matters, considering the Iranian state is responsible for them and them only, is a genuine question people should answer. This shit isn't a pissing contest. There actually needs to be a theory of victory that ends with a higher quality of life for Iranians. Otherwise, we get protests and Israeli lawn mowing again a few months down the road. The initial U.S. offer is similar to what you imagine. Sanctions relief in exchange for cutting off the proxies, limiting the missiles, and ending the nuclear program. No, I think that's a more conservative read on this than what the deal is actually saying. What this deal is literally like the JCPOA, but worse for America. Bro, they're just proposing this on the chance that Iran rejects it. They'll accuse them of being the warmonger. It doesn't matter. This is not... Iran holds all the cards. It's unbelievable, dude. It's unbelievable. I cannot believe it. This, like, because remember, Iran's conditions were set ahead of time. America retreating from the region. Okay, no more military bases. America decoupling from Israel, which, by the way, that's a given if there's any deal making to be, if there's any deal making to take place. So much so that this was something that I think a lot of people didn't pay attention to, but Iran wanted to cut out Israel from the conversation so much that they literally said no to Russia negotiating with the United States. Many of you still are operating under the weird belief that Russia is actually an anti-Zionist country, not realizing that Vladimir Putin is a massive Zionist. Iran literally told Russia to f off. And their statement was, because Russia was like, "Oh, we'll deal with Iran. Like, we'll get to the table. We'll we'll create we'll create a negotiations plan for Iran." And Iran literally said, "No, we don't want Israel to be involved." That's very important. They didn't just say no to Russia. We want to do it our way with sovereignty and dignity. They said no to Russia. We don't want Israel's involvement in this. As in, they understand Russian partners to not be on the Iranian side, but on the Israeli side. Isn't like Russia agnostic about Israel? No, absolutely not. So, Russian is the third most spoken language in Israel. It's Hebrew, Arabic, and then Russian. Vladimir Putin has literally said that he sees Israel as another Russian country. Okay? Numerous people from the USSR, both during the USSR and also certainly after the dissolution of the USSR, moved to Israel. Again, I'm going to repeat it one more time. Russian is the third most spoken language in the state of Israel, the fake state of Israel. Numerous Russian oligarchs use Israeli passports as an entry point into the global markets. While the USSR itself was formative in the development of the Zionist entity, arming the Zionist brigades, thinking that the nation that would form after would be one that would be Soviet aligned. They very quickly realized that that wasn't the case. But Vladimir Putin has always been super, super pro-Israel. Israel is in its hoe phase. Worth saying that it's not just people pretending for financial gain. There are a ton of Jews in the former Soviet Union, the Pale of the Settlement. Plus, the Soviets were able to evacuate more Jews than, say, Poland. Yeah, but it's not even about Judaism, especially considering that many of the Israeli Russians are not even Jews. And I mean literally, like, not even through, like, matrilineal. They have no heritage to Judaism, no ethnic trace of Judaism whatsoever. They're just Israeli citizens now. This was done in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, specifically to increase the Ashkenazi or the white population in Israel as well. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, if you want to think about it like that. What is this? Americans having bad take while in the comfort of their own homes. This specific one lives in the home that's infested with cockroaches and mice. Honestly, even with interceptions over my head, I'm living in a better environment. That's funny. Like, imagine having between all the people alive who haven't killed anyone, Asmongold is probably one of the worst. Like, imagine having a house filled with literal trash and thinking you're better than Muslims. What is this take? Okay, we'll look at the Asmongold take in a second. We haven't looked at any Asmongold takes in a minute. Now Witkoff is texting Word docs to them, hoping they'll respond. This is so embarrassing. The United States has sent a 15-point plan to end the war in the Middle East, according to two officials briefed on diplomacy. It was unclear how widely shared among Iranian officials and whether Iran was likely to accept it as a basis for negotiations. Dude, this is so desperate. Dude, this is so desperate. Oh my Lord. Like, even if this is a trick that America is trying to start the negotiations process or whatever, so they can like keep increasing troop presence in the region, so they can like eventually do the unthinkable, devastating version, the worst version of events, which is where American troops get slaughtered by Iranian rockets and whatnot in the Iranian mountainside. But this is literally reminding me of Xi, call me Xi, please call me. This is basically Trump doing this.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace.
No guerra. Oh my God, this is awesome. What is your thought on USA using more dollars in Iran in a few days than they have supported Ukraine in the last few years? Yeah, because Israel is the only country that matters. Why is it embarrassing? How would you have reached out to them? Oh God, these guys are so stupid. I'm begging you to watch the part where Pete puts his hand on the imaginary throttle and says, as long as hard as is necessary, in which Trump raises eyebrows.
As viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs. You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future. The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interests of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield. This as viciously as possible from moment one. That throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure.
Oh, Trump saw that. Trump saw that hand gesture and went, oh, interesting. Beş de babacığım. If the United States makes a negotiated agreement with Iran, that the likely outcome will be obtaining detailed mapping and intelligence on its nuclear facilities via inspections, followed by revocation of the deal and reimposition of sanctions within a few years under a new administration and targeted attacks based on the intelligence gained during the inspection period. If this sounds overly cynical, it's exactly what happened last time. Yup. It might not even have to, there might not even be leadership change for them to do this, for the record. It's nice to see the two most deceptive negotiators on earth being treated with the skepticism that they deserve. Yeah. The one who once spoke of regime change and the fragmentation of Iran now hopes that someone in Iran will engage in dialogue with him, though this, too, is merely an attempt at deception. Iranians are not biting on this, for the record. They're not biting on this at all. And they have no reason to, because they very clearly have the leverage. I'm sorry, but we are now the table, and thus now Turkey. Karachi is the Istanbul of Pakistan. No! This is true. Islamabad, New York City, the Islamabad of America. It's no longer Islamabad. It's Islamagud. Bruh. Turkey is no longer the table. That's what you get, Pakistan, for developing nukes at a time when people thought you wouldn't be able to. Okay? And then you did, and now you're the table. Even though, weirdly enough, you're also just like dominated by the CIA. I don't understand. Pakistan is the strangest country in the region. Like, literally, half owned by America, half owned by China. I don't even understand how that works. They've just pieced up the country, has nuclear arms. And it's even funnier when you learn how Pakistan got nukes. I mean, yeah, that story is incredible. It's just literally one guy who memorized from the Netherlands. It was like, I'm going to give my life for Pakistan. Pakistan for the win. #1 country in the world. Anyway, I can't believe it. Asmin Goy at Asmin Gold suggests that Trump would look like an R word if the result of the U.S. war against Iran was simply the RGC being replaced by the RGC. If we wasted billions of dollars, tanked the stock market, increased the price of oil, got people killed, all to replace the RGC with the RGC. Hey, notice how he went from this war is so base, it's the most based war of all time, to finally realizing 25 days later, maybe this war wasn't the best time.
And I think that, as I said, if we wasted billions of dollars, tanked the stock market, increased the price of oil, got people killed, all to replace the IRGC with the IRGC, this will be a colossal waste of everything.
Wait a minute. What? Who could have foreseen this? I mean, you don't even need to be, I'll be honest with you, okay? I studied this, okay? This is what I studied. This is literally my field of study, and I have 10 plus years of experience in commentary, specifically on American foreign policy and the entanglements that we get into and how it's not beneficial for the Americans. But you don't need to have that pedigree to look at the situation that was unfolding and not realize that this is going to be devastating. Like, it's so stupid. If he was a better grifter, he would have leaned into what Nick Fuentes was saying ahead of time, who clearly is a much smarter, much more intelligent person than this Roach is. But because he's just so lazy that everything he sees is like bot accounts, because everything he sees is bot accounts on Twitter, and he just like repeats the dumbest bot accounts. He's like, oh, this would be so dumb. Oh, this would be so dumb if like the situation that's currently unfolding is unfolding.
Will be dumb, a complete... He's going to look like an idiot. He's going to look like a every time. Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I wonder who the biggest R word is in that situation. The guy who very clearly is like engaging in this panicked action that has done all those things, like destroy the global energy market, stuff like that. Or the dumbass who constantly repeats those takes as though they're based. Who's the dumbass here? Donald Trump or the guy who goes, yeah, based. This guy is so based over and over again.
Morning,
Giant, total failure.
Yeah. Let's see what Asmongold was saying last week.
Wars are not our wars. True. And we need to be radically, tremendously happy this has happened. I was a big supporter of us bombing them before, and now we're bombing them again, and this is just amazing.
This is an operation against the world's largest sponsor of terror.
That's right. This is amazing. Every third world shithole that promotes these terrorist ideologies, death cult religion, is getting demolished. Oh, a school got bombed? It's collateral damage in a war, and it's inevitable, number one. And number two, if they didn't want that to happen, maybe they shouldn't have been funding terror groups and antagonizing a world superpower like America. Man, how about that?
You had dumbass on Twitter doubting your degree. What is this? He doesn't have a degree in international relations. He has a degree in poli-sci and communications. Not the same thing, Hassan. Wait, what? What the does this person think international relations is under? I mean, some schools it might be separate, but for most schools, it's under poli-sci. Oh my God. What a confident moron this is. 1/3 of the required classes to graduate with a poli-sci at Rutgers, with a poli-sci degree at Rutgers, include foreign and international politics. There's no way you aren't a Fed, Lamau. That's not a degree in international relations. That's not the point. An undergrad degree just gives you a base. It's the 10 years of experience reading and talking about it on top of that makes this area of expertise. CNN, Iran tells U.S. it will not negotiate with Witkoff or Kushner, but only J.D. Vance. Oh my God, shut up. No, there is no shot. No, come on, dude. Please tell me these Iranian boomers don't think J.D. Vance is actually anti-war. Jesus Christ, no shot. I believe it. I literally believe it. I believe that they are such boomers that they legitimately see the reports of J.D. Vance like being noticeably absent from the conversation and think like, oh, he must be like actually anti-war. I hope they're just trolling. God, the Ummah boomers, they literally, it takes nothing. It takes nothing for Muslim unks, Shia, Sunni, doesn't matter. It takes such little for a white man for them to go, oh my God, this guy will save us. I mean, clearly, I don't think that's it. I think they're trying to pull an insubordinate power play. They know they have the upper hand. They're playing with their food now. I mean, I get why they would say no to Witkoff and Kushner. Witkoff and Kushner has directly them over. There's a term for it in Israeli intelligence where someone is not like directly, I think it's called a helper, right? Murtaza Hussein wrote about this, where people like Witkoff and Kushner are seen as helpers, right? They're not directly under the payroll of the Israeli government, but, you know, they're sympathizers, right? Sayayim, I think so. This is Unk on Unk talking. Why are you believing CNN on this? It's true, I shouldn't. Iran are Democrat agents trying to torpedo Vance's presidential run. They're trying to exert their material sovereignty over the U.S. This will legitimize Vance in the eyes of the public, playing to both Trump and Vance's ego. New senior Iranian official Jalili accused the U.S. of deception amid talk of talks. Saeed Jalili, the supreme leader's representative to the Supreme National Security Council and a member of Iran's Expediency Discernment Council, criticized the U.S. calls for dialogue, saying Washington previously pushed for regime change and Iran's fragmentation. Bro, they activated the 82nd and they're bringing 2 amphibious assault ships. These are the break glass and emergency forces. They're going to invade. That's what I think, too. I don't think they would be moving assets like this if they weren't invested in invading. I think they're stupid enough. I think they're literally, I think America and Israel, well, Israel will not be sending troops. Sorry. My mistake. For a second, I forgot. My mistake. America is going to be sending troops for Israel. Israel will not be sending troops. But America might be dumb enough to actually send troops to Iran and try to invade Iran militarily, which is incredibly stupid. A bit anti-Semitic to send Israeli troops. True. My mistake. Iranian representatives have left the Trump administration. No, it does not want to negotiate with Witkoff and Kushner and would prefer to engage with Vice President J.D. Vance, according to two regional sources. Listen, all I'm going to say is this. Judging by what I know of these guys in the Iranian leadership, I can totally see them being boomer-brained and assuming that J.D. Vance's silence is seen as like genuine opposition to the American and Israeli initiatives, which it's not. He is just he's better at reading the room, but that doesn't mean that he's gonna like actually take a more favorable position. But who knows? I don't trust CNN sources on the Iranian side. I trust drop site sources on the Iranian side. Interesting timing for this. Effective April 20th, 2026, the U.S. Army is increasing the maximum enlistment age from 34 to 32 and eliminating waiver requirements for single conviction of possession of marijuana. Hell yeah. Now all those guys that were like putting on, those like fat veterans that were putting on their old gear to be like, oh, I can go in the war, can go enjoy. Wait, 42. Wait, hold on. Wait. No. Oh, hold on now. But oh no. Okay, Chatter asked me earlier, what would it take for you to move to China? Who knows? Me and my dad going to war, baby. Hope you like the lobster news, boy. Chat meetup in Tehran. Wait, Hassan, they're sending these people too? No, these guys are doing the domestic home front. They're fighting the real battle. When being born in New Jersey backfires, I have bone spurs, so it's fine. I have bone spurs, actually, so I won't be attending. I'm transgender and I have bone spurs. Yeah, turns out it's transgender for everybody. Oh, man. Wonderful things are happening in the world. Really, just awesome. So cool. Important for chatters that are about to be drafted. The 10 items guaranteed to clog a toilet. Yeah, the Pahlavis are also mad that Trump's 15-point plan is not looking too good. IRGC won't absurd. The conditions of the 15-point plan are literally better than the JCPOA if followed through on them. And also, Iran is never going to limit their missile capabilities, and most likely will never stop funding the IRGC, or never stop funding the proxies in general. So, good luck to America on this 15-point plan that they put out there with no assurances.
It has to be said that the Saudi government has issued a statement denying any of these claims. This is the fog of war. You will have leaks everywhere, confusing people, paving the way for the public opinion for the next step of the war. Just shortly after this article came out, another leak came out with another news organization saying that 3,000 more U.S. soldiers were on the way to this region. I think it's really to create this fog of war that happens during each and every conflict I covered. Probably the truth is somewhere in between.
And Hoda, Iran this Tuesday is continuing to attack Gulf states. Have you noticed any shift in the intensity or the targets of these attacks, Hoda?
Well, I have to say, I was listening to the press conference, the weekly press conference of the spokesman of the foreign minister here in Qatar, Majid al-Ansari, because we hadn't heard any alert for the good part of the last 2.5 to 3 days. And then he all of a sudden said that doesn't mean that there haven't been any attacks. Shortly after, the Ministry of Defense has clarified that today alone, for example, 9 ballistic missiles were intercepted here in Qatar. There seems to be maybe a shift that the attacks from Iran are now targeting specific areas away from the urban areas. You see that, for example, in Saudi Arabia, where most of the drone intercepted, or all of them, I would say, on this day, were towards the eastern region. That's home to most of the oil refineries and the most important oil installations in Saudi Arabia. And then you had another attack in Bahrain, where a UAE contractor who is of a Moroccan origin was killed, and several others were hurt. That, again, being a military target. So people here are a bit confused. Many would tell you maybe there's space for diplomacy, maybe something is happening behind the scenes. President Trump seems to say that. He just said it about 20 minutes ago or so while I was on standby to.
By the way, I'm noticing they're talking about 82nd Airborne, open source intel, by the way, another Israeli classic. 82nd Airborne, 75th Rangers, Delta, 160th SOAR, SEALs. The RGCs should start praying. Noticing that there's no IDF units mentioned in this. Have you guys noticed that? Because I've noticed that the IDF is not involved in this ground unit positioning. How strange. How strange. Why do you want to send the Jewish people from the only Jewish state and the only democracy in the Middle East into war? Are you us? Yeah, only Lebanon. Only Lebanon. Volkswagen is returning to the Nazi business. They can't escape their roots. German government supports the move also. Volkswagen to shift from cars to missile defense and deal with Israel's Iron Dome maker. Oh, God. I want to forget the existence of the state of Germany. Please, can we just have one day where I don't have to think about Germany? Please. I feel bad for the Germans that are stuck in Germany. God damn it, dude. It's just, let's not think about Germany. Please. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. Not the Sora app. Not my Sora. No, not my AI slop, dude. What the I've tried many times to understand the stock market, but I can't. Can you explain what this exactly means? What do you mean this is not real money? I want to know so I can fight my cynic liberal boyfriend on this. Stocks that are traded on the stock market are supposed to be traded on fundamentals, like market fundamentals. Like in the past, when a company had new technology, okay, their stock prices increased. They had a more valuable product. It doesn't work that way anymore. Everything is financial engineering. It's not anchored around anything but speculation. And given the market consolidation that has taken place in the stock market as well, where 90% of the stock market is owned by the top 10% of earners in the country, the top 10% of wealth in this country, there's tremendous consolidation. So there's like markets move in a certain direction very quickly. It's not democratized at all. It's not like, $1, one vote. It's not a system like that. And because it's sometimes 3 companies owning, 70% of the gains, for example, and other times it's like, again, all of the money is in the hands of the wealthiest people. It's in their vested interest to keep up with this lie. Like one of the examples I used to use was the Tesla valuations, right? Tesla became such a behemoth with so many institutions closely tied to Tesla's success that anytime Elon Musk lied, right, and then was shown to be a liar over and over again, people just kind of went along with the lie because they had a vested interest in the Tesla stock prices going up because they'd bought into it. That's part of the reason why I always say the way the stock market works is if it's doing well, it's not doing well for you necessarily. You might think so because you have a 401k. This makes the average working class individual think that they have a stake in the stock market doing well, but it's not actually doing well for you at all. The gains you're making are marginal. It's inconsequential. But when it's doing poorly, that's when you actually suffer because you see job losses, right? You see scale backs in our productive output. The gains are privatized and the losses are socialized. Stocks are real money, as in you can cash it out at any time, but increasingly the value of companies is not actually based in their intrinsic value, profits, assets, innovation, etc., but based on hype. It always has been to an extent, but it's gotten worse, especially if 401ks take up a huge market shares and just sit there. The state has propped it up, and normal people are trading now. I don't necessarily think it's because of like retail traders that the stock market is so unbelievably busted. I don't think it's true at all. I think it's the exact opposite. I think it's the consolidation of ownership of most stocks in the hands of a select few institutional traders that has created this system. I think that it's actually the institutional traders as opposed to the retail traders that are the reason why the stocks are not reliable at all. I mean, they're not based around the fundamentals that they were supposed to theoretically be in. Stay in your lane, bro, stocky. I mean, again, this is not my forte at all. This is not my area of expertise at all. I don't even own stocks, as you guys know, famously. So I could be totally off base here, but this is just the way I see it. That's why I say money is fake. It's too stupid to understand it, but it just like feels so fake to me. The thing about retail traders is the institutional traders now follow their expectations of what retail traders will do. So it's kind of both at once. I think there is a vested interest in the stock market constantly being in a bull market. That's what it is. Whether retail traders are actually, movers and shakers at all doesn't really matter. I think that it's more so that everyone involved in the stock market assumes that it's always going to grow. Okay, stock always goes up. And the government has actually done everything in its power to make sure that the stock market is always going up. And that's like what Donald Trump does. That's what Donald Trump's big thing is, right? He's the most responsive to market moves. If you want to take him out, just destroy the stock market. Now, the problem here, bro, you're right. The market is determined by the movements in it. If few people hold the most stocks and they can make it look however they want to, that's what I think is going on. I don't think it's like retail traders that are going, oh, Donald Trump on Truth Social said that, a deal is imminent. I think it's actually the institutional traders that control a large share of the stock market that go, oh, thank God. And the only reason why they do that is because they have a vested interest in the stock market stabilizing. A company like SpaceX has no reason to IPO at over $1 trillion, given its assets of like $50 billion total, but retail traders are extremely excited about it, so it'll likely be valued at 1.2 to 1.5 trillion. It's just one part of the puzzle, though. Yeah, retail is like 10% of stocks, is true. We're saying goodbye to the Sora app. To everyone who created with Sora, shared it, and built community around it, thank you. What you made with Sora mattered, and we know this news is disappointing. Oh, no. We'll share more soon, including timelines for the app and API and details on preserving your work, the Sora team. No! Not the Sora app. Not my Sora. Cause exit liquidity is always assured for these form of 401ks. The problem is backlash from said exit would make it so that the slush fund of 401ks would go away from the inevitable regulation Glass-Steagall 2.0 or worse, so everything must be propped up at all costs. No, not my AI slop, dude. What? You'll love this. This is what the companies are propping up the market are doing now. They're guaranteeing 17.5% returns for additional private equity investment. Very normal shit going on. Anthropic is offering equity, and OpenAI is offering the same plus 17.5%, and both are hemorrhaging cash. OpenAI is offering private equity firms a guaranteed minimum return of 17.5%, as well as early access to models not yet in public release. ChatGPT maker OpenAI is offering private equity firms a sweeter deal than a rival Anthropic, as both artificial intelligence companies court buyout firms that form joint ventures aimed at raising fresh capital and accelerating adoption of enterprise AI products, according to people familiar with the talks. OpenAI is offering private equity firms a guaranteed minimum of 17.5%, significantly higher than typical preferred instruments. Two people familiar said, this is a Ponzi scheme, right? Like this is just a Ponzi scheme. How can you guarantee that? By just what? The cash that you raise? And for the record, you can't remember, you can do this to poor people and you'll become very rich. But if you do this to rich people, as OpenAI is doing, virtually to every massive company out there, you're gonna go to jail eventually. I mean, this is going to destroy the entire economy. Like, Bernie Madoff went to prison because he fucked over rich people, okay? It's not because of poor people. Nobody gives a shit if you fuck over poor people. You make a lot of money for poor people. It's because OpenClaw, open source is OpenAI's future desktop agents,
This gathering in
employees.
Beijing, hosted by internet giant Baidu, hundreds of people line up.
This does unironically feel like anytime China truly reveals like an open source, easy access competitor, what the American AI companies are presenting at this like high markup, it literally disrupts America's only profit center. Like the OpenClaw is some random German dude. OpenClaw is not Chinese. Oh shit, I thought it was Chinese. I was thinking of DeepSeek. This happened with DeepSeek. OpenClaw literally uses frontier models under the hood
to get OpenClaw onto their laptops and phones. The Austrian-designed AI agent is all the rage in China.
Events teaching people how to use OpenClaw, or raise a lobster, as Chinese people say, are popping up across the country. This one is a full house.
OpenClaw has become really hot.
China has already surpassed the U.S. in adopting the open source software, which can run anything on a computer for you without you. You can tell it to search the web, buy plane tickets, even direct other bots. Wang Xiaoyan is using...
Bro, what the f is? Yo, are people stupid? This is like, in my opinion, this is the biggest L of China. They are so involved in the AI craze. Almost like that's an inherent massive vulnerability to commodity-dependent economy. Someone can undercut your entire economy if there's another source for your primary commodity. Yeah, it's also funny because the primary commodity that we're talking about is not like anything real. And ironically, if it succeeds, it will have massive negative consequences. Because like we're talking about AI, right? If AI actually reaches true artificial intelligence, it will have insane consequences for the labor market. So even if it technically succeeded, it would still be devastating, which, by the way, no real proof that it has, that we are anywhere near close to AGI regardless. Okay? I don't touch AI with a 10-foot pole. I just don't like it. I'm old. I hate it. I think it's bad. I think it's gross. I think it has horrible effects on our cognitive development in general. I think there's a major, you'll see in the future, if we have researchers at all, where you'll see papers popping up left and right about cognitive offloading and its dangers. Okay? The wealthy know this already. And that's precisely the reason why they send their children to schools where they, one, learn Mandarin. Okay, just remember that. And two, don't allow their kids to be on their phones or do all this AI shit. Like, we are the last generation. Millennials, ironically enough, and older Gen Z are the last generation that benefited from living in a world that wasn't entirely dominated by AI. AI was supposed to come after we achieve peace and stability. Instead, it's being thrust upon us at the lowest point in modern history. Well, AI is here, so what do we do to help resolve the cognitive reduction? We do away with it. But the reason why AI is all over is not even necessarily, I mean, it's partially to train the models, right? Like, that obviously plays a big role. But the other reason why they're doing it, especially with generative AI, is not because they like hate non-binary queer artists, okay? One might think that that is the reason, considering the massive impact that it has on they, thems, and the artwork that they produce for commission. But the real reason why they do generative AI is because they want people to get excited about it so they can justify all of these massive amounts of cash grabs that they're doing. They're fundraising like crazy. These things are literally burning more than they are capable of fundraising. But the reason why they're doing it is so that, you know, people are more excited about it. You generate hype and aura moments around it so you can justify getting billions and billions and billions of dollars. I think your negative bias towards AI is clouding your judgment on this. A ton of the scientists that work on this stuff are all saying the shit's getting weird and scary in terms of how quickly AI is developing. They do, however, echo the negative consequences and say the only way it won't be destructive to everyday life is if we move away from capitalism. I've said that. That's my argument. I don't have an issue with technological development, okay? The problem is what technological development does under capitalism. Technological developments cannot come at the cost of the existing labor force. It's supposed to alleviate the stress. It's supposed to alleviate the burden of the existing working class, not replace it. I've said that a million times. You know this. The problem, however, is that there's a lot of hype and aura moments, and it's actually unironically destroying what makes us human, which is, you know, making art and shit like that. It was Stavros that said it best, right? We thought robots would do the menial tasks and we would have time for ourselves to focus on art. We got a situation on the other hand where the robots are doing the art and we're still doing the menial tasks. Would it affect Chinese labor as well? Yes, and it already is. But I have more confidence in the Chinese state as far as like protecting its labor force and protecting its citizens than I do in the American one. That's the difference. Everything that the Chinese government has done so far has been incredibly responsive to the needs of its working class. It's constantly obsessed with improving the Chinese people's material conditions, right? So I don't believe that given their trajectory, given their development so far, that China is going to look at this and decide to like eviscerate its manufacturing capabilities. And they already are. They already are utilizing AI quite. They already are utilizing AI a lot more than even we are in some ways. It's replacing so many jobs in IT. They're trying to extract value anywhere with it. It's not working as intended at the moment, but we're still losing our jobs. It's crazy. China's electric vehicle fleet is estimated to have saved 1 million barrels, 1 million plus barrels per day since the oil crisis began. Wow, look at this. A government that makes long-term plans in the interest of its people instead of wildly jumping from the whims of lobby to lobby. The oil lobby made Trump slash U.S. EV subsidies, and as a result of the war, the Israel lobby made him launch will bite much harder. Yup. We're still paying out a French company. This was reported in the New York Times yesterday. I forgot to get to it. We're paying out a French company $1 billion to not put wind farms off the East Coast. Isn't that nuts? I talked to my friends working in Shenzhen recently and found that Chinese companies adopt AI at the same pace as big tech in the U.S., if not faster. However, in contrary to the U.S. companies who use AI to displace the jobs, none of my friends in Chinese company felt insecure about their position. Instead, they're saying it's lifting the weights off their shoulder. So I'll say this much. China has a similar crisis of overproduction in their graduates, right? There already is a real issue that Xi Jinping has also identified and said he seeks to address with respect to the youth unemployment. So this is already an issue in China. And if they were to play fast and loose with AI and focus on profit for some of these like valuable tech sector jobs, because I think China's play on AI is to, improve efficiency without actually like reducing the number of workers, because they have to have workers, right? So at most they'll I assume they'll reduce the burden without actually leading to massive job loss. So they already have a significant issue with youth unemployment, right? And they're very good at structuring their economy to address those needs, because they understand that this is, they have to be responsive. They have, at least in the last 15 of these 5-year plans, they've done, or 14 of these 5-year plans, they've done that. They've done just that. They say, this is our target, we're going to hit it, and then they do, right? And all of that has yielded tremendous Chinese prosperity. How do you reduce burden without cutting jobs? Companies won't keep redundancies around. That's where not operating within a capitalist system comes into play. You can punish companies for firing people instead of like reducing their work hours. That's it. And I don't know if they will do that. I mean, they can create jobs programs. The Chinese economy is not structured in the same way that the Western liberal capitalist economies are, right? There's an aspect of for-profit capitalism that's baked into the system itself, especially when it comes to light industries. However, the government makes these decisions ahead of time and does have a centrally planned focus on key sectors that they want to develop. And it's very obvious that part of that is AI, specifically because AI is a massive force for the American economy right now. And if they just offer a cheap competitive product or a free one, they can undercut the American singular resource, the singular commodity that is like the American economy is anchored around, and they can deliver a devastating blow. So I suspect that the Chinese AI initiatives are focused on undermining the American AI bubble and maybe seek to burst it. That's what I think. Just as the Chinese focus on renewables, solar panels, and then the EV focus wasn't just to like create jobs, but also to electrify their grid and electrify all the other countries' grids, to like move them away from their over-reliance on the petrodollar and specifically fossil fuels, And part of that also happens to be a good thing for the world, for not only for these countries to like develop some semblance of sovereignty, at least away from the American-backed petrol giants, the petrol capitalists. But it also is good because obviously it ends up putting a dent in our carbon output, our carbon production, significant dent if they were to fully focus on that. In the absence of like America completely destroying the Gulf states and their production, which China still relies on, obviously. And for the record, crippling the Chinese economy would mean crippling the global economy because it's the manufacturing hub for the entire planet with no alternative facilities that can keep up with the needs of the rest of the world. Even if their economic model is different, Chinese companies are extraordinarily focused on efficiency. Unless CCP changes their attitudes on welfare, I'm not sure what will happen with AI replacing jobs. Yeah, I mean, they are very anti-welfare. It's gross. And a lot of people don't even see that. Like, a lot of people don't even comprehend that is the argument, the narrative that they're presenting is that like they're all savages. Nasty as There is a coordinated Zionist and right-wing push to attack Assad this morning, and it's true, and it's coming specifically because of the political reporting, because this is what they tune into. I'm on Fox now. One of the most ridiculous embargoes of all time that has only gotten more deadly as time has gone on.
Move over, Sophocles. 2 words, useful idiots, okay? Useful idiots to the regime. Pinkos to, typical.
Yeah, he's wearing $1,500 Cartier sunglasses, okay, while the people cannot eat in Cuba, and if they speak out like this guy is, they'd be thrown in jail with no redress. This is absurd. And all these humanitarian radicals, Laura, are staying at 5-star hotels. While everyday Cubans are starving and enduring blackouts. Rather than making those glittery hearts, they should have spent the craft money on maybe feeding these people and shut their mouths. This is not what freedom looks like, what Cuba's offering their people. This is suppression and oppression, and it's gone on for decades
Raymond,
now. Time to wrap this up.
Since we're in California, it reminds me of Gavin Newsom at the French Laundry during COVID, Nancy Pelosi at the hair salon during COVID. The rules never apply to them. They eat cake and they eat their lobster and the other people. Oh, Raymond, thank you for going to the airport for us. Great reporting.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for us tonight.
By the way, the hits are going to keep coming. The hits are going to keep coming. I know for a fact. Be on the lookout for a liberal hit pieces too. I think they want to nip this shit in the bud before it turns into another Gaza situation where mainstream media completely lost control over the narrative. And I think that is the unironic reason as to why they're so actively doing a full spectrum propaganda by belittling the stated purpose of the humanitarian aid convoy. What have they done compared to you and others similar in your position? They advocate for the blockade to continue. You're going to answer for those $1,500 Cartiers, though? No, I'm not. First of all, I don't think they were that much. Secondly, I didn't even buy them myself. I did put the transition lenses in it, though. Also, last but not least, it's utterly irrelevant. Like, what difference does it make how expensive my clothing is? Are you stupid? Is my drip causing Cubans to suffer, or is it the blockade? Also, you have no choice in what kind of hotel you can stay in. You have to stay in that's the other, like, literally the only available hotels that can receive 600 people. There are not enough readily available random houses that people can stay in. There was like 600 people from all around the world that were coming in, and the American government restricts where you can stay. Most people don't know that, though, which is why to them it sounds so insane. It's one of those things. It's like with Israel, right? When Israel does something so heinous and people go, there's no way that's real. That's got to be anti-Semitic. And then you're like, oh my God, it is real. What? But what's hilarious about it, the situation, like the goal of this, at least from my perspective, is to bring awareness what the Cubans were going through, what the Cubans are still going through. But outside of that, it was to expose, it was to investigate and potentially bring awareness to and expose the complex nature of these blockades, the complex nature of like American sanctions and American blockades, and how It has disrupted daily Cuban existence for 60 years at this point. And a big part of that, like weird, and unnecessary restrictions is, ironically, the restrictions on who or where Americans can and can't stay. Greg Gutfeld's meltdown about you was pretty funny. Greg Gutfeld also leaned into Commie Club Med, the 5-star revolution. Like, I don't think these people understand. This wasn't like a tropical getaway in an island. Okay. We were there for a very specific purpose. And obviously they understand what that specific goal was because they're actively choosing to undermine it, right?
Sunglasses. Why didn't these activists invite Cubans to stay in their hotel for the night? I'm sure a few did, but only after requesting hookers in Spanish.
Oh, gross.
You want a glimpse of a Yankee douchebag? Here's one.
Tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently. The government has very limited resources, and the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels. In comparison to the situation on the island, it's prosperity pretty much, and experiencing that dichotomy is like definitely me up. Definitely.
Now, nothing he said is true.
That's insane. I love that in most instances, it just doesn't even matter. Like, what the words that are coming out of my mouth doesn't matter at all, right? Everything I said is correct. Everything I said is true. They'll just simply say, oh, you could stay at an Airbnb. How are you going to put 600 people in an Airbnb when the island doesn't even have a reliable energy grid? There aren't 600 different Airbnbs that you can assign for 600 people that are coming from all around the world. There aren't that many Airbnbs. It's so stupid.
But we got to replay that last part.
Experiencing that dichotomy is like definitely me up. Definitely.
You couldn't have done that better if you scripted it. I bet he has a Grey Poupon suppository.
Like, I don't understand. I'm literally not even in the hotel here, for the record. I'm at a friend's house, okay? This was a local's home that I'm in, okay? And not only that, but like, yeah, Ryan Grimm made me a coffee. Are they saying it's because I'm drinking coffee like a gay guy? Like, what is this? Like... yeah, it's a tiny cup, man. I'm a massive guy. It's a Cuban coffee. What's the problem? This reminds me of enjoy your fancy burger, Mr. President. Yeah.
Or up his butthole. By the way, his glasses cost $1,400.
Yeah, broke boy. What's up? Yeah, I got swag. What are you going to do about it? Suck my...
times the average Cuban salary and 4 times what I pay my right.
Dumbass, anything that you wear is going to be like 3 times the average Cuban salary. It's a very poor island. We've kept it poor. That's the point. We've literally destroyed their economy through economic terrorism. It's ridiculous. You can make that argument for every single thing that every single person that is like visiting the island is wearing. It's so stupid.
Of course, they're also meeting with Communist Party officials because nothing screams grassroots rebellion like schmoozing with the government militants. I can't wait for the Yelp review. Not for the hotel, but for the government. 5 stars, very attentive dictatorship, great gulags, chilled shrimp. Could have been colder. But that's the left. They don't want to live under socialism. They just want to visit. Fly in, take pics, and leave before the lions, or in this case, reality, eats them. Hell, if they stayed longer, they'd find out that in Cuba, vegan means we can't afford meat.
Yeah, they're so gross, too. Like, the way they talk about the Cubans... the way they talk about these wonderful people, okay? Like, there is like this very clear, like, they're primal animals. They're gonna eat them alive. Like, it's insane, dude. They make it seem like the Cubans that we were connecting with, the Cubans that we were like hanging out with, were all like primal animals. Like, they're all just so angry. They're so angry that these disgusting Americans are running around. It's gross. And a lot of people don't even see that. Like, a lot of people don't even comprehend that is the the argument, the narrative that they're presenting is that like they're all savages, right? Nasty as they don't even like they literally deny personhood to the average Cuban person. They make it seem like if Cubans are participating in like a government funded festival or like a government run festival that like Kneecap is performing at for free, they say, oh, they duped them. They bribe them with cookies. It's nasty. You think these people don't experience joy in spite of the conditions they're subjected to? You animal.
Fact is, Cuba's been struggling with power and basic services for decades. You know, the stuff that happens when the government controls everything and produces nothing. But these activists can't admit that. So instead, they play Che at the Four Seasons.
Yeah, they couldn't spin this narrative for your China trip, which was actually a tourist trip. But when you deliver humanitarian aid to the country, they put an embargo. They have to give the spin. Exactly. When I visited China, that was literally just a tourist trip. Like there was no other like humanitarian aid component. Obviously, it'd be ridiculous to deliver humanitarian aid to China. China should deliver humanitarian aid to us. Right? Is it a good thing that they're covering you? This is the only time they're talking about Cuba? No, I think that's cope. I've seen a lot of like kind-hearted individuals, including those who participated in the flotilla, that there are a lot of kind-hearted people that think, you know, that this is somehow good. I think that's cope, man. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think we have to reframe the narrative. I think we have to reframe the message here. I'm not gonna lie, like they are very actively trying to dilute. It's not all publicity is good publicity. They're very clearly aware that the goal of this humanitarian aid mission was not only to deliver humanitarian aid in person, which is one of the only ways that you can do that, by the way, but also on top of that, to bring awareness, to bring awareness of the conditions that Cubans were facing. And instead of having that conversation, they're actively trying to have a different one, dramatizing the incident. I think they very clearly recognize that that they're about to lose the narrative war once again, especially considering that like you can freely travel to Cuba and see for yourself what we've done to the people there. And they don't want another Gaza on their hands, you know? They don't want they want another Gaza. They are creating the conditions for another Gaza, but they don't want the perspective to change. They don't want people's perception of our involvement in Cuba to change from like, oh, this is just like not a real sanctions regime at all or anything like that. But it's just simply a byproduct of like the dangers of communism, a warning sign. He didn't play your monologue about the doctors that can't get supplies for a reason. Of course, that's the whole point. That's the entire point. It's just every moment that you're having a conversation about like how silly, how stupid this humanitarian aid mission was. It's a tropical jungle trip. It's a med spa trip. It's not. It was not at all.
And they're so stupid, they convince themselves they're helping, but they aren't convincing anyone else, especially the Cubans.
Don't let the loser make you angry. Use your butt-felt jokes. The coverage is not good. It's destructive and relentless. They know this expedition can increase your revolutionary profile even more. I genuinely don't think they care about the flotilla. They ignored all the others. Yeah, I'm like a magnet for this kind of nonsense, unfortunately, because I have like such an active base of like psychotic haters that are constantly feeding like easy dunks. What is this? The New York Times PR department replied to me, there's no way to defend the ridiculous piece about Hassan, which somehow required 3 reporters so they point the coverage of political turmoil and economic crisis over 7 decades. The Times has reported on political turmoil and economic crisis in Cuba for 7 decades. This is one of the hundreds of stories from Cuba published this month. If you'd like to read more about U.S. policy, the denial of fuel and hardships, we covered it in detail. The question for the Times is why they're writing about a leftist streamer's choice of hotel, which incidentally wasn't his choice. He was a part of a delegation that booked one of the few allowed hotels that could accommodate a large group rather than a U.S. politician's silence. The PR department points out the other coverage of Cuba's crisis because they cannot answer my criticism and explain why they buried the lead and focused on something inconsequential and irrelevant. I had to postpone a surgery in Cuba for several years because we lacked the antiseptic medication to clean hospital beds that had staphylococcus, like staph infection. Is that what it is? The bloqueos just sucks. Did they add your comments to that article? Yeah, but it was a totally abbreviated version of it, which it's understandable. They're not going to put the whole thing in there. That makes, I mean, it was very wordy and very long. Obviously, they're not going to do that, but where is it? I mean, it said, yeah, here's a full quote for the New York Times piece on the Cuban aid mission. Obviously, it was too long for the piece, but I wanted you to see it. This is what they took away from it. Mr. Pike said in a statement that the attacks were meant to serve as a distraction for the work of activists and politicians to show how the U.S. government's treatment of Cuba had asphyxiated the island and to downplay how the Trump administration was engaging in yet another unjustifiable regime change effort in Cuba. My quote, on the other hand, was, deeply cynical people have made it their lives' work to sit around at the comfort of their homes and undermine the stated purpose of sending humanitarian aid while bringing awareness to the blockade that has caused tremendous torment to the Cuban people, who are some of the bravest and most resilient people I've ever had the honor of meeting. They framed every collaborative action with the Cuban people from an outright evil framework. All of this advances the Trump administration's goals of engaging in yet another unjustifiable regime change effort. We have asphyxiated this island with the hopes of ending its unlimited potential through a sequence of bureaucratic sanctions designed with the sinister purpose of remaining invisible for plausible deniability and to shift the blame back to redistributive policies. My goal was to investigate the hidden ways in which sanctions impact the daily lives of Cubans beyond the oil blockade that started with secondary sanctions in 2019 and reached its total blockade status recently. The things I learned from speaking to doctors, engineers, and ordinary Cubans shocked me to my core. I believe the goal of those who choose to belittle the work of the activists and politicians is to serve as a distraction in an effort to defend our government's responsibility and the collective punishment Cubans are experiencing. I need a dictionary real quick. Wait, what? It's the New York Times. They'll publish a whole quote, Lamau. No, I mean, of course they're not going to do that. I did use distraction. I did use the word distraction, and they did put the word distraction. I mean, it's not a bad abbreviation. I think it still gets the gist across. I think they could have been much less generous. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm too deep in the left, too well read. But if I read that edition, I would read to me like a red hot signal flare that the U.S. is absolutely in the wrong here. Yeah. Take away the nice hotels and drip. Could they even criticize of your trip? I mean, they've done so much more than just like the drip anyway. Yeah. I mean, this was another moment that's supposed to be like a revelation for liberals. So funny how both the liberals and conservatives are united on absolutely clowning on Code Pink, Lamau. Yes, we know you guys are fascist sympathizers. We see it every day, says Mike from PA. But it's like, this is supposed to be a moment. All of these liberals that are aligning with the Republicans to justify Trump's policy of starvation and the war crime of collective punishment don't even think for a brief moment about what that says about their worldview. They're supposed to hate Donald Trump, right? Or at least they claim to hate Donald Trump, and yet they love when Donald Trump does shit like this. Unbelievable. We shall see. Anyway. $23 days, man. It's crazy. At some point, you got to wake up to the reality that, like, the Iranian missile barrages are not stopping, and they can't defend the country anymore. All right. Let's get to situation monitoring, which, I've done very little of for the past couple of days because I've been in Cuba. But the war effort's going really well, Noah. I don't know if you're aware of this, but it's...
Victory's coming any day now.
Any day now. One of my favorite...
I've actually been I've been really excited to do my part because I live in Manhattan and I don't have a car, but I'm excited to be here in Los Angeles where I have a rental car and I can do my part to support the war effort by paying for $7 a gallon gas.
War bonds. It's our version of war bonds.
Oh, wait, Jerry Baker. Sorry. He's not just the Wall Street Journal editor at large. He's the former editor of the entire paper.
Yeah.
He's like not like a...
Iranian media says there was no direct or indirect contact with Trump and claims he withdrew after threatening to attack West Asia energy facilities. The unsettling reality is that with this president, Americans in wartime are in an unprecedented position of having to suspect that the enemy's version of events is more likely to be true than our own. We have become Baghdad Bob. He has to say that because we were always Baghdad Bob. I'm sorry. There's never been a moment where we're not Baghdad
Sorry,
Bob.
you're telling me that the ex-editor of the paper who moderated presidential debates in 2016 for Business News might not be letting on all that he knows about the failures of media.
Been this. The only difference is Trump is so vulgar and so incompetent that there is no liberal patina that even the previous formation was able to slap on, right? It's totally fucking ridiculous. It's totally, this is what I wanted to show.
Oh, this is all I love.
This is the best.
I read this aloud to myself.
This is the best sequence of events. Friday's press gaggle, barely exaggerated. At 12:03 p.m., President Trump told reporters he wanted a ceasefire with Iran. At 12:05, he declared victory. At 12:07, he announced he was sending Marines. At 12:08, he said no boots on the ground.
How do you do that in 60 seconds?
At 12, At 12:11, he said he did not want a ceasefire. At 12:16, he declared victory again. At 12:17, he asked for a ceasefire. At 12:23, he told NATO they were cowards. At 12:29, he said Iran was begging for a ceasefire. At 12:31, he said everything was perfect. At 12:36, he said $500 oil was a good thing. At 12:37, he demanded Iran open the Hormuz. At 12:39, he said Hormuz was never closed. At 12:41, he said the U.S. was not at war with Iran. At 12:42, he declared victory in Iran. There's no... What are we doing? There's no way.
We're did you hear the next thing though? There's actually we've had some developments since this where now it appears that we may jointly operate Hormuz.
Yeah.
Did you see the Dylan Saba tweet?
Sorry, you're wrong. Pentagon weighs deployment of air troops to Iran.
God.
It's like if you
were so close.
If you blink, you will literally see a role reversal. And my favorite thing, because as you might know, dirty commie and all, I have this principled stance that money is more fake. This is the fakest money has ever been. Okay, there's no world where the stock market is associated with any fundamentals whatsoever. We have never had money be so fake in our entire lives, because while this guy is contradicting himself, sometimes in the same minute, sometimes in the same sentence, the stock market is leaning into whatever they want to hear, and they're going, "Oh no, it's great actually." Now all of a sudden, the markets are stabilizing.
Well, I do think it was really funny though that the market went back to taking a bit of a shit, and oil went back to increasing as soon as Iran said, "Hold up, hold a minute, we're not talking."
Yeah, look at this.
It's so good.
At 7:04 a.m. Eastern today, President Trump said the U.S. and Iran have had a productive discussion to end the Iran war. Okay, boom. At 7:10 a.m., S&P surged 240 points, adding $2 trillion to the market cap. 27 minutes later, Iran completely denied all of President Trump's claims and said there has been no contact with the U.S. At 8 a.m. Eastern, the S&P 500 had fallen 120 points, erasing $1 trillion in market cap. There is a $3 trillion swing market cap at 56 minutes just in the S&P 500.
Yeah, I love that. The S&P 500, famous for its volatility.
Yeah.
That's it's hard to convey just how, you know what you never see, you don't hear anybody say anymore?
What?
Nothing ever happens.
Yeah, that's true.
I think we gotta
eviscerated.
we are in something.
Bro,
and we're not out of it, and it's not ending anytime soon.
When Francis Fukuyama is running around being like, countries need to develop nuclear sovereignty pronto, it's over, baby.
I do think that there is but this goes to something that you were getting at though about why it's these third way people, nobody listen. You got Jerry Baker at the Wall Street Journal saying we can't trust our president or whatever. It's just hard to convey how strange and surreal it is to have something this yes, this is what I was talking about. Which, by the way, look up somebody find the Iranian embassy in, I think, South Africa. They copied the tweet.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Trump tells reporters that the Strait of Hormuz may be jointly controlled by me and the Ayatollah. Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant, dude. Oh, my Lord. That's so good. Energy industry insider in Iran tells me the following, and it's stunning, says Shrita Parsi. Before the war, Iran produced just shy of 1.1 million barrels of oil per day and sold it at $65 per barrel minus $18 discount, i.e. $47. Today, it produces 1.5 million barrels per day and sells it at $110 with only $2 to $4 a discount. And this does not include petrochemical sales that not only have increased, but are now being sold as a larger set of customers compared to before the war. Moreover, Iran is receiving payments through new mechanisms that bypass the UAE, which were set up after the June war. In essence, and this is really important to understand, Trump and Israel's war has ended up delivering Iran de facto sanctions relief. And on top of that, they're now paying. They're making them pay tolls if they want to pass to Hormuz.
Well, and the way that they're making those tolls work. So, in the 1970s, one of the ways that America dealt with the oil shock in 73, 74, and then in 79, but especially in the earlier phase, was that America you know, we left the gold standard earlier in the decade, but the biggest, one of the biggest, most unheralded parts of that was that we recycled petrodollars by selling all of these governments, you know, crazy huge weapons. You know, that was part of how we fixed all this. You know, we used that geopolitical tumult and that circumstance to reweight the dollar and recreate, you know, and help, you know, restore a stronger dollar by having, you know, these Arab governments spend and Iran at that time spend crazy amounts of money with us on F-6 on fighter jets and whatever. You know, now, like, Iran arguably is, you know, trying to force a similar kind of thing, because not only have they, you know, like, are, you know, clearly they're in the money, as Trita Parsi tells it in some respect, but now they're also saying, no, the only way the oil goes is if you pay us in yuan.
Yes.
Meaning that they are trying to
destroy the petrodollar system.
Exactly. And, you know, granted, the petrodollar system is like, it's a bit of an antiquated way of looking at it, just because, like, it doesn't.
It's also one that, like, I feel like they just kind of threw that out there for China.
It's the image. It's about how it looks.
Yeah, China doesn't even on it. Like, I don't think China is ready for being like the domineering hegemonic.
They don't
power.
want it. They want to do nothing and win, and they will. But like, this
is the unironic do nothing win moment, though, because like China is always doing things right. I don't agree with the do nothing win principle when it comes to China, but this is absolutely a moment where they did nothing. They literally objectively did nothing.
And they will probably be part of the diplomatic resolution.
Yeah. Well, they have to be.
Yeah, I'm not really.
Who's going to maintain stability?
I mean, well, right now, I mean, the crazy thing is that supposedly the talks that they're claiming have been happening are in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Which is also like
Islamabad.
I mean, but it's like, okay, so that's just a rehash of the Oman thing, where you're going to like a third party.
I personally take offense to as a Turk, because we are normally the table. The fact that they're going to Islamabad instead of Turkey is unbelievable. We are the table. We are at the table.
You're under the table right now.
Yeah, we're under the table currently. I mean, yeah, literally, the Iranians lasered one of our helicopters, which is like there's two major military presence in Qatar, and it's America, obviously the biggest one, CENTCOM, and then Turkey. I don't know what they were doing, flying around their troops, and I believe Aselsan engineers in a helicopter. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, they shot down a Turkish helicopter. We're no longer at the table. It frustrates me. Turkey's an intermediary. Okay, never mind. We're still at the Hakan Fidan. We're still at the table. Never mind. Confirmed. Turkish source tells Al Monitor the U.S. is asking for talks.
Okay, but this is awesome, because now all the leaks are just, hey, look at all of our ideas for talks. We love talking. We love talking.
Yeah. What up?
Dude, we love talking. Do not mind all these troops that we're massing.
Yeah.
Do not mind that we've killed literally every person that we've talked to.
Yeah.
Don't mind it.
Iran with Fidan. Yeah, I mean, no. Dude, look.
Well, duh.
Yeah, this is. Sorry, but Turkey is literally a principled
second largest standing army in NATO. Come on.
Yeah, and also literally has its own sovereign needs. Obviously, has its own regional goals, of course. And America sometimes lets them accomplish it, which regional goals basically just like Kurds. That's like, for the most part, that's what the regional goals are. But like, but outside of that, there is like tensions boiling between Turkey and Israel, but it doesn't change the dynamic that like Turkey does actually play. Turkey does play a major role in making sure that the Israeli energy grid stays stable. I mean, the pipelines from Azerbaijan go through Turkey, and the Turkish ports are how they deliver the oil and gas to Israel. That's like 45% of Israel's entire energy grid. And there's never been a moment where Turkey has said, yeah, we're going to this down. Okay? Turks used to deny this, by the way. Ironically enough, now they say, oh, what can we do? We don't have any power. But they used to literally deny it.
Well, and like, it's like, I mean, there's like, obviously so much more about this than me, but to me, it has always struck me that like Turkey's policy is just a triangulation game. Like, it's, like they know where their people are at on this issue. They know what the demands are of like their current set of geopolitical alliances and strategy. And then there's also like, whatever set of policies are good to preserve like the level of accumulation for the people that run the show. And so it's like, always finding like what is like, you know, like the 5-inch by 6-inch hole in which you can fit something that like meets all those needs.
Yeah. But I think the real test of like whether this is you know, unsinkable aircraft carrier or Zog theory will be if Israel gets to wage war against Turkey and then like undermines the entire NATO allegiance altogether. Because like at that point it's like undeniable, right? Like it's just ridiculous that America would be like, yeah, you know what, this NATO stuff is too big.
I mean, NATO is. I mean, look, one of the. Okay, I'll throw this out there so that I can because this is actually like what I'm about to say is like real live stream fail material, which is just that I do think that it's like NATO is coming under an enormous amount of pressure, and simply because the fight is now happening in Iran, I think people have kind of lost sight of a bit about some of what makes NATO feel very fragile at this moment. Like the geopolitical origin of NATO, right? Like the basis of it was an alliance to combat the Soviet Union and to prevent the spread of communism there. And it came together in the years after World War II, at the beginning of the Cold War, and we were almost a century on. And does the strategic rationale that was the basis for the origin of NATO still hold? And I'm posing a question that like was very heavily theorized and discussed in the 1990s in particular. George Kennan had some interesting stuff to say about it as somebody who was one of the ideological inspirations for NATO and a Cold War ideologue who then by the 90s is like, this thing may have run its course. Well, that's a thing.
Breaking, Anadolu Agence says,
oh, this is awesome.
U.S. delegation coming to Pakistan in a day or two for possible talks, but Iran's still not ready due to mistrust. Pakistani foreign ministry sources tell Anadolu. Dude, imagine the pump fake. They go and they're not there.
I mean, the U.S. is doing that. That's what's happening. This is humiliating. So, please, Erdogan, come to Washington. We need a real government. We need a real government. We can't have these. We can't have these losers who show up to diplomacy meetings without knowing if the other people are even going, just because they know how they are.
I think they should mock Witkoff and just be like, yeah, we're coming, and then just not show up. And because like, what are they gonna do? They're like talking about blowing up the energy grid in Iran. Okay, Iran has said that they're retaliating.
All right, we'll do it back.
They keep King Von posting on a daily basis. They literally posted every single energy infrastructure that they will destroy in the entire region. And obviously a lot of people think, oh, well, this will collapse the GCC and it will have global impacts that are insanely damaging, but maybe like the entire world will come together and like oppose Iran. But the reality of the matter is, because of the way in which global capitalism works, it creates a massive security flaw. It's a fragile ecosystem when you have a country that's willing to not just like take the war back to the principal defenders, but directly to the centers of profit, directly to the centers of capital. Those are American banks, right? Those are American refineries at the end of the day. Like, yeah, it's Saudi Aramco, but like who put those things together? Who still benefits from it? These are still going to be American. These are still going to be American capital owners that are not benefiting from their investments getting blown up.
And even if we don't directly own this stuff anymore, or even if we're not directly a part of it, like, I don't know, who pays for Saudi Arabia's, who supplies them with their military technology, who supplies all of these people, like essentially the rudiments of state making, let's call it, like all of the things that you need to do to be able to administer power, administer government in the 21st century. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, none of those countries could do any of it were it not for the largesse of the United States, like coming, on the other side of the table. Like that is what the U.S. brings to the bargain.
Yeah. Also, massive explosion heard in Tehran, along with air defenses. Like they're still being bombed.
Oh yeah, great.
But I do love personally that Donald Trump went from, oh, we're gonna blow everything up, to this.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace. Just peace.
No war.
Forever, forever. Peace forever. No crazy war. No crazy.
No crazy war. No war. He went in a matter of like 2 to 3 weeks, he went from yes war to no war, no crazy war, just peace, peace forever. They should immediately release Maduro, by the way, which is really up. But Netanyahu just spoke to Trump. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
I just spoke to President Trump.
Here, read it.
I spoke earlier today with President Trump. He believes there is a chance to leverage the military achievements of the war to get all of the objectives of the war through an agreement. Such an agreement will safeguard our interests.
I think these guys don't. I think he's first.
They're
of
all trying to find a way out, man. They're all trying. We're now getting like the we're getting the leaks from the Mossad saying that like the Mossad thought there was going to be an uprising. Like, oh no, this is cooked. They're done. They're trying to find the door.
They are so. And the reality is, Iran. Oh my God! Because they killed all the restraint guys. They killed all the restraint guys. So the rest are like, no, we have the.
Have you seen Jalali's posts? The more hardliner guy from their government who's still both alive and on Twitter, who has been doing some pretty good posts today that I've been seeing.
No, they've been doing like they've been doing like cringe posting. The IRGC guy was like, Donald Trump, you are fired. Like it's Robert Pape is cursed to see his work vindicated over and over again.
All right, he wasn't the first guy to point out that air power never like wins. To be clear, like,
but but it's that and also the escalation ladder. He loves like he only posts the same thing, copy and paste every day. He's like, well, this is the escalation trap. Please read my book.
My book. No, I also look as somebody who has to hawk something. I'm never gonna knock somebody for that.
Yeah.
But I think that this is part of what's so goofy though now, where it's like what we're now witnessing, like what we are seeing right now. Like set Lebanon to the side for a moment. What we're seeing in Iran is like this insane, bizarre scram. It's like the Israel and the U.S. are like, I don't. This for your audience is probably too old, but one of the best like jackass. Jackass sketches is medicine ball dodgeball, and it's like the U.S. and Israel are trying to find the door in like a dark room where people are throwing medicine balls like dodgeballs. It's absurd.
The IRGC clip. Oh yeah, this was the clip.
Oh,
hey, Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
You are fired.
Donald Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. That's hilarious.
Donald Trump's going like, we need to put. We're gonna bury him under the jail. We're gonna bury him under the reactor.
I just wanted to be one of the 88 clerics. Why can't I have a say? I've studied the Quran. I know the literature. I know it. I'm Shia in my heart and soul.
I do think that there is also it's so difficult because we're now like a solid decade into like Trump life, and there have been so many cycles of discourses about his health, his state of mind. How aware is he of what's going on? And I really do feel, not because I've seen like clips of Trump where he looks out of it or out of sorts, but just like, I don't think have we ever seen a policy, like, and this is like for Trump I'm talking about. For Donald Trump, have we ever seen something this crazy, this, discombobulated, this contradictory?
It's funny because, like, it's not even entirely his own fault. I mean, obviously, it mostly is his fault because he still very much has the capacity to make that phone call to be like, we're done here, right? It's over. And I don't know how much of the leverage they have. I'm certain that like reading the tea leaves here and looking at the Iranian response, if they were to like cut Israel out of the equation and were to like withdraw, which America simply doesn't do, with the exception of like with the Ansar Allah movement and stuff. But if they were to do that, if they were to give Iran assurances, like I'm certain that Iran would eventually say, all right, fine, pay us reparations, or, by unfreezing some of the assets that you have frozen for years and years. It would be a massive blow to American confidence and stuff. But like it would, in my opinion, it would probably salvage like the remains of like the American empire at least for like another decade or two.
Had they gone in,
but if they go in gung ho, like if they continue to escalate and think that they could do boots on the ground military warfare with a country that has designed its entire defense around this exact scenario with a topography that looks the way it does, like a fortress on 3 sides with mountains, it's over. That's why they're quietly conceding. Well, not quietly, loudly conceding.
I mean, I do think that some of what's going on though is that like, and this is one of those things where it's like the Trump sloppiness and the incompetence really can't be dismissed or underplayed, because I do think that this is what we're like everything you said, ordinarily, if you were to get into a situation like this, you know, as a military leader, as a president, whatever, you have an idea of what your off ramps are. You have an idea of if X doesn't work out, then we will do Y. Or we will find a way to, you know, like Israel's very good at that, by the way, because Israel has chosen like, you know, very aggressive, very shocking, but fundamentally limited objectives as you know, that it seeks to accomplish to, you know, as part of its whole strategic vision. But like they find ways out when things start to not, when, you know, when the people start coming home in body bags, which is really the only like, you know, metabolic thing that keeps Israel from getting deeper involved. But like to me, this is where it's like, yeah, this is evidence of Trump had no plan to get out, and because there's no plan, he's in this like really it's a political trap. It's entirely a political trap, because as you say, there's no reason he can't just, you know, make the call and say we're done. It's that he has to come up with like a basis for political legitimacy to do that, and he's done so many different things, plus not having had the forethought. He doesn't have any way of accomplishing that. There is no political victory, even partial, that he can claim at this moment that we can yet see. And we're now entering week 3 or whatever of him trying to find simply that. I thought it was goofy. Can Iran give Trump a world peace award to end the war? I actually think that kind of logic is like where we are headed, because we're not going to see actual like things on the ground or like a major like a treaty. I know that we are in week 4. I think that they had a week where they thought they could really win this thing, and we've been 3 weeks of like, oh fuck, of like, where do I go?
The reason why I brought this is a theory that is like maybe a little, you know, lib-brained of me, but like I truly think Donald Trump doesn't believe in the competence of his own intelligence community and his own like generals, and time again he is like, listen to Vladimir Putin or even Benjamin Netanyahu in this instance. Like he will just be like, his own generals will come up to him and be like, dude, we're going to run out of batteries. We're going to run out of defense systems. Like we don't have the procurement strategy to develop in a rush, just in time manufacturing system that we have, like develop in a rush, like all that are necessary for keeping up this defense. And if you do this, it's going to be devastating. Dan Cain literally came out and leaked it to the press ahead of time. Like it's one of the biggest blows of the confidence of the American military is when your top general literally is like, this is not listening to me. I have to go and tell every outlet I possibly can that this is going to be a spectacular failure, with the hopes that there will be some pressure from reasonable minds.
There is like one stratum of this, or like one like area of this that we haven't brought up, which is like part of how this thing works and gets sustained. And that's like, I would say it's a combination of like the Israel lobby and their fellow travelers. So I'm thinking of like FDD, and I'm thinking of AIPAC, and I'm thinking of all these other organizations.
They talked about their objectives. It's literally copy paste from the FDD.
Yep.
FDD is a cutout for the Israeli government, by the way. For those of you who don't know, Foundation for Defense of Democracy. What's the Hebrew name of it initially? I think it's like.
I know they had to change the name because originally it was a Hebrew word, but they like.
I think it was a Hebrew word for truth.
Emet?
Yes, it was Emet. So FDD in 2001, when it was first launched, was called Emet. Okay, the Hebrew word for truth, and they had to like restructure it and make it more American because it was like too Israeli coded. But it's never actually changed its design. Its purpose is literally to serve as Benjamin Netanyahu's own personal think tank in America, and yeah, it's unbelievable that the American government's official communique shows a direct copy paste from the Israeli mouthpiece in Washington D.C. Like, look,
I would also add
this level of infiltration is insane, dude.
I mean, and you know, it's like Infiltration is, to me, an accurate description from even if this was like some 24-year-old who's working for the Trump administration was told like, oh, we need to have this page up and running. Like, go get the fact sheet out.
Yeah.
Like, and this is their choice was to just copy and paste this. That tells you something. I think the other thing, somebody else has been sharing this, about how Trump believes Israeli intelligence. Like, one of the not so open, or one of the not so, like tight secrets of American foreign policy is that Israeli intelligence is garbage. Lawrence Wilkerson, the ex-Powell advisor, is like a very he's spoken very explicitly about this.
It didn't used to be.
Well, it's because it became, particularly since the Netanyahu era, like what it is it's intelligence at its worst for political purposes, meaning that it's intelligence that is made to support specific political objectives of the government.
Yes.
It's not like unvarnished political reporting.
It's
not sourcing. It's stuff that it's Iraq war stuff all over again.
Because the goal is not like in their minds like survival, in the same way that like the American defense industry no longer operates for a specific military purpose or a specific military objective. There's so much defense bloat because it's a capitalist invention. So they don't about like making the cheapest and the most resilient pieces of military equipment. The sophistication of it and the cost of it is no longer a consideration at all because it's just an unlimited slush fund, right? For all of the shareholders that constantly drop further and further profits. And that's why you see the F-35, which is supposed to be this beacon of American military superiority, get taken out by a K truck with a built air defense system on top of it in the mountains of Iran, and it's a massive blow to American air superiority. And for
by the way,
anyone that can see it,
we're taking L's that we don't even know about yet. Like there's that ship that got hit that they're saying there was like a laundry fire, I think, the Gerald Ford. And then, there's never been all of a sudden, I don't know if you guys have known about this, but there's a lot of the F-15, which has had one of the most immaculate combat records in like 40, 50 years of service. And then all of a sudden, we've been losing F-15s. Oh, yeah. And then there was that F-35 that went down.
Yeah.
A plane that, by the way, is going to cost billions to replace.
$2 trillion in R&D that is supposed to be the peak of American ingenuity, right? Is now being combat tested in real time and in a record pace has lost its air superiority against defenses. And people are coping so hard that they're like, oh, this doesn't actually put a real dent in like American superiority.
By the way, what Maz Hussein is pointing out right now, by the way, here is really important because there was one opinion column in Al Jazeera a few days ago, last week, that was just getting passed around over and over. Like Ben Smith from Semaphore, a lot of people with, frankly, like a lot more sympathy than they should have for the Gulf countries or Gulf governments.
Well, they do
were
conferences
sharing it.
out
Yeah,
there.
exactly. But they're like, oh, this is
So
really
do I.
interesting. And
I went to the Pearl of the Gulf. Okay. I feel bad for Qatar. Maybe Iran should stop. That's what I think. That's right.
Yeah, that easy.
Yeah, it was that easy for me.
So like there was this article in Al Jazeera and it was all about how like it was the bear case for Iran essentially. It was saying that like, look, Iran is actually in a weak position. All of these launchers have been destroyed. How do we know they're destroyed? Because they're not launching missiles. And that was like the most salient factual claim in that piece. And it was like a very like now we're seeing no, Iran's capacity hasn't been diminished at all.
Yeah. It's like this is the thing that
not
I want.
at all, but you know what I mean.
This is the thing that I want. Yeah, it's not been treated in the way that it's presented, right?
Exactly. That's my point.
And that's the thing that I want to ask people that like are constantly like reading the recycled Cope machine from people who are like American military superiority is awesome. We're like, how do you cope with that reality that like a 34-year-old dickhead that has no like insider information has been openly saying that this is a spectacular boondoggle from day one. I have literally been able to pinpoint and call out alongside many people in the OSINT side of things that aren't so hoorah about American military superiority. How do you make sense of that reality where people from the outside can have more sober assessment about America's capabilities and more importantly its limitations than these people that are on the inside that have been basically telling themselves and anyone who will listen lies over and over and over again. There have been people, there were people initially that would come into my chat and be like, you're just coping. You're just sad that your best friend, the Ayatollah, got, you can't get that sweet IRGC money any longer. And I was like, dude, I'm just telling you what's going to happen tomorrow. And when it happens tomorrow, you're going to come up with a new cope. And they've been doing that now for 23 days. When will it end?
That's pretty good. DUI hires.
Yeah, DUI hires. Exactly.
I haven't heard that one before.
Like 23 days, man. It's crazy. At some point, you got to wake up to the reality that like the Iranian missile barrages are not stopping. And unironically, the Israeli defenses are actually diminished in the process. And they can't defend the country anymore. Okay.
I mean, this is to me like what this really reminds me of is the like what's happening now reminds me of like what a lot of people when Reagan got elected, what they thought he was going to get into, and then they were kind of pleasantly surprised that he just decided to do proxy wars. There's
by the way, yeah. Oh, sorry to stop you, but hype train incoming. Piker Broadcasting Service. Please subscribe for tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. They wanted like Reagan to be the one who would like, you know, like, or they didn't want it. They thought Reagan would be the one to do all this or whatever. And it ended up being like a 40-year head start, but the 40-year, you know, like lag, I guess. But to me, the thing that like is a part of what jumps out is that like all of this reminds me of like it's the same language, the same rhetoric, the same patterns of thought as all the people who after America got washed in Vietnam were like, let's fucking get out there, let's do it again. You know, let's you know, saddle back up. Because I just don't know how you look at something like this and be like, you know what, we'll fix this if we just throw a bunch of ground troops into the equation.
Yeah, U.S. Navy nuclear aircraft carrier USS Gerald Ford might be out of action for 14 months.
Bro, Jason Tatum wasn't even out that long. Jason Tatum, like you see NBA players like every night like lose like tendons and they're back on the court quicker than this.
Well, this $13 billion piece of expensive machinery is constantly in a. I don't know what it is. I don't know like. There's two working theories here, right? Obviously, one is that Iran was like peppering it somehow, and then the other one is like mutiny.
Yeah,
I think it could be mutiny.
So mutiny is in Blowback season 5. Yeah, 5. Yeah, the one about Cambodia and Vietnam. I have a good interview with people who are part of like essentially like a race riot on a ship, the Kitty Hawk, and that was one of a number of incidents. And we mentioned this briefly in that season, but like one of the reasons why, there's a really great book by the author David Courtwright that also talks about this. Like essentially in 1972, during the period of time when Nixon finally is like really forced to like end the war, essentially, part of what's going on is all of these mutinies and riots on Navy ships, on aircraft carriers, the USS Constellation, the Kitty Hawk. And they're, you know, these were very scandalous big events at the time that have been kind of, you know, memory hold a bit. But part of what was so astonishing was that like troop readiness and morale was was one of the biggest reasons why the, you know, military ended up, or the U.S. was forced to exit the Vietnam War. So the idea that
buddy was like a commonplace practice.
I mean, you would read stories about like troops, you know, who were in Cambodia who would frag their officers. Who were sending them to do pointless or stupid missions that they didn't agree with. I mean, you know, granted there was a draft, and a draft existing like that's why we had an anti-war movement. We had an anti-war movement because we had a draft.
Yeah, like that's the funniest thing when people are like, "Well, we should bring back the draft."
Sorry, why aren't people doing anti-war politics so good? What we did in Vietnam.
The people that are in defense of this administration's actions, claiming that we should do a draft, are the funniest people to me because you don't understand what you are suggesting. The only way that the American war machine continues is when it constantly feeds self-selecting individuals who are volunteering, not knowing what they're going to get into in real, you know, if we're being honest, they just don't fully comprehend. They just think like, oh, I'll just be on a ship for a little bit and then, you know, I'll get a comms degree and hopefully I can get a job and have my college paid for. But like, that is the system that has forced Americans or caused Americans to decouple entirely from foreign policy. If there was a draft initiated tomorrow, all of a sudden it would become a very different reality. Every single 18 to 25-year-old would be losing their minds. You would see a real anti-war movement.
Counterpoint, mild counterpoint. Gen Z, soon Gen Alpha, you know, like generations of people whom we think of as like indoor kids.
Yeah.
They're on the computer a lot. I think a lot of them want to see the world. And we know that they're not going to be able to get good jobs that would allow them to travel. So I actually think, you know, kind of almost like dialectically, they are the generation that if there is going to be a generation drafted to fight some psycho war, it would be like the iPad babies.
I think it's going to be
it would
very
be the first
hard.
iPad babies.
I disagree. I think it's going to be very hard to sell them on the idea that
they don't have to be sold. They don't have to consent. Is my point.
No, I know, but like I'm saying that they're not gonna go and die for Israel. I don't think. But
no, I think that they're gonna. No, obviously, I think what's end up gonna happen. If there will never be a draft, it's not a viable option. It's political. Country, but like the idea of committing ground troops in this moment, I think would have a very comparable effect. I think that if they were actually sending and preparing for like a meaningful ground presence with American troops that is, you know, beyond being stationed at any of our bases or patrolling the seas or whatever in this moment, then like you would quickly start to see some 1970s style shit, even though we don't have a draft, because that's how unpopular this bullshit is.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if they would frag their officers, but I think you'll see, you know, minor sabotage in the way that you're seeing currently. Like all of a sudden the toilets don't flush, and then they find out that there's like just t-shirts being dumped into the bathrooms. Who the puts a t-shirt in the toilet? I mean, I know some of these guys are stupid, but that made me think like this got to be deliberate.
Well, there's now, I mean, I think one of the things that we're starting to see, because there really are not many press institutions that have like ties with like the military. Meaning that like there aren't a ton of reporters who write for huge general audiences and who are also like, you know, really plugged into what the most, you know, creative minds and free thinking individuals, let's say, with those people in either the officer corps or among the general infantry. And that's not because like reporters today like love war that much more. It's just because of like the military's gotten that much better at keeping its personnel away from the press, and the press has, you know, been conditioned to not actually you know, ask these kinds of questions. So I think that like the extent to which like, you know, we are seeing this sort of dissension among the troops, it's just not communicated publicly, and they can hide a lot of it. They're hiding a lot of it really successfully, I have to imagine.
If you buy what CENTCOM is selling, this is the most accident-prone the U.S. military has been in its entire history. The F-15 entered service 60 years ago and has never been down during a war. Now 5 of them have been down by malfunction and friendly fire in 2 weeks. On March 5th, the IDF claimed to have destroyed 300 Iranian missile launchers. So over the next 2+ weeks of fighting, they only destroyed or disabled 30 launchers. None of it makes sense, especially because they were leaning too hard into either plugging some holes, which they probably successfully did, right? Like the entry points into where these tunnel systems are. And that caused a momentary pause in the volleys that were being launched. Or Iran was actually, you know, moving in a different direction and trying to make sure that this was a war of attrition and they could continue doing this for as long as possible. And that's why they were taking pot shots with the cluster munitions that they keep opening up on top of the Israeli airspace, because you only, as I kept repeatedly explaining, you only do that when your goal is to just like frustrate Israeli society. You're not doing that for any sort of like specific military purpose beyond, you know, pissing off Israeli society, crippling the Israeli economy, forcing them into bomb shelters, because those are not interceptable or interceptable missiles.
This goes to an argument also that Dylan Saba has put forward. He wrote for Jewish Currents in 2023 that I think is still one of the like most powerful interventions I've ever read on anything related to these issues, which was about how Iron Dome is an offensive weapon. And the idea is that Israel's defensive capabilities have been so aggressively beefed up so as to inoculate Israelis from what in any other context would be viewed as like the reasonable costs incurred for fighting a regional war.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
100%.
there is now, and I think in this situation, Iran has finally figured out that like we have taken. I mean, their leaders have arrived at the decision, forced really, that like there's no more respecting that. You have to flood the zone and test the limits of this system. And they've tested it, and they found that actually, like, Israeli leaders are now having to prepare their I mean, a family of mine has heard this as well. Like, Israeli leaders are trying to prime the population for the idea that they may not have to, because like all of the Israelis running to the shelter and stuff before, like when Hezbollah would send a rocket, or when Islamic Jihad or Hamas would send a rocket from Gaza and it would land in a field in Beersheba. I mean, you were talking about like almost what was for Israeli leaders, as they saw it, like the perfect level of suffering that they could experience, because it reminded the population of the danger, but it was not enough to actually like destroy and disrupt their quality of life over the course of like year, 2 years, whatever. And having lived in Beersheba, having lived in the south in the Israeli South myself, and at a time when that was the case, like it was very obvious that that was the function.
Yeah, that's why when you interview regular folks, ordinary Israeli society, they just have like a totally insane attitude about waging war with Iran, because from their perspective, there's no cost. There's some costs, there's minor nuisances, and I suspect that might change eventually, but I don't know, because like part of me also thinks that, like, just as we saw with October 7th, they're insane.
They're insane, but they have like there's a limit, not a limit to how crazy they are, but like insanity can be checked by reality and certain, like how crazy are you willing to be when your bank account is zero, that kind of, or when it goes to zero and you can't feed yourself. Like there's a certain kind of degree there's a certain element of this to me where like part of what we still have not seen yet is the real stress test applied, not just to like, Israelis, like everyday Israelis and their everyday happiness and their joy, with bombs and missiles falling on them. It's instead about the question of, like, can the Israeli society, can the Israeli polity survive intact in any recognizable form were this war to continue and their economy were to become devastated? Because Israel is not Iran. Israel is a tiny country, and it has a lot of
tiny country
and
size of New Jersey.
Meaning, though, what happens when a lot of those people who have dual citizenship in other countries and have been for the past number of years, even before October, this is a story I've told many times. A very, very influential and well-known Israeli journalist reached out to me. This is well before October 7th, because I had said, on Twitter, I said something like I had informally heard that there were many people who had been, who were leaving Israel because prior to October 7th, the radical government was making a bunch of Israeli libs start to feel, nervous and sketchy. And so if you had a German passport, an American passport, people were starting to move assets. And I'd said, I threw some cold water on that. I was like, I haven't seen the numbers. I haven't seen the statistics. And then this guy out of nowhere, somebody who I don't have a connection to, saw my comment and was just like, I just want to let you know, I think you're wrong. And that was prior to October 7th. I would be fascinated if, I would be so curious how, if the conditions in Israel were actually made that much more damaging, if they were that much more destructive to the average Israeli life, what might happen for all of the people who are in Israel who don't necessarily want to stay there. And I think that's where, again, like we've really not seen, and what I'm describing may be a situation that just like is not really plausible, because Israel would move so aggressively to prevent any circumstance like that from happening in real time. But I think that like what I'm really trying to point out is that we've not even seen Israel get tested to that point, and what Iran has been doing in terms of how it is stretching the limits of Israeli defenses is suggesting that, well, maybe we are going to see if that can happen. Maybe we're going to see if that possibility can be breached.
Yeah. Now let's look at another exit ramp for the world's least loyal man, who has always thrown everybody else under the bus. Perhaps this could be a first inclination of who might be in the crosshairs. Let's take a look.
I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60. There's no end. or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up, and you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last.
I don't know. I don't know if he'll throw Pete under the bus here. It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, that sounds like he's giving Pete a pat on the head, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Because it's like, and I'm sure, Pete has got a nice heart on going, having gotten that pat on the head.
Yeah. Iran's main demand is communicated to the mediators. If Trump fires Hexit, all bets are off. Moin Rabbani is joking there.
Yeah, it's clear.
Yeah. Breaking. The Speaker of Iran's parliament, who some claim has been negotiated with the U.S., says no negotiations have taken place, and the President Trump is claiming otherwise to manipulate the markets. It is crazy that, because it's no longer a non-state actor in the same way that, we very quickly did away with the Iraqi government, right? In the immediate invasion, and we were fighting against not like a fully fleshed out state in the Taliban, in Al Qaeda in Afghanistan, but Iran is a state actor; it's a sovereign state. So you can't, especially with social media, you can't really undermine their position as much as you could, dominate the airwaves. When you're talking about Israel versus Hamas, talking about Israel versus Hezbollah, you have dudes with 8 PhDs on, the interpretation of Quran from a Western capitalist framework, who are just coming out and posting on social media and also doing interviews in English with American news outlets. All of a sudden, I think that plays a major role in it delivers a major blow to whatever the American goals of propaganda are, right? Because then mainstream media will cover it. All right, let's hear what Scales' new reporting looks like. Senior Iranian official told Drop Site News, Jeremy Scale and Mortaza Hussein, there aren't any negotiations taking place. The Iranian side has simply communicated its conditions to the U.S. And even that has been done indirectly, adding that the U.S. messages have also only been passed through intermediary countries.
Debated how to even deal with this, and they literally ghosted Steve Witkoff. They did not respond to him. When we reported that last week, the White House went nuts. They denounced Drop Site News, accusing us of engaging.
Yeah, they said Drop Site News is a terrorist outlet.
In America Last behavior, said we were abhorrent, and then they went and they spun a story to Axios saying that it was actually the Iranians that had been begging President Trump to speak. And so, this kind of played out over the past few days. And what Iranian sources were telling me, Daniel, is that through a series of intermediary countries, including Turkey, Pakistan, Egypt, and also some Gulf countries, there have been a series of messages passed on to the Iranians by the United States where, according to Iranian officials, these third-party intermediaries have said that the U.S. wants to wrap up this war. And that happens while publicly Trump is saying, we're going to bomb Iran's electrical and power infrastructure, which, by the way, would be a war crime if they did that in a sweeping manner. Iran then said, hey, let us tell you what we can do. We can hit not only in Israel, but we can hit in all throughout the Gulf. And this would cause just catastrophic shock to the global economy, which we can talk about later. But the most breaking stuff I have for you is that Trump today posts on Truth Social that there's been this breakthrough, that he's pausing his threat to bomb the Iranian electrical grid and other energy infrastructure because there have been these talks going on between the United States and Iran. And Trump implies that he has some secret squirrel that he's talking to in Iran, and he doesn't want to name who it is because he doesn't want that person to be killed. It's unclear, does he mean by Israel or by the Iranians, But what I'm told is that there have been no negotiations, direct negotiations with the United States, and that what the Iranian officials are telling me is that every time a third country comes to Iran and they say the United States wants to talk, Iran says, let us explain to you our conditions. And in short, what the Iranians are saying is that they will not agree to the kind of ceasefire that took place last June after the so-called 12-day war, because the Iranians view that as having been a gimmick to buy the United States and Israel time to rearm, to reposition, and then come back in with this full-blown war that they launched on February 28th. So they're saying they won't go for just a ceasefire that doesn't have conditions attached to it. They also want any cessation of the war not only to apply to Iran, but to apply to two other fronts of battle, as the Iranians see it, Iraq as well as Lebanon, where the Israelis are increasingly engaged in ground operations.
Iraq has also been a spectacular failure that's like not getting a lot of attention in this media cycle because there's so much devastation taking place everywhere. But they had to literally do a tactical retreat, a ceasefire with the Iraqi ground forces, the Shia forces in Iraq, to literally withdraw their troops. Did you see that part?
Yep. And well, I mean, part of
like
what's
Iraq has been trying to democratically force the American troops to leave for years now.
And Iraq has like been this, you know, it's like essentially since the end of the Iraq War, because Iraq is this kind of like desiccated country, it's been a place where a lot of different militia groups and a lot of other like non-state political and military forces, you know, drive events on the ground. And, you know, the U.S. viewed it as essentially like it went from being its own place and its own war to then becoming like a kind of like soft proxy battleground against Iran. And now, I mean, we'll see. I haven't read anything in depth about like the total, you know, how Washington takes the total situation.
U.S. forces are now limited to the Kurdistan region, according to the Iraqi resistance, and they moved many of their troops into Jordan, I think. So this is devastating for again American military superiority, American might, American force projection capabilities. Like it's unbelievable. Things are stable now that the Americans left. We only had like 3 hours per day. American and NATO forces asked the Iraqi government for a temporary 24-hour ceasefire with the Iraqi resistance factions to facilitate their withdrawal from Victory Base in Baghdad, according to spokesperson for Saraya Avliya, Aldam Abu Mahdi Al-Jafari. Al-Jafari said that most resistance factions that received the Iraqi government's request agreed to the truce on the condition that popular mobilization sites from the holy city of Samarra to Karbala would not be targeted. But if you return to sin, we will return to punishment. Beast mode.
That is pretty hard.
Beast mode. By the way, this has reverberations across the entire world. The reason why I say this is because the American military presence as a force projection capability is everywhere, all at once, right? All of a sudden, this changes the calculation. All of a sudden, this changes the calculation in the Philippines, for example. This changes the calculation of like how well America could safeguard the bulwark against communism in South Korea, right? This changes the domestic considerations in South Korea for the South Korean government. All of a sudden, they're more willing to bargain as equal partners with the DPRK. If the Filipino government is also smart enough to recognize that reality, they have a very different opinion about getting into a bilateral security commitment with China in the South China Sea. They're the only country there's a holdout in the Asian cooperative structure that has refused to leftist copeland out. Oh my God. American troops are shitting in their IPs. NATO also evacuated. Wait, what? Leftist copeland out? It's weird that I can't tell if you're like making a joke or if you're being serious. But like, as I was saying, the Philippines are the only country in the Asian system that has not engaged with China. Okay, they're the only country in that system that is a holdout. Right? What do they do? What do they continue? Do they have a real belief that America will defend them if it's no longer Iran, but now we're talking about China? It's just not going to work.
Very heavy bombing. Hezbollah, which Israel had said was wiped out, has been launching dozens upon dozens of rockets every single day into Israel. So they want those two countries also to be party to this ceasefire deal. They're also saying that they want reparations paid by the United States, and they want Israel to pay, but they don't want Israel to pay directly. They want that to happen through the United States because they don't want to take anything directly from Israel. But the other thing, and this is, I think very relevant, and many people, I know you've made this point before, and I've heard other smart analysts make it, that because of the way the United States and Israel have lied about the negotiations, have used it as a veneer or a cover to then wage these wars, the Iranian position has hardened. And what Iran is saying now is that there will be no discussion on its ballistic missile program, that if there is a ceasefire, Iran is going to move rapidly to continue its ballistic missile program, recognizing that it's its only deterrent against the United States and against Israel. They're also saying, and they wouldn't go into more detail on this, that they're in the process of developing a new doctrine on the nuclear question. They didn't say, oh, we're going to go and we want to enrich uranium to make nuclear weapons. But what they're saying to me is that that because of the U.S. and Israel targeting their nuclear infrastructure, because they blew up the negotiations where the Iranians had put terms on the table that went beyond the Obama-era deal, they're saying now that they're having discussions about developing a new nuclear doctrine, potentially in partnership with Russia and China.
Well, more concrete decolonization accomplished by Iran and its allies in 3 weeks than most post-colonial studies academics have managed before.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that UC Santa Cruz professors don't carry guns, but
that's a ridiculous comparison.
But but it is like fair to say that Iran is,
and not just there,
Iran is doing something like that.
Yeah, it's not just there; it's Sudan as well. The disruption.
Oh yeah.
The disruption of the United Arab Emirates has delivered a devastating blow to the rapid support forces and their activities in Sudan, where the Sudanese population have been able to successfully rise up and actually push out the RSF from all of these towns that they genocided and took over. It's crazy because now you have the UAE is way too focused on defending the United Arab Emirates, obviously. It's crazy.
I mean, it is one of the things I don't know how it'll result, because right before all this happened, the UAE and Saudi were like experiencing quite a rift, like a split over what was going on in Yemen and over the fact that Saudi wasn't so pleased with what the Emirates had been cooking up in Africa. I mean, I wonder what'll happen assuming that the Gulf kingdoms don't all fall into sand in the next few years. I am curious to see if those sort of deeper tensions between them resume.
I just don't understand how these two dynamics are going to play out. How do they think this is sustainable? I know that there's a lot of wish casting in the stock market where they're like, oh, he said the right words, now we're stable again, right? The market moves in that way where it's almost like it's an unspoken secret that as long as they get anything out of Trump that sounds remotely positive, they'll lean into that heavily, because you have to constantly have a bull market. But it's totally fake. At some point, the bubble's going to burst.
I mean, I think some of it is that the Financial Times had a passage that everybody was sharing, it was passing around recently, that was sort of teasing out what the chain of effects could be. So it could be that it's if you end up if there's something that jeopardizes the amount of capital that can be pushed into AI investment, then all of a sudden those companies that are all investing in AI are going to be in a race to be the survivor and one of the few companies that can take it. And so we'll see that bubble deflate some. And if that bubble deflates some and the values of those companies go down, then people, the thought is that there's a bunch of correlated investments in assets have. I mean, the price of Bitcoin has more or less correlated with the price of Nvidia stock, I think. So the idea is that if the AI crash happens, that'll end up taking crypto down with it. And if crypto, it's and then you can imagine how it all plays out in that way. It's just not I'm with you, man. I have no idea how you do a war like this and then keep all of that going.
This is the segment. The FT now reporting that even without the energy shocks, there's a pretty good chance that the closure of Hormuz will pop the AI bubble that will lead to a stock market crash. The longer the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, the deeper the fall will be. 1/5 of the world's oil and LNG shipped through the waterway. If the conflict lingers, trip prices will steepen as manufacturers ration and compete for tighter supplies. Eventually, production could seize up. In the U.S., elevated energy costs would make present and future data centers less viable. One thing that is clear to me from looking at the events, there is always a chain reaction, and that's because we have, through American military dominance, through American imperialism, designed a global system that is actually infinitely more fragile than we thought it was. When you don't have to do or strike directly at the heart of empire to be able to make the empire suffer, because the empire is everywhere. And when the empire is everywhere, when capitalism is everywhere, you can actually strike the profit centers that are, closest to you in your immediate vicinity. And when that happens, all of a sudden, everybody's screaming. The markets are screaming. This to me is the greatest indication that the previous way of waging war is totally gone.
The one thing I will say is that in this chain, this looks like a very neat linear chain of events, right? But there's a reason that they have to qualify it with stuff like could, and that's not just because obviously they're responsible journalists. They're not making predictions that you can't, they're not writing checks they can't cash. But I do think that, for example, the question about elevated energy costs, when that passage was getting passed around, I saw some people note that there's not necessarily a way to, we don't know what energy costs are necessarily going to do in the U.S. because also the U.S. paradoxically, as a specific country, is partly one of the beneficiaries of this war because of the demand because we are a fossil fuel exporter and people need fossil fuels.
And on top of that, and I brought this up in the beginning, I'm not the biggest I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm the biggest understander of how heavy crude versus that sweet light shale works, right? Obviously, that's what we have through fracking. But we now sit on top of the world's largest heavy crude supply. And the thing is, even if we were to build the refineries up to become almost one of the largest exporters around the planet of oil in general, I think that is a part of that calculation, because previously, as long as the Gulf states were intact, it would disrupt the profitability of the American exporters if we just started refining heavy crude from Venezuela. The price of the barrel will go down too much, and then the smaller oil businesses in Texas and places like that would actually collapse.
Correct.
Now, however, with the price going up, there's a massive need for it. Now, do we actually reroute all of the infrastructure to come to the United States of America, and we become the sole exporter to China and all the Asian markets? Because we have LNG, we now have massive amounts of supply that we can we now have massive amounts of supply that would create stability. That would create stability in the energy markets, as long as they're rerouted from the United States of America. This creates a tremendous upper hand for the United States of America against China. This creates leverage because China can no longer, if the Gulf blows up, if they escalate so much that Iran just says, they blow up the entire Gulf, okay? And it's no longer workable for the next decade, okay? All of a sudden, China has to rely on oil from Russia more and more, and also the United States of America.
Correct.
And then you now can go toe-to-toe with the Chinese export controls. If China ever turns back and says, we're no longer giving you any rare earth minerals, then America can say, we are no longer allowing you to get oil from us.
I think one other thing that is a part of this is that there is there's been a lot of people I know who've wondered if that was perhaps the point, that if the actual goal of all of this conflict was to essentially reassert the U.S. monopoly on the distribution of oil, which arguably was one of the great strategic advantages that it possessed for its side of its share of the globe during the global Cold War. I don't know. This is where we're in the territory of this is just pure speculation. I did want to respond, though, to clarify something I said, because I was seeing a bunch of this in chat. When I was talking about the crypto stuff correlated with AI, my point was not that AI is dependent on crypto or draws a bunch of revenue from it. It was about the correlation of investment, that lots and lots of people who have built wealth in the last few years from investments in crypto also have made money from playing in the stock market as well. And so part of what I was just trying to illustrate is not that I think that stuff is it's the most vital piece of the economy ever, but it's just to illustrate how far reaching this stuff can be and how exactly economic calamity could pick up steam pretty quickly. That was all.
This is complete nonsense, by the way. It requires you to believe that there's a huge amount of unsold Iranian oil, 140 million barrels, according to Besson, just sitting in tankers at sea waiting for buyers. Almost by definition, when the oil's in a tanker, it's because there already has a buyer. Oil in a tanker in the shipping part of the process would be absurd to ship something without a buyer. All the more given how expensive a tanker voyage is these days. Also, the very notion that Iran would be selling oil when it couldn't access the money defies logic. Why on earth would they do that? They've been selling oil almost exclusively to China precisely because China is one of the very few countries both willing and able to pay them despite the U.S. banking sanctions. And therein also lies Besson's key contradiction. It makes zero sense to lift sanctions on Iranian oil and at the same time have banking sanctions remain in place. It means that you can freely buy the oil but not pay for it. So it's still an impossible transaction. This, by the way, was confirmed by Iran's oil ministry, who said that Besson's statements on the subject were a psychological game by the U.S. Treasury Department aimed as solely at ingraining hope into buyers and controlling market psychology, when the reality is that Iran currently has virtually no oil in tankers at sea and no surplus to supply the international markets. This is after Scott Bessant said that he's jujitsuing the Iranians. The decision to lift the sanctions is actually good.
Scott should go back to decorating homes with his husband.
Multiple countries are now actively working to mediate a deal between the U.S. and Iran as impacts of the war reverberate across the world, 5 sources told us.
Oh my God, that's sorry. This is, now we're getting into the territory of just like, it's just about like part of what annoys me, at least with this like framing. I'm sure that these reporters are doing their, they're doing their job, but it's just like, is it like that countries are trying to do this? Is it that countries like being in the press as being associated with moves toward diplomacy? Or is it, as Jeremy Scahill put it in a way that I think is way more convincing, the U.S. is using every country in the Rolodex that it can think of to try and communicate messages to Iran? And they're doing that, by the way, as we saw with that other report, but they're showing up to Pakistan to talk, to do diplomacy without even knowing whether the Iranians are going to be there.
Yeah, no, it's it also goes along with like last week's reporting on Marco Rubio's ambition to try to get like to try to muster diplomatic pressure against Iran, knowing full well that like Iran does want to have continued conversations with countries in Europe, right? And they think that if France and Germany and the UK are a part of the coalition forces, all of a sudden there's like much more international pressure against Iran, and they think they can like cause them to bend to their will. Ironically enough, Europe, in spite of their vassalized attitude, has shown some has demonstrated some restraint in abiding by American principles. And even if they were to lean into pressure against Iran, it doesn't really amount to much as long as Iran continues to control the Strait of Hormuz.
Ago, he has now decided to, quote, postpone any and all military strikes on Iranian power plants.
I mean, this is a massive withdrawal, I think.
This, of course, comes after the president had issued
and I don't even know if it's real, but it's just like even the admission is just like openly demonstrating that they recognize that things are going really bad.
By tonight. Or he warned that they would be risking strikes on their power plants. CNN's Kevin Liptak is at the White House this morning. So the president's message this morning is the window is now a little bit wider in terms of that deadline. What else in terms of these talks, Kevin?
Yeah, and that I think is what is most extraordinary about this post that we've gotten from the president. Until now, we did not understand that the U.S. and Iran were speaking at all over the course of this now 3-week-long conflict. Now the president says that these conversations are underway. And so you can start to see and start to envision how potentially there is a diplomatic route to de-escalation that we did not know of until, 10 minutes ago before the president was posting this. And I'll read you a little bit of what he said. He said he's pleased to report that the United States, the country of Iran, have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. The president goes on to say,
you know what I think? I think Trump is just like trying to delay the market pain to the best of his ability until he just goes and commits the troops. On the one hand, I think in his sober moments, he realizes that the situation is looking bad. So he's trying to like feed as much positive information that the markets want to hear. On the other hand, he keeps mounting more and more troops. He keeps like sending more Marine Expeditionary units and shit like that. Just wait until Friday. No, there's a couple more weeks. No. I'm saying like he might strike Iran, he probably will strike Iran again on Friday after market close, right? He is so clearly operating. He is the most like markets focused president of all time. He's very clearly operating with that in mind. But what I'm saying is overall in the negotiations process, especially because Iran is not even remotely interested in coming to table with a cessation of hostilities when they hold all the cards, is going to keep punishing America and saying we're not interested in deal making at this point. And I think eventually Trump is just like trying to create military presence, enough military presence that they can just like do boots on the ground, maybe a limited operation. I don't think it's going to be Carg Island.
I don't think
because they've been signaling Carg Island too much.
And like Trump is apparently part of why they talk about it is because Trump has had some decades long fixation on it. But I think that the ground troop stuff is like that's brave. That's where a new territory thing. Like even if it's a limited contingent, just the psychological effect of that, the way that the American media is going to have to digest that, the social media tenor. I mean, what do you think Nick Fuentes is going to say? To me, there's just not like the conversation. There's not really another option aside from Trump trying to just hit them again on the weekend or maybe even during the week or whatever, and just to see what he can shake loose before they come to some kind of deal in which he's not going. I just don't know how he can save face at this point. That's where I'm getting tripped up.
Yeah, the two competing interests here are like Trump's unlimited narcissism and his reluctance to do an about face, or to de-escalate, but then also the very obvious impact that this is having on the markets, which he cares about quite a bit. Like he's getting boss calls.
Oh, this is funny. This is really funny.
Man, I feel bad for the Iranians who trusted the U.S. not to f this up spectacularly. It was pretty common Iranian diaspora opinion a few weeks ago that this would turn out well, unless that was all a psyop. Yeah. No, unless that was all a psyop. It's crazy.
That's crazy. It couldn't be.
Yeah. No, this time it was different. This time it was so different. Like it was so different this time. Every other time where we're like,
also, here
are the necessary reasons for American military intervention. And then we go, oopsie, turns out it was actually an incredibly bloody affair and they had no interest in like liberating the people.
You know who I have always trusted when it comes to knowing what's going on inside of Iran? The Iranian diaspora.
Yeah.
It's my first thought always. The same thing with the Cubans too.
It's just like ContraPoints has just become Hillary Clinton points. Like that's it. It's just Clinton points. I know it's Hasbara points we've said, but like all of her takes are just like, well, the Democrats would have done this better, right? Endless smoke from David. The contempt I feel for the exiles who trusted Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu to carry out their liberation war is immeasurable. Iranians will suffer horribly, and so will the whole world, which a literal idiot could have predicted. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Oh
my goat. Yeah. My queen.
Yeah. Fucking. Yeah. I'm sorry. I forgot. I've been calling her Miss Frizzle. But I'm like, where did she come from? She's just an Iranian exile who lives in New York.
She's an Iranian journalist who, was a big dissident. And I guess she did like competent reporting at the time. But then when she moved to America and started getting like hundreds of thousands of dollars from the CIA, she became the most unhinged person that you've ever encountered.
I mean, I know nothing about her background. All I've done is I've seen her on like CNN or whatever, and I've seen her astute, engaging and informed commentary about yourself. But I didn't understand why she was on the TV. Was my main question.
What do you mean? Anyone that will say President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, you are the greatest. When you say that, Jake Tapper will be like, please come on the broadcast and yell at the mayor of New York. Tapper is he's salivating at the prospect of an Ellison takeover. He is just like gearing himself.
Might even say,
what?
Jake Tapper.
Yeah, I know. Mehdi Hassan and Trita Parsi, who have never lived in Iran, who have no family there, who have never faced imprisonment and assassination plots by the regime, now obsessively targeting and bullying me, using their platforms to spread misinformation.
Sorry, I love that. For security and safety reasons, I can't substantiate my claims.
Yeah. But one day I will reveal in how full the misinformation they keep repeating has been used these days by the Islamic
when did she post
Republic.
this? Has it been a day? No, it was this morning.
This is this morning.
Whoa, what? It's
Mullah Mehdi Hassan. You have always behaved like an intolerant mullah. That's so funny to say about Mehdi Hassan.
That is pretty.
He's so
it's
fucking.
Like,
he's so.
I to say that about.
Yeah, he's so. I mean, I love him. I think Zateo is a wonderful outlet, but like he is the biggest lib of all time. Like he is. I think he literally is the last true defender of liberalism. Right? He's the only guy on the planet that even he's actually changed his tune a little bit as of late, but like he was quite literally the last guy, the last soldier, the last samurai of liberalism. Okay.
I mean, I guess if you're welcoming the bombs getting dropped on your country, then like the last person, then like the only person left you have to criticize is Mehdi Hassan. You know what I mean? Like what else are you gonna do? You've already thrown in your lot with the people who are like, like turning your country into Swiss cheese. Trump.
What is this? Reza wrote the same statement, and then Yashar Politico quotes two Trump administration officials on background who say that Reza Pahlavi is not considered a viable option as a leader in Iran. Dude. There is one thing about Trump that is consistent. He can't stand losers. Like it's the same.
I mean, it's just like with Maria Machado. Yeah.
He does not even give any breathing room to that shit. Where he'll just be like, nope, not gonna happen. You're a loser.
Loser. Machado don't. Bye. Yeah. No. I think he also though understands that like part of the way that you have to resolve these situations, because this is like, remember how in Cuba they figured out, oh wait, fuck. There's nobody we can turn to.
Yeah.
So we're just going to have to, no matter what happens, we are going to have to use some of the same people. Yeah. And so I think they've learned a lesson about diaspora.
In Venezuela?
No, in Cuba, because that's what they're talking about now. Like in their leaks, they're saying that like, oh, well, we're, like you have Rubio saying that they would even leave people in place or whatever to accomplish whatever it is they want to do.
For the record, for better or for worse, the Cuban government is very ideologically committed. I think more so than Venezuela is, more so than Delcy Rodriguez.
Well, they've also been under this position, like Venezuela, the Bolivarian Revolution. It's been like 20 years of the Bolivarian Revolution, or 25 years of the Bolivarian Revolution.
There's a difference.
What?
The Venezuelan system was implemented through democracy. It is inherently a revisionist system in and of itself. It's the most like, just like with Chile. It is a socialist system that transitioned towards socialism by way of the democratic process. Cuba had a revolution.
It's true.
And I think that is a genuine, very, very significant difference. If you achieve your communist system or your socialist system militarily, even if the Cuban Revolution wasn't initially socialist, it became a socialist revolution, right? And the reality of the matter is those systems are infinitely more resilient to outside pressures than seemingly the communist propaganda. That's crazy. Brother, whose broadcast are you watching? It's been years. Hello? Like, what the This is so funny when people go, wait a minute, what?
Hold on a second.
Wait a minute, what are you saying right now? Like, that's so funny. Brother, you're surrounded. I don't know if you know this. You are surrounded. Look around.
That based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I've instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. So you do see the president opening the window of this ultimatum that he had set on Iran that he would strike power plants in that country if it did not reopen that very critical Strait of Hormuz, where all those energy tankers are waiting to go through. It's causing the price of oil to spike. Iran had threatened very severe retaliation, not only on energy strikes, but also on facilities in the Gulf. Now, some big questions remain, namely who the U.S. is talking to, because remember, the president had said that the Iranian leaders that he thought he could work with had been killed. Now he says that those conversations are ongoing and, according to him, very fruitful. So very significant development, I think, this morning, and does lead you to believe that the president has, or is at least searching for something of an off-ramp here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will see what more we learn about that potential off-ramp. Kevin, really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah?
All right, joining us now, CNN senior military analyst and the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, Admiral James Stavridis. Thank you so much for being here. This just came in to us this morning. The president saying, look, we're having talks and they're going well. Is that a surprise to you? Because a lot of people don't realize that oftentimes, even in the midst of war, there are always sort of talks going on. But there is the issue of who is leading Iran. Apparently, they know who that is, and they've been talking to them.
Apparently.
Well, first and foremost, let's all just say, wow.
Who's Trump talking to? Iran says they're not talking to the U.S. Is he talking to himself? No one is alive. Yeah, he just keeps... Yeah, he just.
I do think that like the real secret to Trump, like I can't believe none of his advisors have like figured out like why don't they just give him like a phone and be like, listen, we've set it up so that like you can talk to Iran and talk to Iran, and then it's just like you know,
I'm on the other
it's like
side.
a chat bot.
I'm on the other side. President Trump, we are willing as long as you de-escalate. Ghalibaf is by no means a moderate within Iran's political world, let alone pro-U.S., but America is attempting to place a powerful individual within a still powerful system in the same bind that Delcy Rodriguez was in. Accede to all of America's plans or be marked for death. Scoop. The Trump administration is quietly weighing Iran's parliament speaker as a potential partner and even future leader as it looks for a diplomatic endgame. An administration official tells me he's a hot option, but says they're still testing multiple candidates.
I wonder what it's like to be the reporter who writes this story and to wonder if you're writing out somebody's death notice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying that that's their intention,
yeah,
but it
also,
is like...
Also, every time they say an individual is like... every time they say an individual is like potentially being marked as like the party that they'll negotiate with, they keep coming out and going, absolutely not. Iran is fighting for humanity. The world is either with Gaza and against this colonial terror regime, or it stands with the Epstein class and child murderers. There's no middle ground. I mean, they did this with Larjani as well, who was obviously the more pragmatic individual amongst all of the people that were in control, and Larjani was until the very last moment posting about how, like, you know, I welcome death, and there's nothing you can do. We're gonna stick it to the Zionist regime over and over again.
I just don't know what the if this is supposed to be about or what they're supposed to like. It's just like, so we name a guy, but everybody knows that if we name a guy, then everybody's gonna think we're gonna kill him. So then it's like, all right, then why did you name the guy if you aren't gonna? It's all so.
Also, every time they kill a guy, there's like 8 other guys that are way more hardcore that replace them.
Oh yeah, well that's the other truth
like
of this.
You just keep electing or appointing people into that position that are literally like famous for saying Iran needs to get nuclear arms tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like, the U.S. blew up in a drone strike. This guy who got a doctorate from the University of Kent and and loves talking about poetry in public or whatever, and they've replaced him with a guy who in Iran they call Dr. Death. Like that's the. Obviously I'm exaggerating quite a bit, but it's like that's the tenor of the headlines in English that we're presented with every time this shit happens.
Alongside military bases, those financial entities that finance the U.S. military budget are legitimate targets. U.S. Treasury bonds are soaked in Iranians' blood. Purchase them, and you purchase a strike on your headquarters and assets. We monitor your portfolios. This is your final notice.
We monitor your portfolios. This is your final notice. Yeah, that's actually, I gotta say, man, it is like crazy how like we've just been looking at a bunch of different tweets or whatever, and the only like things that are like bars that have like stuck in my head are like, oh, it's the the Iranians quoting Iraqi militias quoting the Quran, Iran issuing like some pretty good subtle threat. Like it's
Yeah, beast mode, I'm afraid.
Beast
is
mode,
right.
I'm afraid. It's really boring,
And
dude.
Sarah, you're exactly right.
Just saying.
There's almost always kind of at least back channel conversations. I've been hearing about them from several sources. And here's what you want to watch as this roller coaster
You're a
unfolds.
fake socialist,
I'll give you,
capitalist scum.
3 things to watch. Number one.
Yeah, I'm the LARPer. Guy who is LARPing is a ultra in my chat.
Try hard.
Yeah.
That ain't that right.
Where are literally Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff? Because they are the ones who are going to be the U.S. side of this. Keep an eye on
Admiral
their
James
normal
Stavridis.
counterparty, the Iranian foreign minister,
Carlyle Group,
still
if I'm
alive
not
by all
mistaken.
accounts. Abbas Aroghi is his name. So watch those 3. Where are they? Are they popping up, for example, in a place like Geneva? Number 2, watch the Marines. The Marines are still kind of chugging along toward the Gulf. The first big Marine force gets there in 7 days. Another one right behind it 2 to 3 weeks later. And then number 3, all eyes are going to continue to be on the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this is good news, but we just heard from our gas guy, and he laid out pretty clearly the strait's going to have to open before this is going to really turn into good news. But bottom line, Sarah, yeah, it's always better to be talk than bombs away.
Joining us now, CNN political and global affairs analyst Barak Ravid. This just came in this morning, and so I know it's a fast thing to have to try to figure out what happened here. But what do you know about
Barak 8200 Ravid?
this? This was a bit of a surprise, at least to many who thought that deadline was fast approaching.
Yes, I think it was a big surprise. At least last night, I spoke to several U.S. officials that none of them thought, none of them thought that the ceasefire is coming or that there's any.
In a capitalist country, profiting off of capitalism, pretending to be a communist? Okay, you're not, though. Why are you defending capitalism? You're broke. You're broke as. You got no capital. Why are you defending capitalism? Let's say I'm making out like a bandit, okay? And I'm still saying that there's a better future possible. What are you doing? Show me the deed to the factory. Where is the deed to the factory? You got no capital. You got no bitches. You're in a chat defending this system that is dominating your life.
Sort of prolonged Trump's 48-hour ultimatum to the Iranians to try and get some sort of diplomacy going. And those countries spoke to both Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi and White House envoy Steve Witkoff to try and get more time. And I think that at least this initial effort, as we saw, was successful because it managed to get Trump to say, okay, I'm giving it another 5 days for diplomacy to see if we can get something going. By the way, those talks, as far as I understand, are not just about the Strait of Hormuz. They're about trying to launch a diplomatic process that ends the war. Obviously, the Strait of Hormuz is a very big part of it, but it is not just something that is focused on the Strait of Hormuz. It's much wider.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. If indeed they're talking about how to end this war and that those conversations are actually going on. You mentioned the foreign minister involved in this. So there is someone, because at some point President Trump said that he didn't know who to talk to because so many of the leadership had been killed. It sounds to me like what you're learning is that the foreign minister is very much involved in this and maybe heading this up. So does it appear there is a diplomatic path out of this?
Well, it's a big question mark. You know, it just happened 30 minutes ago. And, you know, I think, President Trump decided to give it more time. I think was a good decision. But it still doesn't mean that an agreement is around the corner. And it also doesn't mean that the talks that are ongoing with Iran's foreign minister, who is, I think, his main quality at the moment is that he's the only one who answers the phone over there, because many other people are in hiding and are not communicating over the phone. So it doesn't mean that the leadership that is running the show right now, mainly the commanders of the IRGC, that they are ready for any kind of deal. the Iranian foreign minister, although he's a government official, senior government official, he does not call the shots. Or at least he's only one part of a much bigger decision-making process. So I think,
Sorry, I'm just cracking up and look at, I did not notice this before. Look at the photo, the thing on the wall.
It's Herzl.
Yeah, it's Herzl.
Of course. It's Herzl.
Listen, even when you are become very famous journalist in America, part of the hasbara is that you always be showing the important figures in the state.
Yeah, Trump proved he doesn't work for Israel.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Wait,
the last month has definitely done that.
Yeah, no,
for
definitely.
sure.
Bro, you got like literal defenders of Israel for their entire careers, like liberal Zionists, openly coming out and being like, maybe we're a little bit too occupied by the state of Israel, like Democrats. Like that's insane.
Like,
and you're over here being like, Trump proved he doesn't work for Israel.
Like you have like the pod, like these days, like the pod save guys sound like Walton Mearsheimer. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's mad fun. Like I welcome it.
Yeah.
Seeing this too.
And
Hold
second,
on.
keep our
I'll look it over.
expectations low when it comes to the ability to get a deal. There's more time on the clock, which is super important because a U.S. strike on Iranian power plants would have triggered a massive Iranian retaliation against power plants all over the region, against desalination factories, against critical infrastructure, which would dramatically escalate this war. So the fact that President Trump gave it another 5 days is a hugely important step and hugely important decision because it means that he understands that, what kind of escalation such a strike would trigger, and that he's willing to try and find a diplomatic offer.
This just into us right now, Iran is now denying that they are in talks with Washington. This is just an hour after President Trump claimed the U.S. has had productive conversations with Tehran. According to Iranian state-affiliated media outlets, Iran accused Trump of trying to lower energy prices and buy time for military plans. Earlier this morning, Trump said he was putting military strikes on Iran's power plants on hold for at least 5 days, pending the outcome of these talks. That is what he put on Truth Social. Joining us now, Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts. Thank you so much. Okay, so we just got this in that Iran is denying that they're having talks with the president's people. What do you make of all this? Because the president has backtracked on a deadline to what he called obliterate power plants in Iran if they didn't open the Strait of Hormuz.
Sarah, good morning. Thanks for having me on. The president has backtracked on almost all of the original strategic rationale that he dripped out to the American public after the war started. I'm sure there are
Dude, CNN coverage on this has been incredible because on the one hand, it's like they literally have a Unit 8200 agent of the Israeli state, and then they immediately go to Jake Auchincloss, who is like one of the most pro-Israel Democrats out there. It's incredible. Jake Auchincloss. It's not a single moment is spared here. No alternative perspectives will be heard.
I mean, it's just funny because, like, at this point, they are. It's like, you know what this reminds me of? Actually, remember the Never Trump wave in 2016 and 2017?
Oh my God, yes.
Like, essentially, so like for those of you who were like, in diapers at that time, there was this, like, in 2015 and 2016 when Trump emerged as a candidate, the American media went overtime, crazy overtime, to find the Republicans who stood against Trump.
Yeah.
And you're talking about like people who then, as now, represented like 8%.
There is no real constituency for a liberal Zionist Democratic Party operative who's like saying, oh, the problem is how we're going about this. It doesn't exist. There's no real constituency. This person's position does not represent a real Democrat. Okay? There are 1 million polls that show this reality. This is 13% of the base of the party. 13%. You might as well Ben Shapiro up there as like a lifelong Democrat or something. It's ridiculous.
Back
Anyway,
to Bluey, brother.
Channel conversations happening between Iran and the administration right now, but the reason we are hearing Iran flex this way is because they have a new strategic asset. When this war began, Israel and the United States had air dominance over Iran. Now that this war is 3 weeks old, they still have air dominance, but Iran also now has its own strategic asset, which is sea denial. Iran has demonstrated to the world that it can selectively close the Strait of Hormuz to international oil transit. And that is spiraling global markets.
That's what's
and
spiraling?
Iran understands that while it is operationally under stress from the tempo and the kinetics from Israel and the United States, it is strategically
hold on, pause. We are now seeing what this is. Like, it's exactly what we said. There isn't like any actual like diplomatic.
It's also from CBS though, so
no, but my point is, but even that is like affirming this, which is just that it's like it's all going one way. It's all going one way.
It blows my mind that these people can be so cynical and so gross. It blows my mind. You just don't even want to think. Like, you literally can see it. You can see it in real time. Unbelievable. There's a lot of things I want to discuss, obviously. That was a short trip. This was planned, or was it cut short? No, it was planned. It was going to be a short trip. And I think the timing of that was actually pretty crazy, considering that like I got back in literally the day before ICE was sent to every international and local airport, basically, in the United States of America. So like, there is that element of it as well. But regardless, that was, it's pretty crazy. I'll get into that in a second. You have a lot of Israeli agents on your Twitter. I know. The personal news that I'm going to be delivering to you in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God, that's what I'm gonna do, is mostly related to the trip. So I'm probably gonna start there. And the Twitter is broken because the trip discourse is insane. Yeah, Twitter's always insane. Obviously, we'll get into all of that. I'll go through like some of the misinfo in general, because there's a lot of it out there. It's actually unbelievable how bad it is. Have been going crazy since Thursday. They're all over my timeline. I know. I have a tendency. I hate this, but like I do have a tendency to. I have a tendency to basically bring out the worst in people. Like ultras hate it. It's very weird, very strange. Like ultras get mad, liberals get mad, right wingers get mad. It's like a lightning rod for some of the most like deeply unwell people. It's very, very frustrating. It's very strange. But in any case, people don't do anything ever on all sides. They're mad. Yeah, I know. I'll just start off by did you have any Ropa Vieja in Havana? Yeah, I did. Before we get into situation monitoring and the like. I think a lot of people just simply don't do things, right? So when they see someone doing things, it triggers something in their minds where they go, well, I'm not doing anything. And that makes me feel somewhat like maybe a little immoral that I'm not doing anything. So I have to find a way to disparage people who are trying to do their best, right? And I think that's a lot of like the anger and resentment, even from like a totally non-ideological standpoint, comes from precisely that. Because like there are a lot of liberals who obviously want to fancy themselves, want to see themselves as like kind-hearted humanitarian people. So when they see like someone actually engaging in that act, someone that they don't like, they don't go, you know what, I'll hand it to them. These guys are doing this thing. It's fine. I don't really normally like this person, but it's fine. They go, let me find a reason as to why this is cynical, right? This has got to be cynical. I think that's part of it. There's this like insecurity that's triggered in people that make them behave in this like very strange way. I don't understand it at all. I can't, like, I've never been that way at all. When I see someone who I oppose, when I see someone who's like maybe not the best person do something that like is surprisingly in line with my worldview, I don't immediately go, this guy, I'm going to find a way to like disparage it or whatever. I'll openly say that I like it, right? I'll straight up say like, oh no, this is a good thing, or like I'll even recognize my own personal jealousy when someone gets to do something that I wanted to do, even if I don't agree with their worldview, even if I think they're cynical, even if I think they're grifters. Like one of the examples I give you is like Jackson Hinkle, right? Not the biggest fan of him, but I think it was beast mode that he got to speak in Sanaa in front of, tens of thousands of Yemeni people, right? Like that is a strange, fascinating phenomena that I've seen. But it's odd. It's odd. And it's really funny because like a lot of people that I went on the trip with also, a lot of people that I went on the trip with also for the first time recognize it because they've like heard me speak about it in the past. Like, how my haters are like mentally unwell. But they straight up were like, yeah, actually this is like unbearable. You know what I mean? This is like genuinely unbearable. This is like your fucking haters are insane at like trying to disparage every little thing that happens. But in any case, they're mad that you're not corrupted with greed due to wealth like they are, which is why they don't have motivation to go out and participate, but they don't have the wealth. So they don't have the wealth anyway. But my point is, look, I didn't even know what was going on. It's actually this fascinating, thing where like, I don't have access to Twitter all the time when I'm out there. So I had no idea what this was, what things were looking like in the United States of America and how the shit was being covered in America until I got internet. And I was like, oh my God, it's unbelievable. People are just straight up lying about like, people are so angry. The Cubans are so angry on the ground. The real Cubans hate these people. It's like, that's not true at all. It's unbelievable. Yeah, it was mind-boggling. I have not ever seen anything like it. They'd be like, protests are mounting outside of these hotels. They're banging on the doors. Like, that's not true. Like, literally not true. Like, not even remotely close to reality. It's so strange. It was such a strange phenomena to experience, right? It was such a strange thing to experience where like what I perceived on the ground, what I perceived and what I saw in real life was entirely the opposite of what people were seeing on their timelines in the United States of America and elsewhere. Fascinating. They didn't have much internet for the last 2 days, and I couldn't check the insane narrative spin on this website. What a nightmare. How do people live like this? They just sit around and justify the U.S. government torment against smaller countries to feel powerful, the weakest-minded insects. And I will go through some of the top line, like, insanity. March literally posted this, and he was like, the first couple responses were really positive, and then immediately was like a sea of negative psychopathic takes. You're the common ground, MAGA liberals and ice real shills, insane quote page. Yeah, no, it's pretty crazy. Like if you look at the background, of these people, it's basically every part of the American political spectrum except for like, I guess, I don't know. It feels like it was just like every part of the American political spectrum with the exception of like, socialists and communists. Like it's shocking. And, many normal liberals, I think, are just not tuned into this discourse at all. Because like normal human beings that you would have a conversation around this sort of thing with are going to be like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean these people went? Bro, so went as far as you being analyzed for drinking from an espresso cup, total insanity, a little cafecito. The guy who made the glasses and shirts tweet is literally a Trump fan and liberals ate that up. Yeah. You're kind of becoming a litmus test now. Grateful you exist. Yeah, I don't think I should be this person, but it's very strange that people. It's very strange that people behave like this. It's a very strange phenomena that I think it's a part of like the American existence. I think like it's reactionary. There's a right-wing attitude around the world on stuff like this, but like it's definitely, they do think and see you as socialist Jesus. Yeah. I truly believe that people have the capacity. I truly believe that people have the capacity to see through this. I think like people are kind-hearted individuals. It is very funny that like there is this assessment of like, how much everything I was wearing. It's like, they don't realize that one, people send me free shit all the time. Two, people gift me shit all the time as well. Right. Like, Not that it even matters. Even if I like go out and purchase it on my own, who gives a what I'm wearing? You're an idiot. Like, what? You think the price of this button up shirt is the reason why the Cubans are suffering? Like, what argument is this, right? Yeah, he's like, look at this too. I mean, this is March's incredibly expensive hat, right? I mean, it's like this person is memeing, I think, but I don't think this hat is actually that expensive. But regardless, right? You're an idiot for trying to justify it to them. I'm not trying to justify it. I didn't even bring that stuff up at all. But there is obviously like areas where there is a tremendous amount of misinformation, and you have to clarify it, right? And it's so crazy. What's the situation with Zeo-Nazi Daily when he tried to instigate? Sorry, tweet. We'll talk about that as well. My lib parents like you from what they read from the New York Times, and they're not dialed into this mess one bit. Are you planning on talking to Dan Le Batard about your trip? Yes, I do want to do that. I do want to set up an interview with him, or maybe have a like private conversation with him, and then maybe have a public one later. Yep, like the kneecap concert causing the blackout. I saw this one a lot. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, one of the things that I found fascinating is this, it ties back into the argument, right? It ties back into like part of what I want to explain. Part of what I wanted to explain to people is like the complex nature, the complex bureaucratic nature of these sanctions that America has placed upon Cuban society, like Cuban commerce, and how restrictive it is, right? And it's very interesting that like American restrictions that make it illegal for American citizens to do normal shit in Cuba, they sound so silly. They sound so insane that you would think, like when you hear it at first, it's kind of like Israel in that regard, where you're like, that sounds ridiculous. There's no way that that's a real restriction. Shut up. Like the thing that people were complaining about, like the 5-star hotel shit, right? I found it really strange that they clipped me talking about it, and it's objectively the truth, right? That is objectively the truth. I just said literally what the American government's restrictions are, right? And people were just like, sure, buddy, and they ran with it because it's so odd. It's so odd. It's like, but it's just like you're never going to go to Cuba, so for you it doesn't matter. The State Department and the Treasury Department specifically makes it illegal for American citizens to stay at whatever accommodations they want to stay in, with the exception of like 4 hotels. Okay? They updated the talking point that the hotel you stayed at was on a ban list. Yeah, I know. A YouTuber used that clip to say you were lying, but when they looked up the actual law, they said you were telling the truth, but you were obfuscating some facts. No, I wasn't. What a lot of people, I think, don't understand is that this Progressive International, Code Pink, like this entire flotilla convoy of aid by air and by water was put together, obviously with allowances from the Cuban government and also with allowances from the American government, because you can't do a massive 600-person humanitarian aid mission without getting the go-ahead from the Cuban government and without getting the go-ahead from the American government. Like I have the paperwork right here. I have the OFAC restrictions paperwork that I had to sign right in my hands, okay? I signed a piece of document. I signed a piece of documentation in order to, as an American citizen, I had to get a travel affidavit, a general specific licenses travel affidavit. Okay? Wait, the U.S. approved that aid mission? Yeah, of course. Of course the United States approved that aid mission. The United States Treasury Department has to approve anyone that's going to Cuba. A lot of people don't realize this, okay? Especially if you're doing any sort of aid, any sort of humanitarian aid. There are levels to the cruelty that America is willing to subject the Cubans to. But the reality is that the number one telltale sign for international human rights organizations is the restriction of humanitarian aid. So the American government, at least for now, has not restricted humanitarian aid, but humanitarian aid alone is not going to be able to make up for the lack of imports and lack of exports anyway. And we send barrels of oil regardless. So like we can't actually address the number one problem that Cubans are facing. But yeah, every single part of this trip was directly sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury. And a lot of people don't understand that, right? And except for this guy, who ironically enough, in an effort to shit on me, accidentally showed the truth. Hey, by the way, Assange just broke U.S. law. Oh, and he could face a $250,000 fine and up to 10 years in prison once he gets back to the States. Hey, FBI, get on it. 30,000 likes. The U.S. Department of State maintains a Cuba prohibited accommodations list, which bans American travelers from staying at or paying for over 400 government-owned hotels, guest houses, and resorts. Now, isn't that fascinating? Tip-to-tip reaction, brother. I'm lasering you into the night sky like a shooting star if you think I'm going to be talking about the tip-to-tip. Here, I'll unban you. I'll give you a week off. Please, dude. I mean, Jesus Christ, there's so much going on, and I have to literally cover it. And you're out here being like, have you watched Tip to Tip? Are you fucking delusional? Live on the same planet as us, please. Oh my God. I said, yeah, the U.S. law is stupid. I didn't break it, but this post is the only one that ironically acknowledges the comical U.S. restrictions on what U.S. citizens are allowed to do in Cuba. The five-star hotel is only one of the few hotels the U.S. government allows Americans to legally stay in. And it's crazy because, like, why the the American government regulate what American citizens want to do in another country? But that exists, okay? Isn't that nuts? That's insane. It's the truth. And what blows my mind about this, I was first going to suggest you stay at a Casa Particular, but if you are there with a group, it would only make sense. Yeah, there's 600 people. The island is experiencing a total blackout. It's virtually impossible for 600 people to be coordinated in 600 different houses, or like however many different houses. There's not that many Casa Particulars anyway. Casa Particular is basically like an Airbnb system for regular Cubans to be able to open up their homes to American citizens that are coming in. Some of them are allowed. It's in the list of housing that you can stay at. Okay, and it's awesome. It's dope. If I when I go back to Cuba, I will absolutely do that, because I'm not going to be going with like a massive humanitarian aid mission. I didn't choose where we're staying, right? But if you're there with a whole group, it only makes sense. The hotel is the same place. I went through this whole thought process within seconds. It's weird that people wrote articles about it. Also, that hotel wasn't that fancy. I went there. Yeah, it's not a very fancy hotel, but it doesn't matter. It's Cuba. It's a very poor country. It's been kept poor by the United States of America. And what's ironic about this restrictive process is that these are privately owned hotels. So when people are talking about like the electricity grid and what the hotels are doing, they have generators. Okay. Not only do they have generators, but they're literally taking up some of the necessary resources through private commerce. And it's ironic that unjust system is precisely what the Americans want to bring about to the island. So the people that are literally criticizing the claiming that the blockade doesn't exist don't know what the restrictions look like. Number one. Number two, they're literally complaining that like these hotels are they have their own generators and they are able to keep the lights on. Yeah, because they're privately owned. That is the problem. That's what America wants. America's literally saying they will only allow oil into the island for companies like that. Okay, for privately owned hotels like that. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. That's like what we're trying to stress. Now they're spreading a lie that you guys were literally throwing food at Cubans. Have you seen this? Yes, I saw that too. It's so cynical. Beyond the hypocrisy of Piker's vacation, this just isn't true. As I know from personal experience, if you'd like help booking a Casa Particular next time he visits, you can do so through Airbnb. Yeah, it's unbelievable. I didn't use this. And yet they're literally just leaning into the lack of knowledge overall. Okay, they're leaning into the lack of knowledge that people have, okay? And in the process, they're basically admitting that I'm right? They're basically admitting that I'm right. But it doesn't matter, because it's just pure anger. Why does trip cause so much outrage? I'm stupid. It's even worse than China. I think it's because it's partially because of the fact that like there is a State Department need here, because the goal here is obviously to bring awareness to the blockade. And the American government spent 60 fucking years saying it's not the blockade. The blockade doesn't exist, while simultaneously enforcing it to use that weird invisibility of the blockade, the system of bureaucracy that's implemented, to say it's actually the Cuban government's fault. It's actually communism's fault. That's kind of the point. And I will be addressing this in the mini doc that we put together. Austin Ox is working on it right now. I basically landed in Cuba and spent every moment that I had. I didn't participate in a lot of the stuff and any of the stuff really that the Progressive International was doing, which is why it's also like additionally funny. While they're on the one hand, they're lying about like the events that took place. On the other hand, they keep saying I was, a principal participant of these events that took place. I wasn't. I was actually hanging out. I didn't do anything with Progressive International, even though I love those guys and they did fantastic work out there. Because I locked in with Belly of the Beast, the independent news outlet in Cuba, one that I really, really leaned into. I mean, they're fucking incredible. They do incredible work. Shouts out to Belly of the Beast. I will forever ride for them. Okay, they give me a little mug too. But basically, I spent every moment just conducting interviews, like talking to regular Cubans, talking to people that are doing incredible work, and investigating like how this complex system of restrictions has actually harmed Cuban production every step of the way. That was my goal, because I had talked to a lot of people ahead of time of this trip. Some people who legitimately said things like, Hassan, you don't understand. It's actually the Cuban government is incredibly repressive. They're very bad. They're not responsive to the needs of the people. They're hoarding antibiotics. Like, I heard so much from people who were otherwise kind people at times, and they were just deluded. And it made me think there has to be a reason for, why people are saying this stuff. Like, there has to be some truth to this. And it wasn't just Cubans that were saying it. There's a lot of, Americans that are even remotely well-read on the situation have read the State Department talking points for the most part. So I wanted to figure that out. I wanted to investigate that. And that's precisely what I did. It's decades of propaganda, and it's so silly. Like, you can kind of imagine how silly it is, especially if you go to Cuba. You very quickly understand that like almost everything that you learn about Cuba is just ridiculous, either a great exaggeration or just an outright lie. Hassan, go to Gaza. Hassan, go to Cuba. Okay, Hassan, why did you actually go and show the truth? You need to be locked up. Also, here's a list of imperial rules designed to kill people you're helping. Yeah, I know. It's very strange. They say I sit around and farm donations at home when I cover this stuff. And then when I go there, they say, how dare you go there? You're performative. It kind of feels like they just don't want me to go there or do anything. It just kind of feels like they just don't want me to say or do anything at all, right? Like, it's more so the fact that I'm doing something that is very frustrating for them. In any case, it's just an unbelievable amount of lies have been told about this trip. And obviously, because everyone that's on this trip are in Cuba and they don't have access to the internet, they had, myself included, had no way of knowing what people were saying and what kind of insane, unhinged propaganda was like being slung around. Is that ADL audio real? I don't know what the ADL audio is. Were you able to experience Medea Benjamin? I was. Reports that you died in Cuba? Yeah, I'm dead. This is pre-recorded. You ruffles and feathers. I think that's a good thing with all the dusty old bags we got around. Yeah. Anyway, I guess this is like one of the TikToks that was like in defense of what was going on.
About people coming here to Cuba to deliver humanitarian aid are very interesting to me. One of the headlines and some of the commentary that I've seen is in terms of all of the people that came here and they stayed at a 4-star hotel while the rest of Cuba was in darkness. I want to remind you all that while it's not illegal for American citizens to come here to Cuba, it is absolutely illegal for us to stay in any of these hotels that you see on this screenshot. We cannot stay at all of these listed brand hotels. We cannot stay at a mom and pop hotel. We cannot stay at anywhere that is Cuban owned in Cuba, because that was instated by your United States government. And those who do stay with Cuban families, because the first time I came to Cuba in November, I stayed with a family. They actually have to take our passport numbers and register us because of our United States government. Again, it is not illegal for American citizens to travel to Cuba. However, just like the sanctions and the blockade, the United States government makes damn sure that we don't support the Cuban people. The second thing I saw was, oh, all of these influencers spend all of this money when they just could have given it to the Cuban people. How? Do you know that because of the blockade and the sanctions, that United States citizens cannot send money?
Yes, it's crazy. People don't realize, like, all of that aid, we had to literally physically send it there. Okay, like someone had to physically put that aid in the hands of Cubans. Okay, that's another crazy part of this where people are like, oh, you don't understand. Like, why didn't they just send the aid? It's like, you're it. You think we didn't think about this? Not only was there like a cultural component to this humanitarian aid trip, because like there's so much Orientalization that's going on here. Like you're treating the regular Cuban citizens like they're animals. It's disgusting. Like the way you're talking about it, like you think they don't experience joy. You think they don't care about art. You think they don't care about being treated like human beings. It's disgusting. There's so much like speaking over regular Cubans that are living in Cuba in this conversation that is mind-boggling. It's alarming. It's gross. And I cannot believe how much both liberals and right-wingers have engaged in this. Like, it's crazy to me. One of the aspects of one of the craziest pieces of misinformation was the kneecap guys like sucked up all the energy and killed Cubans in a hospital. The reason why the Cuban hospital ran out of energy is not because the electricity grid is falling apart. I mean, that's part of it for sure, of course, but there's not enough gas on the island for their generators to work. That is our fault. America, we did that. Okay, what do you think is going to happen when we have starved this island of necessary resources by stopping other countries from being able to freely trade with Cuba? It's illegal for America to implement this blockade. It's legal to trade with Cuba. It's legal to import Cuban goods. It's legal to export Cuban goods. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Kneecap participated in one of the many daily festivals that happen during the day. Okay? That festival that they participated in had Cuban musicians that were also participating in it. It was free for all Cubans to attend, and it was overwhelmingly Cubans that were there. It blows my mind that these people can be so cynical and so gross that they think that like regular everyday Cubans don't want to experience joy. It blows my mind. You just don't even want to think. Like, you literally can see it. You can see it in real time. You can see Cubans dancing, singing, having a good time. And you're like, oh, they must be brainwashed. Someone was claiming that they were being bribed with treats. I saw your reply to this guy too. Yeah, this is the liberal version of this, right? Cuban doctors told me they have to sew up patients mid-surgery when the generators run out of gas, but MAGA on here are too busy lying about lying about the people that went out to Cuba with aid to turn everything into a distractive spectacle. Pure MAGA propaganda. You are cattle if you fall for it. The audacity to be on your laptop tweeting from a five-star hotel powered by generators while the local hospital goes dark. You are truly, genuinely a psychopath. Wow. This guy is one of the biggest, most troubled, most vulgar demons I have ever encountered in my life, and he has the audacity to claim that he is a humanitarian and a liberal. Shame on this. Shame on you. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I wasn't even in Cuba when I tweeted this, for the record. But it doesn't matter. It's all misinformation. I couldn't tweet this from Cuba because there was not only was there not electricity, but there was also no internet. Like, there was just not enough internet. The infrastructure is crumbling because of what we have done. God, it's nasty. What a nasty piece of shit guy is. Shame on you. If you have the capacity to feel shame, that is. You don't, okay? Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, I dunked on him too, and he lost his mind. There was a couple like ultras that were also saying some dumb shit too, and I had some strong words for them too. But yeah, I cannot believe it. I cannot. It's just, it really. I saw the best in humanity with regular, everyday, ordinary Cubans trying to make the most of their horrible circumstances. Okay. And then I come back and I see people on the sidelines trying to do their very best to continue justifying the asphyxiation that we have implemented on this island. The people died because you morons threw a giant party and sucked up all the electricity. These are Cubans, man. These are everyday Cubans having a great time on a free concert that was thrown together. And it wasn't just kneecap. It was like, you know, Cuban artists that were also participating in it. I say you're a insanely indecent person, and you should really think hard about why you're repeating obvious moronic lies that MAGA is spamming on the timeline. Vicious scumbag. I think I cannot believe that the average person is this indecent. I think this is cynicism born out of just like being on this website. I cannot believe that people could be like this. Was reading on Dropsite that when the power goes out, the doctors in pediatric hospitals have to hand pump the ventilators for babies. Dropsite got this reporting from Belly of the Beast. Yes. That's precisely the case. I talked to a doctor. Like I said in the tweet that this dipshit was responding to. I talked to a doctor that told me that in our interview, when the power goes out, when the generators fail and they're mid-surgery, they just basically sew the patient back up and they go, we'll try again later. Unbelievable, dude. Did you hang at the Malakon at night? People are dancing, making music all night long. It's beautiful. Yeah. I didn't. I went to just a couple different like bars. The first night I went to a bar with the Kneecap Boys, it was awesome. I had a great time there. We just dumped a lot of cash to the best of our ability on everyday Cubans. But it was much better, in my opinion, to just like go to like regular bars and regular restaurants that were, operating in spite of the circumstances, because it was, there were just like real regular Cubans there. It was crazy when you mentioned NeuroSim, and then you had people argue deep in the comments how it's fake or not a real cure, or whatever. There are a million cures. Made me so goddamn mad. Americans would rather die than admit a foreign enemy has any benefit. Exactly. Like they do not want to comprehend like real shit. They just, if it goes against their priors, they just go, no, that's not real. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it. It's unbelievable. It's a lie. It's crazy. Never seen anything like it. Mart said, out of Cuba now, on the way home, and finally have access to the internet. I'm having a hard time putting into words the thoughts I have on my experience there the past couple of days. The level of cruelty to the oil blockade the U.S. imposed on a day-to-day lives of everyday Cubans cannot be overstated. Everyday conveniences and essential services that we take for granted are completely non-existent. Entire systems that were already dilapidated by decades of sanctions and restrictions from participating globally start to break down exponentially when you remove fuel from the equation. The innovation required to accomplish the most basic tasks is astounding. People existing at night in complete darkness of the blackouts, just trying their best to lead normal lives in spite of the lack of power. Yet every Cuban person I met was extremely kind, patient, and welcoming. The resilience of the people of the island is extremely admirable and heartbreaking to witness. Cuba is a beautiful place with amazing people and insane potential. What the U.S. has done to that island is shameful and nothing short of inhumane. Okay? It's an experience that I think every American should have. It will change you. Okay? It will change you. When Ben Rhodes told me before I went to Cuba that I was going to be very sad, he was somewhat right. I landed and I could not believe how beautiful this island was. I could not believe how beautiful the people were. That was my first reaction. I was like, wow, I'm not a big nature guy, but this is one of the coolest places I've ever been to in my life. And then it was an emotional roller coaster. It turned into deep sadness. You arrive in Havana and you start seeing the trash that can't be collected because there's not enough oil and gas. There's not enough oil to operate the trash trucks, right? And then you're like, it's up what we've done. You see the houses that are dilapidated, people living in them. It looks like, they were bombed out. The outside looks so pretty, but the paint is chipping. Part of that is obviously the salt water that destroys the paint, right? It requires a tremendous amount of upkeep that this unfortunately poor island does not have, right? You get a little surprised too. The expectation is all the cars are going to be from the 50s. That's not the case. There's new vehicles in Cuba, and there's also still vehicles driving around. I mean, it's very limited, It's very limited in comparison to like what the normal traffic would look like on the island, from what I understand from people that have been there prior. Right? There's a tremendous amount. I mean, there's a queue system that the government has implemented. There is obviously a lot of not hoarding necessarily, but like stockpiling of the strategic reserves so they can just like hopefully continue surviving to the best of their ability, right? And then after that sadness goes away, you get angry because you start thinking about why these are the conditions that regular Cubans are subjected to. And you realize like, we did this and we're still doing this. And so many Americans are oblivious, or the ones who at least know what's going on in Cuba defend it and repeat lies. It's unbelievable, dude. And then, you know, then anger never really goes away. Okay. It never really goes away. But, you know, I guess that anger transfers to the way that some deeply disturbed pieces of shit and the way that they operate, and your anger basically turns into not just anger against the American government, but against the anger that you experience from people who justify this stuff. Don't talk about their poverty. It makes Americans think they deserve it. Talk about how much white people want to access the country they have and how little they get in spite of how much white people take. So unbelievably frustrating. So how do you feel about the concessions that Cuba is willing to give back to the famous plantation owners and bourgeoisie assets? Brother, this is no longer a time for ideological rigidity. Not only that, but also the official Cuban government's position, even from the Castro days onward, was always to offer financial restitution for the assets that were taken. It's just that America shut off their exports to the United States of America to render that impossible to do. If you knew about Cuban history, you would recognize that what Cosio told Ryan Grimm in front of me, ironically enough, I was there. I also interviewed Cosio. I will be releasing that after we show the mini doc, which will have pieces of all the different interviews that I conducted, some of the more high impact moments that explain, hopefully, to people that did not know about like what is the reason for why Cuba is experiencing these shortages. It will prove to you without a shred of a doubt that you know, this is America's doing. This is America's design, and it's unbelievable. Okay, it is unbelievable until you go there and you talk to the people who are directly involved in the distribution of pharmaceutical products, the people that are responsible for the creation of medicine, people that are responsible for the logistics of delivering the medication. Until you see that with your own two eyes, you're like, there's maybe some of this has to be mismanagement by the government, right? Like, and then you talk to these people and you're like, oh my God, it's unbelievable. Amazing how the media can tell you all about human rights abuses in Iran, but when the U.S. is causing people on ventilators to die in Cuba, there's radio silence. Apparently, human rights only matter when we need an excuse to start a war. Yes, that is precisely the case. I'll start with one example. I talked to a surgeon. Okay, he is a highly esteemed facial reconstruction surgeon. There's a lot of people who need jaw reconstruction because they have lung cancer or throat cancer, and this surgeon goes in and does this incredibly complex procedure where they rebuild a jaw for the patients. Okay, and there are more old school methods in the reconstruction process, and then there are newer methods that are available. There's a 3D printer. So this guy that I interviewed, okay, I'll tell you his name. This guy that I interviewed, his name is, hold on. Guillermo Sanchez, okay? Guillermo Sanchez, he's a jaw surgeon. We took a photo with some of his students and other doctors as well. You might have seen it. So he's a world-renowned expert in facial reconstruction surgery. Okay, I was talking to him, about how the stuff works. And he said that obviously they can't purchase any medical equipment that has 10% or above American components, right? So that right off the jump is crazy because the way commerce works, the way international trade works, like there's a lot of shit that has 10% or above American components in it, right? So what these guys have to do is find alternatives, oftentimes in Germany or France, right? They make medical equipment. So he finds a German company that's willing to sell this 3D printer. It's multiple millions of dollars, right? And they get charitable contributions, charitable donations. They get the funds together and they buy this thing. And they start using this 3D printer to do the facial reconstruction surgeries, to build these new jaws for these patients in Cuba, right? Long story short, the machine breaks. Now it's a German machine. Germany's not America. It doesn't have American components in it. But it's a very complex machine. And in order to fix it, in order to repair the machine, you need either a German engineer to come to Cuba and fix it personally, or at least like be able to teach a Cuban engineer to be able to fix it. There's proprietary tech in this, obviously, so they're not going to do that. They have to send a German engineer. So he calls up the German company and he says, hey, we bought this piece of equipment. Unfortunately, it's broken. We need a technician. And the German business says, sorry, we can't do it because we're afraid of American punishments. We cannot send a technician, nor can we send the necessary components to fix this multiple $million piece of equipment. So now it's just sitting in a room. Now it's just sitting in a room. And the impact of that is that either many of the Cuban patients that need this reconstructive surgery don't get it, and they have to go back to like older methods. Or if there's any sort of 3D printing that takes place, they have to go to Mexico. They have to go to their Mexican counterparts and lean into their Mexican counterparts or their Canadian counterparts in the field of medicine that are willing to take time out of their day to recreate these jaws so they can send it to Cuba, adding an unnecessary part of the process. Isn't that unbelievable? That's just one story. I'm going to tell you, I talk to doctors, I talk to surgeons, I talk to nurses, I talk to neuroscientists. There is a story like this with every single person. Okay? Unbelievably cruel. Unbelievably cruel. Unjustifiable in every way, shape, and form. I'm saying to the president, Mr. President, it's not going well. We need to pull out. It's done. It's not happening. It's not working. That's it. Okay. Situation monitoring time. Let's get into it for a little bit. I don't know how much time I have. So
other members of NATO. Writing on Truth Social, the US president called other countries cowards over their conduct towards the war with Iran. Let's have a look at that post in full. He says, without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. They didn't want to join the fight to stop a nuclear-powered Iran. Now that fight is militarily won, he says, with very little danger for them. They complain about the high oil prices they're forced to pay, but don't want to help open the Strait of Hormuz. A simple military maneuver, he thinks, that is the single reason for the high oil price. So easy for them to do with so little risk. Cowards, and we will remember, he finishes, signing it, President Donald J. Trump. Earlier, I spoke to our US correspondent, David Blevins.
His tweet this morning, I think, is much more about...
Can you guys at least hear when the lower the bit rate, you himbo? I did. Chatter. I don't know if you know this. I'm in Cuba. Okay? Are you aware of that? Like, dude, I'm basically running an operation that's put together with, like, strings. Okay? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I'm literally in a country that hasn't had oil shipping. I'm in a country right now, an island nation, that has not had a single barrel of oil come on its shores for the past 3 months. And you guys are like, meh. Yeah, everything. everything falls apart at times. Okay, you live in the United States of America in the lap of luxury, and your internet cuts out. Like what are you talking about? Not even a comparison.
As you say, in the last few minutes, he's been presenting the Commander-in-Chief Trophy to the Navy Academy, who have won the annual round-robin competition between the three colleges, Army, Navy and Air Force. And the President did speak very briefly about Iran. Let's just listen to that.
I want to begin by just saying we're doing extremely well in Iran. The difference between them and us is they had a Navy 2 weeks ago. They have no Navy anymore. It's all at the bottom of the sea. 58 ships knocked down in 2 days. And we have the greatest Navy anywhere in the world. It's not even close. So we are doing really well. We're not going to let them have nuclear weapons. Because if they had them, they'd use them, and we're not going to let that happen. Should have been done a long time ago by other presidents.
David, if we hear that and we think about that post that I just read out on Truth Social saying that the war is militarily over, do you think, and are others saying that he might...
Guys, war efforts are going unbelievable, fantastic. It's unlike anything you've ever seen before. Things are going spectacular. Trump on opening the Strait of Hormuz. You need a lot of help. Trump on Iran. I think we've won. Trump on Clark. I may have a plan or I may not. Trump on opening the Strait of Hormuz. At a certain point, it'll open itself. What are we doing, bro? I mean, he is literally, dude, buy war bonds now. That's so funny because it would be the equivalent of like, buy war bonds or don't, it doesn't matter. Like that's the communication coming out of the admin right now. You know, maybe we're going to go to war, maybe not. Did Pearl Harbor even happen? I don't know. Many people are saying we shouldn't have cut the Japanese off the oil, but we did. And then they hit us bad. They hit us real bad. But some people are saying maybe they could have hit us worse. Who knows? Breaking, S&P 500 officially posts its lowest close of 2026, erasing $3.2 trillion in market cap. $3.2 trillion in market cap since the Iran war began. Did you guys hear that? Was that good? I'm trying to substitute that for the FA because I'm out here and I don't have a soundboard. We are no longer obliterating Iran's missile stockpile. It's degrading it. It's no longer ensuring Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's not letting them get close. He doesn't even mention the Axis and continues hinting that he doesn't want to deal with Hormuz. Okay, look at this one. Shows us the Cuban matrix. Okay, calm down. Look at this. You have robbed the Cuban people of a soundboard by not bringing it. I know, it's very counter-revolutionary of me, but Israeli media breaking. The Islamic resistance Hezbollah brigades in Iraq will resume strikes on the U.S. enemy embassy in Baghdad starting today. The truce has ended. The enemy breached it. Israeli media says, reservist Major General Nimrod Schaefer, former head of planning division and former director general of the Israel Aerospace Industries. We have entered a war of attrition with Iran as a result of a mistaken perception that the regime in Iran would collapse if it was hit hard. Oh my God. Every single day they're like, you know, we didn't think it was gonna be like this. We thought the Soviet Volk would rebel against the Judeo-Bolshevik overlords. We were wrong. Yeah. No, it reminds me of the initial Nazi assessment that there would be 200 Russian tanks. And by the first month of the campaign, they had encountered 400 Russian tanks thus far. It's like that. They're like, oh, we thought they had toy airplanes that they could just drop a couple missiles. Not a big deal. And then they're like, oh shit, they actually have unlimited missiles. Oh my God. Every time I try to read Trump, it Fs. CIA. Not today, CIA. Middle East with the terrorist regime in Iran, completely degrading Iranian missile capability, launchers, and everything else pertaining to them. Destroying Iran's defense industrial base, eliminating their Navy and Air Force, including anti-aircraft weaponry. You didn't do that, though, because yesterday they blew up a F-35. Never allowing Iran to even get close to nuclear capability. Okay. And always being in a position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to a situation should it take place. Wrong on all of those accounts. Protecting at highest level our Middle Eastern allies, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, and others. Not a good job with that at all. The Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. The United States does not. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is him basically walking back every single ambitious military objective that they had. They're getting dog walked. It's so funny that they're getting absolutely shellacked. The fact that the most narcissistic man on the planet could admit to this, I mean, this is it. This is a surrender, okay? Obviously, who knows what he might do tomorrow? Who knows what he might, come up with tomorrow? It's just the way that Donald Trump operates is, yesterday's tactical retreat turns into tomorrow's escalation. But right now, at this moment, you cannot read this as anything but surrender. Okay? They came in with a lot of ambition. They came in with a lot of bombs, and they thought they could decapitate the leadership and immediately get back to the negotiations table. Let's just say he won and let us move on from it and secure an everlasting peace. I agree. Lower stream quality a bit. I already have. Anyway, where were we? Oh, we were talking about the military objectives. Like, this is as close to a total defeat and surrender as you're going to get with Donald Trump, because he's never going to be like, we got defeated, right? He's an asshole. That's not how things work. And that's not how anything works. And that's not how Trump works. So obviously him spelling that they are moving in the direction of winding down the war effort is a good thing. We should all collectively decide to say, Donald Trump, you did it. You beat the shit out of Iran. You are so incredible. Thank you, sir. I think that's what we should do. We should just all keep telling him how good he did and how he doesn't even need to fight Iran anymore. Now, of course, the problem is it's kind of not up to Trump right now. So Iran gets to dictate when this ends. So we don't know. We don't know if Donald Trump, if Iran will let Donald Trump take the off-ramp. But here we are. United States does not. If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for them. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So yeah, he is totally tactically retreated, at least in this iteration. He is totally tactically retreated from the maximalist goals that they had, knowing full well that they are impossible to achieve. And here we are.
Now be seriously looking for an off-ramp with all this.
Well, that is definitely one of the possibilities, that he thinks it's time for America's allies to take over the challenges. Certainly, he continues to play them down from a U.S. perspective, saying his enemies have been obliterated, a word we're hearing a lot, that they are weeks ahead of schedule. Interestingly, now that's reminiscent of a comment he made on this very day 3 weeks ago when he was asked, is the United States about to start bombing Iran? And he said, no, but if we were, I wouldn't tell you. In terms of that post online, though, this morning, the reality is, yes, America accounts for 60 to 70% of NATO's defence spending, but NATO is not powerless because it includes the militaries of the UK, France, Germany and Turkey, among many others.
CNN has learned that the U.S. military is sending thousands of additional Marines and sailors to the Middle East. This comes just a day after President Trump said this about deploying more troops to the region.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you, but I'm not putting troops.
It also comes just hours after President Trump shared on Truth Social that the fight to stop nuclear-powered Iran is, quote, militarily won. CNN national security reporter Haley Britsky joins us now. Haley, what's the latest? What are you learning?
Yeah, so this is why I said today he says, we've accomplished all of our goals, it's over, we won. And then tomorrow he's like, we're deploying 10,000 more troops, you know? And here is Araghchi, Sayed Abbas Araghchi, foreign minister of Iran, also pointing this out. Americans haven't forgotten how, even as hundreds of U.S. soldiers were dying in Vietnam, and the outcome was already clear. General William Westmoreland was flown home to reassure everyone that the war was going well and that the U.S. was, in air quotes, winning. The media haven't forgotten either. Those briefings full of fantasy from the front lines became infamous as the 5 o'clock follies. Fast forward to today, same script, different stage. Hegseth steps up, and the message is still detached from reality. U.S. government says one thing, reality says another. Right as U.S. authorities claim Iran's air defenses are gone, an F-35 gets hit. As they declare Iran's Navy finished, USS Gerald Ford turns back, and USS Abraham Lincoln drifts farther away. Different decade, same, we're winning. Araghchi, you don't have to flex on us, man. Dial it back, brother. We get it, okay? Chill. Nobody likes a sore winner, okay? Nobody likes a sore winner, man. Chill. They're farting on us, dude. This is also part of the reason why I said it's not up to the United States necessarily to end this conflict. It's more so up to Iran. Because it does, these guys, when they initially said, we will dictate the terms and conditions of how this war ends, I initially was like, okay, I feel like that's maybe not the case. I thought perhaps foolishly that, it would be like, previous Iran, way more willing to negotiate with America. But I think they're not going to stop until they have sufficiently caused deterrence, sufficiently caused military deterrence, sufficiently caused economic collapse, put the fear of God into the capital-owning masters of Donald Trump. Because at the end of the day, Donald Trump is led by certain forces, mostly the forces of capital. That's where we're at.
First, we're learning that the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit off the West Coast is heading towards the region now. This is the second MEU going towards the Middle East. The 31st has already left from the Pacific going towards the region. We don't quite know when it'll get there, of course, what exactly it will do. We're still asking if it will stay in the region, if the military will have 2 of these Marine Rapid Response Forces there. Certainly, it raises questions about boots on the ground options, as that's the first thing people think of when they think of these MEUs. But these units are really kind of the Swiss Army knives of the Marines and of the military. They can provide aviation logistics support. So they provide commanders a lot of options. A lot we still don't know about this deployment, but it certainly provides a lot of options to Admiral Bradley Cooper of CENTCOM.
It also raises questions about how long this engagement might go. We heard President Trump say it would be a matter of weeks. Now there are questions about whether this is going to be prolonged.
That's right. I mean, we still don't know how long this is going to go. We hear Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth saying it could be 4 weeks, it could be 5 weeks, it could be 3 weeks. Obviously, we're nearing the fourth week point at this point. But they keep saying, we keep hearing from these senior officials that, as we just heard from the president, this is essentially won, that the conflict is, there's fewer targets to hit. But still, the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. We just saw yesterday an F-35, U.S. F-35 had to make an emergency landing after sources say it was believed to be hit by Iranian fire. So there's certainly a lot still happening.
That's such a funny way to describe the event, by the way. How's the island? Michael from Taiwan. It's beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to in my entire life. Undoubtedly might be one of the most beautiful places on the planet, bar none. Anyway, as far as this incident, as far as this F-35 thing goes, this is a major blow. This is a major blow to a $2 trillion R&D equipment, like a piece of technology that's supposed to showcase American air superiority, a piece of technology that's supposed to showcase American dominance, and yet it was taken out by some kind of surface-to-air missile system that the Iranians very clearly, not even from like a fixed position, Iranians very clearly rolled out. And it is a major, major blow to American air superiority. It means that the last-gen fighter jets that they have are totally beatable. Bro, they are sending to USS Boxer and USS Tripoli. We are invading 100%. They don't break those guys out unless it's happening. Yeah, this will also be devastating for America, for the record. Any sort of additional military incursion of this sort will unironically be devastating for the United States of America, because I don't think these guys understand. Iran also has a significant upper hand in terms of fighting against boots on the ground military warfare. Like, this is the very same topographical advantage that they have, being a mountainous fortress, is going to be doubly relevant when considering the logistics of invading a country that size, invading a country with that many people, especially trained fighters. Iran has a standing military. Iran has the Basij militias. Iran has the IRGC. It's not Afghanistan 2.0. It's so much worse. People think it's going to be Afghanistan 2.0. The Taliban did not have any, they had manpads or stingrays, right? But they didn't have the same tools that the Iranian government has. The Taliban would not be able to successfully hold the Strait of Hormuz. You understand? I wouldn't even say, I mean, it's kind of like Vietnam, I guess. It's closer to Vietnam than it is to Afghanistan. Even then, it's not, I mean, I guess Vietnam had a lot of foreign aid as well. The USSR was there helping out quite a bit, but Vietnam was nowhere near as industrialized as Iran. And Vietnam has jungles. Iran has mountains. Vietnam got aid from Sweden. Rare social democracy win. That's goated. It's just not. It's unlike anything that you can really compare it to, and it will be a devastating quagmire. It wouldn't be a quagmire. I think saying that invading Iran with boots on the ground would be a catastrophe, and not for the Iranian military objectives. It would be a catastrophe for America. I mean, of course, it would be catastrophic for a regular Iranian society, but it would be I think it would be a devastating defeat, perhaps even faster than Vietnam. It would completely expose that the American empire is done. I obviously don't want that to happen, mostly because I don't want unnecessary deaths and destruction. Yeah, it's a quagmire now. It would be a catastrophe tomorrow.
On the ground here, and these units moving in will just provide more.
They making their way to the Middle East as administration, of course, pushes, we've been talking about, for extra funding, some $200 billion. Bring us up to date the very latest. What do we know, first of all, about this deployment?
Right, and this will be the second, what they call a Marine Expeditionary Unit that's now headed towards the Middle East. There is another one that is deploying from Asia and heading in that direction. So it will bring the total number of Marines tasked to these units to about 4,500.
Hasanabi vindicated. The supposed mobile anti-stealth surveillance radar RRGC utilized is on wheels. I don't know if this is the one. China arms Iran with 700-kilometer anti-stealth radar capable of tracking F-35 and B-2 YLC 8B transfer redraws Middle East air power balance. I mean, I don't know if this is like assured or not. I don't know if this is a given or not. Do we know? This is just suspicion, especially because this is not the type of mobile. This is not exactly the type of gear that Iran likes to use. I mean, they have stuff like this, but I feel like this would be, I mean, this is a real to lug around, you know what I mean? Like when you look at Iranian defenses, when you look at Iranian anti-air systems, like they're literally put on the back of K trucks. Okay? Like they have to be unimaginably mobile. This thing would get ethered. This is a sitting duck. Like there are American drones that are loitering. You have I don't think that this is what they utilize. I think this is something that they would suddenly everyone's a war analyst expert. I mean, yeah, I'm not. I'm just thinking about like what Iran utilizes usually. Iran can wheel these out because they're nixing U.S. loiter drones. I mean, did they lose that many? That'd be crazy.
These Marines will be tasked with, it's not clear. And it comes, of course, as the president does seem to be weighing whether to order a ground operation inside Iran, whether it's to secure Karg Island, that very critical area that the administration thinks would put pressure on the Iranian regime, or to go into Iran to try and retrieve some of the highly enriched nuclear.
It's not a real goal. The idea, it's just a talking point. It's just a talking point. It's not a real military objective to like to diminish Iran's like nuclear enrichment capabilities or take out their enriched uranium. Okay, that's not a real goal. It's just a talking point. So for them to throw potentially thousands of Marines in the kill chamber, in the kill box, specifically to be like, no, it's actually not regime change. We just want the nuclear arsenal to be diminished or whatever. When they don't have one, they have in the past effectively through diplomacy stopped Iran's nuclear ambitions, no matter how hard of a limit that existed on those nuclear ambitions anyway. The fact that they would like send troops potentially to do like a Isfahan extraction mission, trying to degrade Iran's nuclear program directly with your military is an immensely complex mission. Okay, one, I don't think they have full schematics of what the things look like down there. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you have to bring in specialists alongside your special forces that know how to deal with and how to effectively neutralize radioactive material without blowing it up and causing a a massive radioactive incident, you can't just strike it from above. You have to go in. It's an admission that the bunker busters didn't work, by the way. It's an admission that the bunker busters didn't work. So you have to go in their minds. Like you're gonna try to maintain air superiority. Okay. That's not a given for an extended period of time. Is still busted.
Well, first of all, I would never take that option off the table. And that's always been my recommendation from the Trump administration to the Biden administration. Don't take that option off the table. You never know what's going to happen, and you want to have that flexibility. With regard to that, I've commented before that I think, some type of large-scale operation into the internal part of Iran, going after a nuclear site to secure enrichment material would be very complicated, very risky, and would be a very difficult mission. Now, something short of that, where you're trying to seize Karg Island as a leverage point against the Iranians, more doable. It would require more Marines than we have now, or a broader set of service members. But I would never take that option off the table. And you mentioned Special Operations Forces. Look, we use them for various means. It could be a type of raid, or it could be to train militia inside the country. So again, I think that is a tool that every president should retain.
Do you think that's what the administration is doing with these more warships and Marines heading to the area? What does that signal to you?
I would certainly tee up options for the president. I think the job of the Secretary of Defense, of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is to give the president options, and the more the better, the more room he can have to make a decision with regard to which way.
Here's an option he should be giving the president. Don't do this, okay? If I'm the Joint Chief of Staff, I'm saying to the president, Mr. President, it's FUBAR. It's not going well. They're dug in. They've literally very clearly designed their entire manufacturing base to withstand endless aerial bombing campaigns. It's done. It's not happening. It's not working. We need to pull out. We need to find a manageable solution, and we need to deal with them as though they are a sovereign state. Saudi Arabia getting directly involved, what are they going to do? Saudi Arabia gives U.S. expanded access to bases and airspace for war in Iran. UAE Foreign Minister told Marco Rubio Abu Dhabi is ready for a war to last 9 months. Okay, so they just want Iran to nuke their refineries. That's what it is. Attitude has shifted towards supporting the U.S. war as a way to punish Iran for strikes thread. A shift in the attitudes is underway as anger in Riyadh and Abu Dhabi grows over the Iran strikes. The U.S. is putting pressure on Saudi Arabia to join in on offensive strikes. Riyadh has given U.S. expanded access to airspace and bases. Okay, first of all, Qatar, once again, because this is just the UAE and Saudi Arabia's machinations, and Qatar is the one that's probably going to get punished in the process because they just have to kind of go along with the GCC. Also, how does this expand the theater of conflict? Saudi Arabia is almost pulling Abraham Accords here, where they've already all but effectively under the table normalized relations with Israel, but then the Abraham Accords makes it official. This revelation is simply Saudi Arabia openly saying what we already know was happening. We already know that this was happening. Of course, that's the reason why Iran has been striking the Saudi bases, the American bases in Saudi Arabia. So it's not necessarily a shift in the landscape, in the field of battle. Iran has already been peppering American Stratotankers on Saudi bases. The F-35 that fell, or was, it wasn't officially downed, but had a real complication, seemingly crash landed or emergency landed somewhere on Saudi soil. The Saudis have already been giving everything to the Americans. So what difference does this make? I don't understand what kind of tangible difference this might make. Is this Saudi Arabia just being all right, whatever? Yeah, we've been helping, and now we're openly helping. In the U.S. Department of War, heating up, and the U.S. needed expanded access and overflight permissions. Saudi Arabia agreed to open King Fahd Air Base in Taif in Western Saudi Arabia to the Americans. Multiple U.S. and Western officials familiar with the matter told Middle East Eye. Okay, more targets, I guess. The base is important because it's farther from Iranian Shahed drones than Prince Sultan Air Base, which has come under repeated Iranian attacks. Taif is also close to Jeddah, the Red Sea port that has become a critical logistics hub since Iran effectively took control over the Strait of Hormuz. Saudi foreign minister's tough words on Iran in contrast with Oman. A divide is emerging in the Gulf over how to handle the war and U.S. pressure to contribute. Yeah, Oman came out and said this war only benefits Israel. It doesn't benefit the Gulf at all. Israel doesn't give a shit if the Gulf is pummeled. Clearly Israel doesn't care if the Gulf is pummeled. Clearly it doesn't they want to destabilize Iran, and God knows what that would look like if they were able to successfully destabilize this country with 93 million people in our neighborhood, by the way. So ultimately, if Israel were to achieve its ultimate objectives here, this would be terrifying. This would be a terrifying prospect for the Gulf. And we need to be honest about it. And yet now the Gulf guys are saying, the two major Gulf countries are now saying, you know what, like, you can use additional military bases on our soil. Iran's pummeling us anyway. You might as well take it. Saudi Arabia and UAE were neutral before this war, but as they have been attacked, first of all, you can't be neutral with American military bases, okay? That's not how this works. Saudi Arabia and UAE were neutral before this war, and also UAE was never neutral. That's incredibly stupid to say. The UAE was never neutral regardless. I wonder what this will do to the domestic instability that might happen as a consequence of, like, Saudi Arabia and the UAE openly leaning into America and Israel. Because there's also this domestic component. I wonder if, like, the population is already pissed off at Iran or sufficiently angry at Iran for, the bombing campaigns that have taken place and the economic opportunities that have been withdrawn as a direct consequence of the steady bombing campaigns, that they are fine with this American and Israeli involvement, like normalizing, or if they might get frustrated at their government. Yeah, the neutrality is bullshit. It was always bullshit. It's total nonsense to claim that they were neutral. They have American military bases. You can't be neutral when you have American military bases. Anyway, but as they've been attacked, they've come to the realization that they cannot live with this hardline Iranian regime next door, which can, at a moment's notice, extort the region by closing the Strait of Hormuz. Saudi foreign minister's tough words. Ibrahim Jalal summed up the Gulf dilemma. Gulf states don't want to be seen as signing on to an Israeli-partnered war, but Iranian attacks have crossed every red line. Aziz Al-Ghashan says Saudi Arabia and other states could be looking at lethal defensive measures as they seek to reestablish deterrence against Iran and set precedent. Take from a Saudi citizen, dude, the Gulf citizens hate Iran more than Israel. Also, the monarchs depend on the U.S. to stay in power. No, I know the monarchs depend on the monarchs depend on the United States to stay in power. But the real question is, will the citizens themselves get frustrated with, like, a direct with their direct involvement with Israel, the Israeli state, Israel? I can't even talk. Aziz Al-Ghashan told me that Saudi Arabia and other states could be looking at lethal defensive measures. They seek to reestablish deterrence against Iran and set precedent. For me, the precedent could be made in the Strait of Hormuz. What capabilities do you have? And no, I don't think they hate Iran more than they hate Israel. I think they hate Israel a lot more than they hate anything else. But not the royals. The royals don't give a shit. They love Israel. They don't give a shit. I'm talking about the actual citizens. Not that it matters. Will they actually turn around and do anything about Israel? No, probably not. Will they turn around and revolt? Probably not. But these kinds of statements make no sense to me. As I've said before, Iran is already fighting America. So from a military campaign standpoint, if you're already fighting America, drawing up NATO forces is not actually done to achieve a strategic military goal. It's actually a diplomatic goal. Because Iran wants to maintain decent relations. It's a sovereign country. It understands that it needs to maintain decent relations with other countries. And through its command over the Strait of Hormuz, what Iran is trying to establish is bilateral treaties and negotiate with, like, European partners directly, and maybe even forcibly decouple European partners from America, because they all have their own capital owners that have their own profit-centered interests. And therefore, if they believe that Iran is not going anywhere, then they would rather deal with Iran and never allow the Strait of Hormuz and the travel through the Strait of Hormuz to be impeded ever again. It's not a strategic military goal for America to try to get all of the forces and to create a coalition of the willing, right? It's not. Because if Iran is already fighting America, it's already fighting NATO. Additional like French naval assets are not going to change that dynamic at all from a military perspective. But additional French pressure to show that Iran is against the entirety of the Western world, for example, with no allies on their side. You know, all the regional actors are against Iran. Iran is a bad country. No one wants to deal with Iran. Like that is a bad look for Iran. It actually takes away from their goals here. But like a hawkish attitude from the Gulf states doesn't change the military might of the forces that you're drawing from. Not even a little bit. A hawkish attitude even from France or Italy or England would not necessarily change the military strategy here for Iran at all. It would change the diplomatic strategy, right? Because Iran obviously is here to stay or wants to remain, and a part of that means that they're going to have to deal with these countries down the line. If Iran can split the U.S. from the world and frame it as a disruptor, allowing oil for everyone else is a massive problem for the U.S., yeah, obviously they're not going to let that happen. America's never going to want that to happen, which is why they should back away from this instead of escalating further and further. But it doesn't seem like America has the capability of standing down. They just don't have that. They don't have that that power. Iran's response to the UAE after this came out was the IRGC issued an evacuation warning for Ras Al Khaimah in the north of the United Arab Emirates, telling residents to immediately evacuate the city, stating that the area will be targeted in the near future due to its use in strikes against Iran. For them, it's just like additional targeting, right? Taking back control of the strait assumed New Thursday as Iran began laying plans that allow select ships through, with Tehran's parliament considering a law to charge tolls. It raised the prospect that Iran could leverage its positions to make deals with nations that need oil, gas, and other commodities produced in the Persian Gulf region. In practice, this creates a form of coerced interdependence. States that seek access to Gulf energy may find themselves needing to accommodate Iran, whether directly or indirectly, said Danny Citrinowicz, a national security fellow at the Atlantic Council, a Washington think tank. Even when the fight on X, there's real doubt that this dynamic will fundamentally change. The extent of which Iran has seeded naval mines in the Strait couldn't be determined, because they haven't. I told you this already, and I will keep repeating it over and over again. You'll know when they mine it. If Iran doesn't say they're mining the Strait of Hormuz, they're not mining the Strait of Hormuz. Why the f would they mine it? They literally have complete dominance over the Strait of Hormuz. Mining the Strait of Hormuz is a last effort. They don't need to mine the Strait of Hormuz because they still have dominance over the Strait of Hormuz. And plus, when they don't mine it, they can actually collect the toll. The extent to which Iran has seeded naval mines in the Strait couldn't be determined. Only 24 miles at its narrowest point, the Strait of Hormuz is such a confined space that cruise missiles can be fired from hundreds of miles away and still hit ships moving through it. Yeah, no shit. An Israeli indictment alleges that Iron Dome reservists secretly work for Iranian intelligence, passing along locations of air bases, missile defense systems, and potential recruits for months in exchange for payment. A new drop site investigation reveals this is not an isolated case, but a part of a growing covert campaign inside of Israel. In a major report, Jeremy Scale and Murtaza Hussein detail Iran's expanding efforts to recruit Israelis to carry out influence and espionage operations from within. Yes, this is well within their capabilities. I've brought this up before. Okay? I have. This is true. Both of these things could be true at the same time. I don't think the reason why Israel's getting pummeled, however, is because they have insiders that have leaked details about how the Iron Dome works to the Iranian government. I think it's more so, it has more to do with the fact that they are running low on interceptors, because we have literally heard people in the aerospace side on the Israeli Defense Forces openly reveal that they're running low on interceptors. And it's not just the Semaphore article either. Another commander recently came out and said, we're running low on interceptors. That's part of the reason why we're letting some of these missiles, land. An Iranian man walks under a display featuring a logo of Iran's Ministry of Intelligence in the historic city of Isfahan. This is the photo. According to the indictment, the suspect knowingly maintained contact with Iranian handlers and carried out tasks under their direction. Prosecutors say he transferred sensitive security information to help identify additional individuals for recruitment, pointing to network building inside of Israel. Drop site reports a sharp escalation. Israeli data cited in the investigation shows roughly 400% increase in suspected and confirmed Iran-linked espionage activity in 2025. Roughly 36 Israelis have been arrested in recent years. Dude, this is what is crazy, because Like, are these guys, are they anti-Zionist? Like, what happened there? You know what I mean?
Marines out of the Pacific, and they're still en route, right? They were recently spotted off of Singapore. So it's going to take another week or so for them to get to the region. So you want to make sure you have those tools in place so that if you need to use them, want to use them, they're available.
Secretary Mark Esper, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks, Bjorn.
CNN is learning that thousands more U.S. Marines and sailors are heading toward the Middle East just one day after President Trump downplayed deployment reports, saying, quote, "I'm not putting troops anywhere," though he did say that if he were to, he would not share that with the public. The deployment also happening just hours after the president shared on his Truth Social account that the fight to stop a nuclear-powered Iran has been militarily won. CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen has our new reporting. And Zach, on that question of the nuclear capability of Iran being militarily won, isn't their enriched uranium believed to be stored hundreds of feet underground, buried under sand?
Yeah, Boris, that is certainly the understanding of the U.S. intelligence community, and it's a problem we know the Trump administration has been grappling with and weighing the possibility of using U.S. special forces potentially to try to essentially go in there and extract or destroy the uranium.
Oh my God, when you got Scott Bessent writing long ass, oh my God, it is so cooked. Scott Bessent posting insane style cope, I suspect. That is wild, brother. That is crazy. Also, U.S. officials said he doesn't think Trump's post signals an imminent end to the war. He just said we are getting close. In the meantime, the U.S. military is striking hard and continuously. It'll be a couple of weeks, the official said. Bro's writing, look, once you hit the second or third paragraph, it's over. Okay, it's over. Can you please inform us more about the crisis in Cuba with the relevant historical context? Yeah, I did. I spent the first hour doing that, and you missed it. But you can rewind if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. If you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, which is the only and most effective, but only way to support the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, PBS, for tomorrow's news today. You can rewind. There's a rewind function. Speaking of writing, the White House just copy-pasted this. Wow, the White House plagiarized his reason for launching a war on Iran from FDD, a cutout of Israeli intelligence. Oh my God. Oh my God. They did Foundation for Defending. FDD is literally an Israeli espionage arm. It is an American think tank that masquerades as an American think tank, but is straight up an Israeli intelligence asset, is an Israeli intelligence cutout, okay? That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable that they just like copied and pasted it. Oh my God. I mean, actually, is it unbelievable? It's the most believable. God, this entire administration is on autopilot, dude. You stole tomorrow's news today from Alex Jones. Imagine if Alex Jones sued you. Wait, what? Alex Jones says tomorrow's news today? That's crazy.
That is believed to be deep underground at one of those facilities that was hit last year. But again, to the president's comments yesterday about sending additional troops to the region, we're learning that thousands more Marines are going to be deployed to the Middle East here in the near term, having their deployments accelerated. Now, one Marine Expeditionary Unit was already on the way to the Middle East. These are units that are really the Swiss Army knife of military capability. They're made up of about 2,200 sailors and Marines. But we're learning now that they're going to send potentially a second Marine Expeditionary Unit to the Middle East. This unit was intended initially to go and deploy to the Indo-Pacific region, but their timeline has now been moved up, and they're going to be traveling to the Middle East, according to two sources familiar with the plans. And so it does raise questions about what is the Trump administration's timeline for bringing an end to this conflict, and what objectives do they need to accomplish before they can do so.
To that point, you have this announcement of a deployment, and then also what is potentially going to be a $200 billion request for supplemental funding from Congress.
Insanity. They're pooping on us. They're dabbing on us. I need you to remember this number. Next time some asshole from DC tells you we can't have health care, okay? Next time some politician says we can't have health care, remember that. $200 billion. $200 billion. Money mogging you? I mean, it is money mogging. It's money mogging all of us, okay? it's money mongering all of us in the sense that if you were like, oh, can I have some funds, please, for the potholes down the street? They're like, no, you. If you're like, can I have some money for healthcare? They're like, no, you. So if you're like, hey, can we like, I don't know, fund education initiatives in this country so that like we can have a more competent, competitive labor force in the international marketplace? You. Unbelievable.
How does the administration square that with what Trump has been saying about this coming to a close relatively quickly?
Yeah, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was asked about that additional request for $200 billion for the Pentagon yesterday, and he said, quote, it takes money to kill bad guys, and that was sort of his explanation for why the Pentagon is seeking more funding when they've already spent billions of dollars over the last some weeks of this conflict. We know that the first week of the military operations against Iran cost roughly...
Is extra cool that he, like, you know, the people that are in charge of this entire thing are baboons too. Like, they just straight up are stupid. Yeah, war is over, but we just need another 200 billy, you know, just to like extra end it, you know? War's already over, but like, we just need another 200 billy and then it's totally over. It's going to be super done, you know?
Roughly $11 billion, and estimates for the totality of the war so far are hovering around $20 billion. So some of this $200 billion request, as we understand it, would go towards addressing the expenditures that have...
I was a planner for the Marine Corps. The size of the MAGTF being sent out there is a landing party size force to set up an expeditionary base, the House of Brigade, which would set up an airstrip and then a full-size invasion force. Karg already has an airstrip. The problem is, are those numbers enough to take over Karg Island? And even if they were to take over Karg Island, are they large enough to be able to hold it? You have to remember, they don't have any backup. You can't just take Karg Island. You have to take the surrounding coastline. Okay? You can't just take over Karg Island. You have to take the surrounding coastline. They've already also talked too much about Karg Island. I know how these guys operate at this point. I don't think they're going to do to Karg Island. They're going to go somewhere else. I think they love doing this like idiotic bait and switch shit. So I suspect that they're not deploying to Karg Island anyway. That would be incredible if they were like literally saying for weeks on end, we're going to take over Karg Island, we're going to take over Karg Island, and then they just didn't even do that. I mean, or they ended up actually trying to do that. Sorry. There's a couple different islands. I suspect that they're going to try to take over one of them. I don't know if any of them actually have like Karg does have a landing strip on it. I think they're taking Beirut. That would be crazy. What the they were like, just kidding. We just want more Israel. We just want to directly allow Israel to grow, to continue his Greater Israel project.
Been spent so far during the conflict, but there's also speculation and concern that the Pentagon may try to also get funding for other priorities as part of this additional request. That's something that is going to raise a lot of eyebrows on Capitol Hill as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are starting to really push the administration to come out and explain their reasoning and their objectives for the Iran conflict. And they haven't even asked Congress to vote on this conflict yet. So a lot of questions as to whether or not this will ultimately come to pass, but the Pentagon is seeking additional funding, and we are seeing more Marines sent to the region.
Trump extorts the Gulf for more money. If you want the war to continue, $5 trillion. If you wanted to stop, $2.5 trillion. Omani journalist and international affairs researcher Salam El-Jahouri on BBC Arabic confirms reports of U.S. pressure on Gulf Cooperation Council states to pay up either way. According to leaks, Al-Jahouri cites Trump is demanding GCC states pay $5 trillion to sustain the war, or $2.5 trillion as a fee for stopping it, framed as payment for what has been accomplished. I don't believe this. Seems unbelievable. I just don't think this is that seems. I mean, it's Trump, so who knows, right? It's Trump, but also at the same time, that seems even too much for Trump, right? Am I crazy? I feel like that's a bit much. Breaking. Washington Post confirms ground invasion planning underway. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. New U.S. officials say there is planning underway to potentially deploy thousands of troops from the 82nd Airborne Division to Iran, though no final decision has been made. That's crazy. Pizza index? Bro, what are you talking about? We've moved past the Pentagon pizza index. index. We are now at the how many crayon eaters are being deployed index. It's a totally new reality. 1 hour ago, he said we don't want a ceasefire. He's just saying shit at this point. Yeah, that's just how he does it, man. That's the GOAT talking. That is crazy, bro. Pull over, dog. God damn. Dark Woke King. I mean, he was cooking. You should get litigious. That was a hit piece. Okay, y'all need to calm down. It's literally the most no motion ass. It's the third way. The guys who wrote this for the Wall Street Journal are basically leaning into the institutional legitimacy of the Wall Street Journal. I will fight back, not through like litigation, but I'll write another op-ed. You know what I mean? Either for the Wall Street Journal, or maybe I'll write an op-ed for the New York Times. Who knows? Okay, I'll deal with it. I don't have enough time right now because I'm going to Cuba. All right, I'm a little bit busy. I don't know if you guys are aware. One, we're monitoring the situation, and two, I'm going to Cuba. But this is it. By the way, ironic because it's called Free Expression, is a daily newsletter on American life, politics, and culture. It's called Free Expression. The title is Democrats are too cozy with Hassan Piker. There's no excuse for failing to call out the anti-Semitism on the left. Okay, yeah, Cuba can wait. You have to respond to this wonkery ASAP. As lifelong Democrats, we agree with Senator Ted Cruz on virtually nothing. Good start. But Mr. Cruz was brave to decry anti-Semitism in the Republican Party. Mr. Cruz was also a big name, calling Tucker Carlson the single most dangerous demagogue in this country. Too few Democrats have followed Mr. Cruz's lead by calling out the rising anti-Semitism on the far left. That must change. The anti-Semitism spewed by Mr. Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, and other far-right bigots is well documented and widely condemned. But the far left has anti-Semites too. No left-wing agitator is more influential or extreme than Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. Mr. Piker is often called a progressive, but that does violence to the term. A self-identified Marxist, he is referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty, violent pig dog against an anti-Hamas viewer on his stream, compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, and said Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state. I love that they were like, they let in with Ted Cruz. You know, guys who know how to read the room, baby. Guys who know how to read the room. Hey, you know what the Democrats are supposed to do? Drop a voice that is very clearly identifying the popular movement in the heart of the party. For what, really? For defending Israel. Yeah, I don't think they should do that. Yeah, I don't think they should do that. I don't know. Obviously, this is an incredible smear, incredible slander. Okay, as someone who has spent every single day and will continue to spend every single other day combating anti-Semitism, it's very funny when they try to do this vicious smear, but it's completely nonsensical. And perhaps even worse, everyone knows that it's nonsensical because most people realize nowadays that if you say anti-Israel shit, there's going to be a million think pieces on how you're actually anti-Semitic. But most Americans already know that that's what's worse is there are actual anti-Semites out there who are taking advantage of this media landscape. And the more that these institutions like the ADL and all these other people, like the more they also tie me back to Nick Fuentes, the more they do a disservice to the term anti-Semitism. Okay? I've spent a tremendous amount of time combating anti-Semitism, decoupling Israel from Jewish people. Okay? Decoupling Zionism from Judaism. I can't expect every person on the planet to have spent 6 years almost daily in this community, but it legitimately drives me insane to see this half-ass shit-slinging as someone who's here all the time as a Jewish community member. I know anti-Semitism when I see it. And if I thought you were the community were anti-Semitic, I wouldn't be a 63-month sub. Yeah, it's so stupid. It's narcissistic. It's paranoid. It's idiotic. It dilutes the term. It ironically contributes to actual real anti-Semitism being fomented. And these guys don't understand that they are now in the echo chamber, not us. But there's a different tool for this, for the record. There's a different reason for why they're writing this article. And I'll tell you what it is. It's not even because they want to defend Israel. Former Biden press secretary boosted this, to 14 total likes. Hell yeah. former spokesman for the First Lady, Michael LaRosa. These guys have lost their power in the party, and that's why they're lashing out. It's not just about demanding that the Democrats become pro-Israel. That's one aspect of this story. The other aspect of the story is that third-way neoliberalism is now openly seen as a failed attitude that is responsible for the Democrats losing to Trump twice. They know that the base has rejected third-way neoliberalism. And that's why they're trying to do this. Mr. Piker's depravity doesn't stop there. His misogyny is indistinguishable of the far-right influencers. He believes America deserves, and he praised the Chinese Communist Party, saying, in terms of good governance, there's a lot we can learn from the way they perform out there. Don't know why they said misogyny when talking about this, but what is misogynistic about this other shit? What is this? Oh my God, they're posting this. They're posting bro tips. Oh, that's awesome. Anyway, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs. This isn't happening. The Pod Save America team put him on stage at CrookedCon. Abdul El-Sayed, a candidate for Senate of Michigan, tweeted a picture of himself celebrating Piker with a supporter. California Representative Ro Khanna, a possible presidential hopeful, pushed back on X against concerns we raised about anti-Semitism on the far left, declaring his pride in going on Mr. Piker's feed. Mr. Piker chimed in to support him. Handing Mr. Piker a microphone isn't magnanimous or respectful of views that test your priors. Going on a show isn't a sign of bravery or willingness to talk to the other side or to show up in challenging places. All these things do is support a bigot, but few dare to speak that truth. By the way, the guys that are saying I'm a bigot are the guys that I yell at all the time who do so much work to make the Democrats drop any kind of social progressive value. Okay? I'm the bigot, not them. The guys that tell the Democrats, you shouldn't worry about abortion rights. You shouldn't worry about trans rights. You should worry about, continuing to offer bottom of the barrel, third way neoliberal positions to the American public that has no appetite for this whatsoever. Okay? But few dare speak that truth. The only prominent Democrat to call out Mr. Piker's bigotry directly so far is New York Representative Richie Torres. Again, a blossoming figure of progress in the heart of the party that truly understands. Have you guys noticed that Richie Torres shut up about Israel? Very strange how he's also stopped being Israel's biggest attack dog. The other Democrats must follow suit. They bring up Richie Torres' idiotic letter to Twitch. Left-wing anti-Semites are savvier than the Nazi endorsers on the right who marched in Charlottesville and sat for dinner with the president. The anti-Semites of the left cloak their attacks in critiques of the president's Israeli leadership. Many American Jews, including us, abhor Israel's current leaders. Criticism of Israeli policy isn't anti-Semitic. The Israeli-Hamas war was a humanitarian catastrophe for Gazans. The Israel-Hamas war was a humanitarian catastrophe for Gazans. Settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank is appalling, but the Jew haters on the left go much further. They use loaded words taught in social justice seminars. Apartheid, genocide, settler colonialism. They push age-old tropes about Jewish wealth and influence, Epstein class, turning tax the rich into tax the Jews, and they replace the word Jew with Zionist, which, by the way, I didn't do this, and I would never do this, and it turns out this was one random psycho and had nothing to do with DSA San Francisco, for the record, that story, but whatever, they're lying anyway, so they'll continue lying. And they replace the word Jew with Zionist. This language is more than offensive. It can beget violence. Last year, an alleged murderer seemingly inspired by left-wing rhetoric killed 2 people for the crime of being at the Capitol Jewish Museum. That's a crazy way to explain that story. Democrats must understand that accepting anti-Semitic figures like Mr. Piker into the mainstream puts Jewish Americans' lives in danger. There's no excuse for putting political tribalism before Jewish safety, or for overlooking hatred to generate likes online, or for failing to act against the surge of anti-Semitism spread by the Hassan Pikers of the world and normalized by too many on the Democratic side. We are all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. So this has H3 written all over it. No, dude, no one about Ethan Klein. This is totally separate. If you think this has anything to do with Ethan Klein, you're out of your... So I'm going to tell you exactly what this is. Okay? Sounds like slander. You might have to talk to a lawyer. Man, shut up. No. It's slander, but it doesn't matter. Okay? And you need to understand, this is the most low motion, no motion having ass article that could have ever been written. And the reason for why it's written is not even to defend Israel, which is unpopular in and of itself and idiotic in and of itself. The real reason why they're writing this is because Third Way has completely lost its institutional control, okay? Third Way has lost its institutional control. Kyle agrees with chat. I know. Listen to me. Third Way, for those of you who don't know, which is where this article is written by, this article is written by a bunch of people that work in a think tank called Third Way. Third Way is basically the post-Bill Clinton think tank that was designed to make the Democratic Party into what you despise. Okay, the Democratic Party that you hate was designed carefully by Third Way. Never heard of Third Way before today, by the way. Yes, I've talked about it before. Sometimes I reference Third Way neoliberalism. Many of you are oblivious to what it is. But they are centrist Democrats, okay? They build themselves as centrist Democrats, right? I said Third Way is the exact reason why Democrats lost to incompetent fascists like Trump twice. They can't publicly defend neoliberal corporate centrism, so they lean into another wedge issue, Israel. These guys have no ability to read the room. Neoliberalism and Israel has no base. The reason why they angled this article on the issue of Israel is because they think that if they just say like, oh, this guy's an anti-Israel bigot, which means that he is an anti-Semite, right? That they think they can actually bully politicians from not associating with someone like myself because they're stupid and think that I am almost single-handedly responsible for how much people hate Israel now. Okay? They're dumb. They're dumb. It's that simple. They're stupid. Because if you strike me down, there will be others that will take my place. I am not single-handedly responsible for people hating Israel. You're a idiot if you think that. Do you understand? I'm a megaphone. I'm offering a voice to those who don't get that voice in mainstream media. That's it. And a lot of people can't comprehend that. They think, oh, this guy's like hypnotizing people. It's that simple. They think that I'm like hypnotizing the masses. They don't realize that the masses have come to this conclusion on their own, and they're actively demanding their elected representatives actually abide by the democratic wishes of the masses. You give these people consent to attack you freely. They know they won't be punished, so they continue to lie. This is different from slop tubers. Brother, I don't think you understand. It's irrelevant and worthless. Okay, suing someone for defamation is a long, convoluted, and very expensive process there is no reason to entertain it. There's no reason to engage with it. The reason why I don't take this initiative is because they've already lost the battle. Who gives a They've lost the battle. I spent years and years eating this slander non-stop. What good did that do them? I was deplatformed. I had financial opportunities actively taken away. I was cast aside, made into a pariah because the institutional power that the Zionist lobby had was still intact in the beginning of October 7. But we are not living in that media environment any longer. We're not living in that media environment any longer. It doesn't matter. Less than 2 weeks ago, your organization literally had an entire conference to strategize on how to best kick progressives out of the Democratic Party. How are you complaining about progressives not being big tent enough? This is their goal, and they think this is like the Heritage Foundation, but for the Democratic Party. Dark Woke King going full Alex Jones style to defend you in this video.
MAGA Democrats are getting desperate. They're getting desperate. They're beginning to crash out. They're beginning to lash out. So as you know, leadership of the Democratic Party has been an abysmal failure. You have Chuck Schumer. You have Hakeem Jeffries. These are Democrats who I call Diet MAGA Democrats for a reason. They don't really oppose Trump's illegal and offensive war against Iran. They want to see Iran overthrown because they take a tremendous amount of money from the Israel lobby, right? And there's this whole Democratic consultant complex that basically bolsters those kinds of Democrats. These are Democrats that are swimming in corporate money, AI money, Israel lobby money, military-industrial complex money, okay? And we just had the perfect encapsulation of this group lashing out. So they decided to go after Hassan Piker in a Wall Street Journal op-ed, okay? It was written by a bunch of third-way hacks. Third way is like basically the epicenter of the corporate Democrats. You have this guy, Jim Kessler, he posted it. You have the people who wrote the piece are John Cowan and Lily Cohen. And the title is, Democrats Are Too Cozy with Hassan Piker. And in this piece, they go on to viciously smear and libel Hassan Piker in such a disgusting way that, frankly, I tweeted he should sue them because I think he has a case and I think he could win. In the piece, they say in no uncertain terms, not only is he a raging misogynist, but they call him a, quote, Jew hater, okay? They said this, quote, we're all for a big tent, but...
Bro is reading while driving. That is crazy, bro. Pull over, dog. That's crazy.
The Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side, okay? So, it goes without saying, I shouldn't have to say this, but I will. It's absolutely untrue. Hassan literally goes out of his way on a daily basis to stress that criticism of Israel does not equal criticism of Jews, right? Just within the past however long, he posted videos. This is where anti-Semitism comes from. This is the real anti-Semitism. Hassan watches like some racist anti-Semitic guy crash out. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. And it's gotten to the point where when I watch clips of his, sometimes I'll like facepalm a little bit and be like, Hassan, I get it. You don't have to throw clear every time. We know you aren't anti-Semitic. We know that. Like, you don't have to stress that you're not anti-Semitic every time you correctly attack Israel for their genocide and their ethnic cleansing and their apartheid and their crusade to create a greater Israel, which is going on right now, right in front of our eyes, okay? So, just absolutely libelous. You ready for this? So, here is a part of the piece. According to the Wall Street Journal, Hassan saying apartheid, genocide, and Epstein class are all anti-Semitic. You're not allowed to say those words lest you hate Jews. This is so ingenuous. And you know what? Bottom line, this doesn't work anymore. You're not gonna like scare people and lie and force them to shut up and not criticize Israel. You're trying to stifle all criticism of Israel. It's very clear what you're doing. And by the way, Epstein class was coined by Ro Khanna, and he uses it to talk about the top 1%.
Also, and John Ossoff. Like, one of the first people that used the term Epstein class was John Ossoff, who is Jewish, by the way. Like, the f*** are we talking about?
He used it to talk about the billionaires and the elites who go to Epstein Island. And that obviously isn't just Jews. There's a shitload of Christians. I'm sure there's a shitload of people who are not religious at all, right? Like, it has nothing to do with Judaism. In fact, when Ro Khanna was recently attacked by the head of the ADL, also they accused him of being anti-Semitic. He was like confused. He was like, hold on, they're attacking me for going after the quote neocons, and they're saying that
Kyle's right. It's almost anti-Semitic. The throat clear about it every time. Also, our dork woke king is going to crash. We got to talk him down from reading and driving. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even realize he was reading and driving. That's a different demon right there.
It's anti-Semitic. Ro Khanna was like, what are you talking about? Like, neocon is a neoconservative ideology which says we should do war to quote-unquote spread democracy. He's like, that has nothing to do with Judaism. Like, what the f*** are they talking about? It's gotten to the point now where, like, you breathe the wrong way, and they'll accuse you of being an anti-Semite. Okay? And it's just bullshit. Nobody's buying it. Now, you ready for this? The final thing I'll leave you with here is somebody decided, okay, let's look into the history of one of these guys who's from Third Way, who's sharing this piece, Jim Kessler, right? He has never once tweeted about the genocide in Gaza. Not once, y'all. Not once. Like, I'm sorry, man. You can do me a favor and go ahead and shut the f*** up forever. You're not a serious person. You're not an intellectual. You're not an analyst. You're not a truth teller. You have no actual ideology other than sucking off the corporations and the Israel lobby and the military-industrial complex.
True.
The future of the Democratic Party is with people like Hassan Piker and Ro Khanna and me and you watching this. When you look at the polling data, it's like a low of what, 3% of Democrats are still supporting Israel, a high of like 13% maybe in the good polls. It is over. The reason they're crashing out
Bro's doing this in the left lane. Yeah, Alex Jones could never.
is because they know nobody likes Israel anymore. And nobody's gonna like Israel again, because the fact of the matter is they are a genocidal.
Yeah, but yeah, I also want to point out that actual anti-Semites make no attempt to defend themselves against anti-Semites because they're anti-Semites. Well, that's not true. Tucker Carlson may or may not be anti-Semitic, but he certainly defends himself. But yeah, Nick Fuentes literally, whenever people call Nick Fuentes a Jew hater, he's like, of course I hate the Jews. Like, that's what he says. That's what he says. It's crazy. White boy reading while bending the corner, like, whoa.
Apartheid ethno-state. They're currently engaged in a crusade where they're openly creating the Greater Israel Project. They totally obliterated Gaza. They annihilated everybody there. They're going to build a futuristic tech city on top of the skulls of dead babies. They're currently doing pogroms in the West Bank as we speak right now. That's literal. And they just displaced 700,000 people in southern Lebanon, and they're stealing all of southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. And they're open about this fact. Okay? So for you to go after Hassan Piker in this moment. By the way, what happened to like, oh, we got to come together, we got to work together, we have to defeat MAGA. MAGA's like the biggest enemy. Well, apparently, you're putting your middle finger up to what? The 90% of the Democratic base that agrees with Hassan and agrees with people like me? Like, I'm sorry, these dirty tricks are not going to work anymore. These guys are just totally embarrassing themselves. The backlash that I'm seeing to this piece is astronomical. I'm seeing nothing but raw anger. People absolutely flipping out on these vile, repulsive, wretched little cretins who are trying to smear somebody as anti-Semitic, libeling him. And the crux of their argument is, stop saying apartheid, even though Israel is factually engaging in apartheid according to human rights organizations. Stop saying genocide, even though it's factually a genocide and there's literal ICC charges against Netanyahu. And stop saying Epstein class. I'm sorry, bro. It is over. It is done. You guys are losing. You're going to continue to lose. It's fucking embarrassing. And this is why we call you Diet MAGA. You go look at all the that Hassan Piker is talking about these days. The overwhelming majority of the time, he's got his sights set on MAGA, on the fascists, on the imperialists, okay? And what are these guys doing? Shooting left, punching left. It's just not going to work anymore. You guys are not in the coalition. You are Diet MAGA Democrats. You are warmonger Democrats. And you are the problem in the party. And you're the reason that Democrats have perpetually lost to Donald Trump in the past, which is the most embarrassing thing I've ever heard of in my life. Okay? Yep. The fact that any Democrats listen to you at all is the problem. You are not Democrats. You are Democrats in name only. So please do me a favor.
It's a karaoke microphone, not a Hitachi magic wand in the back seat.
And I hope Hassan Piker sues the shit out of you because he has a phenomenal case, and you guys know you're lying, and you did when you wrote the article.
God damn. Dark woke king. I wish Dems fought as hard against the actual opposition party as they do the left wing of their own party. Yeah. I mean, he was cooking. Adam Johnson, centrist wing of the party, paid millions by Wall Street and pro-Israel donors to find a manager to talk to. One must always be in search of the manager. Academia, government, corporate America are all sufficiently disciplined. Any remaining holdouts must be smeared and put in line. I mean, that's what this is. So what they're trying to do is effectively shut out. What if you got a court to say you're not anti-Semitic? First of all, that's going to be a relatively difficult process anyway, because if the judge identifies the International Holocaust Remembrance Association definition of anti-Semitism, which again, a lot of our legislation is like leaning in that direction right now, then yeah, of course they're going to be like, this is anti-Semitic. Because if you say anti-Israel is anti-Semitism, then yeah, these guys can just run around and say, oh, you're a Jew hater, you're a Jew hater, you're a Jew hater without any sort of pushback. Okay? The reality is they've lost the real court battle, okay? The public court. They've lost it. They can't do that, right? They can't do that at all. They can't change people's attitudes on Israel. So what they're trying to do is make it make it as annoying as possible. Make it as annoying as possible to openly oppose Israel, to openly oppose its genocide, to openly oppose apartheid, to openly oppose the ideology underpinning the development of the Israeli state, Zionism. Okay? That's all this is. And they can't, and they get a lot of success in this direction. They see a lot of success in this direction. Among Democratic voters, third way is an extreme moral minority on the issue of Israel, but would still like you to believe that they're about expanding the tent of the party they claim to represent. They can't do it, so they just chirp. Safe to assume they didn't reach out to you for comment. It's an op-ed. It's not a real article. It's a hit piece written in the form of an op-ed. They don't have any obligations to reach out to me for comment. But the irony, of course, is that they have no real base. They have no popular base here, and all they have is a couple outlets that are willing to offer them the opportunity to write. Yeah, Third Way wrote this. Centrist Dems launched 28 mission. Stop AOC. This is from Holly Otterbane at Axios. This was on March 1st. Third Way, an influential center-left group, is bringing together hundreds of elected officials, party leaders, and operatives here this weekend to build a case for nominating a middle-of-the-road Democrat, not a liberal, for a president in 2028. I'll be honest, man. Democrats, if the National Party still wants to abide by Third Way center politics, centrist politics, for no real discernible moderate mythical center that exists in this country, if they want to defend Israel that bad, collapse the government then. Go ahead. You know, what are you going to do? We'll organize against it. Have fun losing. We'll have to work outside of the confines of elections at that point, because you will have created the demise of the state. That's it. If you are so desperate to lose once again to fascists, then it's out of our hands, you know? Yeah, the same person who wrote this piece calling on Dems to exile Israel skeptics from the party was whiling about Vitor and Ben Rhodes shrinking the tent literally a week ago. Rules for thee, not for me. Big tent, but only those who agree with the Pod Save Bros on every single thing. There is no tent for pro-Israel Democrats, man. It's like 10% of the base. It's like 10%. It's not even like, and it's gonna keep shrinking. There's no base in the party. It's so ridiculous. New Reuters Ipsos poll on the Iran war, 37% approve, 59% disapprove. Yeah. And all of that is translated to animosity towards the Zionist entity as well, just so you understand. All of that translates to anger and animosity towards Israel as well. They see it, understandably, as Israel's war, because it is Israel's war. Make no mistake, of course, we are culpable, as always, especially because America does have the power to bring Israel to heel, or to, at the very least, cut Israel out of the negotiations process. Every moment that they choose not to do that is a moment where they are responsible. Every bomb that we drop on Iranian soil is our failure, our moral failure. Okay? The majority also believe that a war with Iran benefits Israel more than the U.S. Do you think launching a war against Iran generally benefits the United States or Israel more? Out of all likely voters, 29% say it benefits the United States more, 56% say benefits Israel more. Amongst Democrats, 67% say this benefits Israel more, and only 19% say it benefits the United States more. Among independents, it's 24 to 56%. Even among Republicans, only 42% say it benefits the United States more. 47%, the plurality, say it benefits Israel more. Now, understand something. For Republicans, when they say it benefits Israel more, they still like that. They're still positive on war with Iran regardless. But it's done. It's over. What have I said for the last year? What have I said? They think the Corbyn model will work on you even after a genocide? Yeah, the UK centrists got their way and purged Labour Party of the left. The Labour Party is now in unprecedented collapse and will likely not even finish in the top 5 largest parties in the next general election. These people are going to destroy the Democrats too. What's very telling about the situation is that even though 85+% of Republicans support the war, around half say they don't know what the goals of the war are. Yeah, because they're livestock, they're morons, they're fascist baboons, all of them. Okay? The point is, you can actually offer them favorable domestic policies. If they choose to take it, that's great. If they don't, Who cares? It is legitimately insane how narcissistic and paranoid these people are. You can't even talk about the reality of apartheid, genocide, Zionism, or colonialism without them crying about imaginary anti-Semitism. The word has lost all meaning at this point. Yes. The more I'm welcomed by mainstream institutions, the more people don't participate in this like idiotic shit slinging, the more these guys cry. And every time that they cry in a less and less popular direction. Because what have I said for the last year? What have I kept repeating every single day? This is the most popular Israel will be today. Today is the day that Israel will be the most popular it will ever be. Okay? Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than it was today. Every single day that passes by, Israel's popularity diminishes. It's done. It's over. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. I never thought I would see the day. What is happening? This is why I said these are the weeks where decades happen. That's why I said it. American century of humiliation is upon us. It's over. We're obviously monitoring the living out of the situation. We will not stop monitoring the living out of the situation. You already know. This morning, when I was lifting and I was weightlifting, I was listening to the daily, which is what I like to do because it makes me angry and it helps me achieve a higher lift. It boosts my testosterone levels when I hear Michael Barbaro whisper sweet nothings into my ear and operate like a stenographer for the State Department, right? Especially as it pertains to foreign policy. It's very frustrating for me to listen. But this morning's daily was actually a little bit different. Many of you might have encountered this experience if you were tuning in during the post-October 7 period. You would hear me say something, and then maybe 2 months later, you would hear NPR repeat it, right? There was this like two-month latency period. Like we would talk about, Israel utilizing drones that were sounding off like crying babies to try to get Palestinians out of their shelter so that they could literally do them with drone strikes. I would cover that story, and then no one else would really cover that story in mainstream news until maybe 2, 3, 4 months later down the line, you would see the same segment on NPR. The timeline from Hasanabi broadcast coverage to the New York Times has diminished because they are now openly admitting things that I was saying 19 days ago as far as what I think is going to happen. That's a major improvement as far as how fast even the New York Times is coming to terms with certain realities. I think that is a testament to how bad the war effort is going. I think that is a testament to how much Donald Trump has this entire thing up, specifically for capital owners, right? Because the impact is being felt already. That people are terrified. I saw a Daily Mail article about what it would look like if this war continued for 4 months and what kind of collapse would take place in Europe and in Asia, right? Like people are talking about bread lines, riots, no more car travel, no more air travel, things like that for certain countries. So, it's this encourage is panned out where this is 4 months from. What do you mean? Iran put out a footage of a F-35 being hit? No shot. Are you kidding me, dude? Oh my God, American empire is so over. It's not even funny. There's no way this is real, right? I don't know. Shot. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's real. Oh my God. It's real. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's real. Oh my God. CENTCOM confirmed it. CNN confirmed it. Oh my God. That is crazy, brother. That is our premiere. This is the next gen. This is the next gen. Oh no. Oh, we are so washed, dude. Oh my God. Oh, U.S. air supremacy. Oh my God. The F-35 multi-role fighter jet. Something that costs almost $1 trillion. How is that possible? Sorry, we didn't know it was invisible. Oh my lordy. Donald Trump thinks this plane is invisible too. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's your healthcare. That's literally your healthcare. That is your healthcare that just perished, okay? We could have had high-speed rail, a network of high-speed rail on this country. We could have had, oh my God, we have the ass jet F-35 multi-role fighter jet instead of healthcare in this goddamn country, instead of schools, instead of high-speed rail. Oh my lordy, that is crazy. That is actually crazy. Oh my Lord, that is wild. By 2017, the program was expected over his lifetime until 2070 to cost $406 billion for acquisition of the jets and $1.1 trillion for the operations and maintenance. Stop playing with me, dude. Inside Wire said it's fake. I mean, if CNN says it's real, CENTCOM says it's real, who the f gives a shit about what Inside Wire is saying, you know? Oh my Lord, dude. Sources tell me the F-35 is stable. Please, God. I don't see why any jet is incapable of being shot at. Brother, I need you to understand something, okay? The F-35 multi-role fighter jet is supposed to be the last generation fighter jet that the United States currently has at its disposal. It is one of the most costly endeavors we have engaged in, totaling more than $1 trillion. If they are capable of being taken out by, relative, like conventional loitering munitions or surface-to-air missiles, that directly contradicts the air superiority argument that the American government can utilize. That also is a major blow to the confidence that we could have. This is not like some old tech that we're working with, where our foreign adversaries have had years and years and years of combat experience to basically design a way to successfully counteract. It's unbelievably bad. It is unbelievably bad if the F-35 is actually taken out by Iranian anti-air missiles. Do you understand? It shows two things. Number one, they still have denial capabilities. Okay, Iran still has denial capabilities, and they're very successfully utilizing it. Number two, it also shows us that the American air superiority is busted and dusted. It's unbelievable. Given that the U.S. now has effectively run out of standoff munitions, they finally ordered an F-35 sortie into Iranian space. This stealth aircraft was detected, targeted, and struck, and was lucky to make it back to base in one piece. Oh my Lord. Dude, this is worse than the Bro. This is literally worse than the gas field shit, okay? For all the missile autists, for all the plane autists, this was something that I could not believe when the New York Times initially reported that a F-35 was dinged by the Ansar Allah, the Ansar Allah loitering like anti-air defenses. I thought there's no shot. How the Ansar Allah movement have a capability to hit the F-35? It turns out they did. It turns out this is real. Yeah, F-35 is right. The OSINT tech nerds are saying that Iran is a totally new type of radar that our stealth fighters don't even register. If you look, that F-35 didn't even evade. They had no idea it was coming. I don't understand it. If this is real, it is a devastating blow. Dude, you know what this reminds me of? It's like people just thinking that, we have the best cavalry units, okay? And then they encounter an explosive ordnance for the first time, okay? Like this literally feels like America running around being like, excuse me, we have the greatest cavalry units. We've destroyed their cavalry. They don't even have horseback mounted units any longer. How could they ever do warfare? And then they just come out with a cannon and they're like, what is this? A cannon? Whatever this thing is. Seems kind of stupid to unfold this on the battlefield, and then boom, out of nowhere, you're like, what the do you understand this? If this is a mass producible, repeatable incident, this literally renders the F-35 like tanks, basically. If Ukraine and Russia showed that tanks were unreliable in drone combat, this is yet another instance where it's done. Like, there's no, like, why would you use this? Why do I not find this shocking at all? I mean, am I crazy? Did I just like lean into the crazy coverage on the 35s that I just assumed that it wouldn't be like this $1 trillion operation would not be taken out by Iranian missiles this easily? Is this China tech or Iran tech? I don't. Oh my God, dude, I cannot. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. You don't believe in Chinese tech? No, I do believe in Chinese tech. I don't know if this is a Chinese missile or a Chinese surveillance system. I don't know if it's any of that. Okay, we don't know. I don't know. I'm not a missilotist. I don't know what the Iranian capabilities are. I have a lot of. I've been steadily impressed every single day with like not only the Iranian resilience so far, but also their engineering and their ingenuity in general. They have, it's a nation of nerds. Okay, this is what happens when you got a nation of chud ass nerds. Their highest ranking officials are chud ass nerds when it comes to merging Western philosophy and Eastern Islamic principles. They got like 18 PhDs. That's what their leadership looks like. And their entire government structure is designed by engineers. It's the most engineering country of all time. So maybe they have their own version. I don't know if it's the Chinese one, but it's this is crazy. I gotta text Felix. Holy dude, that is crazy, brother. What the hell? I gotta call Marat. Let's not get away with it too much. Russia and China are helping Iran, buddy. Okay, dude. Listen, that could be the case here, but like the idea, dude, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's $1 trillion. It's $1 trillion. $1 trillion. Are you kidding me? I'm losing my mind. I can't. Yeah, the F-35 is so stealthy that even the taxpayers can't see where the $1 trillion went. Done. It's done. It's over. Pack it up. Bring everybody back home. Bring the boys back home right now. Bring the boys back home right now. It's over. It's over. American imperialism is over. It's done. Pack it up. Bring the troops home right now. No more warfare. We gave this straight to Iran. Just give it up. Give it up. It's over. It's over. $2 trillion. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wrap it up. Wrap it up. We could have built millions of miles. We could have done a robust high-speed rail network with that money. We could have literally fixed our entire infrastructure. We could have designed socialized medicine in this country. I can't believe it. This is unbelievable. Oh, will Amara Vassal still buy the plane? Who gives a shit? Let him buy it, okay? Dude, I'm sorry. The Axis is cooking our holes right now. It's done. It's done. It's time to become England. It's time to become England. This is the moment, okay? It's time to become England. You know how they closed up piece by piece every single colony? It's time right now. If you cut away from the losses right now, you can still salvage the situation. We can still salvage the situation. Cut away from the losses presently, okay? Make haste. Cut away and just become England. And then you can just, we can be England. It's fine. England is fine. I mean, they're suffering right now because we're cooking their asses, but it's over. It's done. It's done. American empire is done. It's done. Write it out. What? The whole F-35 program was $2 trillion? Yeah, you think I think every F-35 is $1 trillion? Are you insane? No, I'm saying that the functionality of the F-35, which is a true $2 trillion project, is literally evaporating in real life in front of your eyes. If the latest generation American multi-role fighter jet can be taken out with Iranian munitions like this, it sucks. It's useless. The F-35 got obviously hit by some optical targeting system like the Iranian Object 359, some very cheap but clever system. The F-35 didn't even use its flare, so it wasn't some manpad. That's what I'm saying, bro. They didn't even know it was coming. Are you kidding me? $2 trillion? $100 million per plane right now. That's $2 trillion of the overall cost of the program down the goddamn toilet. This should not happen. That's all I'm saying. Like, you're talking about, you know, adversary detection systems, adversary striking capabilities that need to be advanced in the field of battle. They start, you know, they start reconfiguring how they're going to do targeting without being targeted themselves, right? Like, all of this was a ding no. No, that's what I'm saying. You can't be getting dinged out. You can't be getting shot at. The F-35 isn't new anymore, man. It's almost 20 years old. The F-47 is the new one that hasn't been shown off yet. If it's anything like the F-35 program, it's cooked. Is this my industry? Contract bloat is real. I mean, I know this industry. I am very familiar with this industry, okay? There's a reason why everyone is covering this story, by the way, because this is a profound development. Also, F-47 is meant to replace the F-22, not the F-35. I mean, this is insane. What you're saying is true, but without real combat to test these things out, people developing the weapons can make wrong assumptions. Same thing happened with naval warfare during the First World War. Okay, but this is a spectacular failure, especially because America has been at war non-stop. Bro, you don't know our real multi-role supremacy. She goes to another school. Holy dude. God damn. Please just pack it up. Please pack it up. Please pack it up. 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 Just pack it up. We got to pack it up ASAP, bro. We got to pack it up ASAP. It's done. It's over. It's done. It's over. The important thing here is not whether an F-35 was shot down. It was the fact that Iran's air defense was able to detect, track, and lock onto and shoot and damage an F-35 without the F-35 even knowing that it was actually locked onto. Like, look at this. Breaking. IRGC claims F-35 hit over central Iran. Footage unverified. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said its air defense struck a U.S. F-35 fighter jet around 2:50 a.m. over central Iran, claiming the aircraft was seriously damaged and likely crashed, though its fate remains unclear. So I need you to understand something. This means, one, Iran still got hands, which we knew already, okay? And what I mean by that is, like, they very clearly still have anti-air defense systems in play. What happened to the air superiority argument? America was like, oh, dude, it's over. We already have full-blown air superiority. What did I tell you? I told you that they have weapons that they roll out randomly. They don't have stable, fixed position anti-aircraft munitions because they would get lasered like on day 2. So they periodically roll out their anti-aircraft weapons, okay? I told you that. And these guys kept repeating this nonsense that America had established air superiority. And clearly they believed their own fucking nonsense because otherwise they wouldn't have rolled out the F-35. So that's number one. So their defenses have not been obliterated, clearly, okay? Number two, this puts a direct blow in the American force projection capabilities. If your last gen fighter jets, if your last gen multi-role fighter jets that cost $2 trillion with the R&D and with all procurement are getting dinged without even noticing that they're getting dinged by Iranian missiles, is over. Is over. Bro, like, anyone after today that comes at me and tries to say, well, bro, we would destroy China, can suck from the entire back, okay? Look at this. Look at this. The IRGC said the incident follows the interception of more than 125 American Zionist drones, pointing to what it described as improved air defense capabilities. The claimant footage remains unverified, except there's an update. U.S. F-35 fighter jet damaged by suspected Iranian fire makes an emergency landing at a U.S. airbase in the Middle East, sources say. Bro, we have daisy-chained stratotanker after stratotanker after stratotanker because we don't have any bases in the region that aren't in arm's length distance from Iranian drone strikes and Iranian cluster munitions. So we literally have designed this complex daisy chain of stratotankers that are refueling these planes because they have to start their flight from all the way out there as far as they possibly can get. And then they make their mother way to the Iranian airspace and they get clapped. Oh my God. Oh my God. Sorry, we didn't know it was invisible. Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters says the proud, knowledgeable, and valiant youth of the aerospace force of the IRGC after the imposed 12-day war succeeded in developing new air defense. No shot. No, they did not design. There's no way that they were like, get the autists together. We have to find a new air defense system. Write it off. Since the 12-day war, they did not design a new anti-air defense system since the last 12-day war. This has to be Chinese tech. Okay, I take it back. I was skeptical that it was Chinese air defense, but now I think it must be Chinese because yeah, you can't just design an anti-air defense system in like a matter of months. Okay. Never mind. Okay. The proud, the knowledgeable, the valiant youth of the aerospace force of the IRGC after the imposed 12-day war succeeded in developing new air defense equipment and systems and deploying them in the country's integrated air defense system, striking the legendary power and invincibility of the ultra-advanced 5th-generation American F-35 aircraft, breaking its aura for the first time in the world and discrediting it. Iran is developing new tech at anime speeds not seen on this earth before. I mean, nobody wants this. Except for like maybe a couple people that really want this, and they want it because they want it at the behest of a foreign nation. And we just kind of have to sit here and be like, oh, another day, I guess. Watch them blame the pilot. They're gonna be like, it's a woman pilot. Yeah, this is a tremendous failure for American ingenuity. This is unbelievable. I mean, it's a totally unbelievable. I need to see the cope on this. I need to see the cope on this right now. What happened to all the pro-NATO O's and Andes that were like, excuse me, who's to say we have not accomplished our military objectives? Iran gonna find out why we don't have healthcare. It's like, bitch, you don't have healthcare. You are the one who doesn't have healthcare. You're asking the wrong questions. You're making the wrong statements. You should be saying, we should have healthcare instead of this. You don't even have the force projection confidence booster any longer. How do you sit here and watch $2 trillion light on fire? What has NATO have to do with it? This is a U.S. operation. NATO is U.S. And I'm referencing like the pro-NATO, pro-U.S. Andes. Can someone link me to tweet Hassan had up with a poster that said the F-35 was invisible? Or something, I couldn't get it. Yeah, also, it's wonderful that Donald Trump, again, JD Pondon, the bullet pierced my ear, but I still hear the voice of the party. JD Pondon comes out. Share of respondents who say it's either better to depend on China or on the U.S. under Donald Trump. Canada, 57% say it's better to trust China. Germany, 40% say it's better to trust China. France, 34% say it's better to trust China. The UK, 42% say it's better to trust China. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. I never thought I would see the day. I never thought I would see the day where the Euroids are waking up to the reality that they have been vassalized. What is happening? This is why I said these are the weeks where decades happen. That's why I said it. America's century of humiliation is upon us. It is now time to redesign everything, okay? We got to pick this society apart piece by piece to rebuild it. It's over. The faster we pivot away from our endless militarism, the better it will be for American society, for ordinary Americans. Please, I know no one will listen to me except for the here, but God damn, dude, please. Oh, for years and years, I have spent countless hours explaining that American militarism and American imperialism is not good for the European allies that have been vassalized. American imperialism is not good for the ordinary Americans that don't benefit from the imperial bounty. For years, I have explained that we are spread far too thin, but I never thought that it would take a matter of like weeks for America to come short. All it took was for a country to say, all right, I'm not playing ball any longer. And even that country was actively trying to negotiate over and over and over and over again. Even that country kept saying, Iran kept saying, please, let's negotiate. Please, please, let's negotiate. And our fat cats thought that restraint was not because of their naivete, but that restraint was because they were terrified. That's what we thought. American hubris. We thought their restraint and their interest in negotiating with us was born out of a real fear of American military superiority. We have the most sophisticated weapons. We have the best weapons. You said this like 5 weeks ago too. I remember thinking, inshallah, one day. I did. I've been saying this for years. Having said that, however, I did not think it would be this much. I did not think it would be this fast and this embarrassing. Even with the 12-day war, I thought, okay, there will be a lot of pummeling. They'll blow the out of, they'll blow up the positions. They'll close up the tunnels. Iran won't have the striking capabilities. It turns out American capitalism was also our biggest security weakness, our biggest flaw, because of the complex international design of global capital. You can just hit the heart of capital centers. You can hit profit centers from Iranian TELs. You can hit American profit centers by shutting off the Strait of Hormuz, for example. And then when you do that, the entire system falls apart. It's a very weak system for that reason. An incredibly important lesson to learn here, for the record. From the last frames of the F-35 being hit by Iranian air defense, it looks like some type of shrapnel got in the air intake and damaged the engine, but the airframe looked largely intact. The important thing here is not whether F-35 was shot down. It was the fact that Iran's air defenses were able to detect, track, lock onto, and shoot and damage the F-35. This alone is a form of deterrence, forcing the U.S. to continue using expensive standoff munitions with their non-stealth aircraft and avoid using F-35 with impunity. I know where it landed. There's only 2 bases. I live here. It was flying over me. Really mad. Oh my Lord. Oh, Lordy. And this is not like Russia. This is not like Russia at all. This comes after 2.5 years of Israel doing genocide, unlimited genocide in Gaza with American defenses, with American help, with American aid, with American weapons, right? This also is like, this also wasn't like, Russia invading Ukraine, right? This is America and Israel, 2 partners that have shown that they're unreliable already and expended all the goodwill that they may have had with their European partners. Striking a sovereign nation state right now is open season for Iran. They have every right to defend themselves. So every single thing that they do, every single military goal that they achieve, every single profit center that's hit is not being the blame and the responsibility is not being put on Iran. It's being put on America and Israel. Even in places like the United States of America, instead of people feeling hardened and instead of people feeling emboldened, people feeling a sense of pride and getting angry at the enemy, they realize that we did this. We did this. It is an underdog story in some ways. We should have never done any of this. Okay, that much is clear, I hope. My Lord, here, let's watch the impact a little bit. National gas prices.
Almost immediately in the prices people pay here at the pump. Overnight, prices rising another 5 cents. The nationwide average now $3.90 a gallon. Since this war began, prices have jumped 96 cents, and they are now at their highest levels since 2022. That's when they hit $5 a gallon. Meantime, diesel prices, that is the lifeblood of the American economy. It fuels shipping, trains, semi-trucks, hauling products, and of course farmers use this fuel as well. It is now $5.05 a gallon. The past 2 weeks have brought the biggest 2-week price increase in diesel on record, and it all comes down to oil, which is now $95 a barrel, in that range. Every $1 move in oil prices translates to about a 2 to 3 cent move higher at the pump. If sustained, combined, this would mean that households are adding about $1,000 or more to their costs over the course of a year. And if you think about this, this is part of everything. Heating costs, the cost of an Uber, the cost of food, it ripples through the entire economy, Robin.
Many people are thinking about that. You're right, Rebecca. Thank you.
Day 20 of this war, Israel and the US have continued to hit targets in Iran. But there is a new type of target, a new category over here. We're going to talk about it. Israel targeting Iranian energy infrastructure and Iran hitting back.
I didn't even realize how perfect my new merch is for this moment. Yeah, I didn't even realize that I'm literally wearing my new merch that's coming out. And it's a perfectly illustrative of the moment that is happening currently. That I designed this literally 3 months ago, okay? Or even longer than that. Is crazy. Pre-watch Piker, precog Piker, baby. Did you start World War III just to sell merch? Yeah. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's merch today. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, here at the Piker Broadcasting Service, you know, it's not always going to be fun. Okay, but Union Made, American Made merchandise, ideology.shop. Please, your voluntary contributions in the form of a Twitch Prime
is an escalation, a big one that deepens both the war itself and the problems for the global economy. Let's zoom in a bit to understand this more, because it's really important. The waters between Iran and Qatar actually in between.
Erica Kirk as merchant. Yeah, that's me, baby.
Between them is the world's largest natural gas field. And the two countries, well, they divvy it up pretty much. Iran calls it the South Pars. Qatar calls it North Dome. Now, Israel struck targets related to it in Iran. Whether or not it had the approval of the US is now a matter of contention. This shows the video of the aftermath of a strike in Asulea. Iran struck back straight away, hitting the Ras Laffan complex. Qatar said there was extensive damage, taking out 17% of Qatar's natural gas export capacity. Repairs are expected to take 3 to 5 years. That has led to the price of gas to shoot up. So that means a country like us here in the UK, where gas is a crucial part of our energy mix, we're going to see higher energy prices. But Iran also threatened to strike other energy infrastructure facilities across the region, including Saudi Arabia's Sam Ref refinery. That is over here, and that's really important. You'll notice we've shifted over on the map away from the Strait of Hormuz, which we will talk about. A lot of people say, well, maybe...
Is Qatar exaggerating the damage to satisfy Iran? I don't think so. I think they actually are cooking the gas fields.
Maybe this is a way to bypass the Strait of Hormuz, the issues there. But if this is a target now, well, that plan doesn't work anymore. And there are also targets much closer to the Strait. In Saudi Arabia, on this side of it, up here. In Qatar, we've talked about it. Also the UAE, another gas field down there. So we've been talking about gas in Qatar.
The other side of this is that Americans spent hours on hours at Davos, at all these different international summits, yelling at the European allies for desperately trying to get on the renewable energy grid, desperately trying to electrify their grid, right? If you recall, Howard Butlick went on stage and was like, why the would you move into the realm of renewable energy when China controls that? Wouldn't you want reliable, energy that we're providing you? Fossil fuels, right? You guys got to stop trying to electrify your grid. You guys got to stop moving in the direction of renewable energy. Well, after today's incident, not even today's incident, but like the last couple of months have shown, turns out in order to have energy independence, you have to move into the realm of renewables, because what was previously foreseen as reliable energy, okay, reliable energy is no longer seen as reliable energy no longer, right? Look at Cuba. The fact that they have any energy whatsoever right now, after 3 months of not having any oil come onto the island, is because 30% of their entire energy grid is now solar panels due to Chinese solar panels that have been sent, that have been shipped off. That's it. Is solar panel time. This is something that people have been pushing for many, many years. In order to stave off some of the worst elements of anthropogenic climate change, people have been actively advocating for it. But also, there is an independence, an energy independence angle here too. 70% of LNG production is insane. Qatar Energy said this is $20 billion in annual revenue loss. If oil fields keep getting hit, it seems the GCC countries may not pivot their primary frustration to Iran, or may pivot their primary frustration to Iran. At least that's what the Qataris and Saudis are suggesting. Yes. Qatar Energy just announced that they may have to declare force majeure on long-term contracts for up to 5 years, dude. We have escalated into worst-case scenario territory overnight, and it literally happened because Israel struck the gas fields. Just remember, Israel struck the gas fields. Iran and Qatar share that gas field. Force majeure means forced closure. Is done. They're packing it up. Like, they're packing up the contracts. They just don't have the capability. That is an unbelievable energy crisis. That's precisely the reason why, by the way, Donald Trump came out. That's precisely the reason why Donald Trump came out last night and said this dumbass Truth Social post that I replied to. I said, everybody panic now. He came out and said, statement from President Trump on the South Pars gas field. Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars gas field in Iran. I mean, I just didn't think that the end of the world would be so funny at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, this man is a wordsmith, brother. What do you mean? Out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as the South Pars gas field in Iran. Like, like, this is... Israel just got real mad. Who knows why? And then they just lashed out at a facility. It's so funny to describe Israel escalating. Okay, Israel escalating its unlimited bombing campaign to new targets that are predictably going to cause energy collapse in the world. And it's just the way he tries to describe it. The way he tries to describe it is like the New York Times trying to write about an incident where Israel like blew up a school with orphans or something. You know what I mean? You know how like the New York Times loves never putting the blame directly on Israel when Israel has blown up yet another, you know, orphanage or whatever? That's Donald Trump's own version of like passive voice, but he's obviously incapable of writing in passive voice because he's not the New York Times editor, right? Like the New York Times editor has spent decades upon decades correcting and perfecting its passive voice when it comes time to like writing about police involved shooting incidents, right? As though bullets materialize out of thin air, and the same thing for Israel, right? So when Donald Trump tries to do that, it just comes across very funny. Like it's hilarious to watch a genuinely stupid man get together with his team of also genuinely stupid people to be like, how do we make this work? You know, I can't blame Israel too hard, but you know, it's just they've lashed out violently at a facility because of all the stuff that's going on in the Middle East. Who started it, man? And then the rest is even funnier. A relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack. No, definitely, man. Yeah, Israel blew up the gas fields, and the American government knew nothing of it, okay? Knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea that it was gonna happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this. Unfortunately, Iran didn't know this. Iran mistook the Israeli-American bombing campaign on the gas fields as the Israeli-American bombing campaign on the gas fields and retaliated. Unfortunately, Iran didn't know this either. Everyone is uninvolved. This is a totally random happenstance. Totally random. Israel just violently lashed out, and then Iran didn't know who was responsible, so they they also lashed back at the oil fields. It's clearly not true, and it looks really bad for his admin if it is true. Just the worst statement ever. No, it's one of those incidents where, like, you know how I used to always say I feel kind of bad for like Israel defenders because it's like impossible to defend Israel. This is that moment, right? I mean, I don't actually feel bad for Zionists who, get paid to defend Israel. But do you see what I mean? It's like impossible to defend Israel. So if your job is to do PR for the apartheid, the genocidal apartheid state, the Zionist entity, you're going to have a hard time. You're always going to look like a idiot. And the best case scenario for this PR is going to make you look like a buffoon. Obviously, the truth is America did know that Israel was going to do this and said yes because they're morons. But it's awesome. It's awesome that Donald Trump tried to throw Israel under the bus here, but did so in the worst way possible. Anyway, unjustifiable. So, yeah, Iran didn't know this and any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South. You can see, you can feel how sweaty his thumbs were when typing this out, by the way. Or any pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case, Qatar. Very innocent, in this case, Qatar, in which instance the United States of America, with or without the help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. Now, understand something. This part doesn't match up with this threat because guess what? You are writing, many people are saying, the most anxiously typed Truth Social post imaginable because Iran got struck and then retaliated. So if your threat, okay, if your threat in this instance is we'll blow it up even harder, well, then they have nothing to lose, don't you think? Because this is how escalation works. You escalate, and then they escalate, okay? So if you're shitting your pants because Israel, without your knowledge, struck first on the Iranian gas fields, and then Iran retaliated, and it caused you to panic so hard that you wrote this entire thing, this threat doesn't make any sense. You can't just be like, Israel really up by striking this gas field, and then Iran didn't know any better, so they struck back, but if Iran does it again, we'll blow it up even harder. It doesn't make sense. Then, okay, you blow up the gas fields, Iran will literally nuke the entire energy production in the region. Like, this logically doesn't make sense, okay? Also, it's pretty funny where he's like, without the consent of Israel. What do you mean? Why the do we care about the consent of Israel? You're the American president. Act like it. Anyway, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field in an amount of strength and power Iran has never seen before. He's like a child. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the future of Iran. But if Qatar LNG is attacked again, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Military genius, dude. Yeah, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if infrastructure like this gets blown up as of this moment, it will take at least a decade to recover from this war. And the truth is that the world's energy picture has probably changed forever, which is true. This single facility produced roughly 20% of global LNG supply, and as of 2011 had taken $70 billion to build. It took 14 years to build this facility, apparently. 14 years, one of the most sophisticated gas facilities on the planet. What makes this even worse is that Iran's strike on this was retaliation after Israel attacked the South Pars gas field, which draws from the same natural gas reservoir, which is the world's largest by far. That's what's so crazy about this. So if Iran didn't even retaliate, that still actually harms the Qatari interests. So they're getting double circumstance. Qatar is getting twice. First, when Israel strikes the same gas field, okay, just on the other side of not the coastline, but like it's basically pieced up half and half almost between Qatar and Iran, right? So Qatar is getting it from both ends, first by Israel, then by Iran. Heck, on the list of the 25 largest natural gas fields, this single reservoir holds roughly 40% of their combined recoverable reserves and is nearly 6 times bigger than the second biggest field in the world. And unlike many of the others on the list, it's only at 10% depletion, meaning 90% of the gas is still there. Which means that probably for many years, a huge share of the gas from the world's largest reservoir simply won't be extractable, as infrastructure on both sides, Qatar's and Iran's, has now been blown up. From a global energy supply perspective, we're deep in the worst case scenario territory. I voted for this. I voted to perish the world's largest natural gas reserves. Yeah, also, that was really funny because Trump literally threatens in that Truth Social post to blow up Qatar's gas field to defend Qatar's gas field. Like, none of this makes sense. It's so obviously just a panic tweet late in the night. Incredible, dude. Actually incredible. Where are the nothing ever happens guys? Where are they? I need to hear from them. Anyway, our response to Israel's attack on our infrastructure employed fraction of our power. The only reason for restraint was requested the escalation. Zero restraint of our infrastructure. Infrastructures are struck again. Any end to this war must address the damage to our civilian sites. Oh, there's also a dollar counter here that we haven't talked about. Everything that they strike, Iran absolutely has the right and the responsibility to demand restitution for, compensation for, reparations. That's the other side of the story as well, which they probably will ask for, understandably. Everything that Israel is blowing up, we have to pay for. We're paying for it with our tax dollars already, with the weapons that are being used, because those are our weapons, right? Those are our munitions. And then on top of that, they're going to demand us pay compensation. They're going to demand that we pay reparations for the shit that we blew up. This is a fraction of what's going on right now, by the way. Watch. Let's take a look at what Scott Bessent had to say. Mr. Treasury. Let's see what he had to say about releasing some of the sanctions piece by piece on Iran.
Effort. We had a break the glass plan across the administration and at Treasury. We unsanctioned Russian oil. We knew that there were about 130 million barrels on the water, and we created supply that is beyond the Straits of Hormuz. So we anticipated this. We knew that there could be a temporary, and I want to emphasize temporary, choke point there. And there was 130 million barrels of floating storage. In the coming days, we may unsanction the Iranian oil that's on the water. It's about 140 million barrels. So depending on how you count it, that's 10 days to 2 weeks of supply that the Iranians had been pushing out. That would have all gone to China. In essence, we will be using the Iranian barrels against the Iranians to keep the price down for the next.
Oh, glorious. Glorious. We're going to release the Iranian sanctions so that we actually hurt the Iranians is a fantastic, fantastic gambit. Masterful gambit, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, you know what also helps Iran? The fact that their oil tankers are the only ones that can cross through the Strait of Hormuz right now, as the price of the oil barrel is also skyrocketed. You know who this helps? Russia. You know who this helps? Iran. Ironically enough. Now that the Strait of Hormuz is closed effectively and the price of crude has gone up, every single barrel that Iran is capable of selling to the rest of the world is even more expensive. And therefore, they're making even more money. 5D chess here, okay? It's awesome. For the record, we should have never been sanctioning the shit out of Iran to begin with and like starving its economy. This literally celebrated that, openly said that the reason why there is discontent in Iran right now, the reason why there are mass protests in Iran right now is because we effectively starved out their economy. We destroyed their regular, ordinary people's normal existence in the country. He said it. He said it. Remember, forcibly, Iran is recovering those lost assets, the economic damage, piece by piece.
10 or 14 days as we continue this campaign.
Iran sets up approved shipping corridor through Hormuz. Iran is allowing select vessels to pass through the Strait of Hormuz along the routes inside its territorial waters after their prior approval, with at least one tanker reportedly paying $2 million for transit, according to Lloyd's List. At least 9 ships have already used the route near Larak Island, where the IRGC-linked authorities verify vessels. Governments including India, China, Pakistan, Iraq, and Malaysia are coordinating transit requests directly with Tehran. Lloyd's List reports Iran is moving to formalize the system. Ship owners must submit detailed ownership and cargo information in advance, often via intermediaries, to register for clearance, with vessels tied to the U.S. or Israel excluded. Traffic remains minimal, with just 15 transits recorded from March 15th to 17th, about 90% tied to Iran-linked trade or ownership. So now they're collecting a toll for pass-through, for safe clearance through the Strait of Hormuz. Not only have they effectively shut off the Strait of Hormuz, as we've talked about already, they are now rerouting vessels through one of their islands to collect a toll. RIP Australia, I guess. My dumbass government is helping the USA so we won't get to make a deal for safe passage around. You'll see. I think that things will change. This is also part of the reason why Iran is directly communicating, from what I understand, with the French and the German and the British governments. I mean, maybe not the British one, actually, but they're definitely talking to the French government and the German government. Iran, by force, is getting the European vassals to decouple from America. Iran is utilizing capitalism to its advantage. The weakness of capital is that endless profits may flow. And if your goal is to keep this entire system together, a fragile system, as Iran has shown, okay, and you have to abide by your capital masters, your capital owning masters, you have to sometimes cut a deal with Iran. You have to forcibly decouple from the United States of America. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant move. None of these guys were going to do it, even if America turned around and said, we're going to take Greenland. It's clear. European capital owners straight up showed their asses in that last bout when they were like, wait, what do you mean, Mr. President? Why would you take over Greenland forcibly? Why would you forcibly annex Greenland? It's your territory already. Like, why would you do that? Why would you embarrass us openly? And they were able to cause America to stand down, right, for a brief moment. But the damage was already done. But it wasn't enough. Merz and all Eurocos like Rutte still went back to the United States of America, still kept calling America daddy over and over again. And then America went in with Israel and did this thing and collapsed the energy markets. And now Iran has effectively shut off the Strait of Hormuz and is by force, one, showing what kind of damage it can do to American assets in the region, delivering blow after blow to the confidence that America had, or the confidence that allies had in American security assurances, and also, last but not least, collecting a toll in the process and forcibly decoupling European vassal states from America, because European vassals also have their own capital masters. And when the order of global capital is disrupted this way, nation states remember that they have their own national interests. Yeah, the toll here, they openly stated it yesterday. They're planning to levy a 10% toll on all ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. This will generate $73 billion a year, completely offsetting U.S. sanctions and paying for war damages.
Talking about leveling a tax, a toll on ships. You know, in normal times, about $2 billion worth of goods pass through the Strait of Hormuz every day. So if you have a 10% toll, that would be $200 million. That would bring Iran about $73 billion a year. And that would be enough to offset the illegal sanctions that the country is going through. That would be enough.
This is racketeering, eh? Are they taking payments in dollars? I don't know if they're taking the payments in dollars. They floated the idea of trading on the Chinese yuan. but I don't even think China wants that to happen. So I don't know if they just like kind of dropped that. But are they only? Regardless, the point is, people can say this is illegal all day, every day. But you know what else is illegal? Doing a decapitation strike on a sovereign nation state, blowing up its energy grid, engaging in chemical warfare. So sorry, sucks to suck. You dropped it. You cannot turn around and say, oh, why won't they abide by international law? They are dictating the terms of international law. If might is right, and this is something that I kept repeating, right? If might is right is the way of the land, if we're operating on those rules, then sometimes there will be another country out there who's crazy enough to fight back, and then they rewrite the rules at their behest, to their benefit. This is a moment. You can't complain about it. Okay, I know that for many Americans, we're so used to dominating other countries, right? That there's almost this weird entitlement, this selfish attitude where we're like, what do you mean you're fighting back against us? That's illegal. How dare you? How dare you blow up our military bases? This is something that I kept hearing from the Gulf states and America over and over again. They were like, Iran is fighting back against all of its regional neighbors. Why are they doing that? It's like, well, what do you think? You can't put American military bases and then engage in American military action against a sovereign state and not expect them to retaliate. What's wrong with you? This is what anti-imperialism looks like, by the way. And sometimes it's not going to be conducted by guys that are ideologically committed. Sometimes it's a mechanism of survival. This is a matter of survival for Iran. It's a matter of maintaining their dignity, maintaining their sovereignty. They are well within their rights to do this. Okay? This is what happens. This is what happens when you go toe-to-toe with a country that's, backed into a corner where they have to fight their way out of it. Okay? You know what's crazy about it, too? All the while all of this fucking chaos is unfolding, okay? Israel is still trying to southern Lebanon. America is still trying to actively starve Cuba. Like, that's how evil empire is, okay? There are real human casualties on the other side of this that we don't even consider. The Israeli forces are still dominating the lives of regular Palestinians in the West Bank. All of this must be put to an end, okay? Western imperialism must be held to account. Western imperialism must be brought to heel. It's that simple. Bro, we are not going to make it. We're 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 not going to make it. It's over. It's actually over. We are not going to make it. IRGC sent a warning to Trump. If you attack energy infrastructure again, we will respond similarly. Next thread. Iran continues to fire split warheads towards Tel Aviv. Impacts in the center. IRGC says if attacks on energy infrastructure are repeated, subsequent attacks on your energy infra and that of your allies will not cease until complete destruction.
وقع في البلد 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 وحياة.
Did they actually hit any oil sites then? They did. They hit some infrastructure. I thought the Iran military was defeated. Me too. I'm always confused. I'm always confused whenever I hear my favorite president, Donald Trump, come out and say, like, we've accomplished all of our objectives. Iran is dead. We killed the 87-year-old leader who had cancer. Like, they're obliterated, pulverized, smoked. And I'm always like, yeah, I love my president. Obviously, he would never lie to me. So he's, it's victory. Every day he tells me it's victory. Every day I get excited all the same. It's actually pretty cool because, like, every day I get to experience the same joy of watching the mission accomplished banner get posted up. And I'm also wondering, like, because they keep saying, like, the Strait of Hormuz is actually open, and I look at it and, like, the only tankers that are crossing are the Chinese ones, and I'm like, I guess it is technically open, but for China, but for nobody else. They keep unfurling the banner, and it gets me excited every day. What a treat! What a treat! It's like I feel victorious. all over again every morning. But then as the day goes by and the Iranian strikes continue, I'm like, what's going on here? Like, I thought it was mission accomplished, right? Where are we at? Why is the mission not fully accomplished? Because I thought it was accomplished. And then I see stuff like this breaking. A fire has erupted at Qatar's Ras Laffan refinery following an Iranian attack. I guess it kind of feels like, we're just winning over and over again. But yeah, it's great. It's great. I love winning every day. It's much cooler to win every day than to win once, to win one time, right? Like, because to win one time is, you're not going to feel that good. But to win every day, it feels good every single day. And I keep saying, Mr. President, I'm tired of winning. And he tells me, you're never going to get tired of winning. We're going to keep winning. I say, please, sir, no more winning. He says, we're going to keep winning.
Look at the polling data, and there are numbers that just jump off the screen at you. And this is one of those. Because just take a look here. MAGA GOP view of Trump. Approve 100. Holy Toledo. GOP view of Trump. Approve 100%. 100%. If you are a member of MAGA and the GOP, you.
Bro, even Kim Jong-un got 99.93, Technically, Trump is beating Kim Jong-un right now. He's beating Kim Jong-un.
Approve of Donald John Trump. 0% say that they disapprove. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know you can't go higher than 100%. He is the 1972 Miami Dolphins. Now, there are some Republicans who disapprove of Donald John Trump, but they are not members of the Make America Great Again movement. The bottom line is this. If you are a member of MAGA, you approve of Donald Trump.
It's interesting, though, because there have been a couple prominent people who have sort of come out online, and they're very mad.
I wonder what my Uncle Cenk has to say about this.
This war with Iran, because he promised no new wars. Is there any sign that people might be leaving MAGA relative to?
That kind of makes sense then, no? Just a silly way to present it. They're basically saying 100%. No, it doesn't. No. It doesn't, because a healthy number would still have it at like 85%, where 15% of MAGA is saying like, oh, we believe Make America Great Again meant no new wars. No, this is like unheard of. There's never an instance where the approval rating is 100% on anything.
2024.
Yeah, okay. So, I've said it before, and, the theme of this segment is Tucker Carlson be darned. And when we look at the numbers, I've heard some people say, oh, you know what, when you look at those MAGA numbers, it doesn't account for those who might have left MAGA. But take a look here. Americans who identify as MAGA, in November of 2024, it was 28% of Americans. Now it's basically the same. If anything, it's slightly higher at 30%. The bottom line is this. The MAGA base within the GOP is not shrinking. It's the same size. If anything, it is slightly larger than it was back in 2024 when, of course, Donald Trump won a second term. So that 100% that Donald Trump has approval among MAGA GOP.
Go ahead. Tell me I'm ridiculous for saying we need, rehabilitation and education, places of education. Here, I'll liberalize my language a little bit. I know that's scary for a lot of people when they hear me say this stuff. Go ahead.
That is not an artifact of MAGA shrinking. It's just an indication of how strong Donald Trump's grip is on that MAGA base.
And so I guess that begs the question of what's happening with inside the GOP and if there are any splits there, because with those kind of numbers, they're going to want to retain that, right? So they can retain their seats.
Yes. And what we're talking about, we mentioned Iran in the intro of this segment, GOP on U.S. military action in Iran. Look at this. In MAGA, it's 90% approval. It's 90% approval, just 5% disapproval. If you disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing, the U.S. military action in Iran, and you're a member of the GOP, look at this. It's your non-MAGA. You're non-MAGA. It's 36% there, 54% approve. But the majority of Republicans approve of the job that the U.S. military action is in Iran, and the majority of MAGA, which is the majority of the GOP, very much approve, 90%. Very little split in Donald Trump's base. Those who disapprove in the GOP, simply put, they hate MAGA.
It's really clear.
What happens to the MAGA identifying people after Trump's term is over? It's like 30% of the country at this point. Kim Jong-un approval rate. Yeah, Kim Jong-un is kind of washed, low key. Like Trump literally has better performance in his base than Kim has with his. You think the MAGA approval rate will go down if he loses this war? Serious question. Honestly, if you were to ask me a couple of years ago, I would have been like, yeah, if the gas prices get too high, if American soldiers come back in flag draped coffins and stuff, I would be like, probably. But I don't know anymore. I don't know. I don't know if anything can shake their confidence. A man was killed by an apparent cluster bomb impact in central Israel following Iran's latest ballistic missile attack. Again, David Adom says it had treated the man in his 30s after he sustained critical injuries from shrapnel. His death was declared a short while later. Several apparent cluster munition impacts were reported across central Israel. It doesn't seem like Iran's capabilities have diminished.
I think Trump's doing the right thing, honestly.
What's up?
I got no comment on that.
You don't know why?
Nah, I'm just taking a guess.
You're just guessing that he's doing the right thing?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think Trump's doing the right thing.
Is this a joke?
What?
Is this a joke?
Yeah.
No,
it's
joke?
not. It's not.
All right, you can drive home, bro. Or walk home, sorry.
Damn, I don't know what just happened. All right.
But he doesn't even know why.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just think, like, it's not good for the economy. Like, I don't know. Yeah.
God, even the one that you expect to have like some sanity is crazy to me, bro. Is this like a bit? Is that what this is?
I don't really give a about the war. Smoke, get money. Hell yeah.
How do you feel about the
God damn, bro.
system?
Low key, this is unironically what, dude, this is the full spectrum. I'm sorry. I don't know if this is a bit. I don't know if this is a sketch or if it's sincere, but this is the spectrum of American politics. Okay. Cultist psychopath who doesn't even know why he likes Trump, but likes Trump. Democrat who doesn't know why he thinks it's bad. Okay. And the plurality that goes, whatever, get money, lamau. Like this is unironically how he hit 3 of the planks. All 3 are cattle. All 3 of them. Meanwhile, their cousins are going to get fragged with a goddamn Shahed drone in a matter of a month from now. But hey, maybe you'll get a Camaro. We are so cooked, dude. We are so unimaginably dusted, bro. You can't have a future with a country like this. You can't have a future with a citizenry that is this out of touch with the unlimited super violence that we subject the rest of the world to. The American working class straight up are so far removed from the consequences of our actions, both due to American proximity, like physical proximity to the violent incidents that we're causing everywhere, but also because of a pliant media apparatus that totally keeps people servile, totally keeps people neutral to American foreign policy, endless militarism. Part of that is because we don't have a draft. That's part of it, because a draft would universalize the pain real quick for a lot of these guys, okay? Part of it is because the American state, due to its distance, doesn't ever get impacted, rarely ever receives blowback other than like 9/11. And the other part of the reason is because like even the American economy is kept at bay from the worst kinds of impacts. The economic pressures, at least the economic pressures that Americans will feel, they feel with latency. You're kind of being a liberal right now. I'm just saying, man, it's so discouraging to see how much those in the imperial core sit around and have the capacity not to think, sit around and have the liberties not to think about like where their tax dollars are going. Here are calling for the draft. Holy shit off. I mean, might put an end to this war business very quickly, because that's part of the reason, because the people already signed up for it. It's voluntary, right? Also, it's completely outside of our control anyway. 41,713 individuals in this chat. If every single one of them demanded the draft, it wouldn't even change the reality one bit. Have Los Pollos on the stream? I would love to. He hates me.
In Iran right now in a war?
We should.
We absolutely should.
We should.
We should. There's no question.
You support it?
Fully.
Tell me
100%. Why. You have a very oppressive regime that is a threat to democracy around the world, and this is a group of people that were in charge that that can no longer wreak havoc in the world, and I think people that are believe in a better future will be better off.
They're wreaking havoc on our economy with the Strait of Hormuz.
If that's the case, maybe there's a short-term blip for a better future.
The head of National Counterintelligence resigned today. He said that Donald Trump was led into this war unnecessarily, and that he's doing this for Bibi Netanyahu. Basically, he's saying we're fighting Israel's war. Do you agree with that?
I disagree wholeheartedly. If that's his prerogative, then so be it. The person that resigned. The U.S. needs Israel. They're our first front in the Middle East.
Okay. Nah. I only hear this from... This is straight up Hasbara talking points, okay? This is straight up Hasbara talking points. Jerusalem Post columnist, dude. That's crazy.
And without Israel stopping the growth of potential terrorism in the Middle East, Europe.
This is so far removed from the average American's perspective. It's not even... This is not even close.
United States and the broader West.
Don Lemon serving Israeli hummus.
Will eventually feel the potential consequences.
He's saying there's no imminent threat for the war, and there's no justification. There's no imminent threat to the U.S. nor Israel, and so doesn't understand why we went to do this now.
Well, I don't think there's one person that can speak for this whole country. This individual that resigned.
Well, not just him. I mean, that's what the intelligence shows as well.
We're entitled to believe that. I think if you look at who's providing greater value to the...
He's this guy, 65-year-old Israel supporter. Oh my God, I'm going to support. They're our greatest ally. Is physically incapable of recognizing his own best interests. Has never heard of the U.S.'s liberty in his life. Gives his entire pension to Israel. Unable to maintain erection unless he thinks about young men dying in the Middle East. Thinks Ben Shapiro is the smartest man in the world. We got to support them or the bad guys will come attack us. God curses those who curse Israel. Yeah, I love that one. Yeah, that's Bob. That's low-key Bob.
The world?
I understand what you're saying, but the war, if you go to war with someone, there has to be some imminent threat of attack. There was no imminent threat of an attack. And there's no intelligence that they had a nuclear weapon.
Well, you can get caught off guard all the time. I mean,
yeah, this is just Mossad, okay? He might as well be interviewing Barack Unit 8200 Ravid, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Israel's the greatest nation on earth, honestly. Like, I mean, they're the front line of they're the front line of defense against radical Islam. It's great. We have to give them the billions upon billions of dollars. I mean, that's obviously what we got to do. And it's also awesome that Israel is causing the entire global energy markets to collapse, because guess what? Those guys haven't given their pensions to Israel, and therefore they're anti-Semitic.
Reason lies with
everything is Israel's fault. I mean, yeah. You think this is a good risk? Hey, Chatter, let me ask you something. Have you looked outside? Have you picked up a newspaper? Do you know what date it is? Because it's not 2003 right now, okay? It's Wednesday, March 18th, 2026. So this kind of argument would have been perfectly valid to make, even if there was plenty of real reason to deny Israel this unholy allegiance we have, right? Oh, I'm agreeing with you, dumbass. Oh, I thought you were doing the classic defense. Because that's like the most... This is the defense that I keep hearing from like Asmongold and shit. That claim like, oh, I guess everything's Israel's fault. Didn't realize you were being sincere. My mistake. I thought you were being sarcastic, because I hear that is like the last line of defense from people. Yeah, net favorability of Israel, all minus 14, 18 to 29, minus 27%, 30 to 44, minus 23%, 45 to 64, minus 17%. And of course, the boomer Philosemites minus or plus 16%. GOP minus 43%. That's insanely bad for Israel, by the way. Plus 43% is insanely bad for Israel for GOP. Okay, cult, but regardless. Independents minus 34%. Democrats minus 50%. Without you in this community, I'd probably go crazy, to be honest. Oh, hype train level 1 achieved. Let's go. Rex, Racer X. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. They're bragging about their view count. Politico, senior White House officials say wartime messaging focuses on audience engagement with videos reaching 3 billion plus impressions in 4 days. One as we're just grinding away on banger memes. There's an entertainment factor to what we do. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. Every day there's a new reason for a nuclear first strike on me. Okay. God damn.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Seriously.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Oh my God. Holy moly. We are such animals, dude. Blonde Bob, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. White House is talking about posting banger memes, bro. We are not going to make it. We're 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 not going to make it. It's over. It's actually over. We are not gonna make it. Look at what Abdul El Sayed posted on Insta, bro. He posted it on the Twitter too. They really got my guy Maduro locked up a few blocks from me. Hashtag free Maduro. Hashtag free Maduro.
I think they should draft 18-year-old kids and make them stay in the military.
Why? I don't think so. I don't like
so they can grow up and quit being mama babies.
There should never be a draft of any kind. It should all be free will. A draft is bullshit. No matter what country, what war, it's all bullshit. You should never force people to go fight a war that's not theirs.
Bob doesn't realize that would be the complete death of American empire. It would be the last thing that the Trump administration did. Okay. I'm not even joking. Like, the reason why America gets to do all this war waging bullshit is because there is no draft. The moment that the draft kicks in is the moment where every American goes, wait a minute, I have to die now? It's the same principle behind like, American champions of Ukraine that are just like, yeah, keep fighting Ukraine. You're fighting for democracy. Keep going. And it's like, bro, are you going to fight for Ukraine? No. A lack of a draft allows people to feel as though they're powerful. American military is doing its force projections. It's great. You get to feel powerful at home. You don't have to hold the gun. The moment that you have to hold the gun and there's another dude holding another gun on the other side, it becomes a very different calculation for you. Part of the reason why America gets to wage wars the way that it does.
Donald Trump's kids should be on the front lines.
Yeah, could Barron get drafted?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you would be okay with Haley's son Roman being drafted, your grandchild?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Mom, would you be okay with that?
To fight for the freedom of our country? Yes.
You'd want my kids going to Iran to fight a war that Donald Trump started. You'd want my kids involuntarily on the front lines.
I didn't say on the front lines.
Dad
but
volunteered for that bullshit. My kids aren't.
For the freedom of our country?
This country. Donald Trump. Everything this government stands for. This is an embarrassment. And the fact that you would send my kids to war is disgusting.
I think it's important that Iran doesn't lose.
Wow.
I think it's important.
So you want a regime to win that has murdered hundreds of thousands of its own citizens, that denies women freedom, that kills gay people. You want them to win over American Israel. Wow.
Israel's killed hundreds of thousands of people.
No, it hasn't.
And the figures on Iran are mainly bogus. The recent massacres,
my goodness.
Some of them were genuinely killed protesters, but a lot of them were...
40,000 of them. 40,000.
It was...
Why did you say 100,000 then?
It was 3,500.
It was 40,000, as you're well aware.
Is it okay then to kill 400,000 Iranians?
I'm not saying it's okay to kill any number of people. But you seem to think it's okay for Iran to kill 40,000 people, but you'd be the first to man the barricades and say, "Oh yeah, but Israel's killed 65,000 in Gaza, so that's terrible." But it's okay to kill 40,000 Iranians. Dear oh dear, David, grow up.
I've been a loyal supporter of the president for almost 20 years. This goes back to when I was 21 years old.
Bro, let's be real. If we were taking military action to defend people, to liberate people, we would be doing what we're doing to Iran, but to Israel, okay? Their death toll is actually in the hundreds of thousands.
And I was Miss California at the Miss USA pageant, and I've known him. I consider him a dear friend, and I will tell you right now, I do not recognize our president. I think that we are an occupied nation. I think that a foreign country has occupied our government, and we are seeing now that this president of the United States of America is being influenced by a foreign government. And MAGA, let me tell you right now, MAGA is dead. It is deader than dead, and Americans are furious. We do not recognize President Donald J. Trump anymore.
What just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right? He ran on.
Joe Rogan, dude. Oh, it's just so crazy. I feel betrayed, bro.
What just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right? He ran on no more wars and these stupid, senseless wars, and then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why we did it.
No American son or daughter should die for Israel. Flat out. No American son or daughter should die for Israel.
Anti-Semitic.
Goyim, stand down. Go home.
Okay, Goyim, stand down. Ugh, gross.
Home. Find the legal means to exit the military, because there are legal means you can exit the military. You can, in fact, conscientiously object to military service. Military men, in case you didn't know, swear an oath to
I swear to God, Candace Owens is the most unique person to watch, because one statement, I'm like, oh, come on, what are you doing? And then the next statement, I'm like, oh my gosh, she's based. Like literally, she just turned around and goes, Goyim, stand out. I'm like, oh, that's so cringe. And then she's like, but you can become a conscientious objector by following these steps. You have a legal right to object.
Defend the Constitution of the United States of America. I don't really see that happening right now. I don't even see Trump doing that. From his flagrant violations of free speech to freedom of religion, Trump recently firing Carrie Prejean Bowler from the Religious Committee because Zionists didn't like her Catholic perspectives. Can anybody at all meaningfully point out for me, which specific portion of the Constitution our commander-in-chief is currently doing a good job protecting? What is it? What you look around at? What has he done that you would be like, oh yeah, he is the person who is defending our Constitution? Better yet, show me which guaranteed constitutional right you believe that Trump will not violate for Israel.
I mean, this has created a very unique media environment where like it's an endless sequence of the worst person you know making good points over and over again. Like it's kind of wild. There's literally, like, with the exception of some of the, I mean, I know what her background is. Like, I know that she's anti-Semitic because she's actually said insane stuff about Jews being contract lords, like utterly irrelevant to the main point. But I do think this is disastrous. As far as, like, on the one hand, I think about it as like the real problem here right now is that Israel dominates American foreign policy and also American domestic policy as well, like where they will come into elections and undermine the democratic project. And obviously, like, cutting Israel loose would be the beneficial thing in the short term. But also at the same time, I'm like on the one hand, I'm like, yeah, she's anti-Semitic. On the other hand, I'm like, well, is she like actually decoupling MAGA from Israel? The issue is, I don't know if she's doing that. I think what's happening is she's just making like liberals anti-Semitic. I worry that Tucker Carlson has a lot of normies watching, and those normies aren't MAGA. Those normies are already like liberals or independents, and they're watching Tucker or they're watching Candace, and they're like, yeah, actually, it is the Jews. They are contract lords. They were already anti-Israel. Now they're, moving in the other direction as well, as opposed to like MAGA that watches them and goes, yeah, these people are, trustworthy individuals. I agree with them. I think, like, I love Trump, but he really on this one. Right?
Because I feel like right now we are all being forced into the servitude of a foreign nation. That seems to be the American reality right now. So I say, by all means, allow the Mark Levins, the Ben Shapiros to sign their offspring up instead. Allow the Christian Zionists, the ones who make videos telling you how devilish it is if you don't support Israel. They believe this is messianic, that Bibi was sent to usher in Armageddon. That's going to bring Jesus back. I urge you, all of you Christian Zionists, sign up for the military today. Please.
Respectfully, Marcel, I believe it's pattern recognition. Okay, dude, do you know how many times I've heard that about black people in crime? Yeah, what do you think racism is? How do you think racism is justified and defended? Like, what do you mean? The problem in this instance is there's no, like, every Jewish institution in the country is, like, actively saying, no, we are this. We love this. Shut up. Don't talk against us. So it goes beyond, like, classic pattern recognition. It's ridiculous because at the end of the day, it's not true. No one is... no peoples are monolithic. No peoples are monolithic. It just doesn't exist, right? And Jews certainly are not a monolithic people either. Problem is, every Jewish institution creates an alternative reality where they are monolithic, and people respond to it in this way.
Please, you guys, stop tweeting. Stop screaming about Tucker Carlson. You have something much more important to do. There's a messianic mission right now. Go to Iran. Go remove the thousands of dead, innocent Palestinian children from beneath the rubble in Gaza so that Trump can build his hotel. I want you guys to be the change that you wish to see in the world. You've got this. Allow the goyim to stand down because you guys have the vision. You have the understanding. It's biblical. Go for it. You can do this without us.
We're down lower than we've been in 7 years in gasoline prices and oil prices, not just the 3 states that I talk about with $1.99 a gallon. How would you like to have $1.99? You know, that's...
Oh, yeah, would love that. A timely tweet from David Grossman, to your point. Yes, he's an anti-Semite and an asshole, but when will Jewish institutions face up to the problem of certain Jews, Netanyahu, Ackman, Dershowitz, etc., acting in ways that are consistent with anti-Semitic stereotypes and thereby extend their effectiveness? Not only that, but institutions as well. Not only like prominent Jews that are super invested in the state of Israel, but also Jewish institutions. It's ridiculous. Like every single goddamn day, there are alarm bells ringing about how much Americans don't Israel. And while that's going on, you got Jewish institutions running around, Jewish organizations, Jewish advocacy organizations running around and saying, no, you don't understand. Every Jew loves Israel. Every Jew loves Israel. You got Jewish institutions like synagogues and shit doing land fairs, selling stolen land inside of the synagogue. It's crazy.
That's the equivalent of a very major tax cut.
Welcome back. Now, that was President Trump in Pennsylvania back in December, touting low energy and gas prices. Today, the average price for a gallon of gas in Pennsylvania is $3.76, according to AAA. That's higher than last week, and it's up more than 60 cents from a month ago. NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen has been speaking with Pennsylvania voters. He's been out
What? You have appealed to this freak and Tucker's authority for months. I'm constantly in here telling you the libs are going crazy. Please stop appealing to these racist freaks. You think I'm appealing to Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson? Do you think I'm Cenk Uygur? Do you think I'm my uncle or something? Hello? Are you okay? You're appealing to their authority on Israel? No. Were you not aware when I was talking about how devastating and dangerous it is that Democrats have actually completely lost ground on this issue of being the torch bearers of anti-Zionist thought to the likes of Candace Owens? And my real fear here is that they're not necessarily causing the MAGA base to no longer be pro-Israel, but instead they're just winning over a lot of anti-Israel people that are coming into that audience and becoming anti-Semitic and believing a whole bunch of other nonsense that they espouse. Did you just like have an aneurysm in the beginning when I clicked on a Candace Owens video and then lose sight of what I was talking about right after? Because I repeated those things just now. I was saying it back then. Did you just go, oh, Candace Owens, and you just couldn't pay attention to anything that was going on? Confirmed Trey Ying's 2 killed by Iran, 2 killed in central Israel during the last Iranian missile barrage. Cluster munitions rained down on Tel Aviv and surrounding areas. And then no answer, by the way. Comes in, drops a atom bomb, and then no answer.
On a road trip here in Millersburg, about 25 miles north of Harrisburg. He joins me now. And John, I understand you're sort of in a Trump supportive part of Pennsylvania.
You want to know the worst part?
There are a lot of those in Pennsylvania. What are you hearing?
Oh yeah, this one banged. Possible outcome for 2028. Tucker Carlson runs on an anti-Israel platform, and the Democrats put forward a pro-liberal Zionist, pro-defending America's military might candidate. Tucker Carlson wins by Ronald Reagan numbers. The Democratic Party is done. The next wave of fascism is here. That's what I'm afraid of. Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom is unlimited Tucker Carlson victory. Tucker Carlson's like, you're Israel first. You're an attack dog. You're a lapdog for Israel. I can't even tell what your positions are. One day you say Israel's an apartheid. You get a boss call from all of the Israel lobbyists. And next day you come out and you say, actually, Israel's not an apartheid. Americans need someone who actually can stand on moral principles. And as a Christian, I think genocide is unconscionable. What's going on? You see, Tucker, you're being quite anti-Semitic. No, I love Jews. I love Jews. I can't stand what Israel has done to my Jewish friends. What's going on? Ronald Reagan victory condition. This is why I've been trying to urge Democrats to take a stronger stance against Israel. You cannot have a guy like Tucker Carlson lead the conversation on Israel. The Democrats, as a national party, have to universally oppose Israel. If you don't do that, a guy... I would vote for Tucker over most Dems. The way these comments are proving his point. True, Newsom can't beat Tucker Carlson, but I think AOC can. I'd rather Tucker over Newsom, actually. See? This is the danger of Tucker Carlson. This is why I think a lot of people are singularly focused on, understandably, by the way, they're focused on Israel. Okay? And whoever fills that void appropriately will win. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Democrats are delusional. A lot of Democrats don't realize that people actually with Tucker heavy, dude. And these people aren't necessarily lifelong Republicans either. I don't think Tucker Carlson is building an audience on the MAGA right. I think he's building an audience on the left. I think Tucker Carlson and all of his numbers are the normies who self-ID as liberals, are the normies who self-ID as independents. I think libs love Tucker now. That's my suspicion. Straight up. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is my theory. This is what I've been thinking about quite a bit because the numbers don't add up. Tucker Carlson has been a prominent fixture in right-wing politics forever. He was incredibly consequential in 2016. He rose to prominence and he was able to meticulously craft a palatable white supremacist narrative. He leaned into left populism, workers' rights, and things like that, knowing full well that that would beef up his support. And he did so at Fox News. He had a lot of promise in the MAGA audience. He was known as a MAGA guy. He left Fox News. And I think he still carried the torch of MAGA. But as of late, considering that the 85% of Trump supporters, 85% of Republicans believe that the war with Iran is good. War with Iran that we are waging for Israel is a good thing. I don't think Tucker Carlson has a primarily Republican audience any longer. I think Tucker Carlson now has an anti-Israel audience. And given how popular the anti-Israel position is, that audience isn't primarily Republicans at all. I think that audience has a lot of Democrats in it and a lot of centrists and liberals in it as well. In a way, he is perfectly positioned to carry the spirit of Trump 2016 for this reason. No one on the left is ready to be anti-Israel in the way that Tucker is. No one. No one on the left, as it stands currently, like some of the top leaders in the party, even the progressive figures in our party, okay, if we are to say our party about the Democrats, now that there's some candidates that we're pushing for, the only guy I can think of, and I know people are going to get pissed off for this, is Graham Plattner, ironically enough. But I don't think AOC, with the way that she talks about Israel currently, is capable of fighting back against this narrative. I think I'm not talking about like Graham Plattner's background. Chatters, calm down. I'm saying like the way he messages on this. Do you see what I mean? No, I said Graham Plattner and everybody lost their minds. I'm talking about the way Graham Plattner messages on the issue of Israel. It's no nonsense. It cuts through the noise. Take that message, take that unapologetic message, and put it into any campaign, and they will become a leader in the country. It's not about who Graham Plattner is. I'm talking about how Graham Plattner communicates on this issue of endless militarism, endless war, and how it's not beneficial for ordinary Americans. Okay? Yes, messaging and Plattner. Here we go. I said the word Graham and I said the word Plattner. I can't even say Graham Cracker in this chat without people losing their minds and putting my house coordinates on Twitter to demand Iran send a Shahed drone strike to my house. Because AOC's biggest weakness, in my opinion, and I say this as someone who is excited at the prospect of her running for the presidency, okay? Her biggest weakness is she responds to the trolls too much. She doesn't listen to people in her left flank when, you know, they have something worthy to listen to. And she also listens far too much to like identity groups that will use standpoint epistemology to like manipulate her. Like she'll come out and be like, Israel's doing a genocide. And then for the next week, she'll hear out every Jewish advocacy organization that's like, AOC, we love you. Why did you say Israel's doing a genocide? Don't you think that's a little anti-Semitic, or at least like that's opening up the floodgates of anti-Semitism? Can you go and hang out with like one of the Israeli hostage families or something? You know what I mean? Like, and then she'll do a photo op, thinking that this is gonna strike a delicate balance. Even Zoran is doing it now, which is crazy. Stand on business. People want easy to understand messages. Her future foreign policy advisor may be Professor Daniel Besner talking to Clavicular. Wait, what the Clavicular talks about the relationship between looks maxing and politics and why people connect the two together and try to diminish him as a person. Why the Clavicular talking to Dan Besner? What the hell is going on?
Frankly, I'm a bit skeptical about the relationship between looks maxing and politics. But do you think there's a relationship between looks maxing and politics?
Looks maxing is completely apolitical.
So why do you think so many people have tried to identify, so many, in particular reporters, have tried?
What is going on, dude? This timeline is busted, bro. That's awesome. What is happening, bro? Both AOC and Zoran are too kind for this moment? No, they can be mean. They just need to be principled. I don't think AOC has the ability to meet the moment. I don't mean it in a misogynistic way. She has a bit too much worry to say the wrong thing. You've got to be principled, confident. Like Edgar Germentin was saying after the election, most important thing is confidence and competence. Yes. Zoran had that. Zoran was doing that when he was running. And then by the time the general came around, he started, falling apart a little bit on that front. I mean, he still does it. He still balances it out. For every like messaging weak moment, like messaging weakness moment that I have, he wins it back tenfold with like something that he does, right? But I do think that on this issue, you cannot engage in half measures. No like defensive, offensive weapons distinctions. You can't be running scared, because if you do that on the right, someone's going to take advantage of that weakness. And they're going to become the movement leaders. And it blows my mind. It blows my mind that Democrats are, like progressive Democrats and left flank Democrats, are not taking on leadership roles in the anti-Zionist cause.
To connect looks maxing to particularly right-wing politics, but to me, it's always been a bit of a loose connection. But why do you think people are looking to do that?
Just to kind of like, just diminish me and try to deplatform some of these ideas, because like, a lot of people don't like to acknowledge the hard truth that looks are pretty much everything. So I think like a lot of it is cope. A lot of it is people not necessarily being happy.
People there are feeling about gas prices, and are they factoring that into how they view the war in Iran?
Well, first, Kelly, I would be remiss if I did not wish Kelly O'Donnell a happy St. Patrick's Day.
Right back at
so
you,
happy
my
St.
friend.
Patrick's Day.
I'm genetically required to be in green.
Pennsylvania. And,
I'm sorry.
I
Go
can't see
ahead,
you right
John.
now,
Go
but
ahead.
I'm
You're
sure
on the
you
road
look
trip
lovely
here.
in green. Okay, so I'm in Millersburg, Pennsylvania. The reason I'm here is it's a swing district, Pennsylvania's 10th district in a swing state. President Trump won this district by about 5 points, but the local congressman, Scott Perry, is in danger of losing in the midterms. And we wanted to talk to people about their feelings about gas prices, about the war. You mentioned Pennsylvania's average gas price, about $3.76 a gallon right now. We went to like the cheapest place around, $3.54.9 a gallon here, and talk to folks. Better you hear from them than from me about how they're feeling.
Let's roll the tape.
The decision to strike Iran.
It was a great decision. I think somebody else should have done it a couple of years ago, last 3 other presidents.
Are you willing to pay higher prices at the pump if that's the cost?
Yeah, I'm willing to pay a little more, yeah.
What do you think about the war?
I think he's doing the right thing. You know, in the long run, it's going to help us out because if they get nuclear weapons, we might not even be here in a couple of years. So I think he's doing a good job.
Is it worth the rise in the price of gas?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think about the U.S. decision to go into Iran?
I think we got to do what we got to do to keep this country safe. So, and if it means paying a little bit more in gas right now to keep everybody safe, then that's what we got to do. And eventually they'll come back down.
And Kelly, most of the people we talked to were supportive of the war and willing to pay the higher gas prices for the war. Some of them because they believe in the goals of the war, others because they trust President Trump. But not everybody felt that way, and not everybody's excited about Trump here, and not everybody's planning to vote for Republicans in the midterms who supported Trump. Let's take a listen to one more woman who we spoke with. If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You're a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
So not
lots
everyone
of
is thrilled
personality
with
there,
President
John.
Trump, as you
Lots
heard,
of personality.
Kelly.
Yes.
Oh my God!
Right? Not everyone's thrilled with him. That was a voter who voted for him 3 times. She went on to talk about the gas prices. She went on to talk about the war, about not supporting the idea of us, basically going around.
Look, I know it's 85%, but goddamn, does that feel good when I see that 15%? You know what I mean? I know Trump's approval for this war is 85% in the base, but goddamn, that feels good to see. When you see that 15%, you're like, man.
On the world. So a lot to process there. But this is going to be the real pressure test for President Trump and Republicans in the midterms, is how many of the people who voted for him are A, sticking with Republicans, and B, going to show up in the midterms. And I think that's still an open question here, just several months out from those midterms, Kelly.
Nothing is as valuable as actually going to where the people are and asking them what they think. So thank you for making the road trip. Fill up before you come back.
We thank you for watching, and remember.
So the other day I found out that this.
Oh yeah, this is the Tucker Carlson meta. He believes that the CIA is listening to his. The CIA is collecting his text messages. He is an immoral person. He's a bad person. He's not even a contrarian. The reality of the matter is the market demands someone who is a stupid little grifter. By the way, this has been pretty funny. Speaking of people who are also dogs for the Israeli state and for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is a dog of Israel as well. Asmin grift, Asmin cattle, Asmin goy, Asmin whatever you want to call it, right? Israel's strongest soldier is back at it again. Now, this is pretty undeniable, but it's cool because, here's Asmongold saying in 2024, Israel's wars are not our wars. In 2025 saying, I don't support bombing Iran. And in 2026 saying, this is awesome. Iran needs to be bombed more. I replied with a photo of a shock collar with the Israeli flag on the side of it saying Asmin grift. And all the based right-wing guys have to still, they're in this weird predicament now where they have to defend Asmongold and they have to shit on me. But Asmongold is defending Israel. So they're like, oh, he found the collar image from his past Amazon orders. And it's not working because even people on even people in the replies are like, well, you know, Asmongold is you know, he's inconsistent on this. So even people on the right who are supposed to be like based and edgy recognize that they can't like defend Israel and they can't defend Asmongold defending Israel and Israel's interests. And this is what happens when you are actually consistent and not like an inconsistent grifter. Here's the new rendition of that. What is this? Ugh, God, that photo is so awful.
Israel's wars are not our wars. True. Oh my God. I think that we play too big of a role in other countries' military shit. Like, we're too interventionary. We get too involved into other people's business. It's a waste of our money. The people there probably hate us. Like, where's really the upside here, right? I think that the level that we try to play nation building, especially in places like this, like, you know, like Libya, for example, back in the day, or Iraq. No, absolutely not. Yeah, it's too much, man.
We're not going to have World War III, but I will prevent World.
In my opinion, keeping us out of World War III means not sending over bombs and starting wars in the Middle East. Like, that's just me. I also wouldn't support any sort of collateral damage, bombing things like the U.S. bombing things that are inside of urban areas. I don't support any sort of, you know, boots on the ground. I don't support I don't even support the U.S. like going directly to war with Iran's military. I think any further military intervention stands to alienate the Iranian people, and it stands to destabilize the country. And you can see how CNN passively manufactures consent to bomb Iran by assuming that Iran is attacking civilian places only. Like, for example, one of the biggest military installations inside of Israel is in the middle of the city. And do you guys see how the media is pushing the war by saying that Iran is this existential threat and we need to fight for America? This is upsetting for me. Big deal. Like, I mean, if this was the U.S. bombing Iran, I'd be saying, I am so happy this has happened. I am just dramatically, tremendously happy this has happened. I was a big supporter of us bombing them before, and now we're bombing them again, and this is just amazing.
This is an operation against the world's largest sponsor of terror.
That's right. This is amazing. Every third world shithole that promotes these terrorist ideologies, death cult religion, is getting demolished. Oh, a school got bombed? It's collateral damage in a war, and it's inevitable, number one. And number two, you know, if they didn't want that to happen, maybe they shouldn't have been funding terror groups and antagonizing a world superpower like America.
Based.
Man, how about that? This is great.
I straight up, if I had to sit there and watch like the ugliest, silliest White House clip compilations and sit there and act like this is like super cool, I would probably. I would probably. I'm
Brian Kilmeade.
Okay, like yeah, these videos they're so base, right? I mean they're base, right, guys? How about that? Yeah.
Great.
Anyway, he made a response to this video. Yeah, what is it? Is it him going, yeah, you guys are Israel obsessed. You got to stop. Yeah, there is no response to this. Right? There is no response to this because it's so transparent what is going on, right? It's so obvious what's going on. He is just regurgitating whatever Trump is saying because he doesn't have any real opinions, right?
Basically, my dad brought me up. The only outcome is winning. Only win. It doesn't matter what it takes. It doesn't matter what you have to do. You can lie, cheat, steal, do anything you want as long as you win. And that's it. And that explains it. It does.
He doesn't have any real opinions at all. He's just, you know, when Trump is saying no war, just peace.
Not war, not war, not war, just peace.
When Trump is like that, he's saying the same, right? When Trump turns around and bombs Iran, and then he's also in favor of bombing Iran. It's that simple. It's that simple. No convictions whatsoever, but also no ability to read the room either. right? Because like there are right-wing content creators and even people in the cabinet, like JD Vance has a better understanding of where things are going. And therefore JD Vance is trying to like avoid being seen as being responsible for this war, right? Like he's already throwing out his frustrations with like going to war with Iran and blah blah blah. All this like there's already been like Politico coverage on this. Tucker Carlson has dropped the administration on this issue. Megyn Kelly has dropped the administration on this issue. Like there are a lot of people that recognize how unpopular this is going to be. It's already unpopular and it's going to be even more unpopular, right? And Asmongold doesn't realize any of that because he doesn't have the knowledge. He doesn't have the wherewithal. He doesn't have the ability to read the room. He's just responding to the administration and like regurgitating propaganda coming from the admin and trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator. He's just a dumb rat. Exactly. And that's it. If you take him seriously, if you consider him to be like a serious thinker, you're an idiot. You're basically exposing yourself, and I will continue laughing at you forever. He's really just doing the opposite of what you do. That's his doctrine. No, it's not necessarily the opposite, because there are instances where we find ourselves in agreement. The reason why is because there are certain things that Trump says about like non-interventionism, for example, that almost lean into my side of politics, right? And when Trump is saying he's not an interventionist and Asmongold is saying he's not an interventionist because Trump is saying it, then all of a sudden it comes across like we are in agreement with one another. But it's simple. He just doesn't, he is an immoral person. He's a bad person.
Because I know that the way that I look at things is insane to most other people. My solutions to problems are oftentimes so extreme and so immoral and, you know, like inhumane that people, like, because I don't really see people as people in a lot of cases. I just see them as like an object or a functionary tool. Like I have a very different perspective on the way that I see things in the world. You think about killing random people? Yeah, all the time. Oh, constantly. All the time. Yeah, if somebody makes me mad or something like that, yeah, of course. I could not drive down the road without thinking about every pedestrian and if I could over or not. For like 3 months. I was going in on this because I spent so much time with people over on Call of Duty. It's the call of the void. You're describing psychopathy? Well, either way, I don't let things like this affect me at all or bother me.
He's not even a contrarian. He's a bad person. He's not very intelligent. And the reality of the matter is the market demands someone who is a stupid little grifter. So that's part of the reason why he still sees a decent amount of success. It's that simple. That's it. Many people are grifters. Many people are bad faith. Many people are immoral. But you can still be a grifter and you know, land on the right side of issues because you read the room better, right? Asmongold doesn't. I think he's not even banking on the inability of the right to punish him later down the line for his advocacy in going to war with Iran at the behest of Israel. He's just farming, and he's pretty open about it too. He just straight up says it. It's not like he hides it. He openly says he is farming, and people don't necessarily care. If enough people do that and then the administration sees this as an exit ramp, then I'll take it. Make no mistake, I 100% believe that the American government is absolutely responsible for this, but any sort of separation from Israel, no matter how it happens, is good. Anti-war anti-Semitism is still anti-Semitism. I know. We have a new version of anti-Semitism that just dropped, which is when you repeat basically what Marco Rubio and Donald Trump has said. Okay, it's no longer allowed. As I said earlier today, reiterating the point that someone else was making, is if you say we're going to war for Israel, we're going to war with Iran for Israel, and that's good, not anti-Semitism. If you say we're going to war with Iran for Israel and that's bad, that's anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism of the highest order. Okay?
We just learned, get this, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, has just announced he's resigning. CNN national security reporter Zachary Cohn is joining us right now. Zachary, what more can you tell us about this dramatic development?
Yeah, Wolf, this appears to be a significant resignation at the senior-most levels of the Trump intelligence community. This is Joe Kent. He was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center.
And we're talking about Joe Kent. Head of U.S. Counterterrorism Center announces his resignation. And he is in the most like American version of events, most like post-MAGA America version of events. He already did an interview with Tucker Carlson. That interview is coming. And he also released a statement on Twitter. PSL 6 Mogger. I mean, he's not a good guy, by the way. Joe Kent is not a good person. I need you guys to understand. Like, he is literally he was Trump's U.S. counterterrorism lead, okay? He's not a good person at all. But even a bad person can still recognize the writing on the wall and decide to take a stance against it. So when all these people are like going through the background of Joe Kent and they talk about his anti-Semitism, just remember that they didn't have this kind of issue about Joe Kent when Trump literally hired a white nationalist, okay? He's a literal apologist. How are people falling for this stuff? Because it is not pertinent to his decision at the moment. Okay? Like, that's the reason. This is no different than the Candace Owens situation. Just as Ben Shapiro knew Candace Owens was anti-Semitic and did not care about it as long as she was pro-Israel, it only became an issue when Candace Owens became anti-Israel. And the same goes for Joe Kent. Do you understand? I can't comprehend how I just don't understand how people have a hard time understanding this. Like, it is always surprising when people still fall for this bullshit.
He appearing to post on X a resignation letter that he submitted, citing misgivings over the Trump administration's decision to launch its war with Iran. Now, Kent, in this letter, writes in part, quote, as a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife, Shannon, in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. Now, Kent, in his apparent post on X, does also seem to suggest that there was no imminent threat, that it has been used and cited by the Trump administration as justification.
So is this significant? Yes, it really up. This is genuinely a huge deal, and it certainly has rattled the administration a little bit too. A high profile administration figure like this quitting their job and releasing the reasons as to why they quit their job, and directly betraying the administration's half-hearted propaganda on why we have to wage war with Iran is huge. It's a huge deal.
Launching this war against Iran, he says that essentially the administration manufactured this idea of an imminent threat, and that is part of the reason why he is deciding to resign from his post today.
Let me read a little bit from this letter that he wrote to President Trump. This is Joe.
Does anyone have oh yeah, here it is. No, not this. Where is Joe Kent's actual letter? Hold on. He said, 9 hours ago, after much reflection, I've decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center, effective today. And by the way, this is the highest ranking official that left the administration, as opposed to the Biden admin, where there were lower ranking officials that had left the admin in response to our unlimited loyalty to Israel, as Israel was committing a genocide, but nowhere near to this degree. Okay. Yeah. This guy's been directly involved in and responsible for overseeing some of the worst covert war crimes the U.S. has committed in the Middle East in the global war on terror. And apparently this Iran war was too much for him too. His political views are irrelevant in the circumstances. Someone with his creds resigning is unthinkable. Okay. It just doesn't happen. Like retired Green Beret combat veteran, who has a very, I mean, this is a very well-credentialed psychopath, okay? After a lifetime of service at the Imperial Death Machine, including running kill squads for the CIA Special Activities Center and defending Eddie Gallagher, Joe Kent suddenly decides his decades of sanctioned murder was on behalf of Israel bad, rather than the U.S. good. Whether it's because he wants to preserve his whether he wants to basically preserve his legacy in some weird twisted way, or whether he just sees the writing on the wall, it doesn't matter. the impact is still the same. Here's what he said. With the Director of National Intelligence, National Counterterrorism Center letterhead, okay, Joseph Kent, the Director of the National Counterterrorism Center, okay, the guy responsible for counterterrorism in the United States of America. President Trump, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as the Director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, and 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots, that depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS, which, ironically enough, the Qasem Soleimani thing was also something that Israel wanted to do, which is why it's crazy that he's literally glazing that decision. So it seems like he has some appetite for America maneuvering in a way that benefits Israel's ambitions in the region. You know, this is a bridge too far for him. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war in Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This is all 100% correct, by the way. Everything that this Hitlerite, psychopathic Green Beret is saying is 100% correct. Literally, no notes, except for the Qasem Soleimani shit, obviously. He's for that. But no notes. 100% correct. Okay, that is exactly what happened. It's not, you don't even need insider knowledge, which he very clearly has, right? But like what he is saying here is just another confirmation of the things that Lindsey Graham has said, the things that Marco Rubio has said, the things that Donald Trump has said. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war, which, by the way, again, a little bit of copium there, okay? At that point, the Iraq war was absolutely a belligerent decision by the American government that, well, I wouldn't even say belligerent decision. It was a long-standing position of many financial interests in Iraq that materialized with a Dick Cheney leadership. But, you know, Israel goading America into going to war with Iraq certainly was beneficial in whipping up the votes for it. But Israel wasn't the singular reason why we went to Iraq, just so you understand. Okay? I hope you understand. There's a difference between America's decisions in Iraq and the American decisions with Iran. Okay? This was a lie and is the same tactic Israel uses to draw us in the war with Iraq. And cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. Oh my God, this is literally, I'm just realizing this is like stabbed in the back. Except this time there is like a real, reason for why. Like there is a legitimate reason as to why you can say this about Iran. With Iraq, not as much, but it doesn't matter. We're reflecting on the failed military campaign of Iraq and saying, oh, we did it because the Jews, and they stabbed us in the back. It's kind of crazy. This guy literally participated in that, by the way. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further towards decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve in your administration and to serve our great nation. Yeah, I mean, he is demonic. Trump is the well-meaning Kaiser who was tricked by the perfidious international capital and insert institution with alleged Jewish control. I mean, he's not a well-meaning Kaiser at all, obviously. Like I see the analog here, right? He's a psychopath himself, but one can also have the ambition and still be totally convinced by the Israeli state as he has, right? That is the reality. Well, I guess the Kaiser wasn't either. It's true. But like Both of these things are correct. Trump is dumb enough to think that, you know, this would go well for him. Do I think that this is totally self-serving from Joe Kent's perspective? Possibly. Does it matter? Absolutely not. Okay. Chatter said Jewish control. Come on, bro. No, he's making an analog to stabbed in the back. That's what he's saying. He's saying this is just like Nazi Germany. Hello. Do you not understand? It's an analogy. But this time, instead of saying insert institution with alleged Jewish control, instead of just directly saying it was the Jews, he's saying the modern version of the same exact myth, the modern version of the same exact myth is being redeployed right now. Kent, America First for Congress. Joe Kent's statement on support for Israel and opposition to anti-Semitism. Israel, a mutually beneficial ally and a close friend. I am intimately familiar with the help that Israel has provided the United States during my military service in the Middle East. My fellow soldiers and I often relied on intelligence provided by the IDF and their intelligence agencies to help accomplish our mission and keep us alive. The United States and Israel share common enemies in the Middle East, from terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah to the totalitarian government of Iran. Building close economic, diplomatic, and military relations in the United States' best interest and is something I will advocate for as a member of Congress. Again, it doesn't matter what he said in the past about Jews or whatever. What he cares about, and he has also defended Israel again. Marie voted against supporting Israel because the funds would be taken from Biden's IRS. Marie's priority is the IRS tracking your Venmo transactions, not defending Israel and recovering American hostages. She also voted to leave our troops under fire by Iran and Iraq and Syria. Notice how all of a sudden everyone's like, wow, you're real anti-Semite, huh? This is really how anti-Semitic you are. He was like straight up a groiper, but it doesn't matter because when he was a straight up groiper, it didn't even matter. Also in 2022, Kent was drawn into a dispute with the groipers around the Israel question as well as white identity politics, which back then was still controversial in the mainstream right. He disavowed Fuentes while also appearing on a groiper adjacent stream to debate them, which was an unusual step for an aspiring politician, even in MAGA hard right, and signaled that groiper politics were beginning their inexorable creep into conservative respectability. That was one midterm ago. In just 4 years, enough space has opened up on the fascist right for Joe Kent to flip on Israel in the groiper's direction and for Nick Fuentes to be courted by Tucker Carlson. This was his Israel position paper shared with AIPAC during a failed 2022 House bid. Kent said he was intimately familiar with the help that Israel had provided the United States, and two countries share common enemies in the Middle East and the totalitarian government of Iran. By the way, Jewish Insider and AIPAC, like all of these institutions just straight up are information sharing all the time. I'm sorry, it's very hard to see this as anything but like a foreign espionage operation. Like it's crazy. Oh, all of a sudden the AIPAC, the AIPAC position papers materialize out of thin air the moment that Joe Kent comes out and says this is a war we're waging at the behest of Israel and it's unacceptable. I mean, he just took the position that the half-hog libertarians have been on for months. Maybe he watches Tim Dillon. No, this is an indefensible position. America has openly stated that they're waging war on Iran at the behest of Israel. It is an indefensible position. Anyone with 3.5 working brain cells can recognize that it's an indefensible position. If you want, whether you want to like preserve American military superiority because things are also not going well on the military campaign side, or whether because you have ambitions of higher office later down the line, you recognize that this is completely untenable. It's an indefensible position. So you're just pulling the ripcord out as quickly as possible. Anyone that actually turns around and talks about Joe Kent being a asshole for this or being anti-Semitic for this is also not reading the goddamn room or a psychopathic Israel first dip right on cue. Wait, what is this? This is not everyone but Shapiro, apparently. Where's Josh Shapiro? Where's the Josh Shapiro element here? Why are you linking me this thing? My bad here, Ben Shapiro. Oh, Ben Shapiro is probably losing his
mind. This morning, Joe Kent quit his job at the National Counterterrorism Center.
I mean, he is literally, Ben Shapiro is the perfect guy to go to whenever shit like this happens, just so you know the wrong opinion, you know what I mean?
And issued a scathing letter designed to undermine President Trump. The letter is deeply, deeply conspiratorial. It states openly that, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. And it is...
Guys, the conspiracy is literally something that Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, and virtually every Democratic Party official that has been in these closed-door meetings has openly stated out loud, okay? You can't say it's a conspiracy at that point, dumbass. I'm sorry. Anyone that still thinks that you can consider this to be a conspiratorial, nonsensical position is so delusional and so desperate to defend Israel, so openly and transparently Israel first, that they are having a hard time. They're not talking to a single person that isn't exclusively invested in defending Israel's ambitions, no matter how violent, because everyone has said it. Everyone has said it out loud. People in key positions of power have said it out loud. It is psychotic. Mike Johnson has said it. Like, who is this for is the question.
Clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Now, that is conspiracy trash. It's also kind of strange since President Trump has...
It's trash. It's conspiracy trash.
Said that it's conspiracy trash. So apparently, Trump is so deeply, deeply enthralled to those strange, powerful American lobbies. We're not going to say it. That he apparently has been so bamboozled by them that he's still under the impression that he's his own man. But here's the thing. President Trump is his own man. He makes his own decisions. And as per our usual arrangement, Trump's critics are cowards who are simply unwilling to acknowledge that Trump is the one making the call. But Joe Kent continued, quote, early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pre-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. Again, the idea here seems to be that President Trump is a moron, misled into war by nefarious Israelis and unnamed influential members of the American media. Don't say it. Again, apparently, President Trump has no agency and no thoughts. Kent's letter is replete with this conspiratorial idiocy, including, as we just saw, the idea that it was Israel.
I mean, he kind of makes that an easier argument to launch, don't you think? Like Donald Trump, I mean. It's not like he's seen as like a competent guy. He doesn't carry himself in that way at all. It does kind of lend credence to the theory. He is partially right about MAGA making excuses for Trump and solely blaming Bibi. No, yes, that part is correct. Now, I don't like hitting that line as much because, like, who knows? Maybe MAGA will, well, not MAGA, the voters, but like, the leadership might surprise us if enough people are saying, hey, I'm MAGA and why are you doing this? I don't like that you're doing this for Israel. If they, if enough people do that and then the administration sees this as an exit ramp, then I'll take it, right? Because make no mistake, I 100% believe that the American government is absolutely responsible for this. But in the interim, any sort of separation from Israel, no matter how it happens, is good.
That forced the original Iraq war.
If that Israel separation comes from enough MAGA people making a fuss because, you know, they operate with a good czar, bad boyars mentality where they think Trump cannot fail. He can only be made to fail by bad advisors or bad people in his orbit. And, you know, part of the bad influences like Israel. If that is going to be the prevailing attitude in the MAGA base, which is the only thing that Trump responds to as far as public pressure goes, you got to take what you can, right?
An idea totally and utterly unsupportable by any evidence, given the fact that the actual prime minister of Israel at the time, Ariel Sharon, opposed the Iraq war. This stuff is brain rot. Now listen, we should all be thankful for Joe Kent's long and honorable military service. We can also be glad that he's leaving, since his ideology is the same as that of Tucker Carlson, the guy who says that the war is disgusting and evil and who has been busy sex.
As opposed to a guy who should be saying the war is actually awesome.
Thing with the mullahs. Tucker Carlson calls Kent a personal friend and, quote, the bravest man I know. Frankly, I think that it is a good thing that Kent is not in this position. We cannot have a director of counterterrorism who is somehow advocating preemptive surrender to the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism in the middle of a war.
It's awesome. It took mere minutes. Joe Kent is now officially declared an anti-Semite. And this is by Jake Tapper as well. Don Bacon says, good riddance. Iran has murdered more than 1,000 Americans. Their EFP landmines were the deadliest in Iraq. Anti-Semitism is an evil I detest, and we surely don't want it in our government. Jake Tapper instantly reposted, of course. Yeah, and yes, now Joe Kent, the big anti-Semite. How dare he do this transparent anti-Semitic act. There's also this scoop from John Hudson that I think is interesting. Joe Kent and Tulsi Gabbard met with Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House on Monday. Per sources, during the meeting, Kent presented his resignation letter to the vice president.
Joseph Kent, he works for the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. But he writes this, he says, I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby.
Oh no, Jake is mad. Jake is mad.
I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, 2024, which you enacted in your first.
Hey, Thievlock, I can't give you my take on Polymarket, specifically troll bets being made like will Clavicula become the next Iranian supreme leader? I'm a Danish student researching how prediction markets and influencers affect young people. Do you think this is the appropriate time for me to give you my perspective? I feel like there's issues that are more pertinent than that, you know? Please stop spamming in the chat.
Term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. And he added this. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. He goes on and says more, Sabrina, but those are powerful words.
I think what's also important here is this is an appointee that was not someone that you could consider not aligned with the president. I mean, this is someone that espoused the MAGA-based views and was appointed by, of course, Tulsi Gabbard. And so the fact that he has issued a very public resignation and the fact that he's also said that Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the United States.
Oh my God. Oh my God, it's Sabrina Singh. God, mainstream media is so posted, dude. Who's Sabrina Singh? A out and about war criminal, okay? A defender of unlimited child murder, a genocidaire of the highest order, one of the people in the Biden Pentagon at the time when Israel was conducting its genocide. She was one of the spokespersons for the American Defense Brigade of Israel's genocide. And now, of course, she has a cushy job at CNN as a political and global affairs commentator. Yeah, she also worked with Fat Sagar at the newer think tank that also kept doing PR for Israel, including the Gaza Holocaust Fund that America and Israel set up together. They went over to that private PR firm to do PR for the Gaza Holocaust Fund, and her and Fat Sagar, I forget his name, and now I guess she got a job at CNN.
A case that was made by...
It's kind of crazy. Like, dude, this is the type of shit, like, look, no anti-Semitism, right? Like, we're talking about Israel, we're not talking about Jews, okay? I just want to stress this real quick. But, like, Blitzer did PR for AIPAC, and he's sitting across from Sabrina Singh, who also did PR for another Israeli organization and also did PR for Israel's genocide. Like, is there a person that has a different point of view here? Like, do we have anybody that can speak on these panels that's like, hey, this is kind of weird?
Demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. He goes on and says more, Sabrina, but those are powerful words.
I think what's also important here is this is an appointee that was not someone that you could base views. Issued a very public resignation. And the fact that he's also said that Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the United States, a case that was made by Donald Trump multiple times and many other officials in this administration, including the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying that Iran posed an immediate threat to the United States. And he's someone that clearly had access to intelligence matters, saying that they did not. I think you could potentially see other resignations from this administration, people deep within the MAGA base that do not support this war of choice. And frankly, it is a war of choice. It is something that the president chose to do. And he has said, kind of on his own conscience, that he decided to initiate this war as well.
Yeah, he even said that he got Israel on board.
Yes.
But in this letter, Joe Kent says he believes that this is...
Wait, I'm sorry. So now we believe Donald Trump at CNN? That's awesome. No. When Donald Trump first said we did this for Israel, but then he the next day said, no, actually, I got Israel on board. So we're choosing to believe the I got Israel on board statement that literally goes against the overwhelming majority of people on the Democratic Party side and on the Republican Party side that has actively said this war is being waged at the behest of Israel. That's awesome.
Is started because of pressure from Israel and its American lobby. I'm wondering, General, what you think about one of the last lines here. He says, you can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further toward decline and chaos. You hold the cards. I'm wondering at this point, several weeks into this war, you have Iran saying that the Strait of Hormuz will never go back to the conditions where it was before. How do you chart a new course?
He needs to cut his losses, that being President Trump. He needs to cut his losses and shut this down as quick as he possibly can. That would be the best thing at this solution. You know, I'm not sure if he's got the capability, the wherewithal to actually do that politically. But I mean, this is not going well, and it's going to get worse. And bully for Mr. Joe Kent for having the political courage to stand up for what he believes. You know, this is a guy that's a big-time MAGA supporter, has always been, very much like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who you had on your show yesterday. Mm-hmm. I mean, these are significant resignations from the MAGA world, and people need to take note. And I hope that this leads to the resignation of other members of the administration, because he is absolutely spot on target. This is not in the best interest of the United States to continue this war, and President Trump needs to shut it down as quickly as he possibly can.
Let me read another sentence or two from his resignation letter.
We got general anti-Semitism over here. Hold on. Excuse me, sir. I didn't know you got your rank at Anti-Semitism University. Okay, what do you mean? We got to nip this shit in the bud. We got to stop this and take the first exit ramp. Hold on now. Not allowed.
As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times, and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people nor justifies the cost of American lives.
Yeah. No, I mean, we've already seen 13 American service members die in this war. Over 200 have been injured, and their conditions have ranged from very serious to some have been returned to duty. But I think, you know, we've heard Pete Hegseth say this time and again that more Americans could lose their lives. And I think this level.
What is this? What? Up to 80,000 Iranians have died protesting a regime, but 3 weeks of joint U.S.-Israeli attacks have failed to deliver the freedom for which they sacrificed their lives. 80,000? 80,000? Iran killed 80. Dude, Iran killed 10 million. Okay? Iran killed 20 million. Iran killed 1 billion Iranians. Iran killed 7 billion Iranians in a matter of 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 80,000? I'm stupid. How important was this guy for the administration? I mean, he was the director of the National Counterterrorism Council, the Counterterrorism Center. Like, he is the head of counterterrorism for the American government. An incredibly high-ranking individual in the admin.
Makes it very clear, is that worth it? Is that worth the cost? And this is someone that's obviously gone to war on behalf of our country and seen the cost that it takes, not just on the people who are putting their lives on the line, but
like, here's the thing. During the Biden administration, no such high-ranking official ever quit throughout the genocide, okay? There were people that quit in the Biden admin as well, if you recall, right? But they were never at this level. When Biden was allowing Israel to do the Holocaust on the Palestinian population with unlimited support, there was never a person at this level that quit in that process. All the people that quit were in much lower ranking positions in the admin.
On the country. And so I think it is really important that not only is he putting this out today, but this is someone that is a deep figure within the MAGA base and someone that is aligned with the president and is breaking very publicly with him.
And it's personal for him, as you noted, Wolf, that his wife was killed in Syria in 2019 by an ISIS bomber. You know, I just want to go back to you, General. Clearly, you don't agree with this war. But at the same time, Israel is saying that it has taken out more top Iranian officials, including one who has been overseeing a lot of what Iran has been doing in its counterattacks. And I just wonder if you see any progress, any benefit so far from this war in terms of safety toward the United States because of some of the people who have been taken out.
First of all, I commend the military performance thus far in the war. I mean, it's been superb. And look, no one's shedding any tears.
Bro, he's clearly an anti-Semite and his butt hurt. We aren't doing this to Mexico or Cuba. I mean, I don't think he would give a f if we were doing this to Mexico or Cuba. But I suspect that the motivating principle here is not anti-Semitism. Self-preservation, absolutely. But I don't think anything that he is saying is with the exception of the, Israel goaded us into going to war with Iraq. I mean, Israel did absolutely push for the Iraq war. Anyone that says that's not the case is a liar. But like the calculation was not like, it's not even comparable with respect to the Iraq war versus the Iran war. You cannot compare these two things as far as like how much of a factor Israel was. Okay. In Iraq, Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu literally came to Congress and said, oh, this is going to be great. It's awesome. Right. Sure. Did that help convince some people? I'm sure it did. But Iraq was America in the driver's seat. Okay. The United States of America, for reasons outside of what might be beneficial for Israel, wanted to go to Iraq. Okay. Iran, on the other hand, has a lot more to do with Israel. That is such an insane, disgusting take. What's insane, disgusting take? You can definitely compare them. Bibi was a main influence in the Iran war. He was a supporting influence in the Iraq war. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Benjamin Netanyahu, at the time, the idea that Joe Kent is anti-Semitic. Wait, what? I mean, he was like Groyper affiliated for years before he decided to push back against the Groyper shit. So I don't, it wouldn't surprise me if, I think most of these guys are anti-Semitic. Who gives a shit? This has nothing to do with this calculation. Like, what? Hello? Guys, I need you to wake the f up, okay? A lot of people in this administration are anti-Semitic. They're also pro-Israel, and that's what matters, okay? Candace Owens was anti-Semitic. Candace Owens was anti-Semitic when Ben Shapiro hired Candace Owens. But Candace Owens back then was pro-Israel. It was only after Candace Owens became anti-Semitic and anti-Israel that Ben Shapiro said, you're fired. Okay, that's it.
For the Khomeini's demise and a new Ayatollah and the aggressive nature that they have had towards in the region and been a threat in the region. I mean, I'm all for doing something about the Iranians, but we were not provoked. And the problem here is that we're in the middle of a long war, at least a long war for them. I mean, I remember what Henry Kissinger said about Vietnam. He said that the Americans will lose by not winning, and the Vietnamese will win by not losing. The Iranians just want to sustain themselves, stay in power as long as they possibly can, continue to harass the United States, like attacking Baghdad and the embassy there and whatnot, and stay alive long enough so that they can claim victory. And that's what they will do if they do this long enough.
Let's go actually to the White House, where we're going to find our Kevin Liptak, who's been tracking any responses coming from the administration. What's the latest, Kevin?
Yeah, nothing official yet from the president, although we are expecting to see him any moment now in the Oval Office with the Taoiseach of Ireland. He's here for St. Patrick's Day. But you do hear, officials who are within the Trump orbit beginning to sound off on this. One former White House official described Joe Kent as an egomaniac, someone who is resigning this position in quite a high-profile fashion. And I think that is probably along the lines of what we will hear from the president if and when he decides to respond to this. But I do think it will be difficult for him to entirely dismiss this resignation as someone, with Trump derangement syndrome, as someone who is a Trump enemy, as he does so often, just because Joe Kent has so often aligned himself with the president. He is of the MAGA wing of the party. That's how he ran as a candidate for Congress 2 times in Washington state, and it is why he was selected for this position in the first place. His confirmation position was not an easy one by any means. He was, very narrowly confirmed by the Senate, and all of these questions about conspiracies around the 2020 election, about potential ties to white nationalists, all arose in his confirmation hearings. And for all of those reasons, I think it will be difficult for the president to sort of entirely distance himself from this individual who is now coming out very publicly decrying some of the perceived rationale for the war in Iran. And I do think it will also put in a very difficult position Joe Kent's boss, the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who has espoused, in previous lives, the very same positions about questioning the adventurism of previous iterations of the Republican Party, questioning nation-building pursuits. She, too, was a veteran, just like Joe Kent, and so putting her, I think, in a difficult position. But certainly we expect to hear from the president very soon, and hopefully he will be asked about all of this.
We'll see what he says. All right, Kevin Liptak, thank you very, very much. I want to bring in CNN K-File senior editor Andrew Kaczynski, who's joining us on the phone. Andrew, I know you had previously reported that Joe Kent gave a previously unreported interview back in 2022 to Grayson Arnold, a Nazi sympathizer and white nationalist. A spokesperson for Kent, who was then running for Congress at the time, said, and I'm quoting him now, Joe Kent had no idea who that individual was when he encountered him on the street, and Joe Kent has repeatedly condemned the statements that the individual is accused of making, end quote. Andrew, what more can you tell us about Kent's past?
Well, look, Joe Kent's resignation is dramatic, but it's really not particularly surprising if you look at his record. He's a former Green Beret. He did numerous tours overseas. His first wife, Shannon, was a military member who was killed overseas in a suicide bombing in Syria that targeted U.S. troops. What's remarkable here, too, is that he entered politics in 2021 to primary a Republican who had actually voted to impeach Trump. He had 2 failed bids for Congress. And when he entered politics, he specifically said it was in part because he witnessed, and this is a direct quote from one of his videos launching his campaign, the failures of the government establishment in keeping us at war in the Middle East, watching officials, as he said, quote, lie about regime change wars. And during that campaign, both campaigns, he railed against the military-industrial complex. He railed against endless wars. In one of the interviews he gave, he literally said, let's not start a new war with Iran. That was a 2021 interview. At the same time, as you mentioned, he has been a polarizing figure during his congressional run. He did face repeated scrutiny over contacts with far-right figures and extremist figures, which he later disavowed. And of course, he works for Tulsi Gabbard, who before joining the administration had a long history of opposing war with Iran. And not that long ago, just 5-6 years ago, she was literally selling, as she ran for Congress, merchandise that said no war with Iran on her campaign website. So this also puts a lot of questions at her, as has been mentioned here. But ultimately, I do think that his resignation here reflects his longstanding opposition to American intervention abroad.
I'm here. Respect by Andrew there, by the way, K-File, giving the appropriate context rather than just like leaning into the, well, he's a real dangerous anti-Semite. I mean, he's just like straight up. Like this dude has been anti-interventionist from the jump, came into the administration, although he like hung out with like right-wing extremists, as many of these. I mean, the president, guys. I don't know if you guys know this, but the president of the United States of America had dinner with Nick Fuentes and Kanye West, okay? Lest you forget. "17 days of Operation Epic Chungus, Epic Fortnite Chungus. The Iranian retaliation has shown the world that America is incapable of defending its allies, incapable of defending its own assets. Just completely incapable."
It's a great thing. My son and my family, we have a great golf complex in Ireland, one of the best in the world, called Doonbeg. It's in Doonbeg. And it's been amazing. And Rory McIlroy loves it. They all love it. Great golfers. You have a tremendous golf tradition. And it was chosen for the Irish Open, which is a big deal. That's a big event.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Everybody wants me to be there. You just said, I hope you're going to go.
I did.
And we're going to try. We are going to try. But it would be an honor. But it was a great honor to be chosen. They only choose the best courses in the world for the, for the big opens. It's one of the big ones, the Irish Open. It's really become one of the most important tournaments in the world. It's going to do. I hear it's going to be a fantastic success.
Be a great success.
Yeah. It's a very, very hard. It's a very hard course.
What progress have you made, Mr. President, in getting America's allies to assist the U.S. in escorting those oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we don't need too much help, and we don't need any help, actually. In fact, we just put out a notice. I was watching over the last couple of weeks, and all of our NATO allies were very much in favor of what we did. They thought it was very important. We were just discussing it, actually. Very important that we take out the nuclear threat from Iran, and we've done that very strongly, very powerfully. We've wiped out their Navy, wiped out their military in every aspect. Their Air Force is now decimated. They have no Air Force, no Navy. They have no radar. Their radar is entirely gone. Their anti-aircraft machinery is gone. Everything is gone. Their leaders are gone. I guess one of their top person was, they say, a lot of people say their actual top was killed yesterday, along with somebody else who was responsible for the killing. The man that was responsible for the killing of 32,000 people over the last 2 weeks, he was in charge of the killing of protesters. It's an evil group. I mean, they've killed much more than 32,000 people. And the man who was responsible for that was also killed yesterday. And all of the NATO allies agreed with us. But they don't want to, despite the fact that we help them so much, we have thousands of soldiers in different countries all over the world. And they don't want to help us, which is amazing. I mean, amazing. And I didn't do a full court press. Because I think if I did, they probably would be. But we don't need help. That war has been long prosecuted, as far as I'm concerned, almost from day one. We knocked out many of these things. We knocked out the Navy essentially in a couple of days. But I was surprised to see that NATO, while they agreed that it was a very important thing to do, they agree fully. Nobody said, "Oh, you shouldn't do it." They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month of when we had the B-2 bombers bomb the nuclear potential. I call it the nuclear dust. So I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake. And I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test, because we don't need them, but they should have been there. The other thing is
He's like a baby. He's like a child. He's mad like a child. First, the Omani foreign minister came out and revealed that there was a deal on the table that met Trump's demands, but that he instead chose war. And now it is revealed that the British National Security Advisor was also part of the talks, and he too attests to the fact that A, there was no imminent threat from Iran, B, Trump could have gotten a surprisingly good deal if he stuck to diplomacy. But the perhaps most damning quote in the story comes at the end, attributed to an unnamed diplomat. We regarded Witkoff and Kushner as Israeli assets that dragged the president into a war he wants to get out of. On the negotiations front, Witkoff and Kushner are unreliable and are totally seen as Israeli agents by other parties involved with the meetings. Lindsey Graham literally openly admitted that he went to Israel numerous times in order to get the right information from Israeli agents so he could sell this war to Donald Trump. Both Donald Trump and Marco Rubio and numerous other officials at this point have said this is Israel's war and we're fighting it for them. And yet saying it out loud is considered anti-Semitic by the very same institutions that absolutely know this is Israel's war that America is waging on its behalf. It's ridiculous. Okay, it's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. If you say we went to war for Israel and that's good, there's no problem. If you say we went to war for Israel and that's bad, you're a bigot. Yeah. The pro-Israel hawks upset at me because Joe Kent is listing Israel's influence in this war as a part of the rationale. Might I suggest the president and Secretary of State stop talking about Israel's influence on getting into this war and offer other rationale that is even remotely plausible that justifies American troop deaths and $100 billion taxpayer commitment. Tim Miller is right, okay? He's right. The idea that this is the dynamic. This is straight up the dynamic. If you say we went to war for Israel and that is good, there's no problem. If you say we went to war for Israel and that is bad, you're a bigot. It's the same principle that mainstream media applies to Zionism and its conflation to Judaism. If you say Israel is the Jewish state, and that's a good thing and we must defend them, then it's good. It's fine. Jake Tapper does it all the time. If you say Israel is the Jewish state and that's a bad thing and we can't defend them, then you're anti-Semite. And the truth is, you know, it is anti-Semitic to just be like, no, this is actually being done for Judaism. But it's crazy. Americans oftentimes have a hard time grasping nuance. But this situation, like this design, this double standard is so silly that the average American looks at it and goes, nah, this is up. I don't like it. That's it. Yeah, Jake Tapper is retweeting that Kent is an anti-Semite. Now, let's talk about why Israel killed Ali Larijani if he's actually dead. There's a high likelihood that he is. Like I said, Israel oftentimes lies about everything, but the one thing that they don't lie about is usually high-profile assassinations, right? Trita Parsi says, I see 3 potential motivations behind the assassination attempt. 1, Israel is trying to literally kill off Trump's off-ramps. Larijani was not only a key figure within the regime who had emerged as the chief consensus builder, but also to kill off Trump's off-ramps, literally someone whose favored talks to the U.S. and who could build consensus within the system for an Iranian off-ramp at some point. He also favored de-escalation with the GCC states and supported Pezeshkian's message on that point, though not the apology. There had been some efforts by Larijani to speak directly with senior Trump officials in December, for instance, to prevent the war. The Israelis want the war to continue to degrade Iran's military capabilities further, to shift the balance in the region in Israel's favor for years to come. They have fought for more than 2 decades to get the U.S. to go to full war with Iran, and having finally achieved that goal, they do not want Trump to cut the war short. Without figures like Larijani and the Iranian system, Trump's pathways to ending the war just got narrower. Number 2, the U.S.-Israeli strategy may be shifting back to regime decapitation. The reason for this is that it's becoming increasingly clear that reopening the Straits of Hormuz militarily is simply too risky, and there is no international coalition willing to support Trump. But the Straits must be reopened from Trump's perspective because of the impact on energy markets, which eventually will impact gas and food prices in the U.S. and push Trump's own base to turn against this war. But if he cannot open it militarily, then the original idea of regime implosion may prove another path. As such, the killing of Larijani may have been seen as a second bite at the apple. The first bite, the assassination of Khamenei, did not yield results. But a few more assassinations of key figures may, the thinking would go. Now, there is no proof that this is successful. As a matter of fact, there's proof that this has been unsuccessful, right? I mean, they closed the Strait of Hormuz after Khamenei was killed. And they have a decentralized mosaic structure in their defenses anyway. And that's precisely the reason why they've been actively pummeling the Gulf states and Israel as well, and destroying American assets in the region and killing American troops in the region since the decapitation strike took place. So the idea that like Larijani's assassination would do anything but piss off Iran further and cause them to continue their war efforts is ridiculous. But once again, it ties back to Israel's ambitions of destabilizing Iran. Number 3, opportunity. The assassination may have also simply occurred because the opportunity presented itself rather than having been motivated by either a shift in strategy or a sabotage effort by the Israelis to kill off Trump's off-ramps. Either way, while this undoubtedly is a significant tactical blow to the Islamic Republic, it is difficult to envision it considerably impacting Tehran's war execution. Plans for these eventualities had already been established during the June war. Moreover, when relatively moderate voices have been killed by Israel, they have more often than not been replaced by a younger generation of more hawkish voices who oppose Iran's policy of strategic patience, who oppose the June ceasefire, and who currently oppose any de-escalation or ceasefire. Whether this was Israel's intent or not, the most likely outcome, nevertheless, is the destruction of potential off-ramps for Trump. Former Deputy Secretary General of the UN and Foreign Minister of Sweden also responds to Trita Parsi's assessment and says, Ali Larijani was one of the key leading figures in the end favoring the nuclear deal JCPOA in 2015. I had long and constructive talks in Tehran with him as the speaker of the Mejlis at the time. Are off-ramps people to negotiate with? Off-ramps as in the people on the Iranian government side that are willing and interested in having talks with the Americans, okay? Ali Larijani is one of those people. While he is seen as a unification figure inside of Iran due to his interest in in holding the more moderate forces together alongside the IRGC. He's still more of a hardliner than, Khamenei was. However, in the current administration officials that remain in Iran, he was one of the only that has actually talked to the American side in the past. So killing him would be killing him basically kills the opportunity to come to the table and engage in a sincere ceasefire effort. So Israel is assassinating regime targets that are interested in dealing with America. At the end of this military campaign, there is going to be a point where America and Iran are going to get to they're going to come to the table. The problem is the Israeli side keeps killing all the people that would be willing to talk to the Americans. And the Iranians are responding by putting a person in their stead that is more hardliner than the past person that was assassinated. This already happened with Khamenei's son. Mojtaba Khamenei is seen as a much more anti-Western figure than his father was. What's the point? The point is Israel wants to continue destabilizing Iran and continue sucking America in to a longer war effort that they will not directly participate in. Israel is not going to put their sons and daughters on the ground in Iran. Israel knows that they can get American boots on the ground, however. That's it. And if they invade Iran militarily, this might actually devastate the American economy. It might collapse what remains of confidence that people have in America being a stabilizing figure in the world. But it's very obvious that Israel doesn't make these calculations. Israel is thinking, oh, well, America is the most powerful military on the planet, which is true. So if they go in, even if America actually suffers devastating blows in the hands of the Iranians, there will only be more appetite for death and destruction on Iran by the American public. They're gambling here. Their bargain is they can get America into this long war. They can push America into this long war with boots on the ground, military occupation. They don't care about the logistical hurdles that America simply cannot overcome at this stage. They just want short-sighted death and destruction of Iran. They want the Iranian state to collapse. Why, though, Israel doesn't care about their troops dying? They absolutely do. A source familiar with private plans and discussions tells me Ali Larijani was, for the U.S. and Israel, the most favored transitional candidate as of September 2025, but became a target early February 2026. Vote blue or Netanyahu. Yeah. The source said Larijani became a target when he pushed for crackdown on protesters, took front seat in lashing out against U.S. and Israel, assumed key role in strategizing the IRGC kinetic actions, in particular against the Gulf states. Anyway, let's continue with this.
And I think, very important, we didn't have to be there for Ukraine. Biden chose to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine. And I guess the head of Germany just made a statement that, they weren't involved and they have nothing to do with the war. But at the same time, they think we did a great thing by knocking them out. Nobody wants to have Iran, or anybody, but nobody wants to have Iran with a nuclear, because these people are crazy. They're absolutely crazy, and they're vicious, violent. I mean, they kill, think of it. They killed, now I hear it's about 41,000 people. They put out a notice 2 days ago. Anybody that protests will be immediately shot and killed. That's pretty tough stuff. So everyone agrees with us, but they don't want to help. And we as the United States have to remember that, because we think it's pretty shocking.
President Macron has just said in the last hour that he will never join a task force in the Strait of Hormuz until hostilities finish. Yet yesterday you said...
Who said that? Who said?
President Macron of France. What's your reaction to that, sir?
Well, he'll be out of office very soon, so we'll have to see. I don't know.
Mr. President, on Doonbeg, you're building an extension to it at the moment, but there's been an objection put in, and it's being held back at the moment due to small snails. What are you disappointed about that?
Planning Commission is
I have not heard that. No.
Planning
Mr.
Commission.
Mr. President. I mean, the course was built and it's been operated very successfully. Somebody's objecting. Human and environmental group is objecting to.
What the?
Mr. President.
Okay, I'm not alone. I guess they're having issues too, huh?
At least. Qatar has been great. UAE has been absolutely been great. Saudi Arabia has been terrific. Bahrain has been very good. The Middle Eastern countries have been very strong in their support. And of course, Israel has been our partner. Israel's been very, very strong, along with us.
What the? That's not on my end.
Against Iran. If you look back ago, I talked about Iran was a big threat to this country, to this world of ours. And turned out to be, I was right. In fact, I said you have to attack Karg Island. You have to attack them years ago when they were acting up. They've been acting up for 37, 47, I guess now 48 years. For 48 years, they've been bad players, vicious players, and you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they got a nuclear weapon, I would say they would have used it within 24 hours after having it. And they would have had it if we didn't bomb them out from that great raid with the.
Yeah, if they had a nuclear weapon, Israel and America wouldn't be doing what they're doing currently, just so you understand. You know, just so we're clear, if they had nukes, there would be regional stability.
B-2 bombers 8 months ago or so, you would have had a nuclear war in the Middle East and maybe beyond. I think it would have hit Europe. Maybe not Ireland, but it would have hit Europe. I think you would have been a nice piece of it. It all gets you. It's big enough that you would have been affected. They would have hit Europe eventually.
Mr. President, your director of national counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying for years that President...
Yeah, this is also crazy. Oh, dude, yeah, our head of counterterrorism was actually weak on terrorism. He was weak on countering terrorism. If you thought he was weak on security, why would you hire him as the lead on counterterrorism is the question that any competent journalist should be asking the president currently.
They should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if, I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s over there, loaded with cash? Hundreds of millions of dollars. You would have been very happy. This was a wonderful, they sent hundreds of millions. People forget that. Does anybody remember? Right? You remember. Hundreds of millions of dollars in a Boeing 757. I think they had two of them loaded. They took the seats out and they put cash. And it was so much that there wasn't a bank in Virginia, Maryland, or D.C. that had any money left. They stripped them of all their money, put it into place, sent it to Iran, almost as ransom. That's not going to happen with Trump. And nobody ever did anything about it. Nobody ever said anything about it. Can you imagine if I did that? So they've been a threat for a long time. But they've really been a threat. If I didn't terminate Obama's horrible deal that he made, the Iran nuclear deal, you would have had a nuclear war 4 years ago. You would have had nuclear holocaust. And you would have had it again if we didn't bomb the site. So when somebody is working with us that says they didn't...
This is all bullshit. Like every single thing that he's saying here is Iran was not a nuclear threat. Iran was not an imminent threat. Iran having nukes obviously is something that the American government and the Israeli government would never allow them to have. Like, you don't want any foreign adversary to have nukes, clearly. But if we're if we're pulling ourselves out, like, because you're not the American government, I'm not the American government, you're an ordinary American citizen. If you're like looking at this seriously, of course, Iran and every other foreign adversary or any other nation in the periphery having nukes objectively leads to them being able to develop in the ways that they want to. It allows them to have sovereignty. So that's just facts, okay? If Iran had nukes, the region would be more stable because Israel would not be able to behave in the belligerent ways that it is behaving currently. Obama has literally been out of office for a decade, but this old man refused to let his petty grievances go. Yes, Obama was the last effort. Obama was the last effort. The JCPOA was an objectively good deal for American interests that was dealing with Iran through sanctions relief and dealing with Iran through diplomacy, something that they were very clearly interested in doing, especially because Ali Khamenei had a fatwa on no nuclear weapons regardless, right? And all of the the uranium enrichment that they were engaging in after Donald Trump came in and destroyed the JCPOA was simply so they can have an upper hand and leverage in the negotiations. Agree 90%, but they didn't allow inspection of certain sites. That's not true. Iran was faithfully following through on the JCPOA agreements through and through. That's just not correct. Because the JCPOA was not just a bilateral commitment between the United States of America and Iran. The JCPOA is a multilateral agreement that actually brought in China, Russia, and the European Union as collaborative partners. The International Atomic Energy Agency had literal round-the-clock surveillance inside of Iranian facilities, and I believe they still do for many of the facilities that haven't been destroyed or whatever. So the idea, they had cameras on the enrichment sites. So the idea that Iran was sneakily still developing a nuclear weapon is incorrect. At least during I remember reading something like that in 2018. I wasn't fully aware. Yes, that was a lie. You got duped by Israeli pro-Israel media. Okay. As a matter of fact, I will go so far as to say that not only was Iran abiding by their commitments to the JCPOA, they continue to do so after Trump openly said, we're throwing the JCPOA in the pile. It's over. It's done. I'm ripping it apart. Iran still continued abiding by it. Iran was still continuing to abide by the agreements. Okay. Like the agreements outlined in the JCPOA. And not only were they continuing to follow in good faith the negotiations and the limits that were placed, they even allowed European investigators access into the sites after Donald Trump said that he was throwing this deal in the pile. Okay. It was only after Donald Trump added secondary sanctions to the IRGC and secondary sanctions to Iran did they say, all right, we're going back to nuclear grade uranium enrichment. And they started enriching uranium beyond the civilian limit that they had previously abided by. Okay. That was only after. It wasn't even after Donald Trump said openly the JCPOA is done. They did it after Trump added sanctions. And the reason why they actually started enriching uranium once again beyond the civilian levels was so they can establish leverage in the next round of talks that would inevitably take place. That was the reality. And there was literally here in 2018, just like with the Iraq WMD situation, just like with the Iraq WMD lie, when there were international investigators that actually said, no, America is lying. We've seen the sites that they claim have WMDs. These sites do not have weapons of mass destruction. And America said, you, okay? The exact same thing happened with Iran complying with the nuclear deal restrictions, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency report in 2018. Okay? Iran has remained within the main restrictions on its nuclear activities imposed by a 2015 deal with major powers, a confidential report by the UN Atomic Watchdog indicated on Thursday. America lied about it, though. The Trump administration said, nuh-uh, that's not true, for no reason other than the fact that Israel did not want this deal to stand. That's it.
Didn't think Iran was a threat. we don't want those people because, and there are some people, I guess I would say that, but they're not smart people or they're not savvy people. Iran was a tremendous threat. And virtually every NATO nation, and this is the thing, if they told me it wasn't a threat, and therefore they don't want to help, but when they say it was a threat, and it was a major threat, every one of them, I think every one of them, I don't know of one that said they're not a threat.
It is not Israel. Please read the relevant sections of that paper. Which path the project explicitly lines this out to make the deal appealing to international powers so that any lack of compromise from IR would be seen by global powers as they brought it on themselves? Do you know of that paper released by CSIS, I believe? Read mine, please. It is not Israel. Please read the relevant sections of that paper. Anyone that tries to tell me that Israel wasn't the primary spoiler of this multilateral deal that was placed, that was literally put in place even before Barack Obama, like the Iran denuclearization agreement took a decade to accomplish, okay? It took a decade to accomplish. It required China and Russia's cooperation. It required European partners' cooperation. The International Atomic Energy Agency is basically an institution that is 90% tasked with Iran. That's it. That's like the only, it's crazy because like, you would think that they are actually abiding by like the non-proliferation treaties and taking a look at like every country with nuclear arms and you know, their nuclear facilities and what kind of nuclear warheads they have. No, it is almost entirely tasked. 90% of all of their efforts are specifically designed around ensuring that Iran is abiding by the standards of the JCPOA. Okay, Israel was the only spoiling party in the JCPOA. They hated it. They hated Obama for accomplishing it. And when they got their guy in charge, Donald Trump, they immediately got Donald Trump to throw it in the pile. So if Larijani's dead truly, which I guess 99% he is, what would be the next move from your perspective? I think that overall IRGC and affiliates should avoid public appearances first and foremost. I mean, yeah, they shouldn't be out and about. I don't know why they would ever put themselves out there, especially when like Israel still has tremendous surveillance capabilities inside of Iran and has like established air superiority when necessary, right? Yeah, I don't really understand why they put themselves out there as sitting ducks. You're telling me Israel killed the last moderate with actual influence inside the Islamic Republic who could have ended this war? Now, why would Israel do that? It's almost like you're saying they are a country driven by an unstoppable lust for war, death, and destruction. What Israel is now doing is eliminating people within the Islamic Republic who advocated for strategic patience and who would be amenable to negotiating an off-ramp in the future. In other words, creating the context for an endless conflict. Going back to the 2015 JCPOA deal, though, that Donald Trump ripped apart, even after Donald Trump said that the Iranian government was not abiding by the agreement, European partners actually counteracted that. They said, no, that's not the case. Iran is actually following the negotiations in good faith, just so you understand. And yet, of course, American media fucking lied about it at the time. I covered it, but no one really gives a shit. Let's be real. Just like right now, there is a heightened amount of scrutiny around like the ways in which Israel operates. And even then, there's still plenty of average normies who don't understand any of this stuff.
But when they say it was a threat, but we're not going to help, I think they're very foolish. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting because I could say this, that what's happening in Ukraine, we're probably in there for $400 billion. We don't spend any money anymore. They buy it from us and they pay full price. But Biden gave them between $350 and $400 billion of equipment.
What a joke. He wasn't a moderate. He was responsible for forced concessions from people. No. That's why I said he's not. He's a moderate in comparison to the current leadership of Iran. Okay? You have to understand, Ali Larijani was considered not a moderate, but pragmatic. Okay? He was in the current administration in Iran, one of the most moderate figures that remain. Okay? People like you, by the way. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying yes. He engaged in tremendous repression against Mossadegists and communists. Yeah, I know, dude. It doesn't matter. Okay? It's so stupid. Yeah, you think I don't know that? What are you talking about? I'm very aware of that. I'm not. Oh my God. These guys. It is utterly irrelevant. now, don't you think? No, he's not wrong. He's trying to do the classic thing where it's like, oh, the IRGC forces were tremendously repressive towards communist Iranians and Iranians that align with your framework, with your perspective. You think I don't know that? I do know that. Yes. Also, what do I always say? Even the most moderate figures, okay, even the most moderate figures within the Iranian government have always been endlessly repressive and very brutal when it comes to their own domestic affairs. Okay? Yeah, I know. Part of that is part of that is the fears that they might lose their grip on power. And part of that is due to instability born out of foreign intervention. But ultimately, it currently doesn't matter. At this stage, it doesn't matter, especially if we're talking about sovereign states communicating with other sovereign states or state versus state violence. It's utterly irrelevant in this process. So yes, it is true that Larijani was very brutal when it came to squashing protests, when it came to cracking down on protesters. That is true. Larijani was the epitome of a power broker. He could work with anyone and has been deep in Iranian power for decades. He was always a principalist, but he was a pragmatist. He had a working relationship with moderates, clerics, and the IRGC, which was basically unique only to him. Yes. His death, if true, means the IRGC will harden their stances and will completely refuse to work with the moderates unless there is another figure in the Iranian government that I don't know about that is capable of bringing these forces together. People who watch you for a few days seem to think you think highly of the Iranian government, even though you criticize them all the time. I guess Americans can't handle criticism of their war without a sentence like the IRGC is very bad. No, the reason for why they get mad at me is because I do also say something that is very frustrating for a lot of people in the diaspora, a lot of people who are very upset with the Iranian government's like domestic repression. And that is, it is utterly irrelevant in this current calculation. Okay? The Iranian government's crackdowns are utterly irrelevant in this calculation. Israel and America has shown that they have no interest in like liberating the Iranian population. I never believed that anyway. I never lent it any credence whatsoever. And I also understand the calculation that foreign adversary governments take when dealing with any sort of domestic instability. That's the reason why people think I'm like sympathetic to the IRGC. Between the IRGC as it stands, the Iranian government, the regime as it stands, is the only hope that the Iranian people have in keeping this country intact. Okay? If the IRGC falls apart, if the current government cannot hold itself together, there is no more Iran. Iran falls into permanent conflict, sectarian violence, ethnic tensions. It gets balkanized by foreign invaders, and it is destroyed. Okay? Thousands of years of culture and history is destroyed. It's gone. Okay? That is the reason why, yes, as far as taking a principled stance against intervention here, yes, I'm saying very openly that the IRGC, regardless of his brutality internally, regardless of his repression, is literally the only hope that Iranians have, 93 million Iranians have, in staving off a balkanized failed state that Iran will become if Israel gets its objectives across. It's possible his power was already waning. I don't know if I trust the claims, but I saw reporting that Larijani was working with Hassan Rouhani behind the scenes to prevent the IRGC from pushing a supreme leader through the assembly until after the war was over. If Larijani is truly gone, the IRGC is the only pillar left with real power. Civilians, clerics, military. Yeah. Wrong assessment, in my opinion. It is the only assessment. It is the only correct assessment. There is no next day plan. Okay. There is no separate government. There is nothing. It's either IRGC or Libya. It's that simple. It's either IRGC or Libya. Anyone that believes that Iran can be balkanized and become a better country as a consequence of that is delusional. More often than not, wrong in that Iran will probably hold itself together regardless. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Balkanized, like as in chopped apart, region by region. Man, you don't have to present every dead Iranian government as some moderate. This guy is the guy who killed all the protesters. Israel, but don't glaze the guy. Just don't mention him. Love you, Hassan. By the way, you're doing it, Tucker Carlson. Jews did this, Jews did that. A sober assessment of Larijani and the role that he could possibly play in the negotiations that you hear not only from me, but from literally like you hear from previous heads of state is not me glazing Iran or glazing Larijani. It's me just giving you the truth, okay? Even if you don't want to hear it. A moderate figure in the Iranian government doesn't have to be a cheery guy, okay? He's not like some bold, brave revolutionary. It's so ridiculous. Also, I don't know what Jews have to do with this at all.
In cash, someday they'll have to find out about the cash. And you could say that wasn't a threat, you know, we're helping them. So we helped them, and they didn't help us, and I think that's a very bad thing for NATO.
Mr. President. Are there any repercussions for NATO, and are you still going to China?
Well, yeah, on China, it's a little different story. We're resetting the meeting, and it looks like it'll take place in about 5 weeks. We're working with China. They were fine with it. We're going to say, I look forward to seeing President Xi. He looks forward to seeing me, I think. But I do look forward to seeing him. We have a good relationship.
Oh, by the way, for the record, another thing that I do sincerely stand on is that, yes, regardless of like what Iran contributed to in Syria, for example, all of that still in mind in this calculation, Iran is better than Israel. Yes, 100%, and better than America too. Regardless of every single death that Iran contributed to in the region, they are still a better force, regardless of every single Iranian that the Iranian government killed. Even with all of that calculation in mind, when you compare it to Israel's actions against people that it currently occupies, the Palestinian people, it's not even a comparison. That's part of the reason why the Israel First crowd has actively said, oh, Iran killed 30,000 people. Iran killed 80,000 people in a matter of a day and a day or two. The reason why they say that is so they can try to bring up in the Western world like the reputation of Iran to like something that's even remotely comparable to what Israel has done to the Palestinians. Okay, the real number is somewhere between 7,000 and possibly like a more liberal estimation would be 10,000, which is an incredibly high number. It's completely unacceptable, but it is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It's utterly irrelevant in this calculation because America is murdering school children. America and Israel are blowing up desalination plants. America and Israel are attacking Iran and decapitating the heads of state with the overarching goal of destabilizing Iran and turning into a failed state. The number of casualties, the number of deaths, the number of displaced will be in the millions. Okay? It's just not even a question.
With China. China actually has become economically for us very good, as you know. It's much different than it was in the past. And we have a very good working relationship with China. So we're making it in about 5 or 6 weeks.
Mr. President, NATO for not supporting you on this. Any repercussions?
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Yeah, 30 to 50,000 deaths in less than a week would leave mass graves visible via satellite. Tons of people actually killed over foreign operatives. Yeah, no, it's just, it's ridiculous. Like I've told you already, it's not only ridiculous, but it's utterly irrelevant, made up. It's completely made up. The idea that like Iran killed, 50,000, 80,000, or even 30,000 people in a matter of 2 days. I think the 10,000 number is already incredibly high. I'm saying like the highest estimates are like the Harana estimates are around 7,000, which I think is it factors in virtually every single person that's being killed. Donald Trump keeps throwing ridiculous numbers around as well. It's just, they're doing it with no care or consideration for people who have actually been killed. They're doing this because they think it's good for propagandizing why they're bombing Iran.
Mr. President, they say what you did is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Mr. President, Iran, because the Iranian regime has told Sky News if you put boots on the ground in Iran, it will be another Vietnam. Are you afraid of that?
No, I'm not afraid of. I'm really not afraid of anything.
Mr. President, are you rethinking the United States' relationship with NATO possibly getting out? Or
Well, I'm disappointed in NATO that we spend trillions of dollars on NATO. Think of it, trillions over the years, many trillions of dollars. It's one of the reasons we have deficits and we help other countries. And when they don't help us, I mean, it's certainly something that we should think about. I don't need Congress for that decision. As you probably know, I can make that decision myself. I'd work with some very smart people. And I'd always deal with Congress anyway, but I don't need Congress for that decision. But, you know, when you say rethink, I have nothing currently in mind, but I will say that I'm not exactly thrilled when we help them with Ukraine. Look, Ukraine would have been over in one day if we didn't help. Frankly, Ukraine would have been over in the first day. They had the best equipment in the world. It was our equipment, given by Sleepy Joe Biden. No charge, no charge. Hundreds of billions of dollars of the best equipment in the world, no charge. I will say that I'm not happy about it.
Mr. President,
Mr.
the relationship with the
questions, one on Iran and one on Cuba. Is Iran now a bigger foreign policy priority for you than China? And on Cuba, the Cuban government.
Iran is just a military operation to me.
Base
Iran
Trump,
is
go Trump,
something that
forever.
Was essentially largely over in 2 or 3 days because the Navy was wiped out almost immediately. The Air Force came next. The anti-aircraft came next. I mean, we're flying over Iran. We could take out their electric capacity in 1 hour. We have all the, there's nothing they can do right now because everything is knocked out. They have no radar, no anti-aircraft. They have nothing. And we don't, and it was a decision I made. We discussed it, Pete, Marco, JD, all of us, Chris, we discussed it. We can knock out their electricity in a matter of minutes if we wanted to. There's nothing they can do about it. We can knock out their oil in Carg Island. The only thing we didn't take down was their oil because if we knock out, I call them the pipes, very complex. But if you do that, it'll take them forever to rebuild, meaning whoever, and hopefully it's a sane group of people, but whoever it is, it's going to be running that, and we're going to try to get people that are going to run it well, and it's going to be a prosperous, wonderful place. It used to be, if you go back, it used to be the people are great, the people are smart and energetic, and it used to be very successful. Now it's a country run by fear. It's a country where they tell protesters, don't go outside because if you do, we're going to kill you.
Why do you hate the Poles and repeat Polish jokes from the 20s when we were not considered white in the same way as the Irish? I love Polish people.
Mr. President.
Well, Cuba right now is
Notice how you had to go back to the 1920s, by the way? We live in 2026. Poland just surpassed Switzerland with its economy. I think you're doing fine, If you have to go back to 100 years in the past for to point to like Polish oppression, it's a little ridiculous. I think Poland's doing fairly well, all things considered, especially as the rest of the European countries are not doing well at all.
Very bad shape. They're talking to Marco, and we'll be doing something with Cuba very soon. We're really focused on this, but we're dealing with Cuba. Marco, do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Yeah, I mean, Cuba has an economy that doesn't work and a political and governmental system they can't fix. It's not dramatic enough. It's not going to fix it. So they've got some big decisions to make over there.
But Secretary Rubio, do you support, and I know this is up to Congress.
I hate this. I hate that they are like also actively warmongering against Cuba and starving Cuba and killing Cubans. It's so nasty.
Do you support easing the trade embargo if you get more cooperation from Havana?
Well, I'm not going to discuss what we would talk about or not. Suffice it to say that the embargo is tied to political change on the island. The embargo is codified. And but the bottom line is their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy.
Yeah, it doesn't work because of our endless repression against the Cuban people. For the record, a lot of people don't understand that, for example, right now, the administration is floating the idea of allowing Cuban Americans to be able to purchase private property in the island, right? This has been a long-standing attitude that the Cuban government has had, okay? In spite of the potential destabilizing repercussions that it might have, it opens up a new front of American intervention in the island. They don't give a shit. They've been saying yes to it since the normalization agreement with Barack Obama. They're fine with it. The only setback against Cuban Americans being able to make investments into the Cuban island is not the Cuban government, it's the American government. This is a lie, okay? This is a lie that the American government actively repeats. It's remarkable. I'll show you. A professor of political science, Orlando J. Perez. Okay. Before you rush to invest in Cuba, it's good to know what U.S. law actually allows. The Cuban Assets Control Regulations, CACR 31 CFR Part 515, prohibits U.S. persons from engaging in virtually any transaction in which Cuba or a Cuban national has an interest, including investments without a specific OFAC license. I also know this from our dealings with even sending humanitarian aid to Cuba. We had to work with the Treasury to be able to get clearances and OFAC, specifically OFAC clearances, so that we can send even one solar panel to the Cuban population. You understand? It's absurd the amount of restrictions that the American government has placed on anyone that wants to help with aid to the Cuban population or anyone that wants to engage in any sort of investment opportunity in Cuba. Literally needs to deal with the American government. No current general license covers what Havana just announced. This is the Cuban embassy in the U.S. that just announced government decision to facilitate the participation of Cubans living abroad in the country's economy, announced by Deputy Prime Minister Paliva Oscar. Allow Cubans living abroad without actual residency in Cuba to participate in or own private businesses in Cuba. We lie and we lie and we say like, oh, Cuba has no private markets whatsoever. Cuba has no small businesses. All of this shit is a lie, okay? They do. Not only do they have, is this presented as like a black market when it's not. It's like the government allows small businesses to operate. But also outside of that, the government has been saying since the Obama administration that they're perfectly fine with foreign Cubans, okay, Cuban Americans investing in businesses inside of Cuba. Anyway, we obviously got into the Cuban part. I'm running ahead of my own commentary here, but I'm not done with the situation monitoring in Iran, especially as new information is coming up.
But we're not ready to leave yet, but we'll be leaving in the near future. We'll be leaving in pretty much the very near future. But right now they've been decimated from every standpoint. And again, we've had great support from countries in the Middle East, great support, but we've had no support from, essentially, no support from NATO.
Mr. President, what about your relationship, Mr. President? What about your relationship with London? Has it been damaged by the fact that Keir Starmer isn't supporting you in this war? And has your opinion of Keir Starmer changed because of this?
Well, he hasn't been supporting a real administration to make a deal. Biden.
It's crazy how bad
but we
the
made a deal.
is. White
For
House,
them,
it seems.
Frankly, probably wasn't appreciated. I do look forward to seeing, but no, I was disappointed because Keir was willing to send 2 aircraft carriers after we won, because essentially there's no threat for the aircraft carriers right now. And I said, no, we
It's literally not true.
want things sent before the war, not after the war is won. So, yeah, I'm disappointed with Keir. I like him. I think he's a nice man, but I'm disappointed.
Mr. President.
You see that man right there? You know who that is?
Churchill. Winston Churchill.
The late, great Winston Churchill. And Barack Hussein Obama did not want his bust in this office. Did you know that? And Barack Hussein Obama sent that bust back to England. They didn't want it. And when I came in, I was asked if I wanted it. I said, absolutely, I want it. And I put it right there, Winston Churchill. And, you know, unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Mr. President, it pissed on me.
No, hold it.
Right. Just could I hold it? Hold it. Just make a number of points. First of all, I think, notwithstanding what has happened, the transatlantic relationship between Europe and the US is very, very important on a number of fronts. And I think we've had issues over the last year or two, but we settled them. And I think many of these leaders engage a review, particularly on trade initially. Remember all the fuss last year, but we got a landing zone between Europe and the US, and I think we can get a landing zone again. And I think I just met with Keir Starmer last week. The British-Irish relationship is a very important one. Churchill was a great wartime leader, although in Ireland there was kind of a different perspective in terms of during our own war of independence and so on. He created his own bit of difficulties for us, but that said, he was a great wartime hero. Keir Starmer has done a lot to reset the Irish-British relationship. I just want to put that on the record. But I do believe that he's a very earnest, sound person who I think you have a capacity to get on with, and you've got on with him before, and you've got on with other European leaders as well. Sure. And I think you have that capacity again, and I think everyone exists. I mean, you cannot have...
It's so funny that this is the one time when Donald Trump is talking about Keir Starmer and saying he's not like Winston Churchill. It's actually good for Keir Starmer. As much as I hate Keir Starmer, he is right to not want to engage Iran militarily at the behest of Israel and America. It's so crazy that this is like causing me to say Keir Starmer is correct on this issue.
A rogue state with a nuclear...
Part of the reason why Keir Starmer has to play a stronger role, of course, is because he has his own domestic problems at the moment. His associations with Epstein affiliates and his party actually cratering in support and losing out to the Green Party is the reason why he literally cannot abide by America's wishes and behave like a vassal that he normally would love to behave as, right? But that is a big part of the consideration here. That's precisely the reason why he has to, play a stronger hand against American demands of intervention.
Weapon, or the capacity for a nuclear weapon. Iran was a sponsor of terrorism. We sanctioned Iran, all European countries did, as a terror, and the IRGC in particular as a terrorist organization. They sponsored Hamas, they sponsored Hezbollah, the Houthis. They created mayhem, a most maligned force in the Middle East. The Irish position has always been, ultimately, can we resolve this can we get peace? And obviously there's preconditions before you get to that situation. We had our own conflict, which went on for 30 years, and we learned a lot from that in terms of how to try and bring about peace. And I think I've listened to you in terms of, you're correct. I mean, our hearts go to the
Michael Martin, dog of the Imperialist era, West Brit cook.
Iranian people
West Brit
who have been repressed and suppressed for so many years.
I saw a piece about Starmer being against the Iraq war, so he might just dislike wars. He loved the Israeli genocide of Palestinians, okay? It has nothing to do with him being an anti-interventionist. He's not. Keir Starmer is not a real human, okay? He's not like a human being with goals, dreams. He is basically a mouthpiece for American and Israeli interests and capitalist interests in the country. The only reason why he has to take a different stance right now and not be a for America and Israel is because, like I said, he has tremendous domestic considerations at play. Okay? Are you an Iranian or a Turkish dog, by the way? I am a dog for the working class, no matter where they are. Okay? I don't make these sorts of like state considerations.
Years, culminating in that savage murder of thousands and thousands of Iranians some months ago. No one was in a position to do anything about that.
I care about ordinary people. Sometimes a state's interests might align with the ordinary people's. In this circumstance, the Iranian state, regardless of its domestic repressions of the past, being intact is going to be beneficial for the ordinary Iranian people. That's it.
I think, and likewise with Ukraine, I mean, the Russians did invade Ukraine, have taxed civilian infrastructure and so on like that. And for the people of Ukraine who just want peace and an opportunity to live, I think we have to continue to work to see, can we bring peace different regime to Iran, where Iranians can live in peace again, and the people in the Middle East can live in peace. And you're doing your bit there in terms of the work in Gaza and so on like that. And I think that's what we want, is a peaceful resolution of conflict. That's where we come from as a small nation.
Right.
We've been peacekeepers all our lives. And we're the longest serving nation in terms of provision of peacekeeping forces in the world, as it turns out. But we think ultimately all conflicts come to an end, and I think we have to try and work towards that end. And I'm sure European leaders and the US administration will engage, and hopefully we can get a landing zone somewhere.
I mean, the only thing, and I agree with everything you said, but we helped with Ukraine.
Yes.
And they don't help with Iran. And they all acknowledge that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. You yourself say, you know, these are horrendous people. These are the worst people, and going back to Hitler, right? Going back to Hitler, these are the worst people. That's a long time ago. And there's been nothing close. Every problem, so many deaths, 90% of the people that got blown up by landmines, they loved them. You know, Soleimani, we killed him. If we didn't, it might be a different story, because he was a horrible person, but he was a very powerful person and leader, smart. But we killed him. If we didn't, I think you'd have it. I did. But I think it would have maybe a different situation. It wouldn't have been so easy as it has been, because it has been very easy. You know, it's all of their military is there, but you can always have somebody drop a mine in the water. It's like terrorism.
Yep.
And then you have the people that own the billion-dollar ship saying, well, let's not move that ship yet because we want. So we thought that Europe would help that, because they do have some minesweepers. But it's amazing that...
No, the real reason why they want an international coalition of the willing is clear. It's because they think they can apply more pressure to the Iranian state to stop if they make it seem as though there is more support for this military campaign beyond America and Israel, regardless of how unpopular it might be in those countries. And it is very unpopular. Okay? That's the reason. It's mostly just symbolic. It's like to basically say the entire world is against Iran. There is a little bit of PR interest here. Okay? That's it. And so far, the European leadership has not budged. They've said, no, we're not doing that, which is good. The irony, of course, is I think, you know, when push comes to shove, if you were to ask, like, whose side are you on? I think most people, not the governments, but most peoples would be in support of the Iranian government over the Israeli or the American one.
It's really simple, Mr. Berman. It's really simple. The people in those countries hate the U.S. military action in Iran. What do we talk about here? Okay, net approval rating, U.S. military action in Iran. In Canada, way underwater, minus 27 points. You think that's low? Thank you, Mr. Berman. You think that's low? Take a look here in Japan. Negative 73 points. My goodness gracious. Way down there.
Canadians, what the is that, man? Minus 27 only? What level of is this, bro?
How about in the UK? We're talking about 34 points underwater. Key U.S. allies, the people in those countries, absolutely despise the U.S. military action in Iran. No wonder the leaders in those countries are, let's just say, a little apprehensive about helping out the U.S.
So compare this to the environment in 2003, and I'm picking that point because that was the beginning of the U.S. intervention war in Iraq. How did people in these countries feel at the beginning of that war compared to now?
Okay, so you see these numbers are quite low. They weren't always this low when it came to U.S. military action in the Middle East, because take a look at this situation. Okay, shift in net approval rating, U.S. military action in Iran now versus in Iraq in 2003. In Canada, way down. We're talking down, get this, 27 points. How about in Japan? Down, way down there, down 45 points. How about in the UK? And of course, there was UK involvement in that particular war. Look at that, down 48 points. So what we're seeing is a massive shift when it comes to how the people, our allies, people in those countries, are viewing the U.S. military action in the Middle East.
This was gross even back then, by the way, but it shows how much more power and dominance America had. You know what I mean?
far less popular this time around. No wonder the leaders in those countries want pretty much absolutely nothing to do.
But this also is a reflection of America's capabilities diminishing as far as manufacturing consent, even at the domestic home front, right? Even at the domestic level, right? Toronto Persians give LA Persians a run for their money. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the ones that are, I've seen the insanity
with this conflict, because they know there are big electoral consequences if they do, and not good electoral consequences.
What's happening overall with views of America abroad?
Yeah, okay.
This man is also misrepresenting this. I bet money the average person in those countries hate America now. My old ass parents were actively hating you guys now. Yeah. I think that the Trump annexation threat was like a atom bomb that woke up a lot of Canadians, which is part of the reason why someone who is like a neoliberal like Mark Carney would come out and be like, oh, we need a new world order for the middle powers. Like, he would have never made a speech like that if he didn't realize that like there is a lot of appetite in Canada to stand up to America, which of course he's not doing in his policies. There's plenty of room for Mark Carney to push back against American interventions, but he's not doing that. It's just like pure aesthetics. But still, it's too early to tell, but I saw someone compare this adventure by the U.S. and the UK to France's attempts during the Suez Crisis. The moment that a global superpower was no longer able to project its power to achieve a major geopolitical objective and proved it was over. I don't think it's too early to tell. I think America's capabilities have diminished dramatically. I think the confidence that people had in America as like the hegemonic superpower is gone. It's obvious, because America was completely incapable of defending its own assets in this region. It showed the world that an American security contract means nothing. It means nothing. It is a pure exposure as far as the paper tiger goes.
So you see these numbers, you see these shifts down in terms of how our allies or folks in those countries view U.S. military.
For the record, that much is clear 17 days in, whether America and Israel somehow through a Hail Mary pull through or not. Do you understand? Because like America and Israel could still, I don't know, deploy the metric ton equivalent of multiple nukes on Iran, and somehow like there's pure destabilization, you know, make the Iranian population really suffer something, right? There's always more appetite for death and destruction. Let's say they accomplish their goal and create a failed state in Iran. That still doesn't change the reality that in the first 17 days of Operation Epic Chungus, Epic Fortnite Chungus, the Iranian retaliation has shown the world that America is incapable of defending its allies, incapable of defending its own assets, just completely incapable.
Action in the Middle East. You see how unpopular it is this time around. Canada, Japan, the UK. And this is just part of a larger picture, Mr. Berman. A larger picture. Favorable view of the U.S. in 2025 versus 2024, of course. Donald Trump being the president in 2025, Joe Biden being the president of the United States in 2024. Look at this. Favorable view of the U.S. down 79% of 24 countries' residents asked. The bottom line is this. The folks overseas are far less likely to view the U.S. favorably, and those chickens, they're coming home to roost in this situation, as there's very little support abroad for the U.S. military action in Iran.
Yeah, I don't understand why. Oh, man, these guys just don't understand how hot we are, I think. Everything else aside, Joe Kent's resignation clearly rattled the administration, and it goes to show you what a massive moral and strategic failure it was that supposedly more principled restrainers did not. Yeah, hard quote. Lies written in ink cannot disguise facts written in blood. America makes every bullet for the federal government in one site. They make every artillery shell on another single site, which is actually just the other side of the same building. We can make like 50 Tomahawks a year, and those are built in one building. We demolished our defense industrial base and are now shocked that we can't fight for more than like a week. Yeah. We're so cooked. We're so cooked. We're so incredibly cooked. I think that's so crazy. People are so goddamn desperate. Is Big Yahoo really dead? When is the celebration? Big Yahoo doesn't appear on official panels. Son hasn't tweeted in almost a week. Continuously posts videos that are immediately debunked as AI. Yeah, he's dead.
פה עם שיר ושיר. איזה יופי פה.
תודה רבה.
תודה,
איזה
תודה לכם.
אלופים, תודה רבה.
תודה לכם. טוב, קצת לספוג שמש. תודה לכם. של מי הכלב? שלה. איזה סוג זה?
כנענית, ישראלית.
כנענית ישראלית, כל הכבוד. טוב, גם לה מגיע קצת.
ישראלית אמיתית.
יאללה, לכולכם מגיע.
Bro, do they got the best AI? Because, like, how is this AI? Like, people are saying this is AI. I saw that he has a disappearing ring. Like, look, he has a ring in his finger. Look, watch this. Ring is gone. But I think it's just artifacting. Like, I think old footage from COVID, they got masks on. No, dude. No. Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu's guard, his like, closest security always wears a mask. Have you guys never seen, like, Mossad agents always wear a mask? People in the IDF also that do war crimes always wear a mask. It's not from COVID. The mask thing is normal. But yeah, people were saying like he has a ring on this finger right here. Look. He has a ring on the finger.
גם לה מגיע קצת. יאללה, לכולכם מגיע. יצאתם להתעורר קצת.
And then it's gone. But I don't know if it's like actually gone or if the video just like due to artifacting or something, or maybe like due to a filter. It could be a reason why people wear masks regularly. Yeah, IDF is not wearing masks for COVID-related reasons. Oh my God, why are the COVID conscious like this? It's so weird to me that every time the mask conversation comes up, someone who's COVID conscious has to immediately be like, no, actually, people do still wear masks. Yes, they do, but this is not the reason why you think they're wearing masks, okay? They're wearing masks because they want to hide their identities. It's not because they have on COVID. Shut up. I know COVID still exists. Oh my God. I understand that. There's a difference here. ICE agents, for example, don't wear masks because of COVID. ICE agents wear masks because they want to hide their identity. We all should wear masks for both reasons. Why? Because one, long COVID, and two, because we're IDF and don't want to be charged in the future for war crimes. What do you mean we all should wear masks for both reasons?
יפה מאוד. תראה, על ירושלים יש משהו יותר יפה מזה? אין על ירושלים, אין, נהדר.
Yeah, see, his ring is back. Yeah, I think it's just like a weird artifacting in the video.
משהו יותר יפה מזה? אין על ירושלים, אין, נהדר. הוא השתגע מזה. תשמע, אני זוכר את זה. אתה זוכר?
I think it's made people go crazy mode. The skin texture and camera depth of field is hella weird. Maybe not AI, it was a weird ass video. Dude, it's like AI can be a completely made up incident, or it could just be like AI causing these kinds of weird things because like they edited it with AI. It's just not, this doesn't meet as AI.
זה היה במטוס. אוקיי, תמסרו לו דש. איזה יופי. שלום. שלום לכם. גם אתם יצאתם קצת להתעורר?
יצאתי קצת להתעורר. כמובן שיש מרחב מוגן במקום כזה.
מרחב מוגן? איפה את יודעת?
ממש שמה, בטח. א' ב' זה לבדוק.
כמה צעדים מכאן, נכון?
כמה צעדים.
יופי, זה הכי חשוב.
צעד לנצח ואנחנו נשמור על עצמנו.
It's most likely either a filter or artifacting. I don't think this video is proof that he's dead. What's even crazier that this was never a question 2 years ago. Yeah, I mean, technology has improved dramatically and it's breaking people's brains, I think. It's not even I think, I know it is. What is this dog? He might be dead. Is really trying to Ayatollah AI post to fight back?
מה שאלת אותי?
ראש הממשלה אומרים ברשת שאתה בכלל מת?
אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות?
אתה יכול להראות לנו?
פה. היית? לחיים.
אתה חושב המסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים?
לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה, נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד, אנחנו עושים... מה שאלת אותי?
Hassan Brain is bye-bye. It's not proof that he's dead, but it's definitely AI. Why would he be in the fucking countryside right now? I don't know. I think him not attending the one like ward council meeting, that was weird. His son not tweeting, even though he's a prolific tweeter, that's weird. But all this other shit is just like frying people's brains and they think everything is AI. This all feels like some blue sky hysteria that breached containment. Yeah. Zoomers don't know, but before allegations of AI, we had this. Does Hillary have a body double? Bizarre conspiracy theory claims to be pneumonia-stricken candidate has been replaced by a lookalike. Yeah. We all know that you are a propaganda agent for the motherland Israel. Yeah. I mean, he could not be attending the meetings because he's literally in another country, right? I don't know. Monitor in a cafe video shows 2024 as of date. No, it didn't. No, it actually showed 2016. I mean, not 2016, 2026. You're wrong on that too. This is not correct. Bro, what are you talking about? Like, that he filmed this in 2024? Like, oh, people are saying I'm dead. In 2024? Like, some of you guys literally make up more insane claims in order to feed into this conspiracy. Like, this is when you realize, this is when you have to realize that you're in too deep, okay?
But in the last few days, there's been a flurry of viral rumors on various social media networks claiming that the Israeli Prime Minister is dead. Talk us through what people have been saying.
That's right, Sharon. So
I think it's good that people are suspicious. I think it's a good thing that people are this suspicious of AI. No, it's not a good thing, because sometimes, like in this case, you will literally be led astray by assumptions that like something that is actually real video, something that's a real video that could cast away doubt is considered AI because it doesn't correspond to your bias.
social media has been ablaze this weekend with viral conspiracy theories that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was killed in an Iranian missile strike. According to Reuters, these rumors even were broadcast by Iranian state media. Here's a couple of examples that I saw racking up views over the weekend. It was often shared.
I have a suspicion that these Iran news accounts are also maybe Israeli run. I think, or maybe I'm wrong, but I think these guys are going to all flip randomly. It's so strange how many of them propped up. So many of these Iran news accounts have propped up out of nowhere. It could be just like, Indian bot farms or whatever, or just trying to make money because they lean in. They're very agnostic about everything that's going on, and they just like lean into whatever the meta is. Or I think that they are somehow going to work as an Israeli misinformation agent when the time comes. They're building audiences. They're building some real audiences amongst the pro-Iran side in this conflict, and that can be a very powerful disinformation agent for like, you are ill-informed about AI. I don't think so.
By pro-Iran accounts, and as we can see, with little or no sources or quotes to
my mom got a puppy. She's never seen a TV before. She loves watching you.
As far as to even share fake AI-generated images depicting Netanyahu's body submerged in rubble. But all of these death rumors were in fact triggered by a press conference that Netanyahu gave last week on Thursday, a press conference that internet users are convinced is generated by AI due to the amount of fingers on his hands. Internet users claim that he has 6 fingers visible on his hands, and they say that this 6-finger theory is in fact what escalated the online rumors of his death. Social media users claiming that the 6 fingers show that in fact he is not with us anymore, and that Israel is using AI to generate these press conferences. We know, of course, that AI does struggle to generate hands, and sometimes that is a telltale sign of AI usage. However, I will say that this is a false claim. I would say that it's an unfortunate screenshot used there that's going viral. Now, this is the screenshot that is being used and shared on social media depicting Netanyahu's 6th finger. I will say that we at France 24, we watched the entirety of that around 8-minute broadcast, and we found that he did indeed have 5 fingers on each hand throughout. We can see the shots before and after 5 fingers are present. And in fact, it was around 34 seconds in, he makes a gesture with his hand, and there is a shadow in the crease of his right hand that gives the illusion of a 6th finger. I'll also say, Sharon, that there was journalists present at this press conference as well. It wasn't closed. And so the journalists being present there, that also is another indication that it did in fact take place.
And Vedika, Benjamin Netanyahu has himself responded to these rumors.
He has responded to these viral claims of his death. He posted a video Sunday of himself visiting a coffee shop, a cafe in Jerusalem, a proof of life video, if you will. He captioned it, "They say I'm what?" And in the video, we see him getting a cup of coffee at the counter. He also shows both of his hands one by one, saying, "Count my fingers, if you will." You'll see that come up on screen in a minute. Now,
like, a lot of you guys are so crazy. How could they have shot this in 2024 when he knew exactly what the suspicions in 2026 would be about his fingers? Look at the pocket Hassan, it moves on his own. Dude, I think a lot of people don't realize how much AI already works, like how much AI already exists in compressing imagery, in packaging images. Like there are always going to be, if you look hard enough, you'll always find like weird tweaks in the footage. It's just, oh God.
He also says in this clip, he also uses a pun on the word dead when he picked up that cup of coffee. In Hebrew slang, that means sort of crazy about, so essentially saying, I'm dying for coffee or I'm dead for coffee. Now, this wasn't the only video that he shared. He also shared a second quote-unquote proof of life video. This one was filmed outside the cafe. It shows Netanyahu greeting cafe goers, taking pictures with them. We see him approaching visitors on the terrace, etc. So overall, 2 videos posted on the official accounts of Benjamin Netanyahu to sort of tackle these death rumors.
And finally, Vedega, not everyone online has been convinced by these proof of life videos, have they?
No, social media was not convinced by this appearance of Netanyahu online. Internet users began speculating that that too was created by AI. They say that the coffee cup was full.
We're so cooked. We're so cooked. We're so incredibly cooked. This is an entire community that was like up in arms about the Kayagate. And it's like, this is in some ways not dissimilar to that, where you like, if you look at something hard enough, you can just like imagine. Okay. Like, I don't think Benjamin, he might be like, I just don't think these are AI videos and that he's dead. Like, I think that's so crazy. People are so goddamn desperate. I think he doesn't want to be targeted by Iranian ballistics if he does live appearances. The current Ayatollah is probably deep in hiding too. These stage videos BB does makes it seem like he's keeping a low profile and moving around a lot to make sure Iran doesn't know where he's located. Yeah, but I don't think it's like fake. I don't think these videos are like...
To the brim on the counter when he picked it up, and it remained full to the brim even after he took a sip, which they're called...
The cafe in the video has been closed since the war began. ... That cafe hasn't been open in 35 years.
Coffee Gate online, saying that it's also generated by AI and proof that he is in fact dead. It wasn't just the first video that's gaining this kind of scrutiny. That second video we saw of him outside, that too has generated speculation. Users saying that his ring disappears from his hand when he was greeting people outside. Now, we at France 24 have not found any evidence or indications of manipulation. We did run it through AI detection tools, which told us that it is unlikely generated by AI. However...
Okay, AI detection tools are also dog at detecting AI. So that's no, you just got to use your human brain, okay? AI detection tools are also terrible at figuring out whether something is AI or not. What are we doing? Oh my God.
Important to note that AI detection tools are not always 100% accurate, especially with AI developing so quickly. So what I will say is that the Instagram account of that cafe that he visited, the Sataf in Jerusalem, they posted an Instagram story of Netanyahu's arrival. They posted this around 2 hours before he posted his videos on social media. The cafe also posted a video behind the scenes showing Netanyahu filming his own video to his own camera as well. So overall, what we'll say is, rather than quell those rumors and squash the rumors of his death and the theorizing, it seems that by putting out these 2 videos, Netanyahu has actually invited more speculation about its authenticity. But what
I just don't think that going forward, God, we're done. We're done. I don't know if this is like the impact of COVID and how it like collectively fried the brains of so many people. I don't know if this is just like in the age of AI, you can't really trust anything. Like the real impact people perceived, the real problem was people thought that you would get duped by AI videos, right? The issue, however, is now you also can look at like real videos and assume it's AI.
I'll end with is that there's also been a swirl of speculation and rumors about whether Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, whether he's also alive. He's not been seen in public since the war. I've seen a lot of stuff on social media theorizing about his death. And this week, it's Netanyahu who is claimed to be dead. So online, both users from each side will push their own narrative in this war and push disinformation as well. So I think that shows the importance of fact-checking during this time.
Yeah, I don't think those videos are AI. You don't think it's at all suspicious when he was nowhere to be seen for 2 weeks? Yeah, he's a coward, dude. He's hiding in the Führer bunker. Yes, That's why he's nowhere to be seen. So here's the thing. Governments can kind of figure out where other heads of state are, especially if they're in striking distance, okay? Like Israel killing Hassan Nasrallah or Israel killing like the Ayatollah, like these weren't remarkable instances because of like all the surveillance that it took to figure out exactly where these guys were, okay? The reason why they were remarkable events is because governments know where heads of state usually are. They just have this unspoken agreement that they don't, you know, assassinate the head of state. They don't depose the head of state. They don't kidnap a head of state. They don't assassinate a head of state because other countries can do the same to them. Now that Israel has broken that seal and assassinated the Ayatollah, Iran could just as easily penetrate through the Israeli defenses, especially at a time when they're depleting, and try to do a first strike on, or not first strike, but a retaliatory assassination strike on Benjamin Netanyahu. So he can't go outside that much. He just cannot go outside that much because obviously there's still Iranian surveillance and Iranian spies inside of Israel, just as there are, you know, Mossad infiltrators and spies in Iran. There are always going to be Iranian spies in Israel as well. And they could just as easily figure out where Benjamin Netanyahu is if he is out and about. That's part of the reason why he can't go to like an established military council meeting. You know, that's what that is probably the reason why he's not going to the military meetings. Anyway, yeah, he's just saying maybe we shouldn't be there at all. We have a lot of oil. He said, oh shit, Iran got hands. Oh, here's Mersheimer.
We're not winning against Iran. We're not winning. What message are we sending? We're sending a message that we're a bunch of fools. That we started a war we can't win.
Yeah.
The FT had a big editorial today. This is the Financial Times, which is very sympathetic to the United States and the various